Futures back in negative territory here to start things off on a Friday morning. We're chopping around a little bit as we get going into the last day of what has been a pretty exciting week. More inflation data to come this morning in the way of PPI coming up at 8:30. We'll bring that to you live when it happens. January wholesale sales too coming through this morning. A lot of individual movers. Netflix, big storyline this morning. Block, a big storyline this morning. Netflix, if you've missed it, after the close last night, announced it's walking away. It's done. It's had enough, this back and forth. And I was just reading a little bit on the breakup side of this deal. And it looks like it was only if it was regulatory that they would have to pay.
Exactly. Yeah.
So Netflix essentially scot-free on that side of things. So we're back above 90, back above 91 right now. Looking pretty good here for Netflix. And as we were saying just before we came on, whoever was buying this thing the past 3 days going into this had no idea that this was coming on a Friday morning.
I know, come on now. I mean,
that doesn't happen.
But the prediction markets were wise to this, right?
Yeah.
Remember, we were looking at this and there was like a 25% chance that this deal actually went through, 75% chance it didn't, and there it is, walking away. There was going to be regulatory hurdles. Let's be honest, about Europe, the North America as well. They were both kind of signaling that it would be a bit too big. But there's a whole lot to talk about, Brendo. As you mentioned there, XYZ, Block, In Focus, Jack Dorsey going on Twitter and just basically saying, we're ripping the Band-Aid right off. They don't want this incremental layoff. He says it's going to be bad for business. If you don't know what I'm talking about, he almost cut half the company's workforce yesterday, basically
4,000.
coming out and saying what the other CEOs don't want to say, which is it's AI related.
Yeah, and that's the point I think that everyone's been really pointing to this morning is that, as you said, he's ripping the Band-Aid off, not beating around the bush on this, just straight up saying it, and doing it all at once. 4,000 people.
It's
all at once.
Heartbreaking.
So, I mean, the business itself is what it is. Back to $65 here this morning for XYZ. I mean, this thing's been 50, even below that for weeks now. I mean, obviously nowhere near where this thing was trading. You're just going back 5-6 years ago.
And they grew gross margins like 25% year over year. They're taking home about 12 and change billion in profit. So it's not like the company's in trouble. It's not like you can say, no, you know, he had to right size the company. It's about efficiencies, and the market rewarded him here to the tune of almost 20 1/3%.
Two things on that. One is this a green light now for others to just go ahead and do the same thing? And the second is, there was no mention that I saw, maybe I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, but there was no mention that I saw. There's going to be more than $1 billion in savings, that he was saying.
Yes.
Okay, so what are you doing with that?
Exactly.
You know, like, is there more ideas? Is there more, you know,
well said.
You know, is there more concepts in the pipeline that could get this thing going in the right direction? But XYZ, yeah, obviously going to be one of the major storylines. Netflix was just moving around there a little bit at 8:30, might have been dark prints. Yeah, it looks like it's essentially back to where it started from. Again, 8:30, we have PPI data coming through. May or may not be anything. I mean, it is more on the inflation front. On that, though, it's kind of interesting. First time since November, the 10-year below 4 this morning, 3.98 on the 10-year. So 5 months it's been above 4%. So maybe we're starting to see that narrative change, at least on the long end of the curve.
You and I were talking earlier in the week that the 30-year mortgage in the States had come down below 6% for the first time, I think, since 2022 or 2021, something like that. So yeah, it's been inching down incrementally, and we know the 10-year is really important for mortgages, right? Yeah. So it's one of the leading sort of indicators that mortgage companies use to base interest rates.
Job market still super strong. Overall, the economy is still super strong. So finally seeing a little bit of that coming through as far as rates are concerned, guys. Happy Friday. Good morning.
Good morning, and appreciate the effort to go over the two names that are up this morning. Like, that's, you know, we got Netflix, that story, good for them, and then we got Block. Unfortunately, however, NVIDIA is in the red again. CoreWeave's down 12% after their earnings. Zscaler's down double digits after their earnings. Duolingo is down.
I didn't even look at Zscaler.
Well, 20-something%. I'd have to double check. It was over 20% the last I had checked. SMR is down. I believe Marathon Digital is up. So Mara is up because they're going the Iran route. So there's a lot going on, but most of it hasn't been so good. For a start, we already knew it was going to be a tough act to follow after what happened to NVIDIA yesterday. But to see CoreWeave down this 11-12% when we were just almost $100. Definitely a change. I don't. You want to call it the apocalypse? I just saw in the chat someone say, "Welcome to the apocalypse." I don't know that it's the apocalypse or anything, but with the whole punishment that some of these names are getting, even when they have a good quarter, was exemplified yesterday with the way that Nvidia was trading, and again, only down 0.4%, but there was a slight bounce. It was at 185. They were basically flat when I sat down. It's been only slowly gliding to the downside, and it hasn't been as if all of these names had bad reports, like Duolingo beating the top and the bottom. Whoops, Duol on the top and the bottom, and it was just their guidance. Lack of a belief that these guys have a future. 25% to the downside for Duolingo. New fresh lows. Every tick is a new low on these bad boys. Yeah, so I get it. Netflix, good. Block, good. Obviously, that's okay, but most of this is looking pretty grim to start.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not great. I'm logging into TikTok here to see everybody watching us on TikTok. What do you think about this? So they're firing or laying off 4,000 of the 10,000. What do you think about this compensation? You get 20 weeks of your salary. You get this is from Block. You get 1 week of tenure. So you're there 10 years. You get 10 extra weeks. You get the equity vested through the end of May. You get 6 months of healthcare. You get all the corporate devices that you have. You get to keep those, and 5,000 to put to whatever you want. It's not horrible for people losing their jobs there at Block. But yeah, it looks like it's going to be a nice little cost savings for them. And yeah, the AI train hits Block there, and there it goes up 20%. And I don't know. I have it written down here. I'm going to wait for a little bit of a fade. I'm going to see if this one comes back down. Yeah, I said yesterday at the close that I thought maybe we were going to have another day here today, similar to yesterday. We're starting off even worse, but PPI could change the whole things. That is for sure. I don't even know what the EWY is. What is that? What ETF is that?
South Korea.
EWY. South Korea. Look, man, I mean, this is the thing. There's so much happening outside of the United States. It's crazy, right? Like, I didn't even know this. Look at this ETF, South Korean MSCI, South Korean Index. Wow. Like, what? EWY.
The first time I've looked.
So at the beginning of the year, this thing was 105. It's 150. South Korea up 50% year to date. Probably something to do with all that RAM and all that kind of stuff going through there. But what? Overlay this with the S&P 500, and you'll be wondering why your money's in the S&P 500. But what are my thoughts? My thoughts are I don't know enough about it, so I'm gonna have to find out like which companies are South Korean descent and where that money's coming from. But look at the emerging markets. It's the same kind of thing that's happening here as well. This is $55 emerging markets up to 63, straight up. And if we're going to call something up like the NASDAQ or anything like that, and we go year to date on the NASDAQ, okay, so here's January, you are down. They don't look the same, do they, right? I mean, this is the thing about all this investing. It was decades and decades of investment, utilization and capitalization and all that of these foreign markets, and they're really starting to go now. Here's, this is year to date right here. Like, it's the same charts I'm calling up. S&P 500, I guess, is negative now year to date, or close enough to doing that. And then you have other markets up 50%, 20%, 15%, and keep on going. Same stories here in Canada. It keeps going higher as well. So, yeah, overseas traders are definitely living their best life on the back of all these policies that Trump is doing. Make America great again. It looks like all these other countries now, it's just the stock market. This has nothing to do with like...
Stock markets aren't economies.
That's what I'm saying. This has nothing to do with we talked about this here in Canada, even though our market keeps on ripping higher, we can clearly see there are some struggles.
We have high unemployment.
So it's not all that, but yeah, shout out. So maybe America, the United States, the American markets look like, from a market standpoint, have some catch up to do. And thank you for bringing that EWY to our attention. I have never even heard of that, man.
Meanwhile, we're just sitting here for the last 4 months doing absolutely nothing with the SPY. Literally nothing. It's just this long consolidation. It's not that this is the thing, everyone goes doom and gloom and all that, but it's because everything else, there's so many other places that are showing strength where the money is going. And unfortunately, it's like every time we take a step up, we just take 1 or 2 steps back. And so we're sitting pretty flat. But what is supposed to make this market break out now? Right? Like we've seen some decent rotation, but NVIDIA, if that quarter's not going to do it, can that tech bounce? Can the software bounce actually have any legs? We saw CRM recently report I feel like Salesforce is right in the pocket of we'll feel better about these SaaS names when they're able to break. That failed at 200 level. There was a prove it spot yesterday. You're now back down another 3 points. This was a strong stock yesterday. It looked like it had a chance to make this breakout, like it was bottoming, and now it's the complete opposite. It's like a failed break. NVIDIA, failed breakout. This is where we're sitting. In 20 minutes, we get PPI data. Maybe that can do something for us. Who knows? But the good news is there's lots of stocks that are moving today. Let's be real. We haven't even talked about the metals.
We were saying like how it was like
a
no, it was like a big time earnings plays yesterday for names that were going to move.
Lots of movers.
Names that were really helping build some of the AI race. CoreWeave down another 10%, or is it 10%? 12% now down. Duolingo down. Duolingo's down bad. What about Dell? The Dell's actually...
Well, Dell's good.
Yeah, Dell's a good story here today, up to 140 right now. That's up 15% and going higher. So maybe, you know where? Maybe we look today as in some SMCI. Maybe we look... in a place that could get going here. And I don't know why Dell's up that much and SMCI isn't. I actually thought that would be upside as well. Marathon's up, which is nice. Oh, yeah. New Scale down. So here's another one, the Year of Magical Investing. Shout out to Kramer. That's down as well. Rocket Lab down. Another name down. Downside there today, down another 5% there. I didn't even realize Zscaler was down 12 right there. Let me check it out. I said to Sharif that I bought some Palo Alto the other day at 144. That went up to 149, 150 yesterday. That's down on Zscaler. I like CrowdStrike at 350 was pretty sweet. We'll see if we can maybe get low in there again. I don't know, before 3 straight up days there for CrowdStrike. That's trying to go upside. But yeah, ZS today getting hit. And we're going to talk about all these. We do have Michael Noss coming through as well around 8:30. Apparently he was talking about EWY and some of these emerging markets before as well. SK Hynix and Samsung and all that doing.
I wonder how much of that market is just those though.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I got to look at the ETF.
It might be very heavily weighted.
Look at Zscaler, man. Zscaler doesn't even have an up day. All right, so Zscaler right now, top to bottom, it's 54% downside right there for Zscaler since November. So if you sat your money in Zscaler, you're down 50% right now, and it looks like actually it's more than. What am I talking about? Oh yeah, that's right now, 350. To 140, yeah. So wow, 55% downside there on Zscaler, and not a great morning to be part of that. I was actually really surprised coming in today and seeing Palantir actually holding out pretty good at 135. So we'll see. Palantir down 0.4. Sometimes this one is like a fish in the barrel. They just shoot this one down whenever the market gets hit. So I'm thinking Palantir might be basing a little bit. I think Palantir is one of the better longs, I think, for long term. Oh yeah. The other thing here is I look at our good friend Bitcoin again right here. Yeah, that's happening to the downside. Here's the dollar right now, kind of just pretty flat this morning. But if we talk about Bitcoin, you're right at that level that I was hoping we wouldn't see for a minute, and that's 66,000 again. So yeah, going over a daily chart for Bitcoin right now, I was just saying I thought we were going to try at least to look at the 72, 73,000. It didn't even really come that close, man. Well, I guess it did get to 70. I was asking you guys if it got to 70. It looks like it almost did, or basically did, and now it's coming back down. So we got to try to hold these areas right here. It's going to be a nasty weekend. BMNR is also down today. Oh boy, I came in today and I said to the guys, I was like, this is going to be, this is going to be a bad day. And
felt that way all morning.
Yeah, and I'm still feeling that. And when I started
looking at the morning highs too.
Yeah, when I started looking at the market, it was doing this. So a little bit of a bounce and then this again. And then plus, thanks for asking us about the 3-day rule yesterday. And I want to say shout out to Easy Peasy. For some reason, I saved this guy thousands and thousands of dollars yesterday saying, just avoid the bid here on NVIDIA. Thank you, Joe. or whoever hit that. But yeah, there goes NVIDIA, just down another 1% today, and just can't find a bid. Look at this. They're hitting it already. Like, what is there news that just came out? Like, this just went from 184 to 182 change, and going lower right now, almost gapping lower right now is NVIDIA. So I don't know, man. I mean, it's just going to be something where you're going to have to trade cautiously long, I think. If you're long, trade cautiously, and if you're short,
depends on the name,
hold,
right?
I would say.
The metals are a little bit strong today.
Wow, NVIDIA.
Some of the oil names can be good. Actually missed out on Oxy yesterday, which was that's a disappointment. If you're looking bearish, you're you're looking for some of the shorts, you miss out on something like this. Oxy came back to that $50 level after earnings and bounced pretty clean off of it. So maybe this is the chance that it gets for the secondary breakout. I like the long here. Again, the conflict not going to hurt, unfortunately, over out in Iran. And we haven't had too many updates yet, although things are still looking in the other direction when it comes to that in terms of looking negatively. But I do like some energy. Oxy has a chance to break out a 52-week high today. I just more like it for continuation, so want to look for a bit of a dip and a rip. But there's always something bullish out there. Like, this was strong. Netflix was strong yesterday. You'll see more of that here today. The thing about blocks, though, I know they're doing all those cuts, but they're just going back to COVID levels. Or I guess pre-COVID levels is the way to say it. So they're really, they were one of the names that more than doubled their headcount from 2020 on. So they're going to be going back to those levels. So to that point that I know Brendan was talking about, what are they going to do with the money? It's not like they were having a bad queue. But I think it's an acknowledgement that some of that build out and growth, which a lot of firms were guilty of, was probably too aggressive. So that's another name to watch. It's not actually doing a ton of volume pre-market, despite the fact that it's up that 20%. So it needs to prove something at the open to be able to hold this gap. Yeah, but lots to look at. Although I haven't seen many small cappers out there, Sharif. Certainly something like an SMR would have been nice if it had squoze, but yeah, it did the opposite.
You're absolutely right, Neil. I've got my eye on one over here, and it's quite anemic given, what we're typically seeing here in the morning. FIG seems to be at day's high. Figma, of course, that's not a small cap gapper. Oh, excuse me, not that one. FIGS, I was about to say. I was like, Figma. FIGS going here, Brenda. Let's flip to the 5, see how this one's looking. Really light on volume, 1470 it's trading at. This one looks like it made the move yesterday in the aftermarket into about $14, kind of continuing today. As you can see, they're 17.88%. I mean, is this is the best that the small cap gapper world has to offer us, Brendo? I mean, yeah, the light bunch today. Hopefully by midday it's a bit better.
Yeah, not much to look at so far. Google pretty light on the volume side of things right now. Downside a little bit here. Jumping into the leasing game is Alphabet with their TPUs. So, I mean, you'll talk about the Meta side of things in a second here, but from a business standpoint, makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely.
We were just talking about NVIDIA making a move down there. I mean, I think it's going to get to a point where it'll be NVIDIA still, obviously. They've had quite the head start, but there's going to be other players in this.
Absolutely. And we saw, I think it was earlier this week, correct me if I'm wrong, where Meta tied the knot with AMD, giving up AMD's almost going to give up 10% of the company if the entire 6 gigawatts goes through. So look, they're looking to diversify chip supply, so you're not concentrating all your reliance on one provider. But this TPU rental deal here between Google, which I'll get to in a second, and Meta kind of reinforces Google's role as the AI infrastructure build-out and hints at monetizing custom silicon and giving NVIDIA a run for their money. So separately, Brendo, Meta did scrap their own program internally to custom design chips. So that story kind of came out in parallel with the Google rental story. So Meta is going to sign, I should say, a multi-year billion-dollar agreement to rent Google's TPUs, tensor processing units. Chips could begin powering Meta's data centers as early as next year, 27. Discussions may also provide for a joint venture, actually between Meta and Google, where they can kind of rent it out to other people, right? These data centers, if they have excess capacity, they can give it to other companies looking to rent as well. But we know that Google's TPUs are really good for inference and training, and they're a more cost-effective way to get your models out there and to have AI rather than going and paying the $30,000-$40,000 per chip that NVIDIA charges.
And at the end of the day, it's just yet another line at the end of Google's earnings report that we'll have to to pay attention to going forward. I mean, it's not all bad today. Here's XLE. I mean, you can look at individual names, but XLE just took out the highs from yesterday. It's absolutely screaming. So energy names up once again today. Oil just, I saw, had an uptick as well. Nothing in the way of macro-ness, if that's a word, to deal with today, but or significant anyways. But I mean, these have been pretty strong individual names, not necessarily the ETF, but individual names over the past week or so. And
we saw yesterday with Iran and the United States. They were, I think, in Geneva or a different state. I'm not sure. They were in Europe, and they were the discussions between the two countries were being mediated by the foreign minister of Oman. So the foreign minister of Oman said things were serious and there was progress made. The Iranians kind of echoed that sentiment, but the Americans really didn't. Yeah. So I think that the fact that Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff didn't have anything positive to say is spooking markets a little bit, and that there could be, some aggression. But Brendo, it costs a ton of money to keep that military over there. You can't just have them over there stationary forever and ever more. That's a lot of money that's being expended. So one must wonder what comes next. At the end of the day, I was just checking here, the S&P is 2.7% off the highs. Exactly. Could be worse. Joe has some options ideas for us.
All right, guys, good morning and happy Friday. Yeah, I mean, a lot going on here. Yesterday, we've seen a little bit of a slide in the overall market. So I wanted to see what was up in the NASDAQ and what we had from supply zones and potential resistance and support levels. And what I came up with here is that $610 mark. You can see we're trading south of that level right now, but the open interest and the volume was the highest that we've seen on today's expiration cycle throughout the strike prices here on the NASDAQ. So 26,700 contracts still currently open, and then volume sitting around 74,000 contracts open and closed on yesterday's session. Okay, so these are going to be expiring today. And then you can see that we have a $4 spread. Your delta sitting at that 47 metric, and then your gamma exposure, relatively cool. If we continue to slide today, I want to see how we react around this specific level, or if we find a rebound on the numbers coming at 830. Now, if we break and breach this, I want to see how the overall market's going to react, as I just mentioned. But if we start to slide south of 610, there could be a good opportunity there. At the money, IV sitting around 22.5%. Now, as I was sitting at my desk yesterday, I see a pop in this name. Yes, that's correct, Netflix, and obviously removing themselves from the bidding war with Paramount Skydance. I messaged Obi, I'm like, oh, okay, we're up 12% here. Let's take a look at the options chain and see what we have going on. Now these contracts are gonna be deeply in the money. Open interest at that $84 mark, sitting around 18,600 with volume around 37,600 contracts open and closed on yesterday's session. Once again, this is going to be expiring this Friday. Now, as for your bid and ask, that's a tight spread, $3. I like this, but one thing that we are going to notice after the open, keep an eye on your Greeks. Your Vega metric is going to be increased drastically, 48.4% right now, but I'm going to suspect a substantial jump after the open and have the options market pricing in the volatility in which we experienced from last night. Now, as for your delta, you're sitting at that 61. I thought it would be a little bit higher, to be honest with you, considering it is a deeply in the money contract, and maybe those variables will change slightly after the open. Gamma exposure, pretty big. I mean, almost $20 for every, your rated change is essentially almost $20. So if we see an increase here, which you will on this specific strike price, that gamma effect is really going to have a drastic impact on the value of this specific contract. So keep an eye out on Netflix and the triple Qs, guys, this morning. We will be back momentarily with some upgrades and downgrades.
Big story for Netflix there. Like, they get... Basically, the breakup fee works out to like a quarter of last year's net income. So it's a pretty significant, that $2.8 billion, and they get that bit of a bump. You're going to be out and about into somewhat new territory for Netflix. Like, we're chilling at 91, so it's breaking out on this daily over the 50 period moving average, and there's some room because it was so far down. You want to use a weekly chart here to show you how bad this had been. This is now an obvious trend break. here for Netflix. So I think it's got some serious room to go. This should just be the start. You were waiting for a resolution here. I think we've got it. The only thing to look at, though, is that with us at that 91 level, psychologically 90 can be a bit of support, but when I pulled out, like, when I zoomed it out a little bit further on the 60-minute, I got 87 and 90 is the only two levels to watch, and we're a couple points above that. So it might need to do a little bit of a dip or start to hold VWAP, but this should be, I think it can be a strong one today. There's not much that looks good. I mean, as every time I look over, I see the futures are at the lows and making a new small, fresh low here. So yeah, you're kind of not pulling at straws to find some strong ones. We already mentioned Dell, Netflix will be on that category as well. Block needs to prove it. Not a lot of pre-market volume for them, at least Netflix, has got some good volume. Mara, I feel a bit iffy about that one. So there's not that many things going strong. Silver and gold, however, are both jamming to the upside. We got GLD here, almost 1%, but SLV's already up 4 points today. And as the market goes down, well, guess what? The metals go up. So we're seeing an even stronger day than yesterday. Big rally in the afternoon, continuing here. So much for the dip and rip in this. That ain't happening. It's only rip for the metals.
Yeah, exactly. I have silver written down, and we're not going to get $80 on silver, not now, as it rips up. I wrote down $80 when it was at 81. I'm just putting the sticky note out right now, and yeah, all of a sudden, wow, 84. So now we got to play it back to VWAP. So that's my most updated note right now on silver is play it back to VWAP. We nailed it yesterday. Like I was saying, one of the biggest trades I put on was silver when we broke that short there. Look at this market, man. I mean, like this was happening, and that's when I was like, man, this is going to be a bad day. And then now it's even getting worse. We have 3 minutes now until PPI. I don't think that's going to save the market. I mean, it could give us a temporary bounce, which is perfect, exactly what we want, so we can get more short right now. Silver just absolutely mooning, and NVIDIA going opposite right now, trying to break down below 183. I was actually close to putting on here AMD as well. This is going to break 2 bills. Like, look at this thing. This has just been a pretty bad week, overall. We did have a nice jump up on that news for AMD and Meta, and now it's coming right back into this level one more time. And then, one of the names that I think is going to be bought eventually is Microsoft. And, we talked about the IGV in the software space. That was a ripper yesterday, but yeah, today, no more, as you're down another 1.5% here with Microsoft. Okay, 2 minutes to go. We're gonna have Michael coming up very, very soon, and that should be interesting to see what he wants to talk about. Maybe some metal game. You know what? We didn't even look to see what oil was up to here today. Let me just have a quick little look here. This is the April contract. I assume we're still probably on the April contract. There it goes. So it's like everything today, commodity. We got oil going, we got gold going, we got silver going. So another 3% here. Yeah, man, the XLE. This continues to rock higher, man. I'm up 10% in a month or so on the XLE. I really love that breakout. Michael knows all about this one. He had talked about the XLE on the monthly and how that looked breaking through some of those key levels. As soon as this thing broke 50, it was a buy, and there it goes. Nice move on XLE to the upside, another 1% or so. All right, 1.5 minutes. Let's go back to the desk. We're expecting PPI at 8:30, and we'll see if that moves this market, and hopefully to the upside as we're almost down 1% on the NASDAQ.
Here's a quick overview of what is expected here for the month-over-month number. Again, this is a January print we're getting. 0.5% was the prior. We're expecting 0.3 to the upside. This is producer prices, if anyone's seeing this for the first time, versus consumer prices. So this is not anywhere near as significant on the market side of things. It can move the market, but typically does not. Last time around for core, we got 3.3%. This time they're expecting exactly the same thing. Coming up at 9:45 this morning, Chicago PMI for February. 54 was the last one. 51 expected on that. Some construction spending data at 10 o'clock. And then we get that Friday afternoon oil rig count on the backside of lunchtime, I guess, around 1 o'clock. That doesn't really typically do much. Again, just pay attention to energy stocks today if they are moving around. That can have a little bit of an effect. Just under 30 seconds to go here, we'll get this PPI print. making a big deal about what's probably going to be absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it's the inflation print. I think we're really focusing on obviously CPI and PCE, but PPI could be the canary in the coal mine, especially if producers start paying more. They're going to pass it on, and we'll have to keep an eye on that, Brendo. But as the boys have been saying today, it feels like we're starting off a little bit red. But as you pointed out as well, what are we, like a couple of percentage points off all-time high? So we're still within that consolidative range.
Yeah.
Choppiness always catches people off guard.
Here's the number here. January PPI month over month, 0.5%, so a little higher than expected there. 0.3 was the expectation on that side. 0.8 on the month over month for core, much higher than expected. 0.2, 3.6 versus 3.3% for the headline number there. So if we have a quick look, again, Michael Noss, downside on that number. If we have a quick look, Michael Noss actually wants to talk about what you were just mentioning, the simple fact that everyone's still focused on NVIDIA specifically, or the tech narrative, but here we are with the S&P still, just reaching for all-time highs, basically.
Absolutely, and Sean was making this point earlier as well. Him and I were talking about, buying the indexes, and we were discussing a little bit of SPY, a little bit of the Qs, and he's like, look, I have so many of these, the names that make up the great majority of the Qs. Diversifying to the SPY, gets you exactly that, diversification away from tech.
Yeah.
But Brenda, when we look at the Qs, and whatever time frame you want to look at it for, you compare the SPY, you compare the Qs, you get more upside with the Qs because the tech companies are what is leading the way.
And typically more volatile, but I mean, on that, I look at, there's unlimited amounts of global related ETFs, whether you want to group them all together or whether you want to do it individually on a country basis. There's many ways to look at those.
What's that ticker, emerging markets, Brendo? EMT or something like the EEM. Thank you, Katina, man.
There's lots,
There's a bunch of them, right?
There's lots, yeah.
It's been a rocket ship lately, this EEM thing. If I could just show the daily on this. Look at this.
I mean, there's one that I follow here in Toronto all the time as well that's just been an absolute rocket ship since the end of last year. So lots to consider in a year that has changed a little bit, anyways, away from the tech narrative. Let's bring in Michael Noss and get more on that idea this morning. The simple fact that here we are, Mr. Noss, better part of 2% off all-time highs, but everyone is still very focused for the S&P, not necessarily the NASDAQ. I think NASDAQ's pushing 5 at this point, 5% off the highs, but everyone's still very focused on this AI narrative, the NVIDIA narrative, the tech narrative, but there's lots of other things still working here in this market.
Absolutely, and that's kind of what I wanted to talk about today because I went on Twitter last night. It's usually a mistake.
Yeah, don't
when you
do
go
that.
on Twitter. Yeah, and it's just, and that's what my first slide is, and it's no shade at any of these individual people, but just every tweet was about NVIDIA and the fact that it gapped up and it sold off, and more of this is the end and this is really bad. And the next chart I have is just the chart of NVIDIA. And I want to highlight that, that's a bad candle yesterday. But it hasn't gone anywhere since October of last year. And the question is, do we need this? And I keep hearing we need the Mag 7 to move higher. We need these things to go. And maybe that's true. Maybe at some point we need to. But we haven't since October, November of last year. And I'm just going to kind of show that to you guys and prove it to you. And I think it's one of these moments where this might be the norm. It might be the norm that these large cap techs have the whole AI thing kind of already priced in, and they just do nothing for a period of time, which is what I think is happening with NVIDIA. You got to imagine every firm out there that studies the stock market has like 10 interns that are just following this guy around and know everything about this company before it gets released. So if that's the case, and it reminds me of Apple back in the day when it was the big thing, it just might not move forever. And that is going to weigh on my next chart, which is just the QQQ. And absolutely, right? If you look at this chart, it kind of looks exactly the same. And because NVIDIA's upwards to almost 10% of the NASDAQ. And I hear that, people look at the Qs and they say this is tech. Well, it's one of those moments where I think we really need to kind of step back and focus and say, okay, well, what is the market and what are we talking about when we're talking about the market? My next chart here is just the S&P 500, which looks a little bit better. Like you said, it's closer to all-time highs because like if this is the market to you. That's great, but it's still 30% tech. It's still like 7% or so NVIDIA. So it's still going to be weighed by these. So I brought just a couple other ETFs that I think do a better job of showing what's actually going on. You guys mentioned international. I didn't bring ACWX, which is my favorite international one, just because we've kind of talked about that already. So I'm talking specifically inside the US. And yeah, this is one of my favorites. That's something that not a lot of people talk about. So this is the QQQJ. The QQQ, the NASDAQ, is the top 100 tech names on the NASDAQ. The QQQJ is the next 100. So the barring those top 100, what are the next 100 top names on the NASDAQ? And this looks way more constructive and actually closed positive yesterday. Had a strong day yesterday. So if you took out the Mag 7 and the top giant, mega, awesome, huge guys, and you just went to the next 100 down, well, they did great yesterday, so they don't care about NVIDIA. And this chart actually looks really, really constructive and really, really strong, still in that tech area. And then this next chart is just the IWM. So we have small caps right up near all-time. If you turn on a weekly chart and you just look at the closes, which I know is a little bit, squinting, but all-time closing highs. There's a chance that if this market turns and bounces a bit, the IWM's down a little bit this morning, but we could be at an all-time closing high in the IWM. So 2,000 of the smallest names out there. So I showed you the next 100 close to an all-time high of just tech, and these are the smallest 2,000 names, and they did an all-time high. And one thing I didn't hear a lot of people talking about is my last chart here. This is RSP. I talk about this all the time. This is the same chart as the S&P 500, but just equal weighted. So it's no longer weighted to large cap tech. This is just saying I'm giving every company in the S&P 500, so the 500 largest companies out there, I'm just giving all of them kind of equal say to the index. Made an all-time closing high yesterday. So I really think, and this is something I've been pounding the table for a while, and I think I might have to for a while longer, is that we are so, for the last 20 years, we've been so programmed that the NASDAQ and the cap-weighted index works, and it's the best way to invest. And it's because it's proven to be the best way to invest for those 20 years, is you own the largest names out there, and then you do okay. Well, if those largest names are just going to continue to do what they're doing, which has been nothing for 6 months, if that's going to exist for another 6 months, I think there's just a lot of focus that's undeserved to them that for us, the people watching this show, active traders and investors out there, would be better spent ignoring them entirely. So I'm like this close to just muting NVIDIA from my Twitter feed entirely, because this is showing me that the average large cap stock made a new all-time closing high yesterday. That's where I want to kind of focus my attention. So I know it's a hefty rant, but I'm just saying we need to talk about the biggest companies because they're the biggest companies. But if they're not making me money and they're not putting food in my family, then who cares? Right?
Let's calm down. Let's not be dramatic here about taking anything off lists and getting rid of things we don't necessarily need to. No, it's a good point. I think it's really easy, and we've had this discussion many times, it's really easy to get focused on the big shiny thing and miss what's actually happening in the overall market. So well said, I think. And there is an argument here, and maybe this is a topic for another day and a topic for another discussion, but there is an argument to be made here, I think, on the overall effect, and this is the narrative that I think most of media throws out there, that the overall effect of all of this spending that's happening, not necessarily with NVIDIA alone, but across all of big tech, if that doesn't play out the way they want it to and they expect to, then that could have a trickle-down effect and be more negative. But well, we could be here all day.
Yeah, but it just goes back to how these indexes are made up, right? They weren't always, the S&P 500 wasn't always 30% tech, because tech didn't really exist pre-2000. So it used to be that these indexes were mostly weighted to industrials and financials and healthcare and things like that. And that could happen again. And it doesn't have to happen by tech going down. It could just happen by tech moving sideways for years or a decade, whereas the rest of the market quietly moves higher and makes new highs. And then we could be looking back a couple of years from now, and maybe tech is not 30% of the market, but maybe it's like 15 or 20% of the market. Energy right now is only 3% of the market. That could be 5 or 10%. That wouldn't really surprise me. So if the market reweights itself over time by some stocks going up and some stocks not doing anything, then this just kind of sorts itself out eventually. And that's the beauty of how these markets are made up. It's just in the meantime, there'd be a lot of misfocus on the names that aren't doing anything because they're the largest. And then you're kind of behind the 8 ball when things kind of rebalance out.
Exactly. Just seeing a Microsoft OpenAI headline coming across here. Microsoft with a move downside a little bit on that. We'll get into that statement in a couple of minutes here. Michael Noss, we'll leave it at that. Have a great weekend. We'll touch base again on Monday.
I'll talk to you Monday. Have a good one.
All right, guys, fantastic stuff. As always, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with the downgrades here, guys, and some lowering of price targets. We're going to start off with Zscaler Rosenblatt lowering its price target from $280 to $250. You're down almost 11% this morning, and it's continuing to bleed here, guys. CoreWeave also getting its price target lowered from $100 to $95 by Mizuho. You're down again almost 12% here. Duolingo down a staggering 25%, guys, getting its price target lowered to $101 and a neutral weight rating. Citibank giving that downgrade. Autodesk also getting the downgrade, guys. $365 was that price target to $300. Slightly positive here there this morning, almost 2%. Moving forward, we're going to take a look at XYZ Block, guys, up almost 20% here in the pre-market. $93 is going to be that price target. Morgan Stanley giving that upgrade and an overweight rating, so going from $72 to $93. Dell Technologies also getting the upgrade, guys, up 15% this morning. $175 was the initial target, now being raised to $180. Now, Rocket Lab also on the list. Negative 5.25 here, but with a price target increase to $90, apologies. And then also Novavax getting the nod, guys, getting a price target raised from $11 to $16 by H.C. Wainwright.
The downgrade looks pretty nasty, but there's one name on that upgrade side that, hey, outside of, if we didn't just go to Joe and have that upgrade, we probably wouldn't talk about Novavax. And NVAX, there's a bull market somewhere, and potentially here in NVAX, it's broken through. There's a lot of beat up names that people have been trying to bottom pick, or is this where everything turns, and yada, yada, yada. But this has already made its little very long smiley face. Like that is, it took a while. It basically took an entire year for it to form this bottom, but it's starting to come out on the other end. It broke the $10 just recently, and now you're overhead of some resistance here. The unfortunate thing today would be after yesterday's break through the $10 level, it's flat with no volume. So it's just, what are you going to do? An upgrade isn't necessarily a catalyst in and of itself at all times to get you some trade action today, but if you're looking for kernels to strength into this falling market, here's another name. We talked about Netflix, we talked about the metals, we talked about energy that was pretty strong. There's some things out there that have shown some strength and hopefully could maybe follow through for you. Just wish there was better volume here for Novavax, but that was a pretty significant 10 break that it had, and one worth watching next week as long as it can hold on to that level. It's kind of turning the hump, or it's just rounding out and breaking out, and it's getting over the hump is what I mean to say.
Yeah, right now, not getting over any humps and actually going a lot lower right now is NVIDIA. So NVIDIA right now is down almost 2% and still going lower right now. I heard that DJT was starting to pop a little bit there.
Well, there's a story here.
Yeah, okay. Good move there for DJT, man. 1080 up to 1120. We'll have to see what's going on there. OpenAI and Microsoft talking about, continuously working together. I think we'd hoped that. But look at Microsoft losing the bid as well. Wow, this is going to be I don't know, man. Yesterday, I was like, I didn't feel like we were going to have a great day today, and it doesn't look like it's happening for anybody here today, as well as all the big boys. As Michael just mentioned, there's so many other stocks out there, and we just looked at one, but you know, the dog that wags the tail are all these names. So hopefully they'll be able to find a bottom here at some point. Nice to see MARA up on earnings. So not that it really matters. It's south of $10 right now, but nice to see Marathon Digital. That's had a couple of good days there, basing, wow, down near $7. Nice move back to 10 there for Marathon. So there are some good spots here. And but anyways, all right, it's 8:44. Yeah, not much to do other than looking short for me today. I just put the sticky note out. Go check it out. But yeah, a lot of those names are going to be short. And then just a quick check back on silver. You know, one of the longs that we want to grab as well. So I was like long back to VWAP. So we're getting close to that right now, 82.50. So getting ready for some 82.50 bids to pop through here on SLV. All right, good job on that one. Thanks, Michael. Thank you to Joseph. Check out our Trader TV Academy. That's up and live right now. Everything you need to know about learning, you know, missions, all the online videos that we have. It's an online portal. Go grab it. It's not, the QR code's coming up at tradertv.academy. Go to tradertv.live and grab that as well. These are all videos. Here's like, you know, about our software. You can quickly go in here and see there's 8 lessons, 12 topics. You can start the course right here. There's 45 of you enrolled in this course alone right now. Brendan, Sharif, Neil, Sean, we're all here. All videos, stop orders, basket orders, quote board, imbalance locator, charting basics. Like, they're all right here. All the stuff that we use, and at the end, you know, as per usual, there's a little quiz there, so get ready for that. But yeah, all these things that we talk about and use live on our show are all right here as well. So it's a must-have for traders looking to educate themselves, and it's the Trader TV Academy. Make sure you do go sign up for that ASAP. All right, back over there. It's 8:46. Still got a while to go before this market even opens.
We did get a super chat here.
Oh, good.
And, you know, we don't want to believe that to be true, but the Guilty Gunner 007, great gang, Golden Iran building long-range nuclear weapons wartime. This is one of the reasons, regardless of what you believe will come of what's going on in the Middle East right now, how deep a conflict might be, let's be real. That's why energy has been relatively weak. You're going to see 3.5% to the upside. That's why I have Oxy on my mind today after its earnings breakout. You've just had a good trend, and that's the way to express the. Well, that's one of the ways to express the trade. Heck, I completely forgot when all this was popping off. There was that like Indo's this small cap with a high short float energy company like Indo, in some Indonesian energy company, and that thing only ever moves and it does nothing. And then when we get any turmoil, it starts picking up as a small capper, it's starting to squeeze. So energy names are going to be in play today. But that's the way I'll look at it. Oxy only because it was after the earnings, and it did a nice long bull flag here after their report, holding that $50 level. So yeah, we do have that on our mind as we'll go through these and other names. We head back on up to the desk. Oh, by the way, there was the DJT. There was news on that DJT pop. It was Trump Media Technology Group and TAE Technologies and Texas Venture Acquisition 3, I guess there must have been 2 others, have announced discussions regarding a spin-off of Truth Social. So remember, DJT did this whole, hey, we're now an energy name too, but they could look to spin off Truth Social as a standalone. That is the headline. That's why DJT is on the move. Let's head back to the desk.
Sam Altman making some comments right now. There's a $110 billion funding round OpenAI just closed. Part of which, and I think this goes to what you were saying, part of which includes $80 billion from Amazon. So I mentioned there was a statement from Microsoft on the tie-up between Microsoft and OpenAI. They were just trying to reassure everyone their relationship's still fine, nothing has changed. They still have exclusive access to the API, et cetera, et cetera. But this Amazon side of things comes into play now, and it was Amazon and SoftBank combined for that $80 billion, but $110 billion now. Deal is done.
Yep.
Altman just saying as well, they're open to going public at the right time, which I think is the first time he's actually said that.
He's acknowledged it publicly now. Yeah, this is interesting, Breno. So NVIDIA throwing another 30 or 50 billion. Hold on. 30 billion from SoftBank, 30 billion Nvidia, 50 billion Amazon. And what I wanted, I think the Amazon, as you mentioned, probably the more important angle here because they have cloud. And we know that OpenAI was using exclusively Azure as part of the tie-up between Microsoft and OpenAI initially, and that hasn't been the case for a little bit of time now, right? Because they've been diversifying using AWS. And you've got to assume here, even though the article doesn't say it, that Amazon's going to expect AWS use if they're going to invest $50 billion. It becomes that circularity, again, that we've been talking about, more players involved in that circle now.
But is this a demand thing more than a capacity thing? I mean, maybe they just can't get what they need from Microsoft alone and need, to free up more space.
Well, exactly that. And I hate to digress into another earnings report, but you and I are just talking off camera about CoreWeave.
Go for it.
Guys, CoreWeave is still using the A100. It's by no means a first-class chip nor a recent generation chip, but their A100 pricing for CoreWeave went up, and their utilization time is almost maxed out for the A100. So if that's not, indicative of heavy demand, I don't really know what is. And it kind of puts the kibosh on Michael Burry's thesis that these chips only have a 2 or 3 year usability window. Clearly not, because the A100 is older than that, or is if as old, and it's still increasing in price, usage, and a lot of utilization percentage.
Unlimited demand, clearly. 900 million weekly active users on ChatGPT now. That's up from 800 million last time it was reported back in October. 900 million users a week.
Oh, I'm one of them, so I just gotta pretend. I'm not gonna pretend. Yeah. I still use ChatGPT for certain things. You and I talking off camera about this. Chat's still good for some things. Let's just be honest about it. It's not great for everything, but it's just like, you start getting more nuanced with it. You know what's good at what. And you tend to use them that way. You and I were talking as well. Grok and Gemini seem to be really good for current events because they leverage X and they leverage Google's indexing. So if you want something current, they seem to be the go-to. But if you want some more deep research, obviously Claude is there. If you're looking for coding, you need Claude as well. Summaries, I use Chat. I find Chat to be a little bit better for summaries than some others. But again, super, super specific.
So Altman also just making a statement here clearly, as long as revenue keeps growing, then these deals are not circular.
Okay.
So we'll have to see how the growth on that goes. But anyways, if you missed it again, 110 billion funding round just closing here for OpenAI, which includes a ton more from Amazon. And this all started, remember, there was a statement released from Microsoft just reassuring everyone on the investment side, saying their deal with OpenAI is still the same. They still have exclusive access to the API. Their Azure usage remains the same. Nothing has changed. But Amazon now a big, big player in this conversation along with SoftBank. So, and that also kind of brings in the conversation of Amazon and Anthropic, I think, which is going to be, something could happen with that today with the DoD.
Well, that's the thing. So the deadline came and went yesterday. And what's his name? Amode Dario is his name? Dario? Yeah. Dario Amode. Yeah, sorry, guys. I always forget his name. He came out and he put his foot down. I don't know if you guys have heard the headline, but the Department of Defense wanted Anthropic for a couple of different reasons. They wanted to be able, if you believe Anthropic, they wanted to use it for surveillance as well as autonomous military decision-making, both of which Anthropic said no to. And so the deal, or the deadline, as I said yesterday, came and went. And now there are possible repercussions for that. They could declare them critical to the supply chain, and another designation as well, which kind of would force Anthropic to go along with the Department of Defense. But, it seems like, why are they putting their foot down with Claude here? Yeah. Is there something more to this? Like, are there not other AIs that they could utilize? That's one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is when you hear about the Maduro, let's call it event or operation, they were using Claude in real time. So clearly they like it more than others. Yeah.
The head of our tech in this building has basically said that Opus 4.6, the release of Opus 4.6, is the equivalent in significance to when ChatGPT launched.
That's crazy.
It's that much better and that much further ahead than anything else at this point. So I didn't see this initially, but Amazon also commenting on this investment, saying they're able to tailor OpenAI models for use across all AI products. Again, that's from Amazon. So Lots of AI-related stuff there, guys, but Amazon kind of back and forth here on this. Initially downside, it's come right back up a little bit, but moving on this note anyways.
Yeah, moving with the markets. Unfortunately for Amazon, well, fortunately, at least for us, it's not that hard to find where the key price is going to be on Amazon. But unfortunately, it's the fact that the prior support is very clearly now resistance at 210, 211. So, you know, this is something where even if we get a pop today, like if the market decides to pop, if we decide to run Amazon at above 210 into that 211 just looks like a fade, and it'll look like a fade next week just based on that pattern. You know, it's unfortunate, but as Michael was sort of saying, the concerns here really they're not going anywhere, and I feel like you almost need to get cheaper to get to the point where these mags and the hyperscalers, people are going to feel better about them. Like, they want to be able to say, hey, that's now so cheap, it's a value. I'm now looking at, I can't turn my head away from a sub 20p or something like that. I think that's kind of where I feel that we're at with some of these names, and we're just not at that point yet. So you've broken a lot of trends, a lot of uptrends recently. You're underneath a lot of 200-period moving averages, and so for Amazon, you know, I would love to be bullish on it. I own Amazon, but I can't be, at least until you're not. If you break back above 210 at some point, which I don't see happening today, then I feel a little bit better about it. I'm just talking about them specifically because that was the topic. Yeah, I just can't feel great about it. Something we were just talking about too is, you know, Sam Altman, he's a visionary, but I don't know that he always speaks in a language or a manner that makes us feel better about things. It's like it's like the way he'll phrase it actually makes it seem more circular than not. It's, you know, and as long as revenues go up, then it's not circular finance. Well, like, okay, like that's not like that's the fear. That's exactly the fear, is what happens when these things slow down and everything is still expensive and you're increasing and everybody's increasing debt loads. That's exactly the fear. You're not making anyone feel better by saying that. So I think it's more of the same until proven otherwise. But at that 210, I don't know if we get there today. I feel like that's kind of a long shot that you get that short.
Look, at least back in November and December, we were sitting here and I was saying there's no way 2026 was going to be anything like 2025 for a lot of these companies. Now, I wish I would have, you know, pulled the chute when I was talking like that, because, you know, here's Microsoft just falling off a cliff, and we just talked about OpenAI and all these guys going. It's been just a horrible year for most of these big names. And it's just like, where will they find a bottom? I don't know, but I think we're getting pretty close. I mean, it's been really washed out to the downside. And as we learn more and more about the business models and how AI is going to affect some of these companies, a name like Microsoft probably needs to start going back up to the upside to get a little more confident. And again, one of the big holders in the IGV ETF, big weighting in the IGV is Microsoft. And it's down another 3% today. So we get like 1 or 2 days bump there in software, and now just coming right back down in and trying to cover up yesterday for sure right now. And then we'll wait to see if we can break even lower on this. But what a horrible start to the year for many of these mega cap names. And it just starts getting worse and worse for NVIDIA. We just touched 181.50. So, you know, forward PE of 18 or something for NVIDIA seems like dirt cheap. Like, why is NVIDIA under the market multiple right now? You know, so there's going to be buying opportunities, and I think it's getting like pretty darn close. Whether or not you think AI is going to ruin so many of these companies, NVIDIA is the one that's helping that become true. So I think this is getting wrongfully hit off earnings this much anyways. So wrongfully or not, man, the market does not lie, and we just have to play the trades that we wind up seeing. And AMD would be another one of those situations where we're not too far away from its all-time highs of like 250, 260, but you are still making that pull down again. And you know, like I was saying, back in November, December, you know, if you're able to predict anything, there goes AMD right now and trying to figure this out near that 195, 196 area for the 200 period moving average. So yeah, AI will bring down a lot of names, but you know, there's ways to invest outside of AI, and that's why we keep talking about, you know, the Johnson & Johnsons, the Proctors, these energy plays as well out there right now with oil. Like, oil's ripping even higher right now. CLJ. I have to see if this is the most volume there, but there it is, another 4% going higher right now is oil, and you could see the sort of trend that's been on, right? And it's been an easy one too. Like there's the break there of 61 bucks. Oil was trading at $120, you know, pre-Ukraine Russia. So, you know, I think that was a 3 or 4 year mark for that. So oil does have a lot of room to the upside. So if you wanted to get excited about something, I would say energy is the right space. XLE right now up 1.4%. This is going to be the trade today, it looks like. Energies, metals, and you know, heavy assets. That halo trade could be going today as well. Gold also upside, copper, everything. Marvell just got a little bit of a bump. I saw over 80 bucks again.
Yeah.
Now just doing nothing. I don't know what it was there. I heard something about it. And then yesterday we had donut going. We could look at, oh, I wonder what that ATLB is doing. A donut, $4. Okay, down here. ATLB was a name that yesterday, sorry, ALTB. Yeah, ALTB. ABLT? It was Avalon, right?
ALB.
So that's what I typed in the first time. Okay, I mean, I thought that's what I said. Underneath $1 right there. And then the other one was Rackspace yesterday was going, and that hit 250. And then we were talking about that level there. It looks like we got going through that level of 250 in the post market, now back down a little bit. This could be an interesting name to look at today. Really got going yesterday off of some of these levels right now. $2. So we'll see about Rackspace today as well. Bitcoin 66.2. That seems to be making a little bit of a move here as well. All right, man, it's 9 o'clock. Yeah, it's watch list time, 9 o'clock. Let's go back over to the desk. You can get the watch list from us, link in description, free delivered to your inbox daily. Back to the desk, talk to the boys.
Right in the middle of the range we go, Katina, man. We closed out yesterday at 689 and a third on the SPY. Yeah, that's what I mean. We're kind of caught still in the middle of that range that we've been in since mid to early December. We're selling off a little bit now, so we've clearly lost yesterday's close. We're down 0.75%. So the first area we're going to look to hold. If we continue to sell off, we're looking to the 23rd lows, Brendo, 681 as support. If we start catching a bid, we're looking to yesterday's closing print, 689 and a third as resistance.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you jump down to the description below. Top link there will get you to the watch list sign-up page. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. It's absolutely free every single day. It comes right to your inbox with everything that is moving around on it in the pre-market, including CoreWeave. Top of the list here this morning. CoreWeave downside in a pretty big way. We're just bouncing off 85 bucks right now, but this thing's, what is this, better part of 20 bucks almost. Not great luck. This is the overall analyst view on this stock right now. 5 indifferent, 3 somewhat bullish, 6 bullish. So it's still skewed to the positive side of things, even though, as you're going to mention here, some of the details in this report not great.
The demand's through the roof.
Yeah.
I just want to make that very clear. It's just the CapEx, and they missed. So let's get right down to it. Revenue, $1.57 billion. That's a slight beat above the $1.55 expected by analysts, with revenue growing a very healthy 110% year over year. The loss per share, though, and that was the miss, 89 pennies. That's way wider than the 49 pennies the street was looking for. Adjusted EBITDA also a little bit shy of $900 million. That was also below analyst expectations. Now let's talk about the guide. Q1 revenue projected to be $1.9 to $2 billion, again below the 2.29 expected. However, when you look at full year 2026 revenue guidance, they're guiding above 12 to 13 billion. The consensus there was 12.09. And here's the deal. They ended the year with 850 megawatts of active power. That's above analyst expectations. But this is probably what sent the stock down. They're forecasting, Brendo, 30 to 35 billion dollars in 2026 capex. They spent 10 and a third last year, just to give some context about how much they spent. But the backlog here is why they're spending, boys and girls. $66.8 billion is what their backlog is. That's up from $55.6 billion last year. And they're saying, look, we're diversifying a little bit. It's not just the hyperscalers who are getting compute from us. It's sovereigns as well as other enterprises. So nice diversification.
As you said, unlimited demand still. Back to, this is a weekly chart, back to essentially the middle of the range here for the past couple of months anyways. But key support, guys, coming into play here.
Well, yeah. Well, some key support actually just got lost too, so there's that to consider. But you triple the capex there. You can say all you want about the backlog, but everyone else that's getting punished for that spend has other businesses to fall back on and other ways to generate cash and is already making money. These guys are losing money. So I think it gets a little bit more difficult to justify them when we're punishing names or when names are getting punished. I shouldn't say we. Like, I'm not the one sitting here shorting all these names this quarter that have beaten on earnings. But support is gone. Recent support was at that 88 level. Now there was one tick underneath on massive volume back last week where you held about 84.5, 85 bucks. So we're in the kind of, not no man's land, but you're in this little void from 85 to 88, where if it can come out on top at 88, then Neil's not going to say I'm shorting this name. But if you don't come out on top, I think it's an easy breakdown kind of play on CoreWeave. That said, there's a few other names I might like a little bit better today, because I like a continuation on QBTS and some of the quant names. If we're going to have a red day, I like the things that already showed me that they had sellers. But yeah, I think this void between 85 and 88, that'll be a key one, because if it breaks out to the upside, then it's pretty easy to get away from it. You reestablish some support, and then you're back into the chop zone. It also works out to be the 50-period moving average, simple moving average on the daily as well here for CoreWeave. But come on, they're not making money yet.
No, these guys suck. But at the end of the day, it's a 12% short float, and I think it's going to pop from here, man. I think there's a good opportunity that it looks to me like Trade Desk did yesterday. Although Trade Desk, of course, had fallen from much more graces than where we have from here, although the high of 190 seems pretty interesting. I don't know if I believe that $66 billion backlog that they have. They only had sales of 1.52 billion. So if they have 68 billion or 67 billion in backlog, I'd like to see that. I don't know why that's getting, hit so much. If they have that much backlog, why can't they they can't make money with their current sales. It'd be interesting to see if they can somehow turn this around. But yeah, I'm not feeling good about any stock today. So I would just talk about CoreWeave as potentially looking for that SSR bounce, right? And what it was yesterday was the pre-market highs was something that you had to take if you were looking for Trade Desk, right? It was a very, very simple trade. You go long on the break, and if it doesn't hold, you just punch right back out, and that's it, man. Bob's your uncle. So I would say VWAP right there is at 86. I'd like to see a break probably, that's 730, a break of, it's not really going to matter. If it's going to go, it's going to go. And 50 cents here or there is not going to matter. But 86.50 or so on a break long, and that's probably going to happen immediately. So if you're feeling, lucky today and you want to hit something, I think CoreWeave could be the one. It's going to do a lot of volume today, and 86.50 or so for an upside play. Other than that, it's just everything bleeds down. And if you're looking for short, I'm only saying that because I think it's similar to yesterday's play. Duolingo's down a little bit too much. Today down 25 or 26% to possibly get a rebound. This is only down 12% right now. So I would say that you're either gonna hope that you get that break long, or honestly just a break down and then use VWAP or the 50 period or the 25 as you're out, probably the 50, $85 breakdown. So yeah, you're right there. CoreWeave's not going to be in this $1 range.
No chance.
So it's hard to give a judgment right now because the pre-market's not really giving us a direction on CoreWeave. I can't see how these guys are just burning through cash. I can't see how this is going to be a good name to hold in the portfolio until we settle out. Until NVIDIA starts really going up, someone's got to keep paying these guys. I don't know who that's going to be. So the $66.8 billion backlog is very, very interesting to me. But anyways, CoreWeave, I like the long just on a short sale restriction rule. So yeah, watch out for 86.50 breaking long.
Right. Netflix back to the upside right now, just broke 92. Once again, trying to head higher. This isn't going to move anything, but Altman's still making some comments here on that Anthropic side of the story. Essentially saying that the DoD shouldn't be threatening these companies.
Shouldn't be.
No. But obviously he's going to say that, and maybe he wants that deal instead.
Exactly. I think he'd take that.
The same.
All day.
Yeah, so Netflix, if you missed it, walked away from the deal. It's done. Finally, we can stop talking about this.
Yes, I know.
Hopefully.
Well, now we just got to actually get Paramount
Yeah.
to finish the deal, right? So there's still that, Brendo. So WBD's board deemed that Paramount Skydance's revised all-cash offer of $31 a share was superior to Netflix's $27.75, so it didn't even need to go to the shareholders. This was determined by the board itself, which was against the Paramount deal, if you guys will recall. Paramount's bid covers the entire WBD business. That includes the pay TV networks like CNN, TBS, TNT, so all the legacy stuff. Netflix had 4 business days to match the offer, but they declined to do so, choosing to walk away. And if you guys don't know, Paramount did raise their bid to $31 a share from $30, and the deal includes a $7 billion breakup fee if the regulatory approval fails. We're talking about Paramount's and Warner's now regulatory approval. $7 billion Warner would be entitled to if the regulator says, Paramount also agreed to cover the $2.8 billion breakup fee that WBD would owe to Netflix. And co-CEOs TSLA Sarandos and Greg Peters said the deal was attractive, Brendo, at the right price, but with the higher bid by Paramount, they said it was no longer financially attractive. They said WBD was nice to have, but not a must-have.
We're basically back to, like, if you zoom out on this, we're basically back to before the breakout, essentially, the middle of the range here before the breakout. So is that it? Maybe we get things going in the right direction finally, but is that it? We'll have to see. We get all of that back all in one shot versus, some sort of sustainability, but it's done, I think.
Well, we'd like to think so, but before we get into that, we do have a super chat from David Clark here, so we'll just get this loaded. PPI, WTI, Brent Metals, Iran, will this get passed on to the consumer? Will we see damage to the NASDAQ and the AI trade? Well, I feel like we're seeing the latter part of that. Like right now, we're already seeing damage to NASDAQ and the AI trade, but the first part, yeah, higher costs. If they persist, get passed on to the consumer. How long they will persist is really that's the question. It's I don't know how things are going to play out in Iran. I don't know that anybody knows. Somebody knows, but we don't know. But it hangs on long enough. Yeah, that eventually gets passed on to the consumer. But for Netflix, I do think, look, this is a weekly chart. It's about an obvious trend break on Netflix. We had a consolidative hold week to finally get something green after a few months of downside. And we're going to close this week up at 90. Well, right now we're at 92, so like well above that 90 level. So this is a trend breakout, a reversal, I should say, not really a breakout, a reversal. I only want to be looking long, but when I was finding levels, and I went up to like the 30-minute, I came up with the 87. So there's like 87 and 90 were the only ones I loosely liked, and I liked 87 better than I liked 90. So I don't know if there's going to be an obvious dip buy for me, unless this just starts trending like it was yesterday, where you get it to hold VWAP and it just starts making higher lows, and then you can try to do the join trade. I feel like that would be a better approach, unless it just pops right in and bounces off 90 off the open, or it gets down to 87. This might be a little bit of a pass for me on Netflix. But I do believe in a swing sense. I did buy in front of the 80 level. So like I bought on the way down and not on the way back up. I wish I had a chance to pick some up yesterday, again, at the same price, but hindsight will be 20/20. But I think this can get you, I think this reversal, at least, can get you back into the 100 to 110 level, that 50 period on the daily.
Yeah, look, it was tough. I saw some people in the chat saying like, wow, what a tough hold. And yeah, we had, the lowest I was able to buy it was like 86 and change on Netflix. And I just, obviously, like we were saying there, down to 75 would have been real nice. But it's the same story that we kept on saying over and over again. And that is that if Netflix can figure itself out and potentially bail on this deal, things were actually going fine. They split the stock. It was really cruising. Didn't really like the split. Then the Warner Brothers deal started to happen. And right now you're back over this 192, breaking through the 50-period moving average. I do think this name goes back to this 108, somewhere in here, 104 to 108 right now, as they've sort of unlocked some of that cash back now. They can start to focus. They talk about putting $20 billion to work on new content and things like that. So just get back to what they were thinking about doing in the first place. I mean, there was many many analysts out there that didn't really like the Warner Brothers deal to begin with. So now they can relieve that pressure and just get going back upside and focus on building the business. So yeah, I like Netflix. I think AI really helps these guys analyze the data better, pump out the right programming to the right people. I like Netflix as a long. So down here into 89, I think works. That's a 200 period moving average. But my eyes are not going to be on this today. I just, interesting to see what winds up happening with it. That's for sure. View up's at 91. But for me, it's going to be a little bit of a pass on that. I'm just really glad that, hey, awesome area to buy. We did it. Now we're long Netflix at a great price in a stock that I think has a lot of upside catalysts. So yay, Netflix. Thankfully, it made this move back higher. It's only 10%. I mean, this thing could fall back in right into the price that I bought it at. And if it does that, I think I'll buy more. Like, I like that base down there now near $80. And, we'll see if Netflix can hold it. Good stock so far. WBD, that deal's going to be done at $31. We'll see how that works out now. There's still lots of, hurdles to get through. And we'll just, I think it was supposed to be done maybe third quarter, something like that. So still a lot of upside to go here for Warner Brothers if you're taking that cash. So maybe figure that out. And we talked about how this market is just so uncertain now. Well, there's like a 6 or 7% premium here that you can grab on Warner Brothers. If it's 31, you can almost get 10%.
It's trading like it's not going to close till mid next year.
Yeah, but I even think that's probably a decent return if you can even get like 7 or 8% on this for 1 year holding Warner Brothers. So congratulations to anybody that's been long Warner Brothers all year. It's been a huge winner in the last 52 weeks. And yeah, this was a $7 name going out at 31.
August almost over now.
Yeah. All right. I love the wide angles there. I was going to say, where's Andre? But it's Fabian. If you zoom out on Block, it's still a disaster. XYZ, we're right. It's hard to see, but we're right here. Essentially, this morning is a weekly chart. This thing's done nothing since COVID. And that was COVID, if anyone was wondering. It's been in a range ever since, and we're just back to the middle of it.
Yeah, this is, they reported earnings, in case anybody cares, because the headline here is certainly not earnings. It is the 4,000 employees, sadly, who will lose their job as part of this kind of ripping off a Band-Aid workforce reduction. They had about 10,200. They will have just under 6,000 as a result of this restructuring. Nearly half of the company's workforce is gone. CEO Jack Dorsey framing the move as proactive and AI-driven. Management prefers this one-time decisive action rather than what he called multiple cuts, which will affect the morale of the current employees. People don't know if they're going to get laid off or not. The CFO said the restructuring kind of positions Block for the next phase of long-term growth. The company intends to operate smaller, highly skilled teams, and Dorsey expects widespread workforce restructuring across corporate America. So he's saying, we're just the first. But we also know, Brendo, Pinterest, CrowdStrike, Chegg, they've all made workforce reductions, and they all specifically cited AI. We didn't see that with Amazon, who tried to kind of bob and weave, maybe because they're so big and they were worried about the PR repercussions. But this is not a company who's losing money. No. This is a company who grew gross profit at 25% year over year, and a company who's bringing in $12.2 billion per year. So they're not in trouble. This is more margin expansion. It'll
be interesting to see now going forward, as we were saying earlier, whether this kind of clears the table and opens the door for others to start doing the same thing, which is unfortunate, but the world we live in right now. Down move right now, guys. How quickly does this get faded today?
It's already starting to get faded. But on top of the fact they make money, as Shreve said, the EPS guide beat by over 10% too. So like the guidance was good. As well. And so much got made of the cost cutting, I think, in the layoffs that you kind of missed a decent enough quarter. Unfortunately, this market doesn't seem to, the market's not cooperating even like a small bit here. Like, as this was holding, we just broke down once already. So if you were, like, in my opinion, if you were thinking that this was a gap or a gap fill short, then you probably were looking at 65 in the VWAP break. In terms of possible support, this is just the 50 period sits at 61.7. So that'd be one spot to look for a bit of a bounce. But because there's so much air out there, like, you're now under VWAP, unless even if you got to that price, I do like this one going forward. I just don't think it's a catch a falling knife in this kind of a gap situation. I'd rather it make a bottom early in the session and look for almost like a lunchtime bounce on block. I'd rather play it that way, like let it do its thing and play the positivity on the back end, not necessarily right away. Maybe after 10 o'clock, we'll see how the 15-minute looks, but not at 9:30 after it's now lost the volume weighted average price. This will be a pass for me.
So I've block written down at $60. So let's see, man. 40% slash in the workforce. I like the stock down there. If we can pull back a little bit. Brendan said, well, when does it start to tank? Probably immediately. And if it does, let's wait for $60 here on block. So that's going to be just a level that you know, like the even dollar level. If you're going to zoom out, there's not going to be anything here because we've sort of already made that move. But there's the 50-period moving average. We'll see if it can wind up holding. If we do drop down $3, like Sharif had mentioned back there, you know, profitable company, working in the right way, going to now use AI, obviously, to their advantage. And yeah, it does suck for those employees. That is for damn sure. I mean, it's going to be really hard, I feel like, to go out there and, you know, try to find and replace a job, even though they gave you 20 weeks. $5,000 and all that stuff that I was talking about. Very hard to go out there and get a job of equal value, I would assume. So I do feel that that's horrible, and I hate to, you know, see a stock move based on that reaction. But you know, that is what the market is, and it's a stock market and it's an economy, so we got to deal with it. But there's $60. You know, it wanted to hold 60 until it didn't. You know, that move down is 57, 58, and that was actually held right there as well. So I'm still a small shareholder in Block. You know, obviously we like this move, but you know, 58, $60, like in this area, I think is a buy. But we got to be patient and sit on our hands a little bit here. Catch the falling knife, yes, and then punch out if you're wrong. I think that's a good opportunity to look at $60, and if it comes through, then fine. But may not do that. So be very, very patient with it. You're underneath VWAP, underneath the 200-period moving average. It's actually setting up for a great short. Like if you're already short up here, all you had to do was watch this. Like if this happens in the middle of the day, this is a huge short for me and a great setup. So I would say it's looking short. We could get that 60 fill. If you don't like the 60 fill, try 59 to 58. Then breaking a 58, I think it's gone. I mean, that's it right there. So if we lose this level, then it's gone on the daily chart. So I would say between 58 to 60 is probably a buy here for XYZ.
We were just talking about Mac Minis and the simple fact that there's a funny picture that was floating around on Twitter with Jack Dorsey and a table full of Mac Minis. But you can't get them right now. No. They're just completely sold out. Bitcoin, let's go to crypto here. Downside this morning, downside over the past 24 hours or so. That's a 15-minute chart, so gives you a little bit of context. We're back below 67,000, but also 66,000 coming into play here pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's gonna. I have a bias. It gets worse a little bit before it gets better, Brendo. But let's talk about what the actual data is rather than my bias. There was liquidations standing at 258.85 million. That is over the past 24 hours, despite the fact that there was good ETF inflows yesterday. We saw Bitcoin ETF saw about 254.5 million. That's just not IBIT. That's all the Bitcoin ETFs. On Thursday, Ethereum saw about 6.57 million in net inflows, but that's obviously not strong enough to hold up the price, Brendo. We're still ranging in that 60-ish zone.
Yeah, the feeling, however, pretty negative once again this morning for BTC.
So bad news first. The bad news is it's another leg down. It was 68,000 that was resistance recently. So some prior lows in here would be like 66.5, which we're trying to battle now. That's the bad news. I want to look short into that. The good news, at least it was a second ago, yeah, you were holding above VWAP a second ago. You're not anymore. So on IBIT, which is what I'll use as a trading vehicle, what we use around here, the ETF just makes it easier. It would be that prior low, 37.8. I like fades into 37.8. Even if it broke higher, I added on the note, then I would just wait until it gets up to 38.5 here for the next level up out in front of that 68K level. So with Bitcoin, not much has changed, in my opinion. Like it's just a risk asset at this point, and when we're in the risk-off mode, I tend to think this is a short. And the reality is, even the days that we've been bouncing and the Qs are strong, you haven't had that crazy upside. Outside of Wednesday was a really only big sustained day or rally that you've had. Now, there's names out there that are going to do their own thing. I know Coinbase has been one that It was able to have a good day 2 days ago on a big runner when Bitcoin was going, but even it's starting to give back some of those gains. Mara did report, but if you're wondering why Mara is up, it's not because of Bitcoin. Mara is up because they're going the IREN route, right, which is moving into ways to power data centers and that infrastructure. So it's a shift in the business that has Mara higher. The crypto weakness is certainly here. I'm gonna throw this in because there's probably not another chance to talk about it in context. We've seen the metals be strong this morning. Silver, I threw on the note, and our notes are up on the Academy as well, by everybody. So you can start your journey by scanning that QR code right now. The Trader TV Academy is live. We all post there on a daily basis. We're all involved in the community. There's lessons, the simulator you can use, journaling. There's multiple modules and aspects of the program that are valuable to all stages of a trading journey, but especially to beginning traders. And on the note this morning that I posted up, you're not going to see the prior resistance turning into support unless an abject disaster happens on SLV. But what I can pivot to is this high from 2 days ago, which would be about the 82.5. So, that's the only place to go. I wanted to buy in front of tops, so prior high would now be this prior high from a couple of days ago. So yeah, crypto still looking incredibly weak, or relatively weak, I should say. Incredibly is not, it's not at that point yet.
We made some big trades on crypto this month, and I feel like we could make another one here today. Short 38 on IBIT. Long, and I said VWAP because, when we wrote this down for silver, it was at 81 bucks when I had made this note at 8 a.m. But the one name that's kind of holding up right now would be Bitcoin. So I'll put this, you can go find it on X or on Instagram, the sticky note. But here's IBIT right here. Yeah, man, it's kind of holding out okay. I don't know, crypto seems to be battling fine now today. So I still don't believe it. So we'll short in and around 38 bucks. That's kind of like yesterday's closing price. So, we can get interesting with it if we hold it up to 38.20 or so. But for me, 38 I think would be the top, and we can admit that we're wrong if it does break above 38 bucks. So for me, that would be a look there on IBIT. And then, like I said, when earlier on today, when we were sitting here and coming in, and I get in around 7:30 or so, silver was 81 bucks, and I was like, okay, well, if we drop down into 80, that at that point was where the 200 period moving average is. So we'll wait around 81.50 or so, see if we can get something there. VWAP's at 82.50, so we said that could come into play. I'd rather not take that immediately, but if we do bounce around VWAP, you got to play the long where the names are strong. And with only 4 minutes to go, silver is one of the up names right now in the market. So it's something to look at, and that's SLV. You can also look at ZSL. And here's the imbalances are now out. So Netflix is now a bid. That goes to 93 bucks, shooting higher right there. So boom, really happy with that one, man. At least I can look at the account and say, hey, Netflix is going. But everything else getting crushed. So, yeah, that's the big one on here. There's not much else going on these imbalances. So, all right, man, Celsius, I didn't even look at it, but I guess I will now. Let's go find out the story with Celsius.
The coveted double upgrade coming through for Cell H from Bank of America this morning. There's not much. Earnings a couple days ago were better than expected. Gave all of that back in a hurry yesterday if you didn't check. Right back to essentially where we started from on the earnings move. But yeah, nice little pump there this morning on this upgrade.
Yeah, and Monster reported as well, a competitor of theirs, so keep your eye out on that if you're looking for a sympathy play. Here are some of the headlines, as Brendo mentioned. A lot of analyst commentary subsequent to earnings. TD Cowen raising the price target to 66 from 55. We've also got here B. Riley, Brendo, from up to 85 from 75. You've also got Roth Capital, Sean McGowan chiming in, basically saying he cites the company's better than expected results, and he's also boosting the price target to 67 from 65, an entire $2 there. B of A as well, as you mentioned, with a buy rating of $65. And last but not least, I don't know how to say this one. I've been told that I've been saying it wrong. It's not stifle, it's Stiefel or something like that. Stiefel, okay. So maybe, there we go. I corrected myself. 60 up to 62, Brendo.
The headline sponsor of the U.S. ski team.
Got it.
Stiefel.
Okay.
Cell H, guys, thoughts?
I don't mind day two
Netflix
plays
is ripping.
after report day. Netflix is continuing to go.
Netflix, there's something going on with Netflix right now. This just went to 96.08. right there as your high of Netflix. We were just talking about it, how much we like that there as they back away from the Warner Brothers Discovery deal. Let Paramount eat that one. But there it goes, man, all the way to the upside, $96. There goes Netflix. Maybe it's a little bit on our mind. But yeah, Celsius reported earlier.
Well, they did, but they're not the day two play that I'm interested in. That'll be the quantum names and specifically QBTS. So I'd rather, look, it was a short most of the afternoon into the close yesterday on QBTS. After IonQ had a good report, they had a bad report, so short the one that's weak. Into prior highs, 19.6, and then the 2030 level. Those are the levels I'm looking. Pop and fade on QBTS, but that Netflix move, certainly, hey, the market's not looking very good, but it is Netflix. Block pulled back a little bit after their cuts had them spiking. This is going to be a big one. They get $2.8 billion. That is 1/4 of what their revenues were. Sorry, not revenues, what their net income was for 2025. So that's a significant breakup fee they're able to add. And if the market didn't like the deal before, then all the more reason why you're getting this bounce here, Netflix. I do believe we had Okay, I just heard a Daryl walk by saying, just say it's not Netflix specific. Just now, a few names actually bounced. Yeah, Duolingo caught a huge bid there. Daryl was just saying. So right there in the last couple of minutes, Duolingo catching a bit of a bid along with Netflix. I don't know why that would be related, but it happened at the same time. I didn't see any bounce. It was right about the time that you would have expected a buy and bounce could have done it, but either way, a couple of names moving. One was good and better and looking better. The other was terrible and also looking a little better for Duolingo. So lots of earnings names to get through, everybody. Got silver, got QBTS on the mind. Obviously, day two NVIDIA is going to determine how the market does as we ring the bell for the final time this month.
Yes.
Because it's the last day of the month as well.
Yes, it is. Okay, yeah, U.S. market's now open. We'll wait to see what NVIDIA is going to do. It's bouncing around 181 right now. Hopefully, more of an upside play happening for NVIDIA rather than downside, of course. Apple making a move down pretty aggressively right here as well. Wow, Apple. Huge move down to 271 right now. Nice move. Right in the lows of the pre-market and yesterday's lows, sorry, Apple right now, wow. Downside as the market's turning around a little bit here and Apple making some lows right there. I'm not sure what's going on there. Maybe we could pick up some Apple down here. That seems a little bit overdone to me. We'll try a little bit of Apple here. If it breaks through 270, then we are gone on this one. So we'll watch out for this. But yeah, Apple right now, not doing the greatest, but we'll take a bid and see if we can hold out. Here it comes right through 270. So, you know, okay, there it goes. We never like to take a trade first thing, but we'll lose a little bit there, small amounts. There goes Apple to the downside. I mean, just was thinking what was going on. The market actually trying to do something here. There's a turnaround right there on the TQs. I didn't want to go short until we got to 48. 49, but we almost did 48.80 there. Nice little turnaround right now. Wow, yeah, that was Apple was interesting. I don't know what's going on.
That was kind of out of nowhere.
Yeah, that was
there was nothing really happening. I checked some other Mag 7 names. Nothing was happening. Well, now it is. Okay, NVIDIA, load. NVIDIA just broke down to $180. Now 2.5% to the downside. QBTS, which I'm looking at, is already rolling lower. Bitcoin is not making much of a move. But you know what's going higher? As you were saying, load. I want to get back to this next. I want to show you guys NVIDIA. Why is that still NVIDIA? Palantir just bounced.
Yeah.
So there you go. Palantir, there's no story that I'm aware of, but a big breakout for them.
They had a UBS upgrade. It was actually on our watch list.
It was a watch list. Yeah, but an upgrade that's a late reaction to an upgrade because it was trending down with the rest of the market. So they just went $2, 2 set upside. Huge bounce in Duolingo as Duo is the SSR bounce du jour. Like that's about as big of a short sell restricted, dead cat bounces you're ever going to see on Duo. Oh, unfortunately, QBTS has just lost a bid. Might have to try to short the pop. It didn't really play back into prior highs. It instantly wicked the top, and now starting to come back in here. Oxy I still like for a long, but we'll have to wait to see if that can hold on to VWAP. I wanted it down around that 52.
All right, we got a new position here. We're going to go long on SMR. Yeah, just to see, man. I mean, I was only going to go long off the 21 period right here, 25 period. 1270. If we break below that, then we're out. We're long at 1282. We just took some out at 95s and 98s there. As we try to go back, 90s and 98s. So hopefully we get back up to the upside and we can make a little bit of money on this SMR trade here. Yeah, just looking to see what's hitting on the scanner, and that's sort of where we found. Okay, SMR, wow. Making me forget all about that Apple trade right now, as SMR puts us well in the green as it's starting to go higher right here. Good trade there on SMR. I took 6 times the shares that I did on SMR than I did on Apple. So just to let you guys know about that one. All right, yeah, I like the Palantir look here. You know what, let's look, wow, yeah, buddy. All right, let's go over to IBIT as well. Yes, SMR. Okay, man, we're having a nice little run there. We're going to go big time on SMR, so that's going to be a good trade. We had said that maybe CoreWeave would be something to look at here today. Yeah, about it going SSR up. I mean, you don't have to have that trade. It didn't break. And then it broke the low. So there goes SMR. There goes CoreWeave right now down huge now for CoreWeave. All right, well, we got up there into 1320, and we were waiting at 1325. We didn't get the 1325 fill there on SMR. So maybe this one finally heads back to the low side. Maybe the Nasdaq's at a short level as well. I mean, we're getting close.
SoFi just got moked.
SoFi, yeah, okay. The market's trying to bounce back or bounce off this level here a little bit too.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that are not going to the upside as the market is bouncing. SoFi just went 6.5% to the downside. Yeah. This is just pure possible continuation, unfortunately, for SoFi, because after earnings, it got all the way down to $17.50. That would be your bottom. Wow, QBTS is really falling. I might have to go over and see if there's something going on in like Rigetti, potentially. I did like the quantum name short. I'm not chasing the move. Thought there'd be a chance to pop. The market popped, so I thought we'd get a chance to short pops, but the names I was looking at didn't even bother popping. Might go, Rigetti's only breaking now, so I might try to take this one in lieu of grabbing our good friend. Well, QBTS, it's not my good friend. Bitcoin's still looking okay. Silver is pulling back, so SLV is now pulling back into prior highs. That's at 82.5 from a couple of days ago, and the volume weighted average price. If it can close holding, then I'll have my first position. Otherwise, got to go pay for some Rigetti locates, because I just found out that, unlike QBTS, not free.
Yeah, I'm going long. I'm going to wait for 82 break. If this breaks back down through 82, then we'll get out of SLV. But right now, man, yes, SMR, this is the one for me. We also have a new position right here. It's the futures. So we're into the NASDAQ on this short. So let's see if that one wants to print right now. Okay, man, we are doing real well, man, on SMR and on silver. Wow, this is going to be... Let's go. We're already doing it here. We're already doing it right now. Okay, real early this time, man. It's 9:35. We're going to go 3 for 3 right now. Well, we have Apple out. Good thing that was out, actually. We can actually have a look at Apple. Yeah, okay, so that's gone. So we'll go 3 for 4. Right now is SMR. We're cleaning that out on the high side here, man, when we see profits. Like I said, 6 times the shares on SMR that we did on Apple. We like that one. And then SLV, we're light on SLV right now. I mean, we are trying to wait for this 200 period moving average to come through, which is why we triggered 82. We did get a little piece out there at 83. And then here we go again, man. We're doing it right now in the futures as well, as that's a TQQ trade, and that's starting to go a little lower here into the 70s. Let's put a bid there and get a 73. So there it is, man. We're doing it again for you here. Neil's long silver. I'm long silver. I'm short the NASDAQ and long Sam Michael Roberts as SMR. Let's go, man. This could be a monster trade. We're almost at our 1 daily goal, considering we went 0 for 1. It's a pretty good day so far here. Let's go. Let's take another piece out on SMR and see where that goes right now. But I think the futures are an interesting one, man. If that breaks above this 49.20, then we're going to get out of this one as well. But yeah, so far so good. We just hold on to all these things.
Yeah, so far so good, although I did miss out on Rigetti. On QBTS. I did pay for locates on Rigetti to grab the breakdown, as this tries to follow through as well. So down 5% already, yikes. And QBTS was the preferred play. We got the silver long, but the other thing we wanted was supposed to be IBIT. And IBIT, hey, Bitcoin's relatively strong right now. It's not doing anything. We're inside range, hasn't broken up, hasn't broken down. If I like 37.8, then let it travel toward that price. You're just not getting a lot of movement over here. And IBIT and Oxy would have been the fourth name that I was watching off of the open. Occidental doesn't really break into prior high. It's actually taking out the top. So if it takes out the top, retracement to VWAP is something we like to say. WAP, whatever, doesn't matter. So VWAP will be about 52.7. Going to look for the long in Oxy. Remember, the oil names were strong all day yesterday. energy names, I should say.
Yeah, we love some energy names over here. Okay. Huh. Here we go is right, man. Here we go is right. There it goes, man. There goes SMR, like boom, straight to the high of the day here on earnings, right? And another name that got crushed, and we do have a good short float on this one. So there goes SMR. We just follow the plan, man. We're trying to show like what we're able to do around here, and you know, this is just another sort of thing that's in our toolbox. You can join the academy right now and see everything. We unveil, sort of turn back the curtain there and show you what, you know, how we learn and what we're looking at. But there's SMR right now, nice upside play as it continues to go. You know, just really obviously couldn't be happier with some of that. We did get a good, really great fill there on the Qs just to talk about what just happened there. Right back into the 50-period moving average. So I have only half of this left, but looking to get a little more at 49, and then we're going to try to respect this 49.20 area as an out. Could go wrong, right? This could all go wrong real quick for us. But SMR has been doing well. And yeah, that's funny because I was like, oh man, we're going to go 3 for 3. But I did forget about this Apple trade that lasted about 10 seconds. Small hitter for the Apple trade. But, you know, still a losing trade. So we got to respect that. And, you know, see where it goes from there. Apple, I still like it. Google's trying to go underneath as well and stay underneath its VWAP right now and trying to battle. It's only down 0.4, but it had a nice move higher right there, 303 and change. Yeah, hopefully the market can hold out. I mean, if NVIDIA starts bouncing, then this is not going to work. But, yeah,
maybe
so far
not.
so good.
Maybe not. It was just pressing. NVIDIA was just pressing through 181. Looking, oh, now it's starting to go again. So there's some sellers here at 181 that are trying to hold it down, but it's doing a pretty good job of bouncing. Now, the thing about that, though, is in my opinion, if the Qs bounce heavy, then silver could pull this gap, right? So if it loses VWAP, I mean, there's not much support until you get down to 81 to 81 and a half. So if we lose the volume weighted average price, as they jump out of the trade situation, if we're getting that market rebound, IBIT's still not doing anything. I would have thought with this market bounce here that Bitcoin would at least be pressing into the short zone, which is like 37.8. It's not moving. So I don't want to force the action on this at all. Rigetti, which we jumped into, I'm going to fight a sneeze here, is holding underneath the volume weighted average price. I want this breaking into yesterday's lows, or sorry, afternoon support, I should say. It's not lows of the day, it was like 17.2 was that bottom. So again, nothing happening on Bitcoin, which is surprising given the fact that the market was trying to claw higher there. Thought we'd be shorting the pop, but we can be patient about it. Sometimes the bigger moves in Bitcoin happen a little bit later in the session.
Yeah, man, tons of things happening with what we're doing, man. We got to reload on that one. Now it's a big-time chicken dinner winner on the TQs, man. We said we're going to get 49s. We're just getting them all out at VWAP here. If we can get something at 80s, we just got a good bid there into the 70s as well, 75, 78s downside there. Next bid, let's just wait to see if we get some 64s now on the TQQs, and then we'll go from there. I actually have a bid at 76 too. So that should fill now. And then we'll wait for the lower take right now, man. This is going to be, I'm not sure we've had too many negative days this month. Wow, here it goes, man. We are really on one now. I mean, yesterday's trading was fantastic. Today's trading is absolutely fantastic once again. And it's just, you know, so happy to be here with you guys every single day and just do what we do best. Trading, talking the markets, hanging out, and, you know, really able to put some money into our pockets, man, and feed that family. And it's like what Michael Noss said, man. He doesn't really care what stocks are doing. Let's just make enough money that we don't have to worry about it. And there it goes, man. TQ's nice downside play. Hey, we're day traders. I've got 3 positions on, and they're all in the money right now. So hopefully we're trying to prove our worth a little bit here as we hold out and see what we can do. Silver's the only one that is heading a little southbound, but again, I have 4 times the shares on the Qs. I have double the shares here on SMR. SLV was a very, very quick starter position for me. So nothing to worry about right now. We're waiting for 82 to come through on SLV as these futures just get lower and lower and lower. Now we're already at the day's goal, and it's 942 right now. I'm gonna put another bid here on the Qs. Maybe we get a little lower, maybe we don't. But yeah, so far, so did I just get that 63s? So, you know, I did not. So far, so good here as we go, and just looking to maybe pick up some more silver.
It's our good friend Can't Get Right. Mr. Neil, Mr. Sean, any news on AES? Have a great day. I'll defer to Adara on that one. Not that I'm aware of. I know she's already having a look, but I didn't see anything particularly on AES. AES, Alpha Echo, what's S? I don't know.
There is news. They rescheduled their Q4 and fiscal 2025 earnings call to March 3rd, 2026. Also, apparently, GIP and EQT are nearing a deal to acquire.
There was a buy rumor on them before.
Okay. Yeah, I guess back over here right now as we'll see a little bit of diamond hands. We have half left on the queues, and we'll see how far this name wants to.
Well, I was gonna point out AES is flat out not moving.
Oh, boy.
That's all I was gonna say. That stock's not going anywhere. I did get Oxy off of VWAP. It's playing back into the high of the day. So energy names going higher when the market goes lower. I think that makes a ton of sense. So that was one of the only names we liked to alongside. Rigetti's back at the low, looking to pull back in. As Sean said, it's been a good month. It's been a good year, no questions. It's the last day of the month. Let's see if we can top it off. So the only thing that is not really bouncing is silver. That's the only thing that's really not moving. But hopefully we can get Oxy to break out that high of the day. I do feel like if we trend down for the rest of the session, this has a chance to continue this breakout. The 52-week high is up here at 53.3. So we're looking for that 1% move initially, and then anything after that's gravy.
Man, like, all I posted in the Trader TV Academy was feeling short. All I posted on Twitter was feeling short. When we came in here today, I said we're feeling short. I sat down to Sharif and I said, feeling short is going to be a disaster kind of a day. I don't know if it's going to be or not, but we'll take advantage of this move right back into the pre-market lows again and just start to, exit out of the majority of these trades because, look, if the long hits, great, man. We still have got silver long and we're still in shares here. We didn't get low enough to actually get that bid that we wanted at 82.20, but so far so good here on SLV. Hopefully that can battle back. Hopefully SMR can go as well, man. We haven't really been back into that 50 area yet for SLV. Our best stop is 33 or 34 there, our best take. And then we just got a 22. Maybe this one's about to fall down as well. Let's offer some more 08s. Oopsies. There we go. We'll get that one, and then we'll go for to Adara for numbers. Let's go over back and see what she's up to.
Chicago PMI, guys. Coming out now at any moment here, 57.7. So that is 57.7 versus the forecast of 52, the prior of 54. Hotter than expected here. A little bit of a bounce to get us in that last 3-minute candle here for the QQQ. We'll take a look at what the SPY is doing. But either way here, guys, notably hotter than expected Chicago PMI print, following hotter than expected PPI prints across the board. We will have some more numbers. I believe construction spending. Yes, construction spending month over month. That'll be at 10 a.m. So you'll see me again in 15 minutes with numbers for happening now. Back to you.
Thank you again, Adair. Now Bitcoin is starting to head to the downside. So it didn't get to our price. We knew what we wanted to have. We didn't necessarily get it. So it'll be a bit of a disappointment, I think, for Bitcoin. We have another super chat from Zion. Zion Lala. Shout out to you. Shout out to your man, Luis Barbado, as well. XWell at $2 from 86 cents. Great day to trade a swing. Well, congratulations there. I know Luis usually goes short small cappers, but that's not the only way to play them. You can play them in either direction. So we haven't looked at too many small cappers today. Really, there were so many earnings names moving, it felt like you didn't necessarily need to have any. But shout out to you and good look on that trade. Those dollar breaks are fantastic. We missed one in the afternoon when ATLAB, ATLB, bounced off a clean $1 yesterday. Sometimes that dollar level can be good. Silver starting to break back through the volume weighted average price, starting to look good. But the secondary play for me will be up on silver, but we went to Rigetti when we didn't get QBTS. So it was a pivot to Rigetti. That just broke the volume weighted average price. QBTS. That one, which we like better, I'm going to cancel that order because we're trying to short it at 19.2. If it comes back into about 19.4, 19.6, that'll be the area that we look for. So silver, just as it was starting to break up, now we're coming back in. It went 82.5 to 83, just underneath the 83, but this could still take the low. And if it loses that low, I'm out. As a matter of fact, the next bounce, I might even take some more off of this one. It does not look like it wants to hold here on SLV. And with the market battling back upside, I think silver can fill the gap. And the initial idea was at 80 level. And if we see 80, then that's where we got to wait for it.
I'm reloaded!
Okay, man. There it goes again, man. Another reload there at 48.98. And then a nice dip down into the 70s again. Let's take a little bit of advantage on that one right there as we continue to go downside, I think. Remember where our stop is going to be. I'm actually going to change it now, 49.11s or so here on this. We were initially looking at for that 49. Yeah, let's just change it. Because, what's the point of just letting it run right against us if this is what winds up happening? 49.12 out on that one. No more reloads. We just cashed out a little bit there at that downside. We just cashed out Patel on that downside. All right, 83, 84. We'll see what winds up happening right now on that play. SMR doing its own thing right now. Let's look for something else. All right, what's going on with PayPal right here today? We actually I want to look at Netflix as well.
Netflix gave it
44, 45 bucks. All right, NFLX here. Yeah, 92 bucks. Okay, not bad. There's that move up to 95, 96 on some imbalances. And then coming right back in right now. So Netflix probably a good little buy if we can break through this 92.50 area back there too. Said upside for Netflix. We'll see if that one wants to get going for sure. Right there, Google, Palantir, Intel, maybe. Okay, the futures just went upside there, so that's get stopped out. Oops, that's not.
Palantir is almost breaking the high.
There it is, right there. So we just get stopped out, and I'm pretty fine to do that right there. We may have to go long now, actually. What about a break of this? Oh no, that's that's too high. 50 bucks. 49. Yeah, we got to hold on a little bit for this one. The short might be right in this, but I did have to punch out there. As you can see, the market's really retracing back upside. So yeah, buddy, good trade there. All right, here goes silver. We'll take another advantage of this and take a little bit out here on SLV as we're still in this name, obviously, and we didn't average into it. We didn't do much with this, so we'll see if we can get an offer there near O's, and then if we can break back above, man, we'll take another offer northbound of 83. But we just bounced off of the 50-period moving average right there. So, yeah, as of right now, not a whole bunch going on with SLV for me, but good trade. We'll try to dip by again at that 82 level if that does come through. Just waiting for SMR to go really at this point. We've got silver. SMR is trying to bounce off VWAP. That is what it is. And then the TQ is just hovering around this level. Might be a decent spot to look to get a little short now, but we just lost on our last reload. So still going to be my P&L number one there. And there goes silver. This will be PL2, obviously. No, sorry. SMR is P&L number one. TQ's 2, silver 3, and then we lost on Apple, which is now up. But Apple 269.
Apple's green already?
No, not green already. No, up from where we got it.
Gotcha.
I think there's going to be some names that are probably starting to turn green.
Well, I would have been surprised if one of them had been Apple. But for me, the best one's going to be silver. It's the one that's going to be the cleanest. No questions asked. But I'm finally into QBTS instead of Rigetti, which was a secondary choice. But as the market goes higher, Oxy loses our support level off the breakout. We got some at the high of the day, reloaded at that 52.6, gave it to the gap side about 20 pennies. So thankfully, silver can pay for them all. But I'm finally into QBTS. Like, I liked this as a continuation short more than I liked Rigetti. But at the open, this flush went over and paid for locates in Rigetti. And in this pullback underneath VWAP, we're jumping in. I want to give this to about 19.10. QBTS has a bit of a gap fill here for D-Wave. I'm not saying it gets to $18, but that's where the next available support is. So a couple of red candles already forming on the 15-minute. As the market's going higher, this name is going lower. Oh, and while I'm looking at this, it is worth mentioning they missed yesterday. INQ actually had a good quarter yesterday. So if the quant names start going, INQ's probably a better long, in my opinion, than QBTS. They kind of missed on their EPS, and I believe on sales as well, whereas INQ was a double beat. Yeah, it was a double beat on INQ. So if you're looking for strength in this space, I think you got it in IonQ. We were talking about Palantir earlier because you guys were throwing it in the chat. I want to remind everybody in the chat, including you, Sit and Spin, if you're typing symbols in, if you're trying to get attention to a particular name or asking questions about it, don't forget that $ in there, like $, and I'll use a name that we haven't looked at so far today, AMD. It's not going to make the list. NVIDIA's one. Netflix, obviously. Dell in there with a big 17% now on Dell. Nice. Battle, BATL, that'll be one for Sharif, 34% the upside. SoFi, oh goodness, SoFi's down 7%, that sucks. Duolingo in there, but if you want us to look at a name, just throw it in there with that $ and it'll come to the top of the list. It's a very democratic way of looking at things that are of interest to the market. So I'm still in SLV, it's about 50 pennies in the money, and next offer is at 83.25, and QBTS, we just jumped into the short trade. Continuation from yesterday for Quantum. Yeah, when you're not making any money, it can be rough in the market.
And that's why we sit here and we trade, man. We're making money today, and it's going to be another great day here. Let's go silver, man. I mean, just a good one there. We have. For us, we don't have that many shares, but it's a decent hold here. Let's see if this goes upside right now, right? I'm gonna reload it a little bit here on the Qs. It danced around a little bit much there. We did take another short here on the TQQs, so I'm gonna have to see where this one goes from here. Down into the 90s, we could take a bid. Well, not really. We're short at 96. Let's put a bid at 92. I meant 82. We put it at 92. Now we have it at 82. Okay, so let's see if we can get that bid down here at 82. At 82. There it is. Yes, sir. Okay, despite getting stopped out on that first little piece there, or our last piece, we do get it right back in there and we put it back on, and there it goes to the downside. So far, so good here on that kind of a trade. Silver we don't have to do much with. It is starting to go back upside, so we'll take another piece here at 24s. So that was a good offer. I'm still waiting at 32s as well. As there goes silver, nicely done to the upside there. And SMR, boy, you got energy now on the show, and here it comes, man, 1305. Take another bid. We'll punch out some 1305s there, as there goes another move higher on SLV. I'm still going to use the TQQ stop out here. Our initial stop, it's funny because it was 49.20s. That seems to be where we're kind of bouncing off of right now. So we'll use that as our stop now and see if we can average back in just a little bit. I'll bid some more 80s there, get another piece out. Here we go, man. So far, so good. Silver, hopefully silver can moon on that inflation report. We'll see if that can get going. But for right now, it's TQs and it's downside, and we're loving it here. 49.20. Put that stop in. I feel like the market wants to bounce, though, so I am trying to cover here just a little bit more than I normally would on this kind of a move on a day like today. But hey, maybe we do chase the bottom again. So there we go. We're out of now half of this trade. Now basing it out for a 1-to-1 ratio. So let's hold on and see if we get at least 60s. And then maybe back into the 40s again. So I'm going to put a bid right here at 48.70. Maybe we get it, maybe we don't, but that's the plan of action for your boy over here. And like I said, man, it's been a super hot month, super hot everything, and not a super hot market, but the trading has been really good. Russ, I hope you're doing well. He was firing off that nail gun earlier today, and that was a loud one.
It was a high caliber. It was like the one from The Wire, man, that Snoop was using. You still have to watch that show. That was one of the best scenes. Literally, is a gangster going into a hardware store, buying a nail gun. It's just a few minutes long. It is super hot fire. There's a bit of a pullback happening in SLV. I want to look for VWAP. If it can hold on to the volume weighted average price for a higher low, I think that's a good spot to reload to play back into the highs. The market's still heading lower. Bitcoin hasn't been traded yet, but I don't know, it's trending down. So we're not going to get 37.8. We're obviously not going to get 38.5, but the volume weighted average price is setting up for a potential trade here in IBIT. Just to get into this one for the first time, we like it to the south side, still looking pretty good as well. There's a lot of earnings names to get to that I know we haven't looked at. I saw Dell on the visualizer, everybody, 17% up for Dell. Strong Q for them. It's a big breakout on the daily if it can hold above $140. It's only 956. Like, the opening range is getting set now. You want to make sure that you're sustaining some of these breakouts because the market still a little bit tepid. It's hard to be super confident about the market when this is happening on NVIDIA. NVIDIA, fresh low, just made underneath $180. So continuing to get sold off even after their big beat. Unfortunately, not very good for NVDA, which is not going to be good for most tech names. Most.
So he said SMR was PNL number one. Right now, it is right here. It is the NASDAQ as we go short on that one right there at VWAP. We reloaded it. This is the part of the game that's changed for myself, right? I mean, you can't just sit here and do the same things over and over again. You gotta do something different, right? The trading has definitely changed over, obviously the course of my lifetime, but even just in the last couple months. That is that don't be stubborn about a trade, right? Like, if it breaks out and you get stopped out, stop yourself out and rework the trade. And I mean, I think that's exactly what we did right here. And it's been real good, that kind of a strategy, regrouping. Palantir right here would have given you those trades, right? So this is what I'm talking about. You may have gotten stopped out at the top, but then it just gives you another opportunity to reload down here or vice versa. So, now that you've gotten these ranges, you can just play off these ranges. Now, will you lose when they break? Of course, but you're going to have to hope that your share size properly, your risks are proper, your ins and outs are proper, and, you're properly dressed like this tracksuit today as we go casual on a Friday.
Leisure suit
right into here. Leisure Suit Larry, what a great game
Maybe
that
one
was.
of the all-time most underrated games.
That was a good one there. Thank you, very, very kind of you to say that. What I mean is that, here we go, thank you for this comment. I just read the first couple seconds of it. You keep saying you've changed, but you keep balling. So thank you so much for that. Yeah, no, I mean, just changing in the methods, right? I mean, you can make money many different ways around here, right? But, I just try to do the best that I can. I say that all the time. And, we're I feel really fortunate to be able to come here every day and show you guys what we do and show it to you live. And all of our trades are vetted. You can literally see every single thing that I do right here. I do trade. I haven't made any money on the pink sheets in a hell of a long time. I had one good day, but pretty much everything I'm doing is being exposed right here, right now. So hopefully you guys are, excited about trading like I am, and we all are here. And that's why we actually dropped that Trader TV Live Academy. And we worked so long on this. I want everybody to get involved with the Trader TV Live Academy. There's actually, I showed this last time. Here, I'm going to refresh this and see if there's any more enrolled. There was 45 last time into this one. Still 45. Okay, so this is just in this particular course, right? This is our software course. You can actually go back and pick any of these lessons here and start to go, right? Real trades. Hey, I'm right here. You click on that one, and you're going to see what's going on the real trading section right now, and that is different course content here. This time, these are all videos. All four of us are going to be in these. Volume, look for volume. Look at your gross profit, net profit. Much different gross and net profit because as Joe, who's not here right now, was talking yesterday about he didn't realize the difference that fees can make as far as bidding and offering and all that kind of stuff. So anyways, get involved in the Academy today and let's make this thing sing. Adara, 5 seconds till numbers.
Construction spending month over month, forecast 0.2%, previous 0.5%, and it should be out now. As I get it, I will let you guys know. Construction spending month over month here. And just waiting for this to populate for me, 0.3%. So higher than the forecast of 0.2% and below the prior print of 0.5%. Here's the SPY. We'll take a look at the NASDAQ here. A little bit of a push higher, and certainly I think the NASDAQ recovering from these lows. We did get hotter than expected PPI prints across the board this morning, which did send a little bit of negative sentiment to this market. As you can see here, 8:30, we do get a bit of that drop. But there are so many names to talk about today. I know Sean and Neil already mentioning earnings, really the talk of the town. CoreWeave, Dell, Duolingo. But one of the bigger stories today actually was not an earnings play. It had involved NFLX here. So Netflix saying, hey, we're not going to be raising our offer for WBD. They don't think the deal is financially attractive anymore, so they're going to be investing in themselves and not matching Paramount's offer. So NFLX power play on watch. Another name on watch here, this is an earnings play, but as mentioned by Sharif and Brendan earlier, the biggest story here is not its earnings, it's the fact that it's going to be cutting its workforce by more than 40% this year. So from just over 1,000 employees to just under 4,000. That's what CEO Jack Dorsey has said. He also made some interesting comments about this on X, which I'm sure we'll get into later today in terms of the reasons for this workforce reduction. But interesting look here for XYZ. And again, just one of many earnings plays and watch today. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, make sure to join us at Trader TV Academy to learn a little bit more. And we're going to send you back over to Sean and Neil.
So I just heard SMCI is popping, but there was just a volume spike on. It was weird. They're playing music in my ear.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, you heard the same thing too?
Yeah, I think it's just like a news story thing or something. I don't know what the heck that was.
Okay, so we'll be 2 for 4, but I bet is what it is. It's breaking through the volume weighted average price, but there was a bit of a volume spike. It looked bigger on the tape than it does in the volume here, at least from what I could tell. But QBTS continued to go. SLV has been, it's been trending higher. It didn't pull back into VWAP, but there could be like a reverse head and shoulders thing happening here. So there would be like a shoulder, head, then you get another shoulder at that 83. I'm still waiting for us to attack this 83.5 to play into the higher day, or waiting for an opportunity to reload at that volume weighted average price. But it was SCMI, not SMCI. No, it is SMCI that was spiking.
Probably, yeah, because Dell was spiking.
Well, I was surprised in the first place that this was so weak when Dell was up double digits, and now it's starting to go. So now SMCI is up 2%.
There goes the
But
money.
really, this is just following
Right, let's go.
getting
Let's do
dragged upside by Dell, up that 17%. And there was a small cap that I know a lot of people were looking at this morning, that Battalion Oil, BATL. So this is back above VWAP attempting to break out. Hey, sometimes when energy is strong, you'll get these like super small cap or micro cap names. I know INDO was another one that was running here today and doing pretty good volume, over 30 million shares done on Battle. Sure, this is one Sharif will be looking at in the midday. So for now, silver still holding that QBTS because quantum apparently stinks to the downside even with the market coming up.
All right, guys, as we wrap up an incredible first week of Trader TV Academy, the feedback has been truly amazing. We're seeing so many of you diving into the modules, as I've showed you, hitting the ground running. We've also been dropping fresh updates daily on the news feed. So be sure to catch us all there. Join the community of learners already inside and start your journey today with all these wonderful videos and the platform for an initial US dollar $480. Remember, anybody in the United States is also available for this. We always get questions for that. Don't get left behind. Scan that QR code right there, tradertv.academy. Real easy, tradertv.academy. Build your trading foundation now. Oh, damn. They ran our 49.20 again there on the TQQs. So, you know, we didn't get out of that much. Well, actually, we did. It was that last little piece there that we tried again at 49, out at 49.20, only to see this come right back down in again. So just as I was saying, and I appreciate all the kind comments there in the chat about how, you know, you've changed, but you're still sort of, you know, putting on the good trades. Yeah, but that's part of it right there. Is like just getting stopped out and then not necessarily getting right back in, right? Not trying to be stubborn with this. We are breaking higher now. I'm not going to reload the short right here, right now. Says Stone Cold Joe. But here we go. Joe has his headphones in, so I don't have the Stone Cold thing there. But all right, there it goes, man. Silver, 83 and change will get a piece out. I was waiting for 83.50. That's kind of where we've been before. We're not out of that yet. SMR, whatever, man. Start to moon, and then I'll talk to you later. All right, Micron right now moving around. I actually think there's a change happening right here, and I'm almost thinking we need to get long something ASAP, and I'm going to choose you, Pikachu. What about NVIDIA rate? Okay, damn, I wanted the 181 break, you know, and that just doesn't look like that's going to be coming through. That's VWAP 181. If we get a pullback, which I'm not sure we're going to, man, it looks like right now the machines, ZB turned on right now on NVIDIA. Let's go small right now. Wait for a pullback in. The machines are on long right now on NVIDIA. So that just was like they turned them on again. So I could see maybe this starting to really go now with NVIDIA. I want to start small because I don't want to risk it all up here. It's been bad, man. That 180 was a good build for sure. You know, the bids built that base up right now, and we're just going to go long. I know I'm long late, but better late than never is the way I'm looking at this right here on NVIDIA. Still want to go long the TQQs. I kind of want to wait maybe for a 49.50 break, something like that we can confirm a break long on this name. I mean, it could fail out. There's no doubt about that, but we'll wait to see. That's like an area for me. And there it goes, man. We're doing it again. Let's fire off that hot dog cannon real quick. See if we can take something at O's. We'll take out 20% there at 99 if we can get it. If we can get it, what are we even talking about? Props it up right now as there goes NVIDIA to the long side, man. We turn the machines on and there it goes, man. So hopefully you guys are always, you know, available to trade some of these names. Remember, I'm light on this right now. So very light on this, hoping for a pullback. If we can get it, we do want to go longer on NVDA. That is for sure. Silver 40 cents. Did we get that top tick there on silver? No, we did not. Silver just went all the way up again to 40s. I'm at 45, so let's put an offer there at 40 flat now. Let's go to 39 for silver, see if we get that one. And then now just worry about our NVIDIA long, right? We're long right here. I could take another bid now. All right, let's take something at 60. All right, let's take one at 75. I was trying to get 73 right there. Boeing just canceled, NASA just canceled some sort of a plan to space launch right now. So we'll see What happens with Boeing there, Adara? Oh boy, man, did we just reload that one. Talking about a face slapper is right here, right now. There goes NVIDIA. More love, more life, back there to the upside. There it goes. We did it again on NVIDIA. This has been quite the run, guys. What's up, Adara?
We're going to be looking into this Boeing situation here. In the meantime, though, I'm just seeing apparently UBS strategists downgrading U.S. equities to benchmark. So the overall U.S. equity outlook here at UBS reportedly being downgraded to benchmark. If I get more details, I'll let you know. Looking into Boeing right now for this headline. Back to you.
Yeah, we're going to go with green month right here as we go. Green month, red month, flat, worst month. So green month, good month there, crushing it this month, and it's been a good one. So we're really happy with that, man. And there it is. Oh, thank you for the coffee. I was wondering where you was at. Right here. But you'll be happy because silver is absolutely Moon City right now. The face slapper is in the building right now. Mark, I hope you're doing well on this Friday. Do not fall off that ladder as we have. You know, because if
I want to knock that guy
we
over.
fire a bullet off here, I don't want him to get all rattled over there because, you know, I've never trust this Russell guy over there. But here we go. There goes
Russell was warning us.
NVIDIA, yeah. He was saying fire in the hole, but they did that second time. And he said fire in the hole, it misfired. And then 30 seconds later, when we're all calm, it blasts off. But thanks, Russell. I mean, it's a tough job. They're drilling. They're nailing into concrete and things like that, so it can get a little loud. But he's promised us holding off until 4 p.m., I believe now. Or maybe, Russ, if you can, the midday guys don't mind those noises. Right over there. No, I just say that because I know Sharif is like, he's always like, damn this noise all of the time. But Neil, while you were gone, man, I sat over, man. I waxed poetic, which is something you normally do. It's all about NVIDIA. And there it goes, man. The machines are turned on. It's NVIDIA's world, and we're all just living in it today. Nice move back there to the upside. We're at our day goal, man. We did get stopped out of the TQs, maybe potentially looking for a long. The long is now in, baby. It's a long party, and we couldn't be happier. Monday, good day. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Today is Friday, and end of February. So looking forward to a good trading month of March. And we do get our SLV trading going. Nice upside take there on silver. We put an offer at 40. We just stopped out there. Didn't stop out. The market stopped out at 60s. So let's put an offer there at that 60 level. Just get out another piece, man. That's all I'm doing is piecing it out because I choose peace, not war.
Well, hopefully we don't get that.
I just battle the markets
Let's be real. That would actually probably help prices of silver. Unfortunately, I hate to say it. I jumped out of QBTS. It just made a bottoming candle, which might have wicked me out. I came back to see us at 25K on the NASDAQ and QBTS. So I got that fill on silver. Now we're waiting for the high day break or maybe VWAP, but we're waiting for the next opportunity to short the pop in QBTS. It's still trend down, but it just hit the 18.5 zone here. I'm gonna go to a 15-minute so you can kind of see. It's hit that 18.5 zone and try to bounce. This is still looking weak. So Quantum, good. They're down 9% here. Obviously would have been a lot better to have gotten it in front of the prior day lows, but beggars cannot be choosers. Bitcoin's still not doing much of anything. But one of the bigger ones, Jack Be Nimble, one of the bigger ones to the upside that is a bit of a shock to me right now is Intel's on its way to 47. Not sure why. I don't remember there being a story for Intel here.
SMR?
But that's a big level, that 47 here on Intel. I don't want to say I'm automatically going short at that price, but it's been big resistance. So if we do some kind of a trend break, which is what I'm looking for now, move into the next mode, hold on to silver for high of the day, and wait for a trend break on Intel. Just look for that next trading opportunity. Adara?
Not seeing anything obvious on Intel here.
Okay. I didn't think there was any news. It got cold in here. So I had to go. Well, it was like straight out of the
coffee
I feel like it's weird. Like the first coffees in the morning aren't as hot, and then when you get one later, I literally burnt my tongue 2 seconds ago. You might have heard me curse under my breath. But it's cold in here. That's why I had to go grab a vest.
Yeah, it's pretty cold in here. That is
sweater is like paper thin.
That is for sure. I know it's cold in here, but the trading is super hot fire right now. So we'll fire off the hot dog gun right here. I don't really have anything that's fiery. Maybe this market green thing right here. But
the Gates of Hell has fire.
Yeah, the Gates of Hell does have fire right now, but there's nothing going into the Gates of Hell at all. We are sitting right now in $2 worth of winners all over the place. A name that we sort of left just to try to get going there. We just got SMR, so yeah, let's go on that one again. SMR right there. Nice move to the upside as SMR continues to go, man. And yeah, really loving silver. We are now in the dollar club right here for silver as we've got on some decent shares and trying to go higher. But I've pieced out of it, most of it, and we only have 15% left as we get into the high of the day on SLV. Waiting for SMR. And honestly, man, if NVIDIA pulls back, fine. We just got the 200 period moving average. We are getting out of NVIDIA. I wish we would have pushed the button for a little more shares. I was hoping that we could get a VWAP trade on that name. No can do over there. Yeah, buddy, Marvell up 1%. So yeah, we like that one. That's a face slapper as well. Oh, here's one. You can watch the Rolex. What hand is the watch on? This is my best impersonation of David Blaine. Watch the hands. Right there. Unlike David Blaine, there may or may not have been some editing done on that one. So there it goes right now.
He's done some tricks that are TV.
Yeah,
like he's a real magician. He can do live magic. He does lots of live magic, but there's
the bigger ones.
Some stuff.
I remember watching David Copperfield. That was the best.
I love Copperfield.
Those of you guys that don't know, now you know.
That dude would do like 1,000 shows a year or some utter absolute nonsense.
Loving some David
like
Copperfield.
Multiple a day. The guy was a machine. The machine right now is the market at 25K. So the NASDAQ at 25,000. I understand that that's obviously the S&P is what everyone usually looks at, but that's been a bit of a resistance spot. So I do think if you're looking for a curl, that could be the place. I've already said, oh no, QBTS is going lower and not higher. I've already said I want to try to get this one short back into VWAP, and then Intel, which is up for, well, probably bouncing because the market's bouncing. It's getting close to 47. We're at 46.5. There's been singular red candles in here, and then we just continue to bounce. So I don't want to think this is the high. I want to let it press a little bit higher if we can. David thinks that David Blaine is a god amongst.
I like David Blaine. I mean, who else is there? There's a few other guys recently that got really popular on YouTube.
But there's a lot of during COVID.
Right, that's what I mean.
Comedians
that were all. But
Jackie
David,
Yu's one of them. Shin Lin, something like that.
Okay.
There's an Asian guy who was that guy slid a.
I really like magic. I like watching magic stuff, man. I mean, I
love it.
You know, some of those feats, like we went to Cirque du Soleil in the summertime, and I know that's not magic, but there was a magic guy there. But it's more just like your daughter's in gymnastics, mine was in gymnastics, and then got bored of it. But yeah, the. Gymnastics and some of the abilities that these acrobats, have, it's like, holy crap, absolutely amazing. What's up, always be thankful. Yeah, maybe not, man. I mean, I can make P&Ls disappear real quickly. There's no doubt about that, but you are the magician. Not really, but we do appreciate all of that. Yeah, I see the note there, SoFi, Barton there talking about SoFi, and you mentioned it earlier today too, that it was down 7% or something like that. Yeah, wow. Like here, let's take a quick little look here. I mean, Bitcoin's at 66.
It is one of the worst stocks the last couple of weeks.
SoFi. Yeah, SoFi has been, I mean, and that thing on earnings was like 27, 28 bucks.
After beating on earnings, they're getting destroyed.
Unreal the way SoFi is going, honestly. And, you know, today, no reason why it's going to go upside. When you get Morgan Stanley down 4% today, Goldman Sachs down 4%, Wells Fargo down, what the hell? Darryl, what's the story with the banks, man? Wells Fargo down 4, BAC down 4. Thank God the one I own, JP Morgan, is only down 2.3, but it's been bad right here. This is a big washout today for all of these bank names. I feel like there's something to do with the investment grade or something like that. Like,
I mentioned earlier, like UBS downgrading these U.S. equities to benchmark. I'm not seeing anything specific yet, though, and I am still going to look. If I see anything else, I'll let you know. There is a story from yesterday morning with regards to apparently
so I think it's like
certain senators had some concerns about potential ties to a certain individual whose name was in files, but that's all that I'm seeing, and that was only Goldman and JP.
And everybody's in the files.
Okay, man. Yeah, so I don't. That's not it. But I think it's. We mentioned like the Blue Owl situation. Like how many of these loans that they have out may not accrue anything. That could be, okay, here we go. And I just got filled on NVIDIA low there, so I don't know. I guess this just came back in. So let's be very, very careful what we're doing with NVIDIA. We wanted VWAP, and sometimes you get what you want, and right into there. If this breaks back below 181, man, we're gone on this one. We have a reload now on NVIDIA on that dip down, and honestly, it just took me by surprise. I wasn't even looking over here at NVIDIA. So let's be careful with it, but yeah, break of 181. Maybe we get out of NVIDIA. It's not a great move there to the downside for NVDA and the rest of the market. Maybe, you know, it's not all rose-colored right now if the market does look to fade out.
We got to 25K already.
Yeah,
so
we got a nice move higher there.
If you can't break 25,000, I'll give you one more look of that level on the NASDAQ, just to give an idea. The last two sessions on the NQ, it's been 21.5. If we come to the chart for a second, there we go. It's been 21.5, so 25.1. 25.1 that's held both days, but this lower high, it's a big, obvious psychological number. We just went right into it before pulling back. If we break this trend here on silver, I'll be out. It played basically VWAP to the high, so if that happens and it breaks trend, the rule for me is to get out and look for a re-entry at that point, but just because you look for a re-entry doesn't mean you get one. QBTS, as that continues to go lower, it did bounce off our initial target. That was the target for the move from like 19.6, but I never got the 19.6 trade, but that doesn't change what I'm looking for. Just because you're late to the trade, it doesn't move your downside target, really. It just,
bye-bye.
It is what it is. So if silver loses trend, then I'll be out of that one and looking for the next opportunity. I said wait. I said I would wait until 47 or a little bit of a press higher on Intel. Well, Intel didn't want to wait at all. So as good as today's been, that was a bit of a miss. That was the top right then and there for Intel. Already dropped 2% from its high. Back to flat, this stock is.
All right, we only got out of half of our NVIDIA on that break of one, on the breaks, sorry, that's SMR, right there on NVIDIA, on the break of 181. So, you know, we still have the 50-period moving average rate here right now, so we got a good price. We got 97s or something on the break, so there's lots of liquidity on that break. We could have just broke it out when it took VWAP right there. That could have been the stop there at 22, maybe a little bit better. I was just gonna use 181, but with the volume here today, we only got out of half. So we still do have an upside potential here for this name to get our monies back, and hopefully we'll be able to do that right now. I am bidding a lot lower now. I'm bidding in 180.20 to see if we do get a fly back in just a little bit here. Let's take advantage of something here. Put an offer at 22. There it is. We get that. Just to, you know, ease some of the worries there. Another out there on silver as well. We'll take that at 60 right now. And then, yeah, if we break higher, we'll put another offer there at 80. Maybe we can get it. It looks like we did stop out not prematurely. Like I said, remember, we talked about being a changed man, and that's why. We're out of half there, but we got to get out, right? Like, to hold that all the way back in and let that tank, So we're not doing that. And so we get stopped out there, and now we're long. We can make a little bit back on NVIDIA, hopefully, if we can moon. I'm just going to wait for it to go back up. Like, if we can get 190, 189, 189, 180, 190, that would be great. Okay, there's a bunch of super chats.
No, it was just the one.
Oh, just the one. Okay, okay.
That's my bad. It's Danny Boy's Disco Pants Emporium. I'm okay.
Like that one.
Now we're really stepping them up there, Danny. MFS in London collapsed, leaving a bunch of banks on the hook. Wells Fargo and Jefferies were exposed to the tune of $100 million. That can explain some of the weakness, but let's go to Adara. Let's talk about some small cappers and then come back.
You know, I started hearing about this private credit situation yesterday, so that could be a continuation type move on the private credit, but I think that's been in discussions going back to yesterday as well, just to kind of mention that. I'm still looking into any news in the banks. If I see anything else beyond the private credit, I will keep you guys posted. Let's start with ONMD. Nice small cap mover here, that $1.30 level, right now proving a little bit of resistance. They did have day one news, though. They're going to be the only one we're going to talk about today that does have clear day one news catalyst. One MedNet, which has rallied in the past, announcing the next phase of its commercial rollout with Palantir Foundry-powered platform. So good look there for ONMD and Palantir Association. ENSC is up next year. This is Ensice Biosciences, ENSC as mentioned. This one a little bit below those pre-market highs. No day one catalyst here. A couple days ago, though, they did announce they're launching a strategic review to advance some of their platforms, explore partnerships, and consider corporate deals. $2.25 million market cap with a 3.6 million share float. Last but not least, the one on everybody's lips today, that'll be BATL. This one giving back a lot of that move here, but this one on watch here with geopolitical tensions, market cap of just under $100 million. Float of 14 million shares, 7% of that going to be sold short. This, guys, keep an eye on this one, volatility, because it's likely trading in tandem with oil. Back to you.
Yes, sir. And yeah, Barclays down 5% overseas on that headline. Okay, silver just trailed out for me. So there's the kind of the long around the VWAP, but we broke the trend line, so I'm now out of silver. There might be a chance that VWAP isn't the place to go, and it's still that 82 and a half zone. Here on the 15-minute, just pulling back in a prior high. Like, pull back in a prior high was the plan of action when we were at 81. That would have been the 80 level, but now silver's starting to give it back, so we got to look for that next chance. I don't think it's going to be quantum because, yeah, that's QBTS is now down 10% and still falling.
Oh, really?
Yeah, not looking good for them. I know I mentioned SoFi. Oh, SoFi is like the worst stock out there. I'm just saying that because I own more, like in my personal account, like way more SoFi than there is QBTS, that's for sure. But not looking good at all. The market might be bouncing, but you're not seeing a heck of a lot of strength in a few names over here. Want to be able to short a pop if we can in QBTS, but it's not looking that's going to be anytime soon. Now, you're at the low of the day. There hasn't been a green candle to play back into on the 15-minute. And after 10 o'clock, I usually want things to set up here on said 15-minute chart. IBIT is worth taking another look at. It's still in the inside range. Tried it breaking down on the second 15-minute candle. Didn't go. But with the market pressing into 25, if the NASDAQ takes 25,000 to the upside and Bitcoin doesn't break this high, then I'm taking another crack at it. You can't tell me we're breaking through a key level on the NASDAQ upside, and if Bitcoin ain't going with it, then Bitcoin is still relatively weak, and at that point, I'll take a second shot. But we'll let the NASDAQ press into the highs before we do that. And JKL just sent us a super chat. Thank you very much, JKL. BTC, MSTR, midday pop play for you. And probably you mean leftover steak burrito. That's what lunch is, leftover steak burrito.
For him, that's good. That sounds.
Hey man, that just means that you had a steak burrito last night.
That wins, man.
So you're winning. You're definitely winning.
That wins today.
I had like a jerk pork last night.
Oh, me and my son went out, just the two of us. We had a boys' night. We went out and got burgers and everything like that after his orientation. So it was really cool. Yeah, lots of fun, man. He's really excited to get into that robotics.
High school.
He's going to high school now. Absolutely unbelievable. But okay, my son is in grade 8. He has size 13 shoes and is bigger than everybody around here. The guy's like 6 feet tall. The guy's gonna be a monster. He's actually excited to play some football and follow in a little bit of the footsteps over here. Okay, so here goes NVIDIA. So really, look, good decision, man. Props up. Like, good thing we only got out of half there again. But you know, if you got out of the full thing, fine, right there. But we had mentioned that we got out of half. It does just get into 50s. We are watching this 25 period. You know, like it absorbed that 50 period moving average, you know, perfectly. So that was good. You know, but getting some out now on the upside as it's. I don't want to necessarily go long on stock that. Is down 2%, you know, just waiting for a little bit of a pullback potentially in the market. And we could have we talked about getting that TQQ trade actually going, and we had a great one. We were short until we weren't. But I was mentioning 49.50, you know, as possibly being another area there. I actually wanted to look at 49.50 as a break long. To be honest with you. So it's not, I'm not going to sit here and be like, wow, we should have been short, because I could have been short. I was watching it and I just waited. I want to wait for the long break. I might not even take it. I'm thinking longer rather than shorter right now, and that's just part of it. We did get out of some more SMR. I'm bidding pretty light on this name now, man, about that 10% left on NewScale. So that was another one that reported today. CoreWeave downside with a vengeance, man. Look at that off that 50 period. Gets bounced all the way back up into the pre-market lows and then gets faded one more time again there today. Bitcoin 66, not doing a whole bunch, just hanging out. We had that story there about the financials, so we'll sort of pass on that for now and just see what's possibly moving today to the upside. Consumer non-durables with Procter & Gamble and Philip Morris, Clorox moving, Mondelez, Nike downside there, so that's not great for Nike in the space as I look around. Coke up 1%. Retail side of things, right? Walmart battling back. That's nice. Walmart's had a couple days there of movement. Target down. Target's been real good too. Carvana, man, the car company over there, selling cars down 4%. Costco up a little bit there. Happy Pokemon release date, everybody, today as well. Healthcare technology names. Eli Lilly up, Merck up, AbbVie up, Amgen, Gilead there, Pfizer with a nice little move there. So that's starting to go as well. And then here, this is where I feel like the value is going to be if you're looking to pick something up, and that is in this space right here, the manufacturing space. So XLI is the industrial ETF. There has to be a manufacturing one. I just don't know what it is. G Vernova down slightly, 1%. Caterpillar down 2%. So some of these names, man, Cummins as well. And I know that most of us are invested in here, but I'm definitely,
at least.
definitely light.
Everyone's in something.
In that. But there goes NVIDIA. I know we have a super chat up, but there goes NVIDIA right now. So we're back into this one, 55 cents now in the money on NVIDIA. And I'm just saying that because I think I'm offering 87s, but let's just offer us 80s, get a piece out there. If it comes to 87, we'll take it. So far, so good there on NVIDIA today. Oh,
it's David with the
perfect.
super chat. NVIDIA and Jensen, let this be a lesson. Next quarter, make us wait 45 minutes and beat 100%. Okay, you got to wait longer, apparently.
Yeah, they didn't wait long enough.
And beat by even more. I'm pretty sure the day that Meta made us wait forever, it was only mildly worth it. It was okay. Like Zuck, I don't know, there was one day where they were like, I think we didn't report them until 4:40 or something.
Yeah, it was around 4:40, and it was for Q1 2025, so it would have been last year, the April report.
April.
There you go.
It seems like it was.
And I wouldn't have remembered all that.
Seems like it was less than that. Like April's, yeah,
that felt like it was much more recent.
April already. Like
That's been a year.
March.
Okay,
time
flies.
I felt like it was more recent than that as well.
Also,
shout out
block.
to Adara on that one.
What's
block doing?
XYZ, which is, you should just call it Cube or something, because that's what they mean with XYZ. It's trying to break back above the volume weighted average price. So again, I don't think I'm going to be able to get a fade in QBTS unless something drastically changes. But looking at some of these earning names, this could be breaking out. If it closes above, it's not a huge, it's like the pre-market trend line. That's more of a B than an A. But I'd still give it that breakout to the prior bar if we can get it. Just has to happen on the 3. Salvador also
he's just in the
chat,
NVIDIA trade, so. Good job there, Salvador. Thank you for mentioning that. Thank you for trusting in that position. But we're getting in some more out there at 182. So I just broke through. We got 182.11s there on the upside. I told you the machines got turned on, it seemed like, but then they just collapsed right back into view up. We did stop out of half there, and now we run this to the upside on NVDA and just watching out for that. So if there are any names you guys want us to talk about, during the midday, they'll be talking more about small cap trades as well. As I just focus on, honestly, the money-making trades and the style that I trade, and that's a lot of big caps and movers there today. Of course, we're in SMR. Joseph and I will be the ones that will trade either of these futures contracts. So watch out for that. He's always in the TQs or something double or triple levered as well. We like to trade the Teslas of the world and things like that. But here today, man, it's CoreWeave lighting everybody on fire. That's 26 of you asking for 17% down. What's up with that? That's an earnings play. ONMD, there's a good one. Breaking through the dollar level, ONMD. We can have a look at that, 87%. Duolingo cracks 100. And yesterday, Adara mentioned there goes 100. And under there right now as well. Microsoft still in the bin there for being down. In the recycle bin, on Windows you put things in the recycle bin. That's where Microsoft is right now. Palantir, let's go, man. That's a good idea to go long on Palantir. I love that. Out of all of these names, I think this is the best long-term name here. Or silver, I like silver too. Tesla is going to be interesting. They're down 0.5% right now. That's getting moving. Dell, what a Q they had, man. Up 19% for Dell. We got to look at this BATL. Some of you had messaged me, actually. I asked earlier on X, and I was like, yo, what names do you guys want to trade into here this morning? Maybe it was even on the sticky note. Some of you might have replied.
Well, it's better
there.
not to look at Battle now. It halted down.
Did it halt down? Yeah. So here, not getting a great feeling here long this morning. What do we want to trade? Here it is right here. Used Gum says Battle and SLV. So yeah, some of you definitely looking in the right spaces today. But as you had mentioned, we can go over and look at it. I guess.
Yeah, Battle
it
didn't really. Well, you know what? You could always go short names like this.
Yep.
That's entirely possible. You could take a breakdown underneath VWAP, but Battle lost $5. It halted just about 20 minutes ago or 15 minutes ago. Reopened and trying to get that halt level. So $5 will be a key level for BATL, as you can see on the daily chart. It's probably not a huge surprise that it struggles to hold 5. All topping tail candles on this small capper there. There's a couple of things I wanted to, where'd it go? That's why. I was just going over, there were a couple of questions in here from TikTok. And I know, we got a lot of viewers in there.
TikTok.
ONMDs when we looked at, BBAI reports on Monday. That's one that we'll definitely be watching, RX. So we see you in there as well. BBAI, I think, a little more interesting after the report than before, but we'll see. Like it's been a runner in the past, but I just want to show to all of our viewers over there on TikTok, we appreciate you. You saw the bang go on through there. And we did have another super chat. If we can throw that one up, because I know there was that AIOL. I'm not in anything. I'm out of it. I'm not really seeing anything that's setting
Silver's
up.
blast.
Yeah, but AAOI, and this is from Ruchi Shah. Almost 50%. It's 48% to the upside. You say you're long from 27, so I won't pretend that this is a name that I've looked at before, but it looks like a pretty blue sky setup. All right, so. What do we got here? What's the story? Because you're not going to be up 50% without a story. And see if I can find it on AOI. Did they report?
It's twice those Qs fell off that.
Yeah, it looks like they recently reported here. But I want to see the fundamentals here because it's trading as if you've got a pretty big. Well, they reported yesterday. And what is this float? 65 mils, a decent float. 16% short would be the big story. Applied Optoelectronics, yeah, it's a short float story, and they recently reported, didn't have a big earnings or anything like that, but the reaction is fantastic. It's a bit of a blue sky setup, and I'm not one of those like technical people that'll sit there and tell you that I have all these great ideas when you're doing something like this, outside of, well, what's the last move? And if it's making this breakout 44 to about 10, that's $34. And then you do that, and you're already at that part. So 34. It's basically right at the level of, so the measured move here from top to bottom, you take that same $34 and it's put that on the breakout. So that would be this logical spot where mathematically you're like, hey, that would be a nice spot to take some profit out in front of the 80 level just because it went 1-to-1 from that prior low. But no one ever went broke taking some profit. You got yourself a pretty good runner after earnings with a good short float. Nothing wrong with that. Let's go to Adair.
Keep an eye here at EXC, Exelon Corp. Volume on this actually better than you might expect, or at least better than I expected. It's like over 1 million shares, but 1.5 million shares traded on the day. It's on watch because Banyan Hill flagged this as a long idea, saying that you can, quote, double your money on the surging demand per power. That is a real quote. So either way here, Banyan Hill saying they are long, or at least they like the idea of a long here on EXC. Back to you.
All right, thanks. Adara. Yeah, look, we can look at a bunch of different names. I mean, those are some other names there that, you never know where sort of your bread's going to get buttered when you're in the market. So always take a look at all of the opportunities that there may be. I mean, including like not even looking at Tesla today, and then it's up $6 from these lows of 401 again. So, came in, double touched that bottom one more time there at 401, and then boom, right up there back up to 407. So it's just like, nice directional move higher on Tesla here today. So that was a good one there, and nice move upside for TSLA. NVIDIA gave me just a petit peu, a little bit of a scare there as we maybe were going to break through VWAP again. I'm going to sit a little bit lower. I'm basically like at 181 here. I just put a random price, 181.04. So if it comes in and fills there, that's good. And then we'll use like this 85 area where we bounced off of last time. That would be my stop zone. So if it does come back in, that's something that we want to look at here as well today. I mean, this is the hot list that we have, and this is brought to you by eSignal. And right now it's Amazon that just turned green in a red market. So that's nice. Amazon right now starting to go back up to the upside there, nicely trading there. Tesla, what? Okay, this was a name that Sunrun is getting.
Sunrun today?
Dude, it's down 32%. So there goes Sunrun straight to the downside. Shout out to Brian Shannon. That was indicating this as a possible breakout trade. Other way around there, breaking down today is the run of Sun because that is getting crushed. FSLR, did Sunrun report at all, Adara, or anything? But
they reported last night. They got a downgrade after the report. They beat. It was a double beat yesterday, actually, with unexpected profit.
Could have fooled me. All right, so
How you lose 30% after?
Yeah, I don't know either. But this is why these hot lists, and we always say, people say like fire up the scanners and this and that, right? Well, this is what we're talking about. Fire up the scanners, you know. You got to be able to, you know, hit the trade when the trade is there. And for right now on Sunrun, like if you notice that
numbers, it was
what are the
38,
numbers? No,
38 cents versus an expected loss of 0.08 cents.
Sounds great.
It was 1.16 billion, beating 614 million estimates. So the top and bottom were monster beats, but it looks like there was some metrics that disappointed. At least according to a headline here. So it just goes to show it's not always about top and bottom. I'm dumbfounded. I can't remember the last time we saw anything like that. We had a super chat about Netflix from Arthur Axton.
What up, Arthur?
What's the game plan on Netflix? I don't really have a game plan on Netflix because it didn't really dip. It never dipped into 87 was the level I kind of liked on a daily chart. So I think I love what's going on with this stock for the weekly chart. So I'd favor the long side of the trade. I don't know if I'd chase it on a day trade up here just yet. It's got to do something off VWAP. Right now, you just got a wedge. There's it's extreme high. Forget about that open. There was that crazy move at the open, so I don't want to include this in any kind of a trend. But I would look at this wedge and just say, hey, if it can break out of this wedge in either direction, I think you got a bit of a move. But on the weekly chart, I do like the long. Like I like the long on the weekly. It'll just have to set something up for next week, because I didn't want to chase this gap. The market's trying to break out, so I think you could at least get a breakout up top. But I'm already in a very similar setup with Block here. Like Block did a very similar move and kind of broke this little bit of a, like from the pre-market, there's your higher lows, there's your open. So managed to held that, but it'll be a very tight stop because I'm not giving this into VWAP. I have to give it to that prior bar here for XYZ. Very, very similar setup.
Yeah, buddy. Up and away goes silver, man. We posted about this as soon as we got this trade on. It is your second. I didn't even look at Block today. This is your second trade idea of the day here on the sticky note, and first was Block. We can go have a look at that. I'm going to look at Block right after this because I said 60 to 61, so let's go have a look. Silver, there's the long. We talked about TQQ short. We're not at those levels yet. And then the IBIT we didn't get involved in, but my number one P&L name today is SMR. As that's still going. And NVIDIA's trying to do some damage on that as well. But SMR, we just got, look at that, Phil, right there. We actually took a very big position on SMR. I was telling you we had 6 times the shares on SMR that we did on that Apple trade right there. But doesn't matter. That's irrelevant. Because here it comes now. So we're almost out of everything now on silver. And just a couple uptakes there on NVIDIA. As their NVIDIA goes as well, we're almost $1. So we're $1 in the money on NVIDIA. We're $1.30 in the money on silver. And 50 cents on the $13 name, that is SMR. But let's have a quick look at XYZ, and then we'll go over to Adara. Yeah, so we had said 61 to 60, so nothing there. I just wanted to double check it. We were hoping for a little bit of a retracement. We did like the block quarter. I mean, Shreve went over those numbers with us, and they were good, man. They're making money, 12 billion, good quarter for XYZ, and then you get the unfortunate news of getting a little bit more efficient with the job cuts there. But they're probably, well, as Jack said himself, like, they were, I'm on a first name basis with him, so as Jack was saying there as well. Oh, come on, Kathy, don't get all upset, Kathy, right there. But yeah, so I was just gonna say he penned a nice letter out there explaining that, but they did hire a lot there. So
they more than doubled
a little bit of a bloated workforce there,
like everybody else.
But anyways, man, yeah, CoreWeave downside as well. Let's go over to Adara for one of her updates, and we'll be back. Then 1040, 1050s Money Talks, and then we'll figure out what's for lunch today, and then we'll get out of here and throw it to the midday show. Hopefully it's nothing to do with chicken. Let's go.
I don't even think he'd be that sad about you calling him Jack, Sean, because his Twitter handle is literally J-A-C-K. It's Jack. So shout out there to Mr. Dorsey. Let's talk here about this sector board. I mean, as Sean and Neil were mentioning earlier, finance getting hit particularly hard. We know there are some private equity concerns, and also UBS actually downgrading U.S. equities today. So interesting look there. Unfortunately, not a good look if you're along any of these banks. So it is worth noting, any of these like financial payments, like MA and Visa, as well as Berkshire Hathaway, these are not really getting hit by this. Producer manufacturing to the downside for the most part. Consumer durables quite weak. Consumer services, with a notable exception of McDonald's, getting hit fairly hard. We've got CMG, Chipotle here down 3%. Tech services and electronic technology, 1-2 punch of weakness. Tech services, though, does have NFLX trying to lift it up here. Netflix with basically announcing they're going to be stepping away and not raising its offer here for WBD, leaving PSKY to take the reins. INTU, which has gotten hit pretty hard as of late, up 2% today after earnings. Now, electronic tech, pretty much weak across the board here. In terms of relative strength with these sectors, you've got retail trade, health tech, consumer non-durables, energy, minerals, utilities, health services, and communications. Communications probably holding up the best here as an overall sector, guys. Back to you.
That wasn't clean at $1, though. That ONMD
over
up 100%, but it wasn't actually.
We made so much money off of it.
It wasn't clean off $1. Looks like it kind of rinsed you a couple of times at the $1 level, and then eventually broke out. And Sharif will be all over this one. I'm assuming, because it's whatever. He said it's the best small capper out there, so I'm not surprised whatsoever. We do have a potential trend trade in IBIT, which is formed, but I got to go over to XYZ. I said it'd be a relatively tight stop because there's your trend break. The prior bar ends up like right in here, so it's pretty tight in a VWAP. We take our shot. The idea is like keep your losses smaller, let your winners hold as silver continues to go. For me, this is what it's about. If the trends work, oftentimes sometimes I'll trail out and it'll look like this and it continues to go higher, but I can't hate. Silver will be my best spot today, so either way it goes, fine. IBIT was also, I don't want blue ocean, but that's the first thing in the drop down, so there we go. IBIT is also back underneath the volume weighted average price, so I'll take my second swing at it. The market got to that 25K. I mean, the NASDAQ got to that 25,000 and is attempting to break out while we're putting a lower high on IBIT. So I said, as long as that's true, I'm going to play the short one more time. And if we break out, I can give it to this lower high in here, just around like the 37.6 level. So if the NASDAQ rejects, then good. Bitcoin's relatively weak to begin with. If it breaks out, there's at least a chance it remains relatively weak, and that'll be a part of the plan. I see a few names in there that I am a little bit surprised at because Danker just said Beyond. Look, if Beyond Meat is near $1, I'm paying for locates right now. It's at 88 cents. You know, when we were making our picks of the year and everyone's like, well, if you're allowed to short names that are not in the S&P 500.
But you weren't allowed to.
But you weren't. But I said this would have been mine because it was right at $1 when we did it, I'm pretty sure. I'm like, well, Beyond Meat at $1 seems like a good short. It's at 88 cents, so I think I will pay for locates if there's no story here. I will double check. I will double check first to see if there is something going on, but I doubt it. Sometimes it just does dead cat bounces.
I haven't.
No story, Neil.
Okay. I haven't discussed this with anybody, but I'm making a new thing here. At the 6-month mark, we're going to have a new stock draft with absolutely no rules because no one follows them anyways. So at the 6-month mark, we'll all just, you can decide to hold the stocks you want. You could do whatever you want, but we're going to take whatever money or whatever you're at on June 1st or July 1st, and we're going to have a fight, and we're going to pick. I thought this is a good idea. I thought right here because I want to get Andre involved. We're going to figure out a way to get the chat more involved in their picks as well. So at the 6-month mark, I'm making an executive decision. We're going to go and do
well, I promise
a
you,
new draft.
I promise you this, everybody. The original results will still see how they play out at the end of the year.
Yeah, of course. That's what I'm saying.
Because we still want to.
You could hold on to
last
them.
year.
This is a new one.
Last year, I remember at the middle of the year, I was like,
let me show
I told everyone, I'm like, man, I don't even want XLF anymore at the midpoint. And that was one of my picks. I'm like, look, man, I'm not buying this stock here. I'm trimming this stock here. But we couldn't do anything about it in the actual competition, even though it's like I wouldn't be holding on to it at this point.
But you're lucky that you weren't allowed to do that because XLF, actually, you holding it.
No, but I was being dead honest.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like, you would have got
holding it helped me. But it was,
holding it
I
helped,
was pretty disappointed with it at one point.
So here's the results right here. We're going to still hold on to everything, obviously, as we go. OB up 16%. Adara, great calls by Adara, 10%. You can see what Adara's picks were. Boeing, long. Okay, it says right here. Boeing long, Starbucks long, Oracle short. And there's the returns. The Oracle short, man. Oracle already, and I think we did this January 12th or something, already 30% off. That's amazing. What a crazy call that was. And I always remember that 317 price that I got out of the Oracle. Oops, this is what we want, the tracker. Out of the Oracle long. So yeah, here I am, man. This is going to change on Monday when Big Bear AI just starts to go, but whatever, here we go. This is my down. As Adara's up 30% on Oracle, I'm down 37% on BBAI. I still like Eli Lilly. Marvell, I couldn't be happier with that. There's Neil's play, AVAV, that's down. The metal name and CRISPR both up as well. Sharif, good calls here as 1 and 1 there. Basically, Broadcom is his, up and down. Those wash each other, Thermo Fisher and and Broadcom, but we're all pretty much down on Broadcom, like any of the chip names right there. JP Morgan, I mean, I love this call by Big Joe there. Walmart, 8%, good name there. And of course, CrowdStrike, again, like these are all great stocks. Brendan goes, like me here, 0 for 3 right now. IREN, Tesla, CEG, but a little bit, thematic there
CEG
as well.
This year.
That's
already bouncing.
Obi, of course, makes his plays when they're all over with and says he's going to go short. So there it is right there, short on SIDU. That's a good one. Circle short, blowing up against him a little bit, but whatever BW is going to the upside there as well. My guy Fabian is the man, the myth, the legend. If there's anybody over here that knows exactly what he's doing, it's Fabian. There's silver right there. This man has the pick of the draft. There's nothing even close to this. 55% right there for Fabian. So my hats go off to Fabian for sure.
I love gold.
We just gave the chat these. I don't know, BBAI, NVIDIA, and Tesla. Most mentioned chats. So thank you, Fabian ran that one there as well. Ramin, ASTS Rocket Lab, and she gets the benefit of Netflix little bump right there. So see how much it can change in one day, right? And then what's this? Oh, Mateo. What's up, Fabian? How you doing, my guy? Let me know your picks next time ahead of time so I can copy them. All right, and then here's Randy. Randy, XOM has been awesome, obviously. Volkswagen and NVIDIA. So yeah, that's what we're all doing, man. And we'll just keep checking back on this. You know what we should do? Is there a way? There is definitely a way to do it.
Didn't Sia make picks?
I think Sia misunderstood everything. She was not. She wanted to get long, like random things.
Okay.
But we'll include her at the 6-month mark there. But I was just going to say, was there? Oh, here's the stock ranking. Maybe like a net overall, like if you can all of them. No, just sum them all up.
That should be easy.
Basically, like there's 10 people in here, so that's 100 grand. What is the eventual total? So it's just kind of like adding these.
Portfolio average of everybody.
Yes, exactly. How much has everybody? I can net it out.
Because it's all even numbers, so
it's easy. So just like,
it's not that
if I'm down $1 grand and he's up $1 grand, that would be 0.
It all
just like that, right? So anyway, shout out there. And we'll include Sia and everything, and we'll even include Captain America. He'll have some more picks coming up very, very soon. So shout out to you, my guy. Great picks there with silver. And sometimes it just takes one pick to go. And if you guys are following Silver Trade today, it's a face slapper. And there goes silver right now, up $2, and really helping out your boys' day here, SLV, as it continues to go. We won't go out today at the highest spot we've been at on the day, but we'll still do okay. We did lose a little bit there on that Qs. We gave that back. We did lose a little bit on this. Well, lose. We got to wait to see what Nvidia is going to do here, but that was a good trade. SMR has been really good. SMR has never even gone against us. We'll wait to see if we get another fill coming out right there. Before we go over to Neil, because it's 10:50s, we got to do what's for lunch. And it's been a decent week for lunch this week. I feel like I haven't been too. I would love to. I was about to say, like, what about just a simple pizza or something very, very simple? We could have Taco Friday. There's lots of different things that we could wind up doing here today. But at the end of the day, it's a U.S. flag.
I want tacos.
Okay, so U.S. flag on the lunch has been, like, okay for me, man. It's had the mac and cheese. It's had the mac and cheese has been aside with the fried chicken.
I'm right now, I'm not looking, but I'm just going to mentally tell myself we're getting fried chicken with the mac and cheese.
Right. Mac and cheese has been the side. So, maybe you could have like a mac and cheese bake with some chicken in it.
Positive thoughts, everybody.
I don't know. Well, Neil, unfortunately for you, but you're going to have to take part 2. You said it already. It's assorted sandwiches.
Oh, well,
so we'll take it. That's what I was going to say. Like, I don't want to disappoint you too much. Who's that?
You know what, Joe? Honestly,
there's no one more sensitive here than Joe. I'll tell you.
Joe hates everything.
If Joe was saying something,
Joe hates everything.
No, I don't think that's true. If Joe was saying something and I hit fail, bro, I'd look over there and Joe would be absolutely crushed. Like he'd be like, "What is going on here? Why is everybody hitting fail?" But this guy, no one hits the fail button.
Sandwiches.
No one hits the fail button more than my guy over here, Joey Options.
What do you have against sandwiches, Joe?
Is he mic'd up? I need to hear about this.
You got to explain
but anyways, we have marked down here egg salad, chicken salad, roast beef. Should be a decent Montreal smoked meat.
That's not on there, is it?
No, I made that up.
Oh.
But at the end of the day,
because Sean knows that's my favorite sandwich.
No, but they do have it normally. They're only listing egg salad and chicken salad, so there'll be more than that. That's why. Crudité, ranch dressing, hummus, and Neil, you win again coming up right here because it's sandwiches, it's vegetables.
Another one.
Cookies.
Are we gonna cook it too?
Okay, we're ready to rock and roll, man. It's a P&L kind of day today. That's what's for lunch. It's baked in. The cookies are baked in today.
I'm taking one home for my daughter too, because there's always extra. That's how I roll.
Man, take home 2, my guy. All right, here we go. Back over to the desk with Adara. You like sandwiches today, Adara, or what?
Sandwiches are fine. Like, I know people get upset at me in the chat for this. I don't have super strong opinions on food for the most part, unless it's too spicy. So sandwiches are cool with me. Let's talk here, though, about the U.S. dollar, which certainly got a little hot here on the not cooler than expected PPI print. This is the 3-minute chart. As you can see here, we get that 830 number, which I'll get to in a minute. We get this push higher. Since then, though, this 3-minute chart on the DXY, if we are to do a little bit of technical analysis here, as you guys can all see, lower highs, lower lows. Let's switch to the daily chart, as we often do here. Daily, pretty choppy here for the DXY. I mean, obviously running into some resistance in and about that 98 level, but slightly higher lows continuing as well, going back to now a whole month from January 27th of 2026. Let's talk about the PPI, this infographic you can find on X at TTV Research. I usually post these like the minute after the numbers come out on these big number days, but PPI, as I alluded to a couple of seconds ago here, hotter than expected across the board. PPI month for month, 0.5% versus 0.3% expected. PPI year over year, 2.9% versus 2.6% expected. Core PPI month over month, a whopping 0.8% versus 0.3% expected. Core PPI year over year, 3.6% versus 3% expected. So couple patterns here. I think for one, with the non-core numbers, yes, you're hotter than the estimate, but you're cooler or in line with the prior prints. And two, for the core prints, you're going to get the exact opposite of that. Not only are you hotter than expected, but you're actually also hotter than the previous print. So the core definitely more of an issue than the non-core here if I were to do some quick fundamental analysis of these PPI numbers. Back to you.
Thank you there, Adara, and appreciate, well, actually, no, we got a key for that.
Thank you very much, Dara.
That's the thing. Whether it's looking at the news in real time, analyzing it after the fact, the earnings that we get. I missed Nvidia on Friday or on Wednesday, but you guys knocked it out of the park, even though you had to wait around a little bit for it. That's what Trade TV Live is all about. You don't want to have to trade alone. I want to remind everybody, we see you, our TikTok viewers. I see you. Norman, You're looking at Netflix, you say never trade on a Friday. Everyone's got to have their rules. I think Friday's been good so far, but you're in the right spot. We'll continue to monitor you guys and try to answer as many questions as we can, engage with our viewers out there on TikTok. And I do also want to remind TikTok. I mean, I didn't look. I'll be real. My only interest in TikTok is the fact that we're on it there now.
Yeah, I don't have an account, but
I know some people that are on there all the time. They love their TikTok, they love their Instagram, so they can follow all wholesome content, Sharif, which is all that he ever looks at. The most wholesome content out there. I've seen your feed, brother. Beyond Meat, I tried to get in through 87, and I was able to get a partial fill at the 87 level on this topping tail candle, paid for locates, but didn't pick up the rest of the shares. It was a bit spready. You have to go into like the weird odd cents. So like I was trying to get 87 too, and then I couldn't get that fill. I am still in IBIT, which is doing this. Topping tail candle and trying to pull back. The NASDAQ did pull back off that 25,000 level, but just looking for a little bit more follow through. So I want VWAP on Beyond Meat. We'll take a bit out there, and then we play into the prior high, which is at 82 cents. And the thing with Beyond Meat is every single time that it's been bouncing, I'm just trying to load a 15. Maybe the 15 is not going to work. Let's go. I'm pretty sure a 60 is going to look a little bit better for this. It'll be able to show you why I like to fade, and this is going to take forever.
Oh my
Let's
God.
just say every time into a dollar, this is what it does.
Oh, boy.
So far, so good. There we go. I want to show you guys this lower high, right into here. So there's a rounded bottom. You fail this move, we pull it right back into that 82. So giving it 1 penny, looking for about 5 cents total. The average out will be about 2.5, 3 cents if it goes all the way down. So we get 2.5, 3 to 1 as the target. We've already got 1 to 1 now.
Oh, you just might have heard that as well. Is a hot dog a sandwich is the question people are asking.
Nope.
Right there. But there's the reload, man. We got 181.12s there and just got it out at 45 again as we just keep on putting up stacks. I want to thank my good friend Rob. I saw him walking around here. He actually, you guys are talking about these glasses. These are Gunners, and he bought these for me. So I want to say thank you to Rob for that. We've had them for a minute. It was their Blu-ray or blue light or something kind of glasses there, and they're working good. They're Blu-ray. You know, you put in the Blu-ray disc there, and it just tells you what trades to. Does anyone have a Blu-ray player? I guess the PS5 might play them.
Somewhere in the basement. I don't. Think, somewhere in my basement, I know I have.
Yeah, exactly. Somebody has one somewhere. That's for sure.
Just didn't throw it out.
Half of our audience is like, "What's a compact disc?" There as well, but
and I had the best CD player, and
I know that
I had that like shock resistant one because I used to warm up with it. Like I could hold it in my hand while like warming up for track.
I know you.
Now it's like nobody. Absolutely nobody would have any idea.
This has nothing to do with anything. So I'm not showing any kids' faces or anything here. My wife is at our school's assembly. So yeah, she's the MC, and she's getting a recognition for her French today as well. I'm just showing you like, this just that's the assembly
video of the assembly
right there. Yeah. She'll be taking that. It's nothing. They
have these big. They have a big deal about saying this. Because when the Karate Kid thing happened, like at the end, they go, "I know a lot of people are taking video. There's a policy. If you're going to show this video, you've got to blot out all the faces."
Oh, do they say that?
Oh, they specifically say it now.
Thing is, my kids are at a very small school. Like my son in his grade 8 class has 18 kids. And same with my daughter.
More than
so we are actually
French immersion. Ours is only.
Oh, yeah, there's not French immersion.
I know, but the French immersion, it gets down to by the time you get to grade 3, it's now down to 16 kids.
Yeah.
And there's only 2 boys in the entire class.
Yeah, I wonder why no one wants French immersion classes.
It's all girls. All girls.
Oh, good. So I should get my kids into that if they're interested.
Well, I don't know.
Look at this, man. Now $2 in the money right here on silver. And what I wanted to post up was go give your boy a follow. Right now, because when I started this trade, I tagged Brian Shannon in this. I put this up over an hour ago when we were into silver, and we were talking about VWAP. So when I posted this, you could have got long at like 82.75 when I posted that. 82.75. So go give me a follow there over at Trader TV Sean, and let's let this party get this party started, Fergie style. And there it goes, $85 right now for SLV. We'll tag that and throw it in there. It's almost the midday. I'm gonna go hit a couple laps, come back, have some sandwiches, put the weight right back on, and then enjoy some.
Come on, man. Sandwiches are healthy.
I know. And enjoy some trading in the after hours.
Go on.
Right now. Okay, you want a super chat? There it is.
It's this one here. Ben fishing. Hey, good for you, man. You can't fish here.
Ben.
Too cold for that.
Yeah,
Oh,
my
you could
kids
ice
are-
fish. I know. I got recognized for my French with Saturday school.
Nice.
Hey, man, you do what you got to do as long as you get the job done. Hangry Wife says sandwiches are not healthy. It depends on the sandwich. Compared to some other options, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say,
I'll show you who the
relatively speaking, ours are pretty good.
I appreciate that Giga X ROX, the GOAT, but here we go. We actually have something for that.
Brendo.
Brendan's head on a goat and or a sheep. So I do appreciate that. Hey, look, man, if you're judging the trades, then I'll put my hand up, and we had a great day. So I want to thank you all for that. Neil had a great day. We all did. It's 11:01. Thanks, Neil. Thanks, everybody, for watching today, including Adara. Great job on some of that news break. These guys are going to talk about all the names that we didn't, most likely. So enjoy that midday show. They're going to cover everything, man. They have a great news segment that happens at 1 p.m. as well. So get ready for the news segment. That's an awesome one. And all the trading you may like. It's Joe. It's Sharif. This is Neil. This is Sean. That's Adara. We're back at 2, but they're here right now. Ciao for now.
Boom! I like the high note that the Katina man leaves us on. He leaves everybody like on an uplifted note.
Yeah,
He's pumped up, you know.
You said I was sensitive. I think more or less opinionated there.
Brother, I love you, but you know, you are a little finicky with your food. That's a fact. That's not such a bad thing, though. I'm not saying, but it's a
selective,
fact.
Man.
All right, let's say hello to everybody. Joey, Big Scalp. Shout out to Big Scalp. Andrew Chow. Johnny, Just Be Trading, Nygaard. We got Ronaldo. We got Sahil. We got Papacito, Jay Walkin. Shout out I Grow Fighting, Rex Banner. Why not Benton? Come on, you Gunners. Let's go Leeds. Let's go Leeds. Come on, City needs to drop points against Leeds. Shout out to Hangry Wife, Job Press. We got Nerd Affiliated, Sit and Spin, Aura Alpha, Melinda, Derek, Search Choi, Jet's Dad. Shout out to Dylan Patel, Pooja. We got Pooja in the house. We got Paco and Coolman. I don't text. I text. I'm not gonna lie. CJ Handler. We got A. Paulos, Flash, Chris, something or another. There we got Ichiro, my man. Fish sandwich, he says. All right. We got Daniel Durant, Gordon, Blown, Kopakar. All right. Switzer Sniper. Barry Switzer? My bad. BYZ. All right. Tilster. Man, these names are just too difficult. Gray Matter. We got Pizza Gang. We got Elise Trader. Ben Tenrohi. What's going on there, Joey? We got E-Man, U6, the GOAT. You're the GOAT. Shout out to E-Man. Joey, it is Friday.
Yeah.
We both have jobs, so it's like we can't pretend like we don't have jobs.
Yeah.
We both got money, right? So that's not a problem. I'm going through the Friday thing, right?
Okay.
You got no job.
Friday,
You got what to do. Shout out to Chris.
Man, Netflix. All right, guys, let's kick things off. I'm still sitting in some TQQs here. First attempt, we get stopped out. We re-engage on this one, and then we slowly start piecing it out right here. But this is what I'm kind of kicking myself about right now, and that's going to be Flix breaking out. We had a nice little scalp on this, but I didn't re-engage, and I had a feeling that we were going to get that breakout. Why? Because there's so much buying pressure within this kind of consolidative zone right here, and then now we're climbing up to 92, 91, and it gave me multiple opportunities, but we're trigger shy on that one. And sure enough, that's what happens, man. You got to take the risk sometimes. Aside from that, wow, look at it go now up to 93.14. Oh, why did it have to do this massive fake out? Look at Netflix go. What did I say? Where's my screen here?
What?
Netflix is just absolutely ripping. Where is it? We can't even go to the top. First thing I wrote in the chat is watch out. Netflix might get rolling here. And then boom, sure enough, you're getting $1 and a bit move there. Okay, so there it is. We get a scalp on Netflix. We were in the TQQs, and then we took a little bit of a move here on XYZ. That's block. Shout out Jack Dorsey, Jackie boy. A nice little move from, 63.80s all the way up to 64.90s, and then we do get stopped out about 30% remaining of that position. So we're cooking. I'll do a little transaction for the people at home and whoever's sitting on their desk. We'll take some off at the high there on the T-trips and see if we can get more rolling. I was talking about this 610 level on the NASDAQ, the triple Qs that is, and I believe, okay, there we go. So we're involved from 48.74 on the TQQQs. I just had a feeling, just from the pre-market price action, we go over this time and time again, just the fact that it's like, hey, we have this selling in the pre-market, considering yesterday's session was bloody, was just setting up for a rally on Friday, and that's been the narrative so far. Netflix was a missed opportunity, but we're fortunate enough to take advantage of some things on the TQQQs. So I'm not going to say we're overly thrilled, but we'll take it. It's better than being negative. You know what happened with yesterday's session, so it was time to lock in, dial in, and try to get into that flow state. It's been a pretty good look. I was thinking about shorting Duolingo this morning as well, but Sharif, it's been on the rally right now with a low and an open of around $87, now up to $100. So it's a 13-point move in the intraday session there on Duolingo. T-Trips, Netflix, Duo, XYZ, and the TQQQs is what we got going on today, guys.
Yeah, Joey, man, they never run out of ways of trying to take your money. So there's something called Max now.
Yeah, I know, Max.
So you see that? Where you voice call with Lily? She's such a sullen character. She's always mad
she's always
and rolling her eyes and stuff.
No.
Yeah, why is her hair purple?
And why is she monotone like that?
Right? I know, exactly,
It's
right?
like, come on, man. We need a little more.
I'm not going to pay for Max with this sullen character.
Yeah, we need a little more enthusiasm, don't
Exactly. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Who uses Super Duolingo, right? And then you upgrade to Super. Super's not good enough. They want more money. They got to pay for Max so I can do these video calls. No, thank you. I can do it with ChatGPT.
You should try. Did you try? But you have this.
I got a free 4-day, 7-day.
Did you try the video call?
It's okay. Yeah. It counts how many words you're using, so it gives you a score at the end. Okay. It's not bad. It's
all
not
right
bad.
Then.
Dude, I mean, ChatGPT is there, guys, and you know what else is there? EDSA. The breakout is on ETSA. This one is being lovingly called or referred to today as ETSA, flat top break through 210. That's kind of what I felt that was the resistance level there. It was 2. I mean, obviously 2 is that key area of technical and psychological resistance. But I felt we had been working up into 210. Alas, this one kind of went without me. I didn't have a plan on this one. I was kind of looking at ONMD, but this one is all gas, no brakes now. The breakout is on. The volume profile is increasing. Where are the technicals? Let's bring in the black charts and do a little TA over here. So we're gonna keep all these up, but we're gonna start with ETSA first and foremost. So getting into 241, here's what I like. I like 210 to 205. I'm going to say 210 to 2, okay? Why do I say that? Well, because the 10 EMA and the 5 and VWAP now are ahead of 2, but we can see there was a lot of resistance at 2. Also, it's a psychological resistance, so it needs to pull in to there. Now, it may not. So if you're looking at getting in here, how do you work in off the 5? Well, you got to give it to prior bar low, and prior bar low is substantially below where we're trading. We're at 208, prior bar low, and there it is into a new area high, 241. And drops down to 235. So, this one you're going to have to either take risks getting in at the high. Perhaps if you want to even be a little bit more risk averse and not give it to prior bar, you can give it to current bar, the low of which is 226. So you can give it to 225, maybe 224, give it a little room. That isn't for me, though. I'm going to need a better setup, and it's going to have to come back in a little bit before I get involved. So EDSA is all sorts of strong, but it made the move without me. BYND finding clean support. Thanks to Neil for pointing this one out. Off the 10 EMA on the 5, right around 85 pennies. This is obviously south of $1. Coming back in down 87.5 pennies. It's an inverse, it's a hammer candle, pardon me. Bottoming tail, followed by a new high and a higher low, followed by another new high and a higher low. Alas, we're still below that 87.5, I want to say 87.75, where we've been getting resistance. There's been a couple of prints north of that, but most of the closing prints below that 87.5. That is BYND, Beyond Meat. We're going to keep an eye out on that one. ONMD is the one that is, I still believe, closer to 100% up on the day than all the others. But as I told people in the chat, this one is suffering right now from a prolonged downtrend. So I will not be a buyer until that downtrend decidedly breaks. Now, I think that we will get a great setup on this one if it can hold above the volume weighted average price. So what I'm specifically looking for, guys, is a permanent breach on a closing basis of this downtrend line. So as it kind of, shows you its intentions to kind of get above it, it's wicking above it, but no closing prints. That necessitates you to be patient because you're going to have to wait until the 5-minute candle closes before you can get back in or get in. So that obviously has certain repercussions. The repercussions are you get a worse price, but in my opinion, you get a better setup. So that's what I'm looking for there on ONMD. I'm going to stay clear until this one sets up in the right way. And as you can see, a lot of the names that I have on here are losing VWAP, CDIO, chief among them, XWell, which was a monster a couple of days ago. Looked like it was going to make a move here in the early trading hours, 9:30. Alas, this one is also suffering from an unbroken lower high downtrend. So I have nothing to do with this one until it can, number one, break that downtrend line, and number two, get above that 185 area where VWAP is. So that's in focus for me as well. What else do we have? RRGB, much slower of a mover, but it had a great day. It had a great couple of days after market on Wednesday, right from the get-go on Thursday, and here it is to get again today, holding yesterday's closing print, making new highs. Alas, it's only up 7 2/3, and the volume profile. Guys, look at the bottom right of your screen. Compare that to the bottom left of your screen. The volume is almost non-existent compared to what we were doing a couple of days ago. So RRGB in focus, but I am concerned about the volume or lack thereof. And then AAOI. So somebody was asking the big boys about AAOI. Looks like it was an earnings winner after the bell yesterday at 405. Rockets up, continues the rocketing today. This is technically a small cap gapper, ironically enough, even if it is a 77. No, it's not. It's not a small cap gapper, I lied. It's $5.25 billion, so it doesn't really fit the profile. And it's also a little expensive here, hard to manage risk for me anyway with my style of small cap trading. So I'm likely gonna stay away from AOI unless I get like an A+ setup, and I'll keep you guys apprised of that. Just before we send it to Joey, ONMD, higher low right now on the current 5-minute setup, looking for a decisive break on a closing basis above this trend line. That pulls me into the trade, Joey.
Right on, right on. All right, guys. Yeah, Gorb and I in the chat just talking a little bit about Netflix here, and it's the same narrative across the board on multiple underlyings. And this is what I want to get at here. So, I mean, a couple of days ago, do you have a chance of knowing? Not necessarily, but at the end of the day, we talk about the break of the trend line and being patient and waiting for that that indicator, essentially the trend line break, to display itself and say, hey, this is when it's time to engage instead of continuously trying to catch a falling knife. So as of whatever it was, Wednesday, I believe this session was, you break that at $78, and then now you've taken a substantial move higher. Am I saying this is a time to engage? Absolutely not, but wait for a pullback, and if this move is sustained, then if it's held up and it looks like buyers are going to re-engage, from what we're seeing and what's displayed on an intraday price action chart right now, I think so. And it was the first thing that I said this morning when we were consolidating around VWAP. I'm like, hey, we might get a little bit of a breakout here. The volume is starting to cool as we're selling, but I like Netflix for a sustained move. And it was the same narrative in which I said with the antitrust going on with Google and Apple, that there's a weight over this name's shoulders, and now they've just essentially removed themselves from the bidding war, and then look what's happening. I mean, from $75 all the way up to $95, that's a pretty big move, right? That's a quarter. You're catching a quarter in the span of a couple of days. So I like our chances for Netflix to continue its climb higher here in the near future, and then potentially go and test these highs. I don't know enough to say if Larry Ellison and company have overpaid for it, but I do know that it's like $9 billion from their higher than their original offer, and they're going to be chewing some of the fees as well between Warner Brothers and Netflix, so which is another couple $2.5 billion, I believe. And then if they don't get the deal done by September, you're going to be collecting a quarter of a share. So what does that mean? I'm curious. If the deal's set at $31, Sharif, does that mean that eventually Warner Brothers will be delisted at $31?
So that's what the buyout is going to be, yeah.
Right.
And then that creates a buyout trade later, right?
What I'm getting at here essentially is WBD, and I've seen it around 28. So it's at 28.26.
So there's an arbitrage opportunity there, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, but doesn't it have to close out at $31?
On the day, but like from now until then, because there's so much uncertainty, right?
Yeah.
Right?
So the deal may not get done. Yeah.
Right?
The deal might not get done and everything along those lines. But I mean, That might be. I don't know how I'm going to take.
Bro.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to take this in or take it into consideration. But if you can collect 3 points just like that, if something's guaranteed at $31, then I mean, you may as well swing the bat. And if you miss, then
yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, it is what it is. I'm watching ONMD, guys. It's making a move here, but it it's done this before where it's made the move and then it ends up as a wick. We have another minute or so. Let's see, 10 seconds or so for this one to close. So let me just put in, I've built a program today. Shout out to Fabian for helping me out with that. I built a program that's helping me kind of, show yourself, loser. There we go. It's kind of helped me manage my position sizing with my risk, my stop placement. I kind of vibe coded it today in the morning. I didn't go to the gym, and it's working pretty good. So I'm pumped about it. If it ends up really helping me and it's not glitchy, I'm gonna make it available for everybody. It's super easy, and it just basically you enter in the dollar amount that you want to risk per trade. You enter the dollar per share price, and then you enter your stop placement. It gives you 2-to-1 risk reward, 3-to-1, and it tells you basically what share size to take there. So that's what I'm kind of talking about there. But with respect to the trade, I'm still waiting here for ONMD to set up a little bit better. It's got a couple of higher lows now, but I'm still distrustful of this one, okay? Because it had a lot of wicks at, I wanna say 10:30, 10:45, that, you know, probably lured a lot of people into that $1.40. So I don't mind packing the patience here and seeing exactly what we're gonna get. Also, somebody else pointed this out to me, and I thank them for that. RALY, it's not doing a lot of volume. In fact, the volume on the day is 2.47 million. It is at an $11-ish name, coming back now into the 10 EMA on the 5, which is just a skosh below that $11 area. It was quite directional. It's up 19 1/3, was up more at the highs, 1143 high, dropping now into 1093. The levels are as follows. The volume weighted average price is at 1050. As I mentioned, 10 EMA on the 5, just a little bit below 11. And I perceive there to be a lot of resistance, previously resistance, now hopefully support at around 1075. There was that consolidation area there that you guys can see on the screen there. So I'm keeping an eye on that. I'm also keeping an eye on BYND back into 87.5. It goes. This one feels like it could be a flat top break. There are 3 5-minute bars that all reject off 87.5, and each one has higher lows. Okay, so that's what I'm thinking about right now. Enter. Okay. That's what I'm going to do. So give me a sec. We're going to look into BYND trade here. So we're going to go like that. And then I want to give it to below 85. So let's say 0.84. And then it tells me, okay, good. So there, we're doing it live. We're going to actually use the program, Joey. And we're going to do it live right now. And we're going to go like that. Oh, oops, wrong button there. There we go. Let me just double check. I see no stop. All right, we're live. Now we're going to have to put in the stop placement, and we're going to go just like that. So let's go in and give it to that amount for this many shares. So let's see kind of what we get. Now, it's telling me, based on my risk to reward parameters, 96 pennies is 2-to-1, $1 is 3-to-1, based on the amount of shares, my position sizing, and the size of the price of the shares. So that's what we're going to be looking for. We're looking for a move here on BYND, flat top break. I stop out, Joey, below 85 pennies.
Right on, right on. Yeah, Netflix continuing to go here, guys. Nice call out on UNH there. Rip City is for sure. And it looks like it's going to enter that gap soon, Gorev. So that could be a potential play there. Looking for about 50 to 60% of that gap to be filled. So that is a really good look. Strong, super strong today. So is my boy Walmart strong today as well. I take my strong hand. All right, so here's Netflix options chain, $100. right? So 8,150 contracts currently open. Those are going to probably expire worthless, as you can see they are. I mean, that would be a big time move in Netflix if we went all the way up to $100 today. I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case. But there's something that I was looking at here on the TSLA. Give me 1 second and we'll send it over to Adara. And that's going to be this 610 mark. We're gonna do a comparison here momentarily as soon as we get back from Adara.
Incredibly active on Truth Social today. His last post was literally 27 seconds ago, but I want to bring up this post he posted 6 minutes ago, which again, not his most recent post either. Now, to be clear, this is actually just a rehashing of stuff we already knew, but Trump posting this letter from Andrew Ferguson, leader of the FTC, that was sent over 2 weeks ago to CEO Tim Cook of Apple. I'm just mentioning it because this is circulating on social media now, but again, Trump reposting this 2-week-old letter here from the FTC to Apple CEO Tim Cook with regards to possible political leadings of Apple news articles. Back to you.
Very much for that, Adara. So this is the comparison that I wanted to make here, guys, is that you can see that this contract last night, and we're gonna take a moment. We'll go through Sharif, and then we'll get more into this.
All right, Joey, we just gotta let everybody know, guys, that the wait is over. We are now live at TraderTV.Academy. We've done the work to get the platform ready, so now it's your turn to actually step inside said academy. It's time for you no longer to watch Joseph and I, Neil and I, trade, but actually to learn the foundation we built everything on, starting at $480 US. Scan that QR code, bottom right of your screen, or visit TraderTV.Academy right now to get started, Joey.
Good stuff. Thank you very much for that, brother. And here it is, guys. Like, this is substantial. This opened up crazy. Today is the 27th, right? Yeah, it is. I mean, wow, 94%. This thing was worth $760 this morning. Why was it telling me such a substantially different number? I mean, this thing was $900 on this specific call contract yesterday at the close, and then now it's worth literally nothing. Wow, that's a big time move, man. Just masking yourself behind some of these supply zones is it can work wonders, that's for sure. Especially if you have to be a writer on that front. So that's what we got going on, guys. Netflix feeling the reality of missing out on that one, but that's the reality of things, unfortunately. NFLX, we had the idea, but then just the pullback. And I put on a little bit. I put on some shares on this one. And I'm like, oh, you know what? I can't allow this to go against me, as I've seen the volume really start to kick up here. And then we get that move about, like, we got 30, 40 cents on that trade. And then sure enough, it pulls back. And I never re-engaged at the hold of this 91.80 level. A re-entry right exactly where I was before would have been ideal. And then you get that strong move up. So yeah, Netflix continuing to go. You're up 10.25 here today. So a big time move. We're still sitting in the TSSQs. We're going to wait for the market to maybe grind as close to 610 as possible, and then we'll look to take some off. XYZ is breaking. You're cracking through some key necklines and support levels here right at 62.72. Boom, flush to the downside. So a good trade north of the volume weighted average price into 65, and then now you're really starting to tank here.
All right, watching ETSA here, guys. It is making a higher low and a higher high. It's still a little bit on the downtrend, so obviously below 240. I'm thinking of going long 233 with a stop below VWAP. So let's see what we get here. There's 32, 33 could be on the way. Looking for a move here. It's broken prior bar high. I'm just packing the patience. I'm also seeing ONMD really get consolidative, and it looks like the downtrend might be over on that one. So a couple of moves here. We're in the money here on BYND as that broke as well through that flat top at 87.5 on the way to 88. Packing the patience here. I don't like what I'm seeing on ETSA quite yet. I'm liking a lot more, though, ONMD. Okay, so my thinking here is going to be like this. So let's go ahead, set this up again, and we want to risk this amount. Okay, so entry price will be, say, 133. Stop, we have to put below, say, 118. So perfect. Now we know exactly what we're going to do here, and we're going to keep an eye out on that. I'm waiting here. I'm seeing ETSA, ONMD possibly break trend. Okay, I'm going long. All right, we're going long here. My first profit taker may be a little bit, lofty. $1.63 for a 2-to-1. We'll see what the price action shows us. There we go for that many shares. So we're long 3 names now. Let's see what we get on these, Joe. I'm still, yeah, it's still not working, by the way. So we got, it's at 35s, looking for a move here. There we go. Now we're back in action, Joseph. Let's see what we can get on these bad boys. You want to take over for a sec?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I'm still loading. It's been doing a lot for this, for me lately as well. Let's eliminate some of this noise here, guys, and see what we got going on here with the T-trips. And then Netflix still hovering up at 10 1/3. We like that one. I got my eyes on Duolingo for somewhat of a fade. It may take some time in order for it to kind of formulate more the way that I want it to. So I got my eyes on it, but let's go the overall market. Once again, I told you, as close as we get to 610. So let's break this down actually a little bit. So I engage, I get stopped out, get right back in, fortunately at a better price. I piece a little bit off, and then this is where I took half off on this strong flush down, and then I'm like, oh, whatever, I'll leave some. So I was sitting on about a quarter of my position, and that's what I got it right about now, about 15 to 20%. Currently waiting for this 49 mark, and that'll bring us close to $610 on the T-triple-Qs. I wish I could look small size on Tesla, 1 minute tight stop, says Gorev. I wish I could see it because my platform's still super frozen. Yeah, look at it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's been doing that as of late.
It has been doing that a lot. You're absolutely right.
And that's the thing, this platform, so the other day I left.
Knock talk 'em, Joey.
I left early to go home and trade earnings, right?
I remember that, yeah.
Yeah. So it was like Wednesday or something along those lines. And then it's just the market latency on this thing is just absolutely horrible. I don't even know where you can find the market delay, but it just doesn't translate. So if you're looking for quick execution, unfortunately, it's not the thing considering it is free. And it will cost you, right? Because if you go to enter something using it, and then next thing you know, you're like a second or 2 seconds behind, you can be instantly out of the money. Obviously, it can work in your favor, but the majority of the times it doesn't. And I'm still not even loading up here, so I don't even really know what to say. We'll sit in this T-triple-Qs. We're down 1 1/5 on this session. I got T-triple-Qs everywhere on my chart. What is Duolingo up to? I really want to. I would like to get a fade on this trade.
No hypercube. We're talking about IB, brother.
No, not P8. Yeah. Not P8. No. The delay on this is really good, actually. It's pretty good. It's around 70 milliseconds, which isn't bad. That is extremely operable. But as for anything north of that, if you start to get into the hundreds, you really got to try to get a direct connection or find another platform where you have that instant connection, because this is a game of pennies and a game of seconds. All right, so just keep that in mind. Why isn't this working? Oh, I got the wrong thing in DUOL. There we go. All right, so yeah, let's keep an eye on Duolingo here, Sharif, to see if it's going to break down. We are starting to form somewhat of a double top, but it is a pretty strong name on today's session. Even though it's down 14%, it did rip right after the open.
All right, guys, continuing to be in these positions. We got $1.29 on ONMD. There goes BYND. Through 89, we have 86 and change. It says 87 on the screen, but BYND is at the high of the day. Bovin says Paramount, PSKY also at the high of the day. Keeping an eye here. Shout out to Tom Proctor Archive. We're wet in the beak, baby. And there is. Getting the beak wet there. Packing the patience here on BYND, looking for the bigger out, far more north than we are. I'm looking for 96 pennies on this, okay? We got Leverkusen, Benton, not bad. I think they were good a couple of years ago, but ever since Xhaka left and Xabi Alonso left, I don't think they've been quite as good. But we'll keep tabs on that. So yeah, BYND in the money right now. My program froze again. Oh boy. Well, I'm not talking about P8, guys. So our work platform is working like aces. I'm talking about my side platform here, which shall remain nameless because they suck. Continuing to watch BYND working into 90, 89, 83, looking for the move into the dollar. That is my ultimate look. Obviously, I'm looking at front running that substantially. There's 90. They're selling at 90. That's aggressive selling there. We're just going to take it, cancel that one. and then we're going to move the majority of it back into where we talked about, which is at 96 pennies. So good look here for BYND as that one continues to move up. Can't say the same thing, though, for ONMD. So this one did lure me in. I have my stop where I have it, and I won't be taking it out prior to that. I sized in appropriately given how much I want to risk on ONMD, so I'm not going to let that sway me. It's still continuing to consolidate. It is no longer putting in the lower lows and lower highs like it was before. So if it loses, it loses. I'm going to follow. I'm going to see it through. ETSA coming back in now a little bit. It seems there might be a double top here on EDSA at around 243, 244. I'm really unsure how to think about this one at the moment because it's still well above the 10 EMA, a lot closer to the highs of the day, obviously, than any other level, but showing you that there are sellers stepping in at that 240 area. So we'll have to see how that ends up jiving. Continuing to watch, though, here as BYND does move up. All right, absolutely. JKL, we're sorry. I saw your super earlier, and he wants us to look at strategy, MSTR. Let's have a look, Joey.
Let's have a gander.
Let's have a gander.
All right, I got to shut.
Have you heard anything from Saylor lately? Yeah, look at this.
Oh, Saylor hella quiet.
Where's he been?
Quiet too.
Yeah, well, he's been quiet, right? Well, when your stock's looking like this, my boy. It's a tough look. It's a tough look for the Saylor one. Let's flip to the 5. So you didn't say what time frame. Clearly, if you're looking from the daily, it's no good, but we are still holding that long area of consolidation that we held from, I want to say, the March 2024 till when we broke out. I want to say again, September 2024 when did we take out that level? That was October of 2024, so a little bit before the election. So that was a consolidative range, a low of which was basically this 125, 100, right? And so we're still holding that. We're holding the 100. You can see it held the 100 here. But that's kind of where the good news ends, sadly, because it's been just a symphony of lower highs and lower lows. This 125 area has been also holding okay. That's the daily. Let's flip to the 5. I'm seeing BYND really go here. Okay, sorry, I have to digress to wet the beak. There we go, into the high. BYND's on one. Thank you, Neil, for bringing this one to my attention. This is MSTR on the daily, on the 5-minute. I have nothing on this. I have nothing to say on this other than there seems to be a seller here at 130 and a half, 130 3/4. I don't trade this on the day. And if you do, I'm looking at 128.50 as a long or 130.50, 130.75 as a short, and I'm playing that range that we've been ranging in since it opened at 9:30. Otherwise, I have nothing to do with MSTR on the day, Joe.
All right, yeah, we had to fire it back up here, Sharif. Let's see how much. Okay, we get a different color chart. We like that one. We're getting some loading. All right, so yeah, Max. I texted you max bet all in. Yeah, so you're talking about TWS. It's not your ideal intraday trading chart, unfortunately, or platform, unfortunately. That's just the nature of the beast, my friend. It's just not designed for that. It's really great for resources. Sharif showed me a lot of resources on this thing. I heard the API is not too bad, but the market delay is where it really, really gets you. You got to be cautious of that. When you have to use the older charting, I think the older charting is a little bit better, but again, not ideal. I messaged you which one you should look into. It's worth it. It's worth every penny. All right, so Uber putting in a strong day here today, guys. And then we have Duolingo hovering around the highs, $183. And then we take a big move lower. I like this potential double top. And this is what I'm looking at here, 101.31. And then now we're just hovering around this neck of the woods. The market is just consolidating. Netflix going up to 93.49. Savagery. So really, really, really good look on Netflix today. And this is what we want to see, up 12%, a little bit more in the post market yesterday, and continuing on that trajectory. I mean, it is positive here today and a nice move up there. We're keeping our eyes on Duolingo. I think I might have missed my opportunity to get involved on this short, but I don't want to be stuck in a grinder either. So there it is. Adair, what do you have for us?
What I have is crypto. We're going to start with a crypto-themed earnings play, though maybe not for too much longer. And to be clear, Marathon Digital is still very much involved in Bitcoin, of course, but MARA also announcing, kind of similar to IREN, it's going to be expanding its scope a little bit here, collaborating with Sherwood Capital Group. The goal here is to convert certain Marathon Digital sites into digital infrastructure. So what they're going to be doing here is starting with aiming for 1 gigawatt, I guess, here. And they're going to be looking for more exposure as well for that network. So interesting look there for MARA. They are still, of course, mining and purchasing Bitcoin, mining 2011, purchasing 1670. But let's talk about the numbers here, because those were not so good. They missed here on Q4 EPS, losses of $4.52 per share, dwarfing the expected loss of 30 cents per share. Sales, 202.3 million. That's going to be a miss compared to 257 million expected. Here's Bitcoin. This is the daily chart. This thing is still kind of chopping around in this range. We did try to push in a salient way above that 70,000 level going back to Wednesday, but since then we've posted 2 straight red sessions. Now let's look at the weekly. Unfortunately, talked earlier about that 6-week losing streak. Looks like BTC as of right now, even with that rally on Wednesday, still poised to clinch its 6th straight red week. Back to you.
Yeah, I think it's the same narrative here with Bitcoin as it is with some of the other technicals and the other names we were talking about. You just want to wait for that trend to be broken. We've noticed since, I don't know if it's just an IBIT thing, but since the release of that ETF, the most successful ETF launch of all time, and it's unfortunate that it's down 50%, but as soon as that trend is broken, it forms its consolidative zones. We know it goes into multi-month, and then you're on the backside of that trend. I think that might be a decent time to engage in Bitcoin. All right. The Logman 001, short MSTR, long STRC. Use short proceeds to buy STRC. Company pays you 11.25 to short their stock. Percent. Okay, interesting. Yeah, thanks for that information there, brother. Hopefully you're cooking up there in the MSTR shorts. But see, I remember there's a bunch of, I don't want to call them analysts, but investors, maybe venture capitalists, whatever they may have been. They're like, yeah, we're really short MicroStrategy, and we're still long Bitcoin. But it's unfortunate that Bitcoin is sliding, and so is MSTR. But it acts as a leverage product. So if we do get that sustained rally, maybe you'll see some substantial moves in Bitcoin, in MSTR as well.
All right, there goes BYND, guys. It's heading up, 93. Where are we in? We're in at 87. It's continuing to go. My bias here was 96. I thought that was quite lofty, but that was 2-1. And we're not that far away from it. There's 93 on the bid. It's a 93.36 high. It's continuing to go. I'm just wetting the beak along the way. Still holding, though. I am concerned about ONMD. I don't think that one is good. ETSA is not disappointing me as much as ONMD is. And there goes BYND again. We're just going to take baby shares out here. Let this one go. Here's ETSA trying to make the move into 240. These are higher lows, guys, into the same area resistance. It is that same 240-ish area where the shorts are coming in, the sellers are coming in, but what I think, in my opinion, puts the, I don't want to say the odds on our side, but makes this an acceptable entry are the higher lows in anticipation of that flat top break. I haven't taken anything out here on ETSA. I'm continuing to wait here to see if we can get above that 245 high. And then we'll see exactly what the situation is there. It's holding the 10 EMA, it's putting in higher lows, it's rejecting off that 240 area, so you've got the recipe here for what we call a flat top break and or an ascending wedge if you want to get like quite technical with it. Now, one thing that I didn't account for when I wrote this program in the morning was for ads. So, for example, let me make my point here. Wow, BYND still continuing to go, Joey. Let's go over here. I'm going to put a little bit there. All right, so here's what I mean by that. So, for example, EDSA, right? I got in at 235, right? It dropped back down. It holds a 10 EMA at 2.25, 223, whatever. What I didn't write the program for is how do I adjust my risk and reward, right? Having added shares later on, especially at opportune times. And I think that this one would have been one of those ones. Again, we articulated the higher lows, flat top break. This is a good setup in my submission. But my program doesn't allow me, or I haven't written it so that it, is adjustable. So that when I add more in, it'll give me kind of an updated risk to reward, an updated setup. So that's something that I have to take care of from that side. But at least I'm alive to it, right? And so I can address it. So EDSA, I missed adding. Why I'm doing this whole soliloquy is because I missed adding at that 2.25, even though that was an opportune time to add, in my opinion. So just want to articulate that, kind of go through what my thinking is with you guys on that. Continuing to watch here, as at 94 pennies is the high of the day here on BYND. We're looking for 96. Right, and I think we're not that far away from it. Now, if 96 comes, Joey, then, you know, is it a mistake for me to take it out at 96? Should I be waiting for that dollar? Because, you know, you get close to the dollar, right? 96, 95, right? You might be on the way there.
Nice.
I appreciate you, my boy. I appreciate you. We sized in on this one, too.
Hold on. You know what I haven't? We're about 40 minutes in here exactly. You know what I haven't hit here today?
What have you? Oh. You didn't hit that like all week, I don't think, bro. This guy he's like he's in a zen. So it's like all of a sudden he sees Steve Austin coming in, and it's all a good vibe.
Causing chaos, man.
All right, guys. Continuing to watch EDSA. Looks like ONMD. We're about 6 pennies out of the money here. That one is going to stop out when it stops out. But looking for ETSA, there it is in a 43. It's a 30. It's a 45 high of day. Looking for the flat top break here. Seller at 44. Haven't taken anything off, and I will not take anything off until it reaches my target and it rejects again. Now, what I'm going to be looking for here is that higher low. 10 EMA on the 5, where I want it to hold, is showing 226, 227. So that's what we're going to be looking for there, Joe.
All right, good stuff. I like what Angry Wife. No, I don't have that on my radar here today. I have Duolingo XYZ, Mara, which I just kicked to the curb, and then I have, what else do we got on here? The TQQs, all right? Duolingo XYZ, Mara, Netflix, and whatever. Anyways, aside from that, I like what this individual said here in the chat. Where are you? Johnny T. Q's turtle shell in progress. I like that you called that out because I happen to agree with you there. We are slowly starting to turtle shell on the TQQs. If this does curl over more and you get a retest of a new high, fail to establish a new high once again, then maybe you get that move right back into the volume-weighted average price. Gore was long Tesla earlier in the day. That has now breached that support level and looks like it wants to head a little bit lower. What has Meta been up to here? Ooh, okay, starting to form maybe a base, guys, but downtrend still fully intact. You got out? Yeah, you got stopped out. Yeah, that's fine there, Gorev. 643 is a nice level, and then we're bouncing off that. If you get a 5 minutes open on the backside of this, then maybe you can get a nice little move back into VWAP. Now moving forward onto some of the other big boys. Ooh, breaking lows. That's not good for the overall market. You can see that we formed this bull flag here in Google. I don't know why that's like that. In Google, and then now we're starting to head a little bit lower. This is going to drag the market down for sure, without any question. But if Apple is continuing to climb higher, maybe we can hold up a little bit longer until we get a bounce in Google. NVDA, what have you been up to? Yeah, AC Slater to that one as it's continuing to slide, guys. 180 snappers on this one. And I mean, hey, I think at this pace, right? Earnings port, we get this candle opening up above the range, this resistance range, we can't breach. So what is that telling me? Where's the next possible destination here on NVDA? I would not be surprised in the near future if we see it south of this support level. Okay? It's the same narrative. Like, we haven't broke out. Why? So what do we need to do? Maybe absorb some more liquidity and distribute south of these price levels in this breakout zone into lower levels. I still love the name. I still love the stock. There's no questioning about it. I own it fully. It's my second largest position.
Joey,
currently.
Can I interrupt?
Go ahead.
There goes ETSA taking out the highs and into a new high of day, 58 pennies. Go, you little punk. Let's go. We're waiting in the 60s. We're waiting in the high 50s. We've got everything other than a couple of beak wetters there through. Watch out for the drop now. Money buys here, in my opinion, are 2 areas. 2 high 30s and 2 high 20s. Reason is, top end of the range we said was 240, so that's the technical area of resistance. That could be money fills. 10 EMA on the 5, high 20s, low, well, yeah, it's high 20s, it's not low 30s. It's having trouble, Joey, it's clearing that $0.50 on a decisive basis. It's 258, but the shorts are coming in. They're fast and furious and/or the profit takers, and they're pushing this down into 240. Watch for the topping tail candle to go red. It is very, very, very aggressive move down here. 20 pennies off the high. Shorts are getting super aggressive with this one into that 240 area. Let's watch now. Does it hold the 10 EMA? The 10 EMA is at 227. Packing the patience, still green here, still holding at 238-ish, right? There's my entry now into 235. Good, we de-risked a little bit. What a move, man. That's an ugly topping tail candle. But as we know, topping tail candles are not the end-all and be-all on these small cap gappers, right? Because people aggressively take profits. And it doesn't take as much money to make one of these topping tail candles show up in a small cap gapper as it does, obviously, on an Apple, Amazon, Netflix, etc. So what I'm looking at, guys, I'm sorry that I'm looking the other way there. I'm looking at my black charts on the side off which I chart. So it looks like right now, we just put in a higher low, even though that's an ugly topping tail candle. I'm looking for that 10 EMA on the 5 to defend. If it doesn't defend, I'm out. Simple as that. Joe, what do you got?
I'm really honed in on this Duolingo move lower, considering we're so extended from the volume weighted average price, and this thing looks like it wants to go. I don't want to chase it where it's currently at. So I'm going to be really patient on this name. But you can see we started to form this flat top. Strong move out of the gate, but I'm looking for sellers to re-engage. Yeah, and there it goes to 81s, and I don't want to chase this thing. Even though we are still roughly around the highs, any form of a pullback here, I mean, the high is 101, it's $1 something. But we are at a key support level, okay? So if this breaks, we might get this move lower into that next zone, which could be 97. I'll take that 2 points all day, every day, especially with a roughly around a 6-cent spread. That's not bad, man. All right, so yeah, I mean, we don't want to hesitate too much. We don't want to chase, so we're going to have to be extremely patient on this one. And with that being said, I might miss the opportunity. I just have a hunch that we're going to curl over, but any form of retest of this zone right there, I'm in. I don't care. Enough talking about it. We're still in the T-triple-Qs. We're down to 99.71s from $100. Breathe, woosah, 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 woosah. So yeah, I mean, we're down 15% here in Duolingo. We'll keep an eye out on that one. A nice little rebound. We bounce off a VWAP in the NASDAQ. Block getting somewhat of a rebound here as well, too, guys. And then you can see Netflix still starting to make its recovery to that previous pivot high. So a pullback, and we're involved. This thing is continuously bleeding. And I want to go full size on it, but considering I'm not in exactly where I want to be or around where I want to be on Duolingo, this would be more ideal. It gave me the opportunity, but I wanted to be cautious about a bull flag forming as well and it breaking through the high if I were to go full size. So that's why I want to keep this risk as tight as possible, considering yesterday was a not good day, today significantly better. And we just want to stick with that continuous execution. Patience is key, and that's my narrative right now, Sharif.
All right, man. Add it into the ETSA position here. I had to because it's just holding up at the 10 EMA. Obviously, this current candle, I'm talking about the 1145 candle on the 5, did lose the low of the topping tail candle, inverse hammer candle at 1140, but it still held the 10 EMA, didn't even touch it. So I've put my stop super tight below the 10 EMA. Let's see if it holds up there. Continuing to watch BYND, didn't quite get into my next profit taker at 94.5, but it held current bar, current 5-minute bar, the 1145 candle, the low of which is, it could be losing it here. Watching. So prior bar low is 91.50. Current bar low, 91.63. Just lost it. Okay. So that's a breach of prior bar low. You could re-up at 90 pennies. That's where the 10 EMA on the 5 is. I'm going to see this through, okay? Let's see what it has to offer. EDSA, back into 245. Profit taker, 7s. Looking for another move to try to clear 50 here. Profit takers above 50, still active. I did put one, though, a little bit below 50 just to wet the beak. So this one is putting a higher, it's got a lower high and a high. a lower high and a lower low, right? So it doesn't look good, but it's still holding up at the 10. So that keeps me in the trade. Let's see if the shorts are going to be stronger than the longs here, man. We're still putting in generally higher lows on ETSA, and so that is going to have to keep me in the trade. There's no way, you know, I should be taking it out here. It's not giving me the indication that I should be getting out. This is kind of what I'm looking at right there. That's what I keep looking on the side chart. So ETSA still very much in focus for me, looking for that high 40s profit taker, but not quite getting it yet, so sucks. No other small cap gappers that I like, guys. BATL, other than the ones that I've already mentioned, is making a move back into the volume weighted average price at 530. BATL has been all over the freaking map. 820 spikes up to 610, spikes up again at 940, spikes down to 445 at 10.25, and now here it is coming back into 5.5. It's still up 26.25%, but the chart pattern is everywhere, bro. I mean, how can I trade this? So that's what I'm looking at. What's going on your side of the screen?
Man, Duolingo. Yeah, this short, man.
My bad.
I mean, it's nothing to. You got to pull. Yeah, you got to pull the trigger, man. You can't be trigger shy. That's for sure, and that's kind of the narrative what happened. So hesitation nation right there, and we're not talking basketball right now. So yeah, that $100 mark, boom, we're getting that clean flush. Wanted one more pullback here and a retest of this $100, and then sure enough, but I don't know if buyers are going to step back in. This tape is getting extremely weak there, ladies and gentlemen. I wouldn't be surprised if we get another clean flush to the downside here. A retest there, Hangry, we're going to get involved. So yeah, keep an eye out on this on Duolingo for a move back into VWAP. Now, as for the overall market, we did get a bounce in the TQQs. I have my side. There's a quarter bounce, but then it just comes right back down, and the spread widens a little bit. It goes up to around 12 pennies. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. Back up to a quarter. All right, do your thing, Duolingo. We got our eyes on you. We're not going to allow this retest to go past us. That's for sure. Up 3K on the Qs trade, yo. Says Papacito, another 690. Let's go, man. Hey, whoa, I'm going to start calculating out. You made 2K yesterday, 3K today, my friend. So it's been a solid one for you. Way to put on that size, and congratulations. Hangry Wife wants 100. I agree with you. I think INQ could bounce at this point. Can you please bring it up? Sure.
Bring it up.
You ask kindly, you shall receive.
Oh, God, yeah.
That's the narrative that we roll with. So let's find out, INQ. Instead of me scrolling through here, why don't we just type it in? It'd be a lot easier. Yeah, you know what? To be honest with you, double bottom right here on IonQ. Give yourself a little bit of room, maybe to 35s, and you're getting a nice little bounce here. Double bottom, boom, and you can see the strength start to step in. So we like it. How deep is this bounce? You want to look for that next that next support level that can act as resistance, and that might be around 37.43. Could take a while to get there, though, Shree.
All right, there goes BYND into 95 pennies. Now it's just a penny off my target of 96. It's really going here. It put in a one candle red on the 5-minute chart, and then it did breach trend, though, to be fair. So this could have pushed people out, right? Because this did breach trend, lower low, lower high, and there he goes, an aggressive buy up. There's 95 again, looking for the move now into 96 with a bias that this gets close to the dollar, right? I don't remember when Neil called this out. Neil called this out like at 84 pennies, or it was right before we got on. So I want to say, no, like around 86. It did dip down, though, came back into 84, give or take. So that's what we're keeping an eye on. EDSA continues to hold above the 10, but if it loses the 10 EMA on the 5, I'm out. And shout out to Rex Banner saying KLTO might be one that interests you. I certainly did like it before this topping tail candle into 67, down into 64. But I like this area, 61 to 60 pennies. KLTO, what's happening there, Assassino? Oh, you're testing something. All right.
Testing.
I like this area here because that's a consolidative area, right, that we could find support at. Moreover, it is where the 10 EMA on the 5 is. So, sorry, I didn't put in the ticker. It's KLTO. That's the ticker. I do apologize. KL. Show yourself. There it is. So I could put in a dip trade here at around 61 to 60. Now, it may not come into that, so you may not get it, but that's what I'll be looking at here, certainly, as I watch ETSA go against me now, down into the 10 EMA. I'm not going to add here. I've already added without success. So let's see if this one holds off on the 10 and makes another attempt at 50. There's been a lot of selling at 50. I don't want to paper hand ETSA here because it's still putting in generally that upper trend line, upper higher high, higher low kind of thing, not strictly on a per candle basis, but in a general sense, it's still putting an uptrend. So if I paper hand this trade, I'll be quite annoyed. So let's go ahead and put another profit taker here at 90, let's go 95.75, Joey. That way we can kind of front run that 96 penny level we've been pontificating about. Ooh. Did you know pontificating is kind of like, has a negative connotation? Neil looked it up, and it's just like, you know, when someone talks like in a way that they think they know what they're talking about.
But they don't really know what they're talking about.
And you know what? I did know what I was talking about when it came to the profit target on BYND because there is 96 on the day, babe. Let's go 60 3/4 on BYND. It's really going here. We're close to $1. There's 96 again. Can we get a little bit higher? Let's put 97s on that bad boy. Let's see if we can work into there. BYND looking real good, man. Trying to take out that dollar. We're going to pack the patience. We're going to see what this one has to offer, Joseph. Options.
All right, man. What a hot mess the TQQs has been since approximately 10:30 or 10 o'clock this morning. I mean, we're off and, we're off the lows, we're off the highs, man. This thing can't get its ish together, but what is really starting to work is that $100 break on Duolingo, now down to 98.74.
98, that's crazy.
Oh, my Lanta. This is crazy, man. This is crazy. You got to take, okay, nice little bounce there. Come on, come back into the zone. 99.50. You can do it. You can break that level. We can get a little bit of a bounce. I mean, buyers, you can't just be disappearing, even though that's how I wanted to. This is a nice momentum. No deep pullbacks. That's my ideal type price action. And there goes the T-triples right back up towards the high of the day. Are we going to breach it? What has Tesla been up to? Bang, bang. I was going to say some bang, bang there, Gorev. So nice work on that one. If NVDA is rebounding too, that's a beautiful look. Did Meta break this trend line? Yes, it did. Yes, sir. So there it is on the back side of it, 5-minute candle opening above that, or on the back side of that trend. So that's an absolute beautiful look on that one. And then who we got? Nick Dubb. What's up, my boy? T, very strong. Been calling the move since dip to close yesterday. Room to 29, same pattern as CL in heavy calls. Let's take a look at T-Mobile. Or AT&T, sorry. Yeah, okay, yeah, so a nice move here on the intraday, consolidative zone, PAP, and then you're off to the races, additional leg on that ABCD pattern. Beautiful look. Let's head over to the daily and see what we got on that one. Is 29 in the works? Oh, it most definitely can be. Oh, 29 today? No, oh, hell no.
Hell no.
Yeah, that ain't happening today, my boy. But anyways, nice look and a nice move there in AT&T. Got anything, Sharif?
Yes, sir. There goes. Into 98 goes BYND, man. Here comes the dollar. We're watching this one. We're packing the patience. Let's see if we can get a little bit more Papacito. You're making me laugh, bro. Oze is making me laugh as well. You guys are jokes.
Where's Oze, man?
Oze, yeah, straight from your favorite city of Dallas, Texas, Joey.
Texas.
I know you had a very good time there.
I did have a great time, but
I know you had a good time.
I had a fantastic time. It was a beautiful time. It's just that I'm not going to beat around the bush. The city...
Is that no good?
It's not that good. It's not that great, man.
Okay. He didn't like it. He's like, it was like deserted everywhere.
Yeah.
Neil.
Well, I mean, I went on a holiday.
I
went on a holiday too, but aside from that, it's more or less corporate building, right?
Corporate buildings, yeah. Well, yeah, it's not a good look.
Salesforce is there. Mark Benioff.
Salesforce. Well, that's exactly.
There goes.
Explains everything there.
There goes
Benny.
Duolingo, man.
All right. I appreciate you, Stuart. Thank you for the kind words, brother Papacito. You know, games like Dota 2, and they have those voice effects for each action. Nothing is better than trading same thing. Thanks, Papacito, man.
No, Deep Element is sick. Sorry to interrupt you. Deep Element is sick, but it's like Blue or West,
right?
Essentially, there, Neil. It's just like it's like a strip,
okay?
Right? Like Deep Element's a strip. There's like the bars and everything along those lines. That's where I went to Terry Black's. Right, like I went down that strip, but it's nothing to be like, oh man, I gotta move here and live here.
That's
That's not what guanin over there.
It's not guanin. There goes BYND into 98 and 2/3, essentially 99. We're wetting the beak there, and now we're saving everything else for the breach of the dollar. People are asking, Neil, if you're going to short at the dollar. They seem to have a bias that you might be looking at the dollar on BYND. If it sets up, he says, and I mean, that's a classic trader response. It's got to set up, right? Like, he's not going to just go in there blind. So shout out to Neil. I know he's looking at it. Neil's the only reason I'm involved in this thing, so I wouldn't have had eyes on it. So BYND continuing to move up here, 20% in the Ville of Green. We're packing the patience. We're a little in the money. We're a little out of the money on ETSA. I'm running out of patience, and I got to tell you what. Yeah, that was my move there. We're out. So we'll take a little bit of a hit on that, but we'll still remain positive on ETSA. It didn't set up the way that I wanted, and now it's 1, 2, 3 lower highs on ETSA. And that's not really the move. It's coming into the 10 EMA again with a lower high and a topping tail candle showing that it may be setting up as an inverse hammer candle. That ain't the look. And there is BYND into 99s. It's about to hit the dollar. It's a 99 penny exactly high a day on BYND. Shout out to Beyond Meat. The price action, Joey, a lot better than the food.
Yeah. Oh, all right, man.
Sorry, I had to dunk on it. Can I say
man.
something, though? I haven't even eaten their food.
No,
so
me neither.
I'm completely talking out of my rear end here. Right, but you know when I hear that there's excess amounts of sodium and there's excess amount of filler and all that good stuff, I try to steer clear.
Steer clear of that, man. Steer clear of that. Now, one thing that we did steer clear of was Duolingo, unfortunately, and now it's down to 98.20s, and we're not getting that pullback that we're experiencing. We are heading towards another key support level, right? Like, I think this is going to be a key inflection point, 98.40. So let's see how we react on that one. VWAP isn't as close. This was the $100 mark. I think that was the more ideal spot to get involved with. There goes Netflix about to break this previous pivot high. Back now to 93.52. This thing is gone, man. Oh, I better take it off my chart. I won't be able to sleep tonight after missing this duo, being highly sarcastic there, missing this Duolingo short. It's just really unfortunate. It was a high quality opportunity and we didn't take it. Oh, wow. It's 12 o'clock already.
Joey?
What's that?
Take your aggression out on the Spanish. You know, smash a couple of Spanish lessons.
Yeah, I could do that, man. That'd be the constructive way to do it.
There you go. Now you're speaking sense.
Right.
All right. It's that time. It's noon hour, where people typically eat and have lunch. But we're going to send you to the big desk with Adara, where she's going to be doing happening now, and of course, the very coveted Neil's lesson of the day.
We're going to take a look here at what's been happening today in this market. S&P 500 kind of shopping around here. Like, we had these higher highs, this uptrend heading into the day. That uptrend kind of tops out around 11:30 on the dot. Then we start getting these lower highs. As of right now, I would say a lot of chop here in the SPY. NASDAQ arguably even choppier, but with a cleaner support level around 605.50. In terms of themes here for the market, it's kind of same old here. We do have some more stories here about lawsuits from tariffs, in this case, Bloomberg reporting that President Trump and his administration facing 2,000 tariff-related lawsuits after last week's Supreme Court decision, which did rule against President Trump and his tariffs. Let's take a look here at some of the many earnings names on watch. I mean, as mentioned a couple times now, XYZ or Block Inc. Not really on watch for earnings so much as it is on watch for its decision to cut its workforce by over 40%. But either way, here's a look at the company's fiscal 2025 revenue. Then we also have CoreWeave, a look at how this company's fiscal 2025 performance compares to its performance in fiscal 24. Neither of these images are actually out yet on XTTV Research. They will be released this afternoon, so you guys are getting a sneak preview. NFLX also providing a sneak preview of its strategy going forward with the WBD deal, and its strategy is that it's stepping out. No longer going to be bidding here for Warner Brothers, letting PSKY basically take the reins here after Warner Brothers decided they preferred Paramount's revised offer. NFLX, clearly shareholders feeling relieved by this decision as the stock pushes higher. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, make sure to check out our Academy program, and make sure to listen up for Neil's lesson of the day, guys. Neil, what do you have to say?
Well, first I have to say thank you, Adara, like we always do. Secondly, I have to say make sure you check out the Academy. I actually posted, I'm going to talk about my note on having a plan of action. And sometimes when you like a direction, but there's just no, your plan isn't available, I posted my note. I posted on X, but we also posted up in the Academy, and I can quickly show you here. And again, anyone that hasn't signed up, there's lots of stuff in there, but this is like the campus group, and I posted my morning note of just the stock plays, right? Like not anything but the brass tacks. And I won't get into IBID and QBTS. We talked about that one for the short side, but it's the silver, because obviously you're going to note here, 80 was the key long level. Well, it's pretty simple. It didn't trade close to 80. And the time that it did would have been at 7:30 in the morning, which isn't reasonable. So it's like, well, what do you do with that? Well, what's the reason? You have to go back to why do I like the 80 long in the first place? Because once that's unavailable, okay, well, I like the 80 long in the first place because I was bullish on it and I wanted to pull back into prior high. So big, like a resistance level here at 80, resistance here at 80. So I'm looking for the pullback into that prior resistance level, turning into a potential support. When that's not available, I just simply take the same concept and apply it to the 82.5, which is going back to Wednesday. The high on Wednesday was that 82.5 zone. So the dip comes into that price. It was a question someone was asking about Beyond Meat and the $1 level. It's like, you shorting $1? Well, only if it sets up. And that's the thing, like silver, yeah, sure, I liked it long, but only if it sets up. That's where that price came from. It was taking the original notion, which is continuation long, pull back into a prior resistance and bounce off that for a long play. Well, okay, fine. If one level isn't available, can I find the next one? Great. Well, another thing happened this morning that I thought I'd be a little bit more involved in, which was, oh, that'll be probably Tesla. What's good? Oh, I don't know. I'm like, Tesla's moving. I don't know, Dollar Club? Anyways. WBD. I think, I mean, currently it's being priced at a pretty heavy or hefty discount from the Paramount Skydance offer, which is 31, which is signaling some risk that it might not close. And my first thought when I saw it down here was, I'm going to take a shot at some scalp longs, where I can scalp it inside a range to VWAP, and then I can hold if it breaks out, and if there's like a big correction upside, I just happen to be long off a good level. Now, the problem with all of this is, when we come in, like right away, this is 5:30 in the morning, right? So it's underneath any support. Like, I like the long, and I want to try to sit in a long in it, but there's nothing there. It's underneath support levels. I have, like, fundamentally, I can't look at like a time value of money, obvious price that I can just say, well, it shouldn't be trading at this price, I can buy it. It's kind of going by feel. So what do? I go back to brass tacks, I zoom out the chart, and simply ask myself, okay, is there any price area, if I favor the long when it's looking this weak, that I can get involved in? Well, look at this prior bottom. It's about 28.20, let's just say. Support to resistance, to one bounce. So it was significant in the past. So what do? I wait for it to bounce. Okay, that level's good. Dang it, I missed the trade because we're doing the morning show. I'm not really looking at a buyout at that time of day. But do we get a second chance at that level? Yeah, it comes right back in. We've already established the low. I let it bounce. There's it testing the low. The second it holds higher, I go in. I hold to VWAP and, well, the prior high. And then if we do get a stretch, then I've got myself a nice little mean reversion trade where I got a double bottom. Like, you know how I do. Scalp into the volume weighted average price. In this case, because I want to see if it can shoot up a little bit higher, I will give it more than VWAP because it's not only a mean reversion type of play. But it just comes down to favoring a direction, but I don't know exactly where I want to get in. I need it to set up. So you find a key price level. Now, if it doesn't double bottom here, I never get the trade. I never bother with that trade. And it's likewise over in SLV. You know, if silver never pulls back into that prior high, then I never get that long. It's that simple. If it pulls in, if it doesn't hold here and goes back to 80, I guess I take the 80 trade overall. It's all well and good to have a direction. It's certainly fine, but sometimes the price action, it's not where you want it to happen. QBTS is a pretty good example of that for me today. Like, it wasn't where I wanted. It wasn't where I wanted it for the short. So I end up having to kind of chase a move here a little bit. We don't really get a chance to play it up in the 19.8 range unless you were trading it in the pre-market. And you just have to find another entry. It could be in the same direction with a breakout trade. You could be looking for a bottoming tail candle. It could be looking for a double bottom. It could be a pullback into a prior high. But as long as the theme of why you liked it in that direction holds, then you're good to go. You allow it to set up. Just because I like a direction, I need to have an entry plan, which means look for a setup. And sometimes it means putting in that work. Go back, look at the chart, find something better, find something that you like. Like this Beyond Meat just broke through $1. I haven't seen a topping tail candle. I haven't seen a trend break. So I don't think I'll be involved just yet. But we do have a trend forming. It's kind of trying to do one right now. Like if it does something like this, I might try to find my way into like a short risking a penny and a half, but we can be patient about it. Having a directional plan or price in mind is only part of the battle. Sometimes the stock will be correct in your direction, but you've got to find a different entry and you got to put that work in. If it's the same theme, pull back into prior high and just using a different prior high, great. Other times you might have to switch it up a bit. Look for a double bottom. That can be support. That can show you the importance of a price level, but allow it to show you. I'd rather be sure of a trade before I put it on, or at least sure of the entry area, so that I know where I want to be in, I know where I want to be out, as opposed to just guessing because I like that direction. I'm not that kind of person where I just want to get, I like the long, I'm just going to start buying it wherever. Nah, that's how you lead yourself into trouble. So the lesson of the day today is you can like a direction, it can never trade at your price, but you can always find, not always, but oftentimes you can find another entry along a similar theme. You just have to sometimes zoom out a little bit. And usually I end the lesson by telling you guys how the lunch is. I'll tell you how it was. It was kind of like a grilled chicken with some tomato sandwich there. It's pretty solid. And then some like vegetables. Not very filling, and I haven't had the cookie yet, but I'll give this one, I gotta give it a solid 8.2. The sandwich was pretty tasty, and I'm gonna assume the cookie will be good when I go grab it. I think it was like a lemon cookie. So there you go. Lunch looks like it'll be a winner. Lots of winners today, and the NASDAQ just broke 25K as well. Go NASDAQ.
Yeah, it's not a good look on these here markets, Joey. Let's bring him in, show everybody what's up. The DIA, the Dow Jones Industrial ETF, down 1.1. I think that second to the IWM, the worst on the day. The crack, though, the Nas crack is heading back up. It's only 0.25%, so it's faring the best out of the four. SPY down 0.5% here, so kind of second best. It is. This is why I think some of the small cap gappers have the pickings up been slim. The IWM getting clipped 1 2/3 in the Ville of Red, so not a good look there, guys. Quickly, oops. I don't want to move that. I want to move this one. I want to mention a couple of things here. First and foremost, BYND is continuing to do it live. 102 high, as Neil said, no topping tail candles. In fact, Neil, I'm seeing a couple of bottoming tail candles off the dollar on the 5. So it looks like people are buying this off the 5. That is momentary, though. We'll have to see if that continues. Secondly, ONMD, I've been really... I'm 0 for 1 on OMMD. I've taken one trade on it. I'm negative on it. I'm positive on the day. I'm packing the patience here because this one is up still 73%. And quite frankly, it's lured a lot of people, man. It breaks trend. It shows you it's on the way. And then you get a 3 red candle setup. So you know that expression, if someone tells you who they are, believe them?
Absolutely.
Right. Well, this one is telling me who it is, and it's a bamboozler in chief.
Get out of there, then.
Right? I'm not in. I'm just, I'm
get away
steering
from
clear.
it.
Get away from there.
Get away from it.
Get away. So that's what I'm watching, guys. A possible setup on OnMed, ONMD. It hasn't set up in the way that I'm looking for. In fact, we've been suffering from that lower high setup for a while. And if that's going to be the case, I'm not going to trade it. Simple as that. ETSA is losing the volume weighted average price. And if it continues any lower, we're going to get removed off the side chart. Zion Lala, I appreciate you, brother. Yeah, it was a good look there. I do appreciate you, Zion. Oh, and I love how you called out when I shorted that small cap gapper the other day. You're like, what? What's going on? Yeah, we hopefully will be doing more of that. Zen Zombie, I seen support. It tried breaking through 99 pennies. What Zen Zombie's talking about, him and I were going back and forth about ALBT, and it displeased me simply because it was number one. I think it's negative on the day. Number 2, it's a little light on volume. As you can see, this is the 1-minute chart. But I was theorizing here that there could be support at 92.5 pennies, just because we had so many area rejections, whether it was in the pre-market or regular trading hours. 92-ish seemed to be a bit of a resistance level. Alas, we make it up to $1, and then lo and behold, look where we're finding support, 92, 93. So that's what I was saying to him there, but that does not a glowing endorsement to go long, especially because the highs, will they be lower, Joey, on every successive pop there? So not exactly a glowing endorsement, but I want to mention AAOI. I'm not going to trade it, okay? Just because it's expensive and it doesn't fit my trading parameters, but this is a good look. I mean, if you're looking for a flat top break there through that 79.50, 80-ish, you're getting all the right recipes here. You got area low, higher low, all the while, 79, 79.50, acting as a bit of a resistance area. This is AAOI. Not a bad look, but it's like an $80 name, so, you know. BYND is losing the dollar. It's at 99 and change. What I'm going to be looking for on BYND, yeah, it loses the dollar. Obviously, it sets the trade back for the longs. But I want to see if it holds key areas of technical support. So it's already breached prior bar low. It's on the way down. 96 and change. I want to say 96 and 2/3, 96 and a quarter is a 10 EMA on the 5. We also know for a fact that we had trouble clearing that 94 penny area. It was once, twice. OB, he is the one thrice. And then the fourth one, we got the break above 94. So 96 and change and 94 in focus for me for BYND as support. But I'm going to need to see proof that it holds up there before I go long. Zion Lala saying Paramount Skydance, PSKY. Long, looks like a nice higher high. Let's have a look. This is beautiful. This is really beautiful. I mean, this is as clean as it gets, Zion. Look at the holds here at the 10. Nary a breach, man. I mean, if you're using the 10 as your line in the sand for your stop, you have not been stopped out. This is pretty much a buy program, and obviously traders buying into strength up 20.5. It's worked its way onto the side chart. I don't even have this on my watch list, Joey. PSKY, I don't even have it.
You think they overpaid for it?
I'm going to go ahead and say yes, because they picked up legacy media assets which are declining in value, and the revenue that comes with those legacy media is also showing down and to the right.
Yeah.
If they can take the franchises that WBD has and really monetize the hell out of them, and kind of movies, series, all like the name brands that they've got, then maybe one hand kind of helps the other, so to speak. Yeah. What do you think?
I'm in the same boat, right? It all depends what they do with obviously the better series there, whether it be Euphoria. The HBO Max, I think, is really the golden nugget within that. Within that deal, the legacy, obviously, television is going to hinder that. But what can you do with Game of Thrones? What can you do with some of these other big-time names like Euphoria and everything else along those lines? One thing after another, or one battle after another, or whatever that new Leonardo DiCaprio movie is, pretty good. So what can you do with names like that? So, I mean, I think they overpaid on that front. It's going to cost them a pretty penny. It's a great movie, to be honest with you. But I just really want to know what they can do with Game of Thrones, because House of Dragons was like meh, but then also, did I just hear Adara?
Yeah, I don't think she liked what you had to say there,
It was meh. It wasn't like it's so hard to follow up on actual Game of Thrones.
You aggravated her now, bro.
Okay, no, so that's the only Game of Thrones I've seen. I'm going to be really honest with you. I really liked it. I loved all the dramas. I loved all the scandal. I thought the aging up was kind of weird, but like whatever. I enjoyed it. I got a kick out of it.
The timeline on House of Dragons was so messed up in my opinion.
It was really weird.
It was really
weird
bad,
how quickly
right?
they aged and how some people didn't age and others did, and some of the actors were like 40 forever.
Like multiple years.
What the hell?
Neil just hit the
Well, Neil's got a question for you in the chat, Joey.
What did you say?
We're going to have to address this question here by Neil. Joe, you have mentioned Euphoria twice now.
Yeah.
What makes you like that show?
Zendaya.
Well, Neil, she's asking a question, Joey. He's not making any implication.
I'm answering.
Yeah, right.
Zendaya.
All right. Zendaya?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. My bad. I completely missed that. Yeah, I can get behind that. I can get behind that.
No, hell no. Hell no.
All right, there you go, my boy. Now we find out the real reason. Yeah,
I haven't even watched an episode of it, to be honest with you.
Bro, have you heard of this Eileen Gu woman?
No, but I know Peggy Gu.
No, we're talking about Eileen Gu right now.
No, who is this?
She shafted the Americans. She's born American. Her mom's Chinese. Her dad's American. The skier, the freestyle skier. It was like the most decorated ever.
Yeah, I like Peggy Gu.
Nah, I like Eileen.
Yeah, you like Eileen? All right, man.
Oh, my days.
I like the Gus, man.
All right, man, we're having a good time. PSKY looks fantastic here, guys. I mean, I need to know who Peggy Gu is, by the way.
Yeah, I showed you her.
So, Joey.
Yeah.
So, I looked at top 7 franchises under WBD's umbrella.
Yes, sir.
We got the Wizarding World, Harry Potter. You got DC Universe.
Yes.
You got Game of Thrones. You got Looney Tunes. You got Lord of the Rings. You got the Monsterverse, the Conjuring universe. Are these good? I know some of them. I don't know a lot of them.
Conjuring is good. If you like horror movies, Conjuring's really good. I totally forgot about the DC Universe and Harry Potter. Right? Like, we all know everyone loves Harry Potter. I can't catch a fill if my life depended.
What's happening?
What's Fabian doing? I can't catch a fill
Fabian's
right now.
up to something, and now like the screen is going.
He's up to a lot.
Thank you, Fabian.
So I mean, there's a lot that they can do. So maybe like I think Harry Potter is going to be the most important thing. What kind of pop up is that in Duolingo? Back to trading. We took some off at the highs, but look at the market right here, all the way back down to the lower end of this range. I think at this point it's going to break. I took a little bit off here on Duolingo, and then now it's climbing right back to my entry price. I was trying to take out more, but unfortunately I couldn't get the numbers in. We were talking about Peggy Gu and Lisa Gu and everyone else
Eileen Gu.
Eileen Gu, and it's just like, oh my, Atlanta. So let's see what we got going on here. We'll try to hold on to this. I can't even pull the ticker up right now. There's so much going on in my mind. And let's see if we can get this out. But yeah, it's going to stop me out. I wanted to grab some at 97 because we did tap into that number. A nice little move there just so I wasn't feeling too much FOMO. So I got to keep my eye on the tape here with Duolingo. I would have liked to get substantially more off, but are you kidding me? A 40-cent pop just like that? How do you go from 64 to 90s, 95? Anyways, aside from that, we took a little bit off, probably obtained nothing on that trade after all of that and that nice move lower. So we'll look to re-engage to the short side here on Duolingo a little bit later if we get anything break a test of 85. I would like to see us come back into this zone here, but if it's extremely weak. But that was a complete BS, that 98 pop all the way up into there. So, all right, Patrick J. DeVille. Joe, I bought September calls on Netflix ranging from 81 to 92 strike. I was down 50% at one point. Now I'm up 25%. What's your move if you're me? When do they expire? Ranging, I need to know, expiration date is huge, right? And you have an average price from 81 to 92. But this is what we were talking about earlier, and I think this is the narrative within this name. We'll just pull up Netflix and see what we got going on. You have a trend line break, so who knows? This move could be sustained, right? This is a big time gap up. This is going to be a massive candle and indecision print. If it cracks back below 90, you might see somewhat of a gap fill. So just keep an eye out on that. But you do have a trend line break, and a name that I mentioned that this whole bidding war between Paramount Skydance has been a weight on their shoulders. So.
When are we going to put it on, Assassino? Oh, this is called controlling risk, guys. This is one of the courses inside the Academy program. So it's just kind of showing you, oh, there I am. Oh, God, that shirt. I got to retire that shirt, bro. I haven't worn that shirt in a while. Bracket orders, right? How to do that. And obviously, you know, when you're completed, that's kind of what it looks like there. Can we run that again? Thanks, Fabian. If we can, there we go. So this is kind of how it all looks like. It's super, super clean, super technical. It's very, very structured so that you're not overshooting. All the lessons are kind of connected to what you learned before, and then you can obviously apply the things that you've learned. Again, it comes with a simulator so that you can, you know, see exactly what you're doing in real time. Now the simulator comes with all the gateways, and it's literally the same thing that we're using for live. And they've done that on purpose, obviously, so that, you know, you get the feel for the program and there's no learning curve when you go into the real event, into the real thing, I should say. So that's kind of what it looks like there. It's a little bit of a B-roll. So we're just showing you guys that to kind of give you the idea. But It's something that we've been working on for a really long time, and we're super proud of it. And everybody here has thrown their hat into that ring. You know, that everybody's really participated in making it a lot better. And it's not just, you know, simply copying out of a book, man. This is real time, real learned experience from people on the floor.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not just, hey, we're taking it from text and we're throwing it in there. This is proprietary stuff that they teach us here on the floor that you learned, that I learned, that Adara learned.
Absolutely.
Neil, Sean, they all kind of did it. And we're super proud of it, man.
It's not a very nice thing to say, Am Zion.
Who's that? Emma Zion? Yeah. Did we cover that $5 super chat from Patrick?
I did.
You did. Okay, cool. Just making sure. All right, I'm continuing to watch Pesky. PSKY is beautiful. I just don't have an entry. Like, the only way that I could really enter is on a candle like this, the one at 1150, the hammer candle. Touches a 10 EMA, up we go. I wouldn't. Yeah, Fluffy, I meant to send that message right there. I would never actually mean it in that way that you meant. This was like in a good way, but not because it was near, you know what, that it meant it like that. Nah. Fluffy, trying to implicate me there. Yes, absolutely. I see what you want to look at, Fluffy, ALOY. This is a great looking name, Fluff, but it's obviously very light on volume, but the pattern is what the pattern is, and it's up and to the right, and it's holding the 10 EMA. Be careful with this, Fluffs, because I can see the spread over here is about 12 on the bid, 40 on the ask. It's a little wide, right, for a $17 name, but if you can manage that and you like it, have at it. $17 double bottom goes into $16.89. Clearly buyers in and around 17. I'd wait for the first 5-minute candle, make a new high on a closing basis, just to prove that the buyers are back in at that key area of technical resistance. If you don't know what ticker I'm talking about, I do apologize. It is ALOY, and it comes vis-a-vis the Fluffsters.
All right. We got a $20 super chat from our boy here.
Big boy.
He's disco pants today.
Disco fever.
All right. So this guy is a highly comical individual. And extremely sarcastic, but you know, with sarcasm comes extreme amounts of knowledge.
Is that the guy that brought the cheese grinder thing?
This is, bro, you don't, how do you not know a tycoon when you don't see one?
He's a tycoon.
Right, he's a good guy. All right, anyway. Back in the day, Jefferies Financial bought the rights to my unpaid phone bill.
Oh boy.
And they used to call me every day looking for money. They're now down 10% today. So I'm gonna call them as a shareholder and ask them for my money back.
Yeah, they're gonna give you a gesture.
Yeah.
They're gonna give you a nice gesture.
We'll tell you that for free. You don't got to call in or anything along those lines. We'll tell you that. Not you, Zion Lala. I know you. It was something else, some other. I know you're a super sport there, Zion Lala. Yeah, he's good stuff. Long Tesla one more time, says Gorev. So good luck there, brother. Where's Mike Peter Ryder? He's quiet in the chat right now. He's probably hunting for some opportunities. But aside from that, Danny Boy. Funny individual, man. Keep it up. Don't change. You are entertainment, that's for sure. All right, guys. Moving forward, we're all out of this Duolingo trade. We're getting this squeeze now, Hangry, that we may have been looking for. Some nice indecision prints, bouncing off a key support level of $97. And then now look at this. Boom, a nice move all the way back. Wow, look at Duolingo go here, Sharif.
Let's go.
A low from 97, now up to 99.30. And look at the tape here. Lower volume, but the spread is definitely starting to widen. 40 smackers right there almost.
But what is this cockamamie price action this thing is going
It's
through,
going nuts right now. It's squeezing.
Up, down, all around.
It's insane. Getting ready for, exactly, keep going, slam into that $100 mark. But we do want to be cautious against this, right? Like, we don't want to go against this necessarily just yet. We want to be patient, allow things to cool off, and then we can allow that spread to tighten up a little bit if there's more liquidity going to step in, and then that's when we can look for the continuation. Look at the 5-minute volume on Tesla. Gorev, I know you've been mentioning this. If I'm late to this dance, I'm going to be furious with you, brother. Let's see what we got going on as the market. Even on the TQQs, look right at VWAP. Good opportunity as you breach that high of the day. What? Oh, okay. Yeah, I really like this score. Let's see if we're going to get any form of a pullback. I'm going to engage heavy on TSLL.
All right, I'm going long, ONMD. Again, I'm cruising for a bruise in here. We're long. Where do we get long? 26. Okay, my out is current bar low. Okay, current bar low 118. Let's go ahead and throw in the stop for that many shares. Good. Pardon me. All right. I feel this is breaking structure. I mean, I could be wrong, obviously. I've been wrong plenty. But this is the downtrend, the recovery above VWAP, the hold, the breaking of the high, the retesting of the resistance line, and then a clear hold above the volume-weighted average price and a clear break of this area at 12 o'clock, the high of which was 126. The high now, 127. I know I'm grasping at straws here, but I'm gonna see this through. I either get stopped out at current bar low or this one continues to break. Seller at 27 here. We got 26s on. Let's see if it can work its way up. So my plan is as follows. 2 to 1 here takes me all the way up. Let me just look at this for a sec. 2 to 1 takes me to $1.39. 2 to 1 risk to reward ratio. 3 to 1 takes me to $1.46. 3 to 1 by definition will be above the high of the day, $1.40, where we had plenty of topping tail candles. That means there was a lot of selling and or a lot of profit taking. So I'm going to give this one to current bar low, right? It's about 10 pennies worth of risk. I'm willing to stomach that. I'm willing to see this one through. And there goes BYND into the high of the day again, into 103. We didn't add into this one, but it's a 1, 2, 3 candle higher low, Joey. And this one looks like it wants more than $1, man, because I personally do not see the reversal setup coming in quite yet. You can't be a reversal setup when you're at the high of the bar and you're at the high of the day. So that's my look. There goes ONMD into 29. Let's see if we can take some profits. I'm going to put 30, tiny bit of profits just to what the beak, you know. Keep the reflexes high. So we're going to keep an eye here on ONMD. I feel it's breaking structure in a good way, not a bad way, because it was on a downtrend. Only time will tell, though. So keeping an eye on that. Gavin Ross, you can draw a nice trend line on the 5-minute on ONMD. I'm out at 149. My man, I love that. My 3 to 1 is $1.46, but as you can see, they're selling coming into the 30 area, and that's not surprising, Gavin. Quite frankly, at least not for me. Why? Because we encountered this pesky area before, and it was a very clear area of resistance. So the sellers, it feels like maybe they were setting up at $1.40, and then when the price broke down a little bit, they started setting up at $1.30. Now we're not helped by the fact that the IWM is down over 2% on the day. In fact, 2.1%. We don't have to, rely entirely on how the IWM is doing and kind of superimpose that on ONMD. But it would be nice if there was a small cap tailwind, which there isn't. In fact, it's the exact opposite. So we're going to keep an eye here on BYND into 104, another high of the day, and we're going to keep an eye on ONMD, Joey.
All right, good stuff. YK, I don't know, where are you involved in? Give me a little bit more detail. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Rally, nice work on the UNH calls. Hangry Rev thinking short 101, that would be putting us at a high of the day. I would want to wait for a little bit more to see something if we're going to take a short there. Things might be turning around here, guys, so we'll wait. And for an additional pop, if this forms a resistance zone, then maybe we can look to get involved there. But again, you go up from 99.50 all the way back down to 99 relatively quick, but the volatility kicked in there and we were looking at a 40-cent spread. It was insane. I think this was squeeze type price action. I'm going to wait for a pullback here, Gorev, and then if we still see any forms of strength, there was a volatility spike stepping into the market. There was across the board, I seen the volume uptick, right? So if we head over to the LTF, the lower time frame, okay, it's kicked into, so that's a massive defensive candle in my opinion. So we have to keep an eye out on that, but this was an initial uptick, and I'm looking at Tesla, and it was showing some great signals, so you can see how much larger this volume print is relative to the past couple of hours, right? So with that being said, it's at a key level, right at VWAP, but then it's defended with more volume. So what I'm thinking here is that maybe that would have been somewhat of a fake out as we're starting to head lower and pretty quick. I was waiting for an additional pullback here on Tesla. It's the same narrative on some of these names. Adair's going to tell us something right now that might have been involved with. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that's probably what it had to do with.
Yep.
Getting comments from President Trump here. This was not initially on his schedule, but right now I'm seeing it looks like he was set to potentially speak on local TV at 1 p.m. Either way here, a little bit before 1 p.m. We are seeing some comments from Trump saying that Iran can not have nuclear weapons. He has not made a decision yet with Iran because he's not happy with how they negotiate. And, quote, maybe we'll have a friendly takeover of Cuba. So lots of comments happening here from U.S. President Trump with regards to Cuba, with regards to Iran and with regards to nuclear. Also, just some more context here with Amazon and OpenAI. Apparently their investment in OpenAI was $15 billion in cash. Not much of a move there, but just interesting to note. If I get more here with Trump's, I'll let you guys know, but he also said there might be more talks expected with Iran today. Back to you.
When you say friendly takeover with Cuba?
That's correct. He did say that.
I don't know if...
well, they've shown their intentions to negotiate a little bit. I don't know if you saw what happened the other day there with the expats. If you believe that story, they were on a boat, and four of them got clipped. Yeah. 6 of them are in the hospital.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if there was any association. Fabian? Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, they were in Cuban waters. Does anybody know what the Bay of Pigs is, or am I the only history goof? Okay, so this feels like the Bay of, like a micro Bay of Pigs, that with like a gunboat coming in there. And man.
Can I say something?
Of course.
We all know what happens when you expand your empire too much.
I get it. Have you heard of there's something called the Monroe Doctrine. It was President Monroe.
I definitely have not heard of it.
Yeah, he basically, his position was no other power can have a foothold in the Western Hemisphere. It's the USA or nobody.
Yeah.
Okay? So Trump is kind of trying to make that a modern version of the Monroe Doctrine. He doesn't want any Chinese, any Russian influence
so
at
Cuba,
all
China,
in the
Cuba,
West.
China, Russia.
Yeah, and Russians. When I went to Cayo Coco, there's writing in Russian everywhere. There's a bunch of Russians that have been going to Cuba after the European thing because they don't go to Europe anymore. So I don't know, brother.
Apparently, I don't know
brother, what's going to happen here,
yeah.
but it is what it is, man. And we're just Canada, and we're just watching from the sideline. I got no opinion either way.
Until you're not.
Yeah, well, there it is.
Yeah.
Fluffy. Yeah, I took U.S. history in, I think it was a second year undergrad course. Yeah, man, we learned everything. We learned all about you guys, and good, because you guys obviously influence the world plenty. So good to know information about that. So Fabian learned it from Call of Duty Black Ops. I love Fabian, man. I missed this trade. Joey, where is it? Show yourself, Pesky. Oh, it didn't update the chart. So Pesky, PSKY, comes in right into the 10 EMA. A hammer candle forms, a bottoming tail hammer candle, and it rockets right back up. And I actually did the math on this one using my calculator to get in some, and I didn't execute. That's on me. Pesky's right back up. It's about 5 or 6 pennies below the high of the day now. It looks fantastic. This is probably going to $14, Joey.
Sounds good. I got to ramble on for a second. I got to type something in here.
Of course. We're continuing to watch Pesky here as it gets into 67s. And goes looking to go to 73. But the position I'm in right now is ONMD. Topping till candle in the 130, red candle subsequent, and here we are again, possibly taking prior bar high. We're still below that 130 area. We've got 2 key areas of technical resistance in my submission here on ONMD. One, the $1.30 area where we had trouble essentially from the 11 o'clock time slot to when we lost the trend at 11:35. So half an hour of defending that high 120, 130 area. Then if we get above 130, we're looking at the topping tail candles, all of which go into that 140, high 130 areas that we couldn't shake. So 2 key levels of resistance on OnMed that we got to get through in order to take out that level, and that's what I'm looking for. That I'm a penny in the money. I'm not interested in taking profits. I'm looking for a move above 130. We'll see if we get it. Fluffy, hangry wife, sitting behind the boys. Well, we'll flash them from time to time. You know how we do.
We've got to order a ambulance for GI 520 here and practice your hockey, says AAA to count.
I like, brother, Rainmaker, I got no beef. No beef with America. Zero.
Zero, man. I told you, I love Chicago.
My sister is American.
I love Chicago.
Right? She lives in California, so, there's going to be zero beef.
Zero beef,
That's just
man.
the way it is.
I love Chicago, too.
You like Chicago,
Yeah,
Joe.
exactly. So it's all good.
Yeah, you like him better than Dallas?
It's way better. You've been to Chicago, no?
Plenty of times.
Yeah,
I
it's a
spent
good
10
spot,
days
man.
there one time.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Good.
And Trump Tower there is pretty cool
Trump
and
Tower.
stuff.
See that
Maybe like
circle
that.
building with like the parking
Yeah,
right by the
that
bridge?
one's, that one's sick there.
I
too.
like the amount, like, because the river cuts through, right?
Yeah,
They got a crazy ass beach.
Yeah.
On Lake Michigan there in the summer.
I heard the
beautiful.
lakefront is like a little bit more developed than
It is, man.
Yeah,
well, we're
than
trying to
what
do
we
it
got
live,
going
right? You see the
On the east side.
the Dawnlands or whatever on the east side.
side,
Yeah, see what they did there?
here.
Yeah, they're trying to
They're
be a
doing it
little
on the
like
west
Chicago.
too in Port
They've
Credit.
already done
Yeah,
it
they
on the
started
west.
in the Port Credit.
Oh boy.
Where'd you get that one?
Oh boy.
When'd you do that one?
Oh boy. Well.
Oh, I remember when you did that
Yeah, I
one.
did it over
Yeah,
there.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, look who's
Stop.
back.
Someone put the camera on this guy. Katina, man, why do that walk back? How you just walked in here, man. Superstar. Yeah, man, you just walked
He was
in.
doing
Yeah.
the Conor McGregor, man.
It was just the walk
He had
in.
the hands
It's just
flailing.
like, come on, man. Like,
Katina,
he
man.
was that guy, man. He was just walking in like he was that dude. Yeah,
Get it,
he was
Katina,
that
man.
dude. So there you go. There's the sandwiches on some.
Can I show it there, Katina, man? There we go, guys. That's what we got. No, can we flip back the Assassino?
man. Yeah,
Fabian's
this guy-
on the ones and twos there.
This guy
That's
had
why.
the strut in there, and
There you
it's
go.
just like.
See Fabian? Look at that, man. Look at that. Katina man's gonna want his food back now. Yeah. Sorry, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, egg salad sandwich. Yay.
JC Money, no. My sister is not born in America. She was Canadian, and then she wasn't. So, yes, no, she cannot be president. I answer your question, man. All right, guys, we're having a good time here. What's a good entry on XWall, says Tesco? Let's have a look. Looking, sorry. So ticker is XWEL. Okay, so this is the one that was going a few days ago. Yeah, this is still a downtrend, brother. I would stay away from this. Look at the unbroken lower highs. It's below VWAP. It can't catch a bid here. I would say if you're looking here, you should be looking short on XWEL. We're going to pause for a minute. We got to go to the big desk with Adara.
Be aware here, guys, we do have more commentary from President Trump about Iran. He was asked about the possibility of using military force in Iran, to which he said, quote, "You don't want to, but sometimes you have to." So President Trump certainly not ruling out military force within Iran. Back to you.
Much for that. Yeah, that's let's be honest about it. It's a contingent liability on these markets, right? We have gas prices that are certainly going to be affected, right? Oil, obviously, with the Strait of Hormuz, we've talked about that a lot. There's a lot of risk here, man, to the strikes on Iran. You know, if we can definitely avoid this conflict without war or without bombs being dropped, I mean, I don't know who would not want that, but you know, it is what it is. As he said there, sometimes you got to do what you got to do, and we are just observers here, guys. So ONMD, the one I'm involved in, is still holding size. On this one, I'm looking here, higher lows on these candles, holding the 10 EMA, changing trend. Ever since the double bottom through the volume weighted average price at 1145 and 1150, there is selling into 130. I keep repeating that. I'm sorry. Thank you, Katina man. Thank you for that. But I'm buoyed by the fact that it's holding above the 10 EMA. It's putting in higher lows. The wicks are higher lows generally, and you know, hanging out here at the high, or not the highs, but above VWAP, despite the declining volume profile, a very, very clear declining volume profile. Just to give you guys an idea, look at that 1020 candle. We did 4.4 million shares in that 5-minute candle at 1020. Now, the prior candle, we have 222,000. So to say the volume is really dropping, a bit of an understatement, quite frankly, but I still like the chart pattern. I think it's setting up well. Whether or not it continues to go, we're going to have to wait and see. Also still holding here BYND, as this one does look like it might be making another attempt to drop into the dollar. The 10 EMA on the 5 is showing 101, and here it is at 101 with a 105 high. Again, I still feel the money fills on this one take us down to about 93, 94 pennies. But there goes Paramount Skydance into a new high of day, 1738, higher lows, higher highs. The money buy was the candle at 1230 that defended the 10 EMA on the 5 like a glove, and then rockets right back up. I'm still going to have nightmares for not having gotten into that. That's on me. KC 526 Assassino. Shout out to Case. Sharif, would you look at NVS long in at $124? Blue sky setup. God, I hope so, Case. Let's have a look. Bring in the side chart. NVS. So Novartis, I think they had a headline today, by the way, and that's why they're gapping up. Give me a sec here. NVS, yeah, 2 1/3 daily. They were. I was going to review them today. Wow, unreal. Case. This is as blue sky as it gets. Weekly. Flipping to the weekly. I want to go to the monthly here, just to ensure. Monthly. When's the price action starts back in 2000. This is as blue sky as it gets, Case. Look at these aggressive green candles. We have not had a red month on Novartis since October. Every single month since October has been green, with this month decidedly green. Look how high we are here. We have a low in February of 146, 147, let's go with that. And the high that we put in today at 170.43. Casey, you're killing this. You're in at 124. Fantastic. I love your entry because that made the higher high. That's the area high, the monthly candle there on August and September 2024, you clear that level and higher lows and higher highs ensue. After that, we're talking, guys, I'm sorry if I didn't put the ticker Novartis, NVS, which is obviously a biotech company. This is, I believe it is an ADR though, if I'm not mistaken, it is. I think it's European. Yeah, it's Swiss. So this is an ADR, but I don't think it really matters. Anyway, we have to go back to Adara because President Trump is speaking.
Yeah, keep an eye on Open Door and some of these other home stocks. Really, the only one moving a little bit here is Open Door. Trump touting mortgage rates, saying they're, quote, going down very rapidly, and telling home buyers, and I quote, wait, you'll get a very low rate. So now moving on from Iran here over to home buyers. Another comment he made about Iran, which was kind of amusing, is that they weren't saying the golden words, no nuclear weapons. So I guess that's kind of what's holding him back there, those lack of golden words on any kind of deal with Iran. Back to you.
Yeah, Joey. Case, it's an excellent entry for you, and I would, look for. I don't know how tight you want to play the NVS trade, whether you're going to charting on the daily, weekly, monthly, but I would just put it at prior bar low because you've got a very aggressive trend there. And from what I saw, there was a headline with them this morning. Maybe we should go through that. Because I was going to put it on the morning note, but I didn't. I chose not to because there was just a lot. Yes, here it is. Acquires Avidity Biosciences at 72 a share. They announced that they successfully completed the acquisition of Avidity Biosciences. With the completion of the acquisition, Avidity is now an indirect, wholly owned subsidiary. Do you have any more information on this Avidity thing? Well, there's a whole reading thing we're not going to be able to do here. But guys, PSKY continues to go. There's another high day, 1387. It's on the way to 14. Paramount Skydance now is almost up 25%, Joey, on the back of Netflix pulling out of the WBD deal, as we reported to you guys yesterday in the aftermarket.
Yep, for sure. All right, so I'm trying to focus here on this. So that 99 break, a nice move here lower on Duolingo. And this is what's kind of holding me back on taking this Tesla trade here, Gorev, is that we still have this downtrend still fully intact. And I mean, you would have to wait to the backside of this, and we're starting to blow past multiple signals. So if we start to form any consolidative base, then maybe I'll look to engage on this opportunity in Tesla. But the market is starting to sell now. As you can see, we're starting to creep closer and closer to my entry price, and I have no issues with getting out. What has Block been doing? A small rebound there. But yeah, the market's right at VWAP now, a little bit south on the 5-minute time frame. So we have to see how it's going to react around these specific zones. But yeah, this 98.50 is a good move there. I think you might have mixed up your short 98.52, looking for VWAP or stop loss 99.01, I think is what you meant there. Okay, so that makes a lot of sense. That's a great risk to reward, in my opinion, waiting for that move all the way back to VWAP. And I think at this pace, you might run into that target. It's just finding that prime time entry and just being patient enough to wait. You got to pull the trigger. We wanted it up back at 100. We didn't take it. We've seen that curl over here. We take some small, a bit off, and then eventually we get stopped out, break even. goes through this squeeze, which I would have been infuriated with myself if I held on to this position, but we didn't, but we never re-engaged. But I think that Duolingo can head a little bit lower. Now, eyes on Tesla, Gaurav, thank you for pointing that out. Downtrend is still intact, so we will be countering that. It's the exact same thing here with NVDA. There's multiple buying prints here, like some good opportunities in my opinion, right? So you're starting to form a higher low right here. But this trend, once again, still a downtrend. And really when you want to engage, I think it's on the north side of this. But if you keep buying this, you have a defined stop loss, 78.95. You probably want to give it $1 or so on this one. So a little easy on the size, bigger on the stop loss, just to keep that in mind. Google, what have you been up to? We had that breakout. This drove the market to the high of the day. So right around 608.23 is when we started to push a little bit lower in the market. This is when Google made a push for this specific zone, rejects it. Now you're heading right into the volume weighted average price on Google. If this continues to bleed, I'll probably get stopped out, break even on my TQQ's trade. So that's it. Duolingo on my mind. Looking for this move lower. Hangry Wife, I hope you get that volume weighted average price. Way to take the opportunity.
Good job, Joey. ONMD made another attempt here at 130, and yet another attempt has been kiboshed, at least for the moment. Into 128, 129 candle high. I had to wet the beak there. It's putting in higher lows, man. I mean, I don't think I'm doing anything wrong here. The higher lows are intact. The clear area of resistance is that 130 level. My concern, though, are the shorts are getting more aggressive, and they're trying to take this now short at 128, 129, rather than waiting for 130. And that's kind of sometimes your hint about what may be to come. But I will see this trade through. I'd like to hold for my 2-to-1. My 2-to-1 takes me above the high of the day. 3-to-1 takes me to 146, and then 2-to-1 takes me to 138. So we're going to pack the patience here. We're going to see if we can break 130. I've got an order at 130 just so I know that, there is liquidity there. This is just a tester. Sort of profit taker. So that's what I'm looking at right now, guys. There's 129. Can we print 130? Let's see if we can get some short offside here. There it goes into 131, but there's no continuation. So pack the patience here. We're going to go to Adara.
Couple small little headlines here, none of them massive, but both companies of interest, so I'll mention it. UNH or United Health. Good look today. Generally speaking, but Bloomberg reporting the company is limiting its employees' raises to 2% this year. Nothing moving there. META, though, maybe the more interesting story. Moody's reaffirming Meta's stable outlook and affirming its AA3 senior unsecured rating. So it looks like it kept the rating the same. Something you guys know, these headlines here at META and UNH, neither of which are moving the market. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Bovin, I still don't like it, brother, because it's below the volume-weighted average price, but I see what you're talking about. It did break trend. Piece of crap, ONMD. Yeah, this is what Bovin is talking about. He's talking about CDIO, and I didn't mind this one, Bovin. I did put it on the side chart to start because there was this kind of price action. I said, all right, maybe, if we get above that 739, we'll have a move. But yeah, the aftermarket price action there at 620 took us all the way up to 996. It looks like, what was the high of that bad boy? 999, pardon me. And you know how much volume we did on that one? About 177,000 shares. Prior bar did 63. How much are we doing now? Prior bar here did 94. So we did substantially more in the aftermarket than we're doing right now. And I also still don't like it because it's still suffering from that lower high trend line. Well, it's going to have to get above, I would say, 739, Joey, for me to weasel in. But why are you laughing?
Yeah, man, the chat's funny. That's why, man. Tony, man, come on, man.
Oh, J-Man, what I'm talking about 2-to-1, 3-to-1. So, for example, right, say you want to, I'm just giving you any number. Say you want to risk $5 per trade, okay? You get in at a certain amount, you want to risk $5 per trade. Okay, so then how much... if you're going to risk $5, what's 2-to-1? That means your profit has to be $10. Then the other 3-to-1, obviously, you just keep going from there. So that's what I'm talking about, right? And so when I say 2-to-1, 3-to-1, that's what I mean. And it really does mean about your defining characteristic there is how much you're willing to risk per trade. And if you're willing to risk 10, then 2-to-1 would be 20. So that's kind of what I mean by that, brother. Sorry to interrupt you.
No. Go ahead, man. Yeah. Explain good explanation there. All right. Yeah, Michelangelo. Sure, man, Michelangelo. Anyways, aside what I was about to get at.
What's wrong?
Who's your favorite Ninja Turtle, Sharif?
Oh,
Raphael.
ooh, yeah. Hold on. Raphael. Michelangelo likes pizza, right?
Leonardo.
Raphael. Right? They all like but one of them was known for liking pizza more than the other. I'm pretty sure it was Michelangelo. Raphael is the one that likes pizza? I think it's Michelangelo, right? Because he's Italian,
they
right?
all
Well, they all are Italian. What am I saying? Yeah,
They're
yeah.
Italian?
Yeah.
An Italian turtle?
Leonardo, Michelangelo,
okay, all right.
Donatello.
They're named after the...
Yeah.
All right, so I guess
exactly.
the Italian turtles.
They're all Italian.
The Italian turtles from New York City.
There you
for
go.
Sure. All right, man.
Well, they did live in the sewer.
Yeah,
the sewer, right?
New York City, man.
Shout out to, what was the rat guy called? Splinter, Master Splinter.
Master Splinter.
And he was a rat, Joey.
Whoa.
Right? He was a rat.
He was a rat.
Literally, physically a rat, right?
600 puts there. Who's the blue one? The blue one, obviously.
I'm pretty sure that's Leonardo.
That's Leonardo,
if I'm not mistaken. Donatello was purple, Michelangelo is orange, Raphael is red.
Red.
If I'm pretty sure.
Perfect. Raph.
Yeah.
I used to have a friend named Raph.
Okay.
Anyways, Raphael is his name. All right, 100. Look at the volume here. Pretty substantial. I mean, there is some higher, but this is where you're going to see a lot of the open interest sitting. 600, I don't know if that's going to be in the works here for today. That's going to be expiring, obviously, at the end of the session. But that's a good amount of open interest right there, guys. All right, at that 600. Who's your favorite? Put it in the chat. Who's your favorite?
Yeah, we'd love to know which.
Who's your favorite?
Yeah. Exactly.
I like the old school ones, man. You know when they find like the
Mutant Ninja Turtles.
But the live action one where they're like in the suits, obviously you could tell, and then they have this lantern and they end up in like ancient China or something like that, and they're fighting. That's good stuff there. So there it is, guys. We've just been watching Duolingo go without us all day. So that's not too bad of a look. The market is kind of stuck in limbo at this point. So Leonardo, anything green is good, says Flirt. All right, tell me you like the greenery without telling us that. Hit the weed Batman there, Katina Manford. There you go, bang.
Oh, he's got that one too. That one works. It is Friday, Joey. So, I'm just putting it out there.
Just putting it out there.
We're putting it out.
Yeah, so this is kind of how the day's been. A nice little scalp there on Duolingo as it's continuing to bleed. Go, Hangry Wife. There you go, man. What a beautiful trade as the momentum really started to pick up there. We're still in the TQs. We had XYZ, we had Netflix here today, so it hasn't been a horrible one whatsoever. We're glad we got out when we were supposed to on XYZ. As for NFLX, pull this up here. For some reason, Ariana Grande, I think, is going on in my ear right now. But the nice move there on Netflix, up 11.8%. And then obviously the TQs, the trade that we've been sitting in throughout pretty much the whole session here. So not too bad of a look. Missed off on Duolingo, but guess what? On Monday morning, there's going to be plenty more of those. Moving. Oh, okay. So this is, you might even get even more downside here, Hangry Wife. Look where we are on the 10-minute time frame. So that's kind of where I'm sitting at right now. What am I doing here? Oh my goodness. Okay, so there is 10-minute key support level. I think at this pace, you're going to breach and head right into the volume weighted average price. This was an overextended move, in my opinion, on Duolingo.
All right, BYND is losing the dollar, guys. Here we go. This is the first time it's been, it's losing prior bar. The deepest area, it's been below the dollar, was a 12.10 candle. It got to 98.40. Current bar low, 97.53. We're ending the trade here on Duo. It's bleeding its own blood. It's headed back to VWAP at 95. There could be a setup there. Be careful, though. Okay, it's really coming down now. It doesn't move this way on the way up. Let me tell you that. It moves this way on the way down. 95 is the volume weighted average price on BYND. Keep your eye out on that. There could be support there. I'm packing the patience. I'm not going to immediately jump into it. I'm focused here on OnMed. We're putting in higher lows. We're putting in higher highs. We've breached that 130 area. We got up to 134, I believe. I am looking for a move here. There is 132. Let's see if we can get in a little bit more. We're wetting the beak ever so slightly here. I'm still holding far more than I'm taking out. So let's pack the patience and see if we can get up there. Duo just bounced, BYND, pardon me, bounced off VWAP here, 2 penny bounce. Be on the lookout for that. I'm also seeing Freaking PSKY, man. Unbelievable. What a mistake
I'm
that
just trying
was.
to figure out why I'm hesitating so much to take this trade. Trying to think. Yeah, I don't know why. Like,
I feel it's a little choppy though, Joe.
dude, I mean, on the way down, it's been pretty good, man. To be honest, look at this fish. You get this squeeze on low volume. We all knew there's some volatility stepping into the market, but flush right back down. So I'm just trying to wrap around my head, like, why can't I just hit the button? Questions.
Yeah, well, sometimes the psychology is that way, right?
Yeah,
Like,
sometimes it be that way. Yeah, other than that, Sharif, we got ISIP feature, Tory Lane's going on in our ear right now. It's Friday, down 17% here on Duolingo. The market finding somewhat of a rebound. And I mentioned, I think VWAP is definitely going to be a target on this name at this point. We can't chase it here. There's no way. But there's that 99 break. Another clean flush to the downside. So congratulations. We'll hit the money for you there, angry wife, on that one. What has Tesla been up to, Gorev? I got to pull this bad boy up one more time.
getting clipped.
Yeah, it is. So those signals aren't really holding up, but we're starting to see a little bit more buying pressure. It's just the downtrend still being fully intact here, right? This is what I'm talking about. Excuse me. So we're kind of going against the grain on that front. Zen Zombie. $2 super chat.
He's dropping 2.
AUGO just bought a long call.
Okay.
Pull up this guy.
Pull up.
I'll go. Play hockey with the guy.
Do you have any of the cookies back there?
I have not.
You want me to get you one?
Nor will I. No.
Oh, okay. That's my man.
No cookies
today,
man.
No cookies today.
No, sir. Yeah, this is looking pretty good. I mean, you just bought it, but you're on the, I wouldn't say the backside of this trade. You're getting a pullback right now, but whatever, Aura Minerals right there, a nice strong move. I mean, it's been on a hefty run, so just be cautious on today's session. If you picked up this contract today, you're definitely going to see an increase in the implied volatility, 197% from those October lows. Crazy stuff.
All right, you guys keep telling me about figs. We're going to have to look at that. I am concerned about this stupid OnMed thing. It's got the right trend, but I just don't trust it. All right, let's look at FIGS. Oh, crap. Look at the monthly candle. This is the monthly chart. What the hell? What the hell is this? Oh, is it Figma? Figs. No, this is Figs, right? What is this? Operates DTC, direct-to-consumer, healthcare apparel, and lifestyle brand? Huh. The company sells products designed to serve particular needs of healthcare. Okay, so what, like scrubs? They sell scrubs? And they're a $2.5 billion company. Geez, I'm going to be selling a lot of scrubs, man. 2382, I'm sure they do a lot more. I'm exaggerating for effect. I am getting out of my OnMed here. I'm sick of nursing this trade. And we're going to have to start the news. And it's not setting up in the right way. But let's have a look at FIGS. Good look, man. Look at that rounded bottom. Jeez Louise. Jacques says, yep, my girlfriend has a lot of fake stuff. Okay. I don't want no scratchy tiger. What did I miss? Why did I just vote for Donatella? No, Donatello, bro.
Donatella Versace.
So what's it called? It's a Ninja Turtle. We were asking everybody's favorite Ninja Turtle. But FIGS looks fantastic. It looks fantastic on a daily. It looks fantastic on the weekly, monthly, intraday. It's approaching the highs. There seems to be a seller at 1550. It keeps kind of rejecting that area there, so be on the lookout for that, but not a bad look at all at FIGS. This is one hell of a rounded bottom. And look at that buy program step in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 candles, green in a row. Fantastic look here on FIGS. But yeah, not a bad look there. I think he meant Nutella. I didn't get that. No, I don't think
Big Nutella?
Absolutely, bro. I can eat the entire jar.
Oh, really?
I can eat
your
the
spoon to the Nutella
Yeah.
thing. Well, I shouldn't say, maybe I had it once or twice, but
I don't know what to do with him, bro. He's had it once
I
or
just
twice.
don't like it. Maybe.
He did,
That's
yeah.
like, well, that's a push. Twice is a push. For sure.
Dang it, ONMD's going now. Oh, I'm such a bad trader. Katina Man is short Google right now, guys. He's taking Google down, and BYND Katina Man recovering beautifully off the volume weighted average price and right back above the dollar. Shout out to Bovin. Bovin was wise enough to take that. Look at that, bottoming tail candle. We were yelling when this was dropping, guys. So it's like you guys had an advanced notice of this. 96, 95 and a half pennies. It just popped into 104. So there's probably a lot of money that was made there, and that traded 1.4 million shares. Current candle's got 619. We haven't even come close to closing. We have 3 more minutes on this candle. Oh, I'm going to be haunted about this forever. Forever. There goes ONMD. I made a mistake. I just wanted to start the news. Into the high there. Okay, so ONMD is going, guys. I hope somebody's got this. This was the right setup. I just ran out of patience with this one, but what a move here. 135. We could see 140 quite quickly. Be on the lookout here. ONMD looking real good. Joey, I'm going to send it to you so we can start the news.
Absolutely. Yeah, so Hangry Wife, really nice trade there. I'm glad that you took that 98.50 move all the way down almost to 96.50. So you almost caught 2 points like that, a little bit less. Just didn't realize I spelled it like that. Donatello is the dude, then Mikey. Michelangelo.
Dude, of course he's
Mikey.
a dude. They're all dudes.
Yeah, they're all pretty. All right, here we go.
Oh,
One of the most. Let me read this first.
Of course.
All right. $20 super chat. Our boy Danny Boy.
Okay.
All right. Just got off the phone with Deborah from Jefferies Financial. She answered the phone in English, but as soon as I started talking about the money they owe me, she pulled the whole no habla inglés trick that I used to use. All right, I've been there before. Thank you very much. So yeah, they don't understand, man, and money talks, apparently not there. Bro, I got you back in, says Farm Trader. Very much.
Just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in. You know where that's from?
No, where is it from?
That's crazy. You don't know that one? Well, it's the worst of the 3. Godfather 3. So Michael Corleone.
Oh, I never watched. I never got the 3.
He wanted to get out of the mob life. He wanted to go completely clean. So he was looking to buy a company from the Vatican. It's called Immobiliare.
Yeah.
And it was like, I think, oil or something like that. But the Vatican didn't want to sell it to him because he had mob roots.
Mob roots.
Right? So, and they didn't want to sell it to him, period. And then they were doing some funny business there at the Vatican as well.
Yeah.
So he meets with all, his partners, the other mob bosses in New York, and he's like, look, guys, it's been real. We've done a lot of business together. I love you guys, but it's time for us to go our separate ways.
Yeah.
I'm going into the legitimate world. Y'all are still, doing what you're doing. No judgment or anything like. And then, he gives everybody a check, right? And they're dissolving their business, gangster style.
Yeah.
And everybody gets a check. It's like, oh, Michael, you're so generous, Michael, right? And they're doing that whole thing. And then he goes on, he proceeds with Immobiliare. But then he finds that they were even more corrupt than the actual gangsters that he was working with. So now he's gonna suck back in into the mob life, right? So he's like, just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in.
Oh, man.
That's
What's Buddy's name again?
Al Pacino?
Al Pacino.
Yeah, of course. Al Pacino's a G. All right, let's get down to work. Here we go. Let's start with the first one. So Meta apparently was trying to make their own chips, but that is no longer going to be the case, at least for now. They're going to put that in timeout. So Meta scrapped its most advanced internal AI training chip under development, and they're shifting to a less complex version. The company also abandoned work on their next gen chip called Olympus after, earlier discarding that second gen training chip called Iris. The decision highlights the execution challenges Meta and others, to be fair, are facing in making competitive chips with NVIDIA. Engineering hurdles, power consumption risks, and long design cycles were some of the reasons cited for, dropping this whole initiative. We know, though, that they're obviously still very interested in chips. We saw the deal they just made with AMD. We know they're buying NVIDIA chips to no end. And in the next story, you're going to see how they're going to be using Google's chips. So diversifying their chip game should be the headline of this story. But obviously it's not, because Meta's kind of ending their own thing there. Internal chip efforts fall under Meta's Training and Inference Accelerator initiative. The goal was to reduce a long-term cost in having to buy chips from AMD, NVIDIA, and others and do it in-house. We've been talking about that one for a while. The company reiterated their commitment to investing in diversified silicon. However, chip design timelines suggest no major in-house breakthroughs for Meta, at least, at least before late 26, given how long it takes to make this stuff. And the Olympus chip that we were just talking about there reportedly struggled with complexity and manufacturing scalability, Joey. I'm going to go on to the next story because they're kind of both interlinked, and then we'll get your opinion. So this is an Alphabet related headline, but it's a deal for Alphabet to actually give Meta access to their TPUs, their tensor processing unit, Google's own custom designed AI chip. So Meta reportedly signed a multi-billion-dollar agreement to rent Google's TPUs, tensor processing units. The chips could begin powering Meta's data centers as early as next year, 2027. Discussions may also include a joint venture between Meta and between Google to lease or rent these TPUs in big data centers to other companies that want to use them. Not a bad look there. Good joint venture. I don't think that they've ever had one together, if I'm not mistaken. They're pretty much competitors, right, in the ad space game. So Google's TPUs, if you don't know what these are, they are custom AI chips, and they're optimized for both training and inference. So both sides of the AI equation. And the company is pushing TPUs as a cost-effective and an efficient way to not use NVIDIA's chips, which are very expensive, as we know, because they're world-class. They're still top dog. If expanded commercially, though, TPUs could become a competitive revenue stream beyond, just being used internally by Google. Right? So you start selling these to other people and you start making money off it. So not a bad look. Google's got how many hands and how many cookie jars, Joey? Meta also recently committed to deploying, as we know, 6 gigawatts of AMD chips. AMD gave them warrants, 160 million warrants, which could, if they translate into shares, give Meta 10% of AMD. Talk about, a risk there. That's assuming no further dilution later, which there probably will be. Meta also struck a deal to use millions of NVIDIA chips, and the tech giants, Joey, they are diversifying their chip supply to reduce reliance on any one single vendor.
Yeah, absolutely. But as for the diversification, Sharif, I think it's shown here in Meta that it's not as easy as it may seem. And I think that NVIDIA has just such a, I'm not going to call it stranglehold, even though that is the case right now, but they're so far ahead of everyone else that I think it's going to be a little bit tougher for them to catch up. But hey, 5 years down the road, you never know what can happen, especially with Alphabet's TPUs. They start selling that as well. The custom silicon we've seen coming from Marvell as well, too, can be a little bit of a disruption. But it's just the inference aspect. I think that they're the king of it. And the more compute, that's what I heard Jensen was saying, the more compute that these hyperscalers have, the more revenue is available. And right now,
word for word is what he said.
NVIDIA
It's exactly what he said. I was saying that to Brendo, too. I'm like, he's making a direct correlation. If you don't have compute, you have no future revenue. It's a statement, but let's be honest about it. There's a lot of vested interest in that statement.
Exactly. Right? Absolutely. All right. I think that's the narrative right now. Look what Sam Altman's doing.
Exactly.
You can't get enough of it, right? All of them. Man.
And I said to Brendo this morning, I'm like, these are extremely smart people who are spending a lot of money.
Yeah.
If there isn't something behind this, then how did they all get this wrong?
Yeah, exactly, right? And what are the chances of them all getting it wrong?
Yeah. Ben Zagel, of course, I agree with you, brother. Of course he would say that. He wants to sell. That's his business. Not disagreeing with you at all. It doesn't make it incorrect, though. Just because he has a bias, it doesn't make his statement incorrect. You just have to view it through the lens of someone who has a bias.
Ben Zengel's saying they did get it wrong, but I think it's too early to tell.
They are all wrong, says Drew 2F. Okay, Drew, give us your opinion, brother. I mean, you're clearly saying that they're wrong, but I want to know why. Engage in the discussion with us. Tag Joey or I so we see your point, and then we can read it out and have a meaningful discussion. Ichiro, that's what everyone was saying during the dot-com days. I know, right? And that's my concern. All the companies that were laying down fiber optics, right? And we saw, was it Cisco the other day, Katina Man? I was saying it didn't break through highs, but it did break through highs. It was Cisco. And it took like, what, 2 decades, 2.5 decades for it to reach all-time highs? So you guys aren't wrong. There's definitely that argument to be made. Let's go on. Netflix walks away from Warner Brothers Discovery deal as Paramount looks like they've won the war for now. We'll have to see if the regulator has anything to say about that. But Netflix has walked away from its agreement to acquire Warner Brothers Discovery's studio and streaming assets. They weren't going to take over the legacy. We know that. WBD's board deemed Paramount Skydance's revised cash offer of $31 a share to be superior to Netflix's $27.75 a share proposal. Paramount Paramount's bid covers the entire WBD business, so they're picking up the pay TV networks like CNN, TBS, TNT. They're taking it all. Netflix wasn't going to do that. When PSKY submitted their new offer, Netflix had 4 business days to match the offer, but they declined. We'll get to in a reason here in a second. But Paramount now, we know that they raised their offer by $1 a share from 30 to 31, which is escalating that takeover bid. The dealing does include, though, in case the regulator puts a kibosh on this deal, Paramount will pay Warner Brothers, $7 billion breakup fee if regulatory approval is the preventative cause, not for any other reason. Underline that. Paramount also agreed to cover the $2.8 billion fee WBD would owe to Netflix. So they're on the money. They're on the hook for some money there. Co-CEOs Ted Sandoros, whatever, I always forget how to say his name, and Greg Peters said the deal was attractive, quote, at the right price. Sandoros? Sarandos, yeah, I always say it wrong. Sarandos. At Paramount's higher valuation, the transaction was, quote, no longer financially attractive, and they described the deal, Katina Man, as nice to have, not a must have. Katina Man is printing on the Google short. I'm looking at a screen there, Assassino, if we can do that. There it goes all the way down. Katina Man, what's that last beak wetter there? What price is that? That's 306. The Katina Man just wet his beak on that. Couple of entries there, multiple outs. Good trade, Sean. Keep killing it. Joey, the deal's over.
Yeah, it's done. And I talked about it just being a weight on Netflix's shoulders. I like that the CEO said it wasn't just something from a financial standpoint. It just wasn't worth it anymore. I think Netflix is obviously still going to be the giant and the king of the streaming, but now they're going to have a little bit more competition. I mean, every day, also with Warner Brothers, they're going to be paying a couple of fees there, I believe, something around $2 billion just to get everything done. And then also for every day that it's not done, they pay 26 cents or 36 cents a share or something to after September. So if there's a delay in that process. But I think it's a good deal. I think it's a good idea that Netflix backed out. I mean, it was starting to get a little bit crazy holding back the stock, and I'm curious if that had any influence on them being like, hey, we don't want to push this anymore.
I bet.
Right? Because they have the cash, right? They're not necessarily worried about that. They can get the funding. But I think just what was going on with the stock, how much it's been affected, it is obviously unfortunate they don't get the catalog that comes with the deal. But I think that Netflix is going to be just fine and remain at the peak of the streaming world.
All right, Adira, please give us your take on Netflix.
Oh boy. So yeah, I will admit I was wrong. I fully thought that Netflix was going to be able to get this WBD deal, mostly because I thought PSKY just wouldn't be able or willing to outbid them. So I will give PSKY credit for that, because I didn't think that was going to happen. That being said, it's funny because I remember my initial take when this deal was first announced in early December was, yeah, nice try, Netflix. Regulators aren't going to let you have it. But it's funny, it didn't even get to that point. Netflix just bowed out themselves. Now here, I think, comes to the core of the issue, at least in terms of me trying to psychoanalyze what's happening with Netflix here, specifically just a lot of the statements they've released and comments from co-CEO Ted Sarandos. I think what happened with Netflix was there was a lot of pride. They really thought, A, that they were gonna make this deal work, and B, there was nothing PSKY could do to usurp them. And they were clearly proven wrong here with regards to that PSKY deal, because if you think about the way they worded that, when they announced they were gonna be opening the floodgates for 7 days for PSKY and WBD to resume talks, they said, we just want Paramount Skydance's antics to stop. We want to put this to bed. Like, they were very much coming at it from the point of view of, we are going to be successful, but we're going to let, Lil Sis take the mic for a couple of days, right? That was very clearly the wording of it. So it's interesting, at this point, I guess they really were not expecting PSKY, and I think for good reason, given Paramount's track record with deal making, which I mentioned yesterday with Taylor Sheridan. Didn't really have a lot of reason to expect PSKY to up the bid. The fact that they did, I think, just threw Netflix for a loop, and they were like, hey, you know what? We don't want to have a fight with these guys we clearly think are below us anyway. We're going to let it go. That's just my opinion. But either way, I think it'll be interesting here because I think, as Joe said, kind of sucks that Netflix isn't going to have that catalog, because I don't think I really trust Paramount Skydance with a lot of that catalog, nor do I trust Paramount Skydance's app. Paramount Plus is not well run, and I've said this before, and I'll say it again. So it is a little bit unfortunate we're not getting that all schlooped over to Netflix. Instead, it goes over to PSKY. We're going to have to see what happens there. But yeah, I mean, interesting deal, as Brendan said this morning. Happy to hear this saga's over because it was getting kind of like, she said this, no, he said that, no, that happened. So it's done for now. I have a feeling the regulator's probably going to side with this, but we'll have to wait and see.
You know what I want to know?
Yeah.
What do you think happens to CNN?
Who knows, man?
Think about this, right? Who owns Paramount Skydance, or who is a bit
Larry.
And who's he friends with?
Yeah, obviously the boys over at.
You know what I'm saying?
You know.
What happens here with CNN? Is Fox cooked? Is CNN going to be the new Fox News? I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. I really want to know.
But yeah, I agree with Adair. I don't really trust Paramount with like the catalog that they just received. Like
yeah, that's big. Yeah.
Harry Potter and everything along those lines. For me, it's Game of Thrones. Like I think Netflix would have done an amazing job with it, and even with Harry Potter as well too. They could have done so many things with it. So.
I'm gonna be. What's happening over there? Mission passed. Yeah, no, I'm really interested to see what happens with linear television.
I wonder who they're gonna hire though, like for like director-wise from Warner Brothers.
Yeah,
and stuff,
and do you think some of this? Oh, let's just say they turn right a little bit, or they turn center right. Let's just go with that. You think they keep the same faces?
Probably not.
I'm so interested to see what happens. The deal's got to close first. We're jumping ahead here, but the deal's got to close first. Let's see what happens. Let's move on. Block. So they reported earnings yesterday, if anybody cares. But I think the headline that we're focusing on is the layoffs. And you're never going to hear me kind of pound the table and celebrate this because these are real people losing real jobs. But we also have to be pragmatic, and the market celebrates this kind of thing, and you just need to look at the price action of the stock when this was announced to know that that's very much true. CDIO is going, guys. Shout out to Bovin. CDIO is moving above volume-weighted average price. Keep your eye out on that. So Block, Assassino, is cutting 4,000 employees, and they're reducing their headcount from 10,200 to just under 6,000. That is nearly half the company's workforce. CEO Jack Dorsey, of course, we know him as the former and founder CEO of Twitter, framed the move as proactive and cited AI specifically, said this was AI-driven efficiency that's leading to these layoffs. They didn't dance around it like Amazon and some other companies. Management did prefer to rip the Band-Aid off, one-time layoff, rather than having incremental layoffs, which Jack Dorsey said, would probably weigh down morale, as people would not know if they were going to be part of the layoffs, if they weren't staged. So at least if, he rips the Band-Aid off, the people who are at the company know their job is secure, or do they? Right? Anyway, so they can be more efficient. That was his theory there. CFO Amrita Juha said the restructuring positions Block, quote, for the next phase of long-term growth. The company intends to operate with smaller, highly skilled teams, leveraging, of course, AI automation. Dorsey expects, though, this was kind of what concerned everybody. He expects widespread workforce restructuring across all of corporate America within a year. Maybe an ambitious timeline there, but I think that we all can kind of feel maybe this is where it's going. They do expect, though, Block to incur $450 to $500 million in one-off charges that are tied to this layoff. So he was offering people, I think, 20 weeks severance, and then if you got one more week per year you spent at the company. So if you spent 10 years at the company, you end up getting 30 weeks. You also get health benefits, I believe, for 6 months. And you get $5,000 to kind of apply to anything that you want. You also get to keep your devices. So if they gave you a laptop, they gave you a phone, you get to keep that as well, if my memory serves me right from his tweet. This is not a company that is in trouble. This is a company that grew gross margins at a rate of 25% year over year. This is a company that's taking $12.2 billion in profit, not revenue, profit, home yearly. So the fact that they're laying off half the company concerns the hell out of me, Joey.
Really? And you don't like that, considering, like, as you just mentioned, some of the fundamentals there?
I don't like it because people lose their jobs, and I'm worried that it's going to precipitate
into other companies.
And don't you think that that's what's going to happen, Joey? They're going to see this guy, he's caking. All of a sudden, his fixed costs are down by half. And his margins are up 13, 15, 20%.
Employees are the most expensive thing.
They're one of
the most expensive things for a company. But isn't that what we kind of started out with this whole AI trade? This is why it's been so attractive, is that it makes companies more efficient.
Nobody's going to get spared, Joey.
No one's going to get spared, right? And a lot of people talking about AI taking their job. And someone made a funny comment and said, well, it can't take your job if you don't have one. But it's unfortunate in this case that people are losing their jobs. That severance package isn't bad though, Sharif. It's going to give you plenty of time.
It's a lot,
I think it gives you plenty of time.
Joe, like that's the thing,
it
though,
sucks, yeah.
But who's going to be hiring in these roles? These are programming roles, software engineer. But you know what I'm saying?
The metas of the world.
I know, but aren't they going to start doing the efficiencies too?
Probably
and that's what I'm saying.
Right? Yeah. So it's tough, right? It's extremely tough, and especially in a working class where you didn't think would necessarily happen. We consistently need that, but now with all these AI tools, I don't know. Maybe this is the start of the snowball effect, Sharif, as you mentioned. One company starts doing it, and then they start seeing his margins increase and everything from a fundamental standpoint really start to ramp up. And then, sure enough, you're going to see the bigger boys start doing it, the metas and everything. Along
exactly. And this is year what? Would you say this is year 3 of AI, right? Year 3. How much better is AI going to get
in the next couple of years?
And the better it gets, the more people are not going to be needed.
Yeah.
Matt Merce, at some point.
Yeah, trades, man.
Pardon me?
Someone said to start. That's exactly what I thought. It's like, hey, man, maybe this is the revamp of the trade. Right? Tradespeople were.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Right? So,
well, and the tradespeople have already picking up. They're getting paid. Have you seen how much plumbers are getting paid right now?
Dude.
My boy, Matt Mertz, at some point, the gain in productivity is null. Robots don't buy iPhones and groceries. You're making some serious sense there, brother. Yeah, there will have to be a fundamental shift in how people earn money if AI is going to take all their jobs. We're going to have to wait and find out. Adara, please give us your take on Block.
Well, guys, I don't know if we necessarily have to worry about AI taking over jobs yet, at least not with this catalyst, because there is a pretty interesting argument to be made that that's actually not why Block is doing these layoffs. Now, before people get upset at me in the chat, I actually have Jack Dorsey's own words that I'm going to put in front of you, because a lot of people are interpreting this post that he made after announcing the layoffs. And again, he posted this for some reason at 2:50 a.m., but a lot of people are interpreting this post as kind of a sign that the AI is a little bit of him trying to cover up for his own management issues. So he responds to this post from this guy named Will Slaughter. I did a quick look into Will Slaughter. He mostly sounds like he does fixed income and bond related content, but he posts a lot about tech. Only 12.5 thousand followers, but those followers include Citrini Research. That's in, the group that tanked the market earlier with their report on AI, and also Bespoke. So Will Slaughter might not have a ton of followers, but he's got some high quality followers. So keep that in mind. So basically this guy just is trying to argue that Jack Dorsey's own mismanagement is the real reason for the layoffs. Now, Jack Dorsey tries to respond to this by saying, quote, yes, we overhired during COVID because I incorrectly built 2 separate company structures, Square and Cash App, rather than one, which we corrected mid-2024. But this misses all the complexity we took on through lending, banking, and BNPL, and we're now targeting over $2 million gross profit per person, 4 times our pre-COVID efficiency, which stayed flat at roughly $500K from 2019 to 2024. And we have and do run an efficient company, ... ellipses, better than most. So basically he's saying, yeah, sure, I made some issues, but that's not why we're doing this. It's definitely because of AI. So a lot of people are interpreting this weird 2:52 a.m. shower thought post as kind of a sign, hey, maybe this wasn't AI, maybe this is Jack Dorsey, made some mistakes, and is using the AI cloak to cover it up. And I think that also rings true with him saying, oh, all these companies are going to have to replace, like, hey, don't look at me, look at other companies that are definitely doing the same thing as me. So you can say, okay, Adara, you're ranting like a crazy person, whatever, that's fine. But I think it is worth noting that he did post this, and he clearly posted it in a defensive matter to respond to this post from Will Slaughter individual. So take that as you will. I do think it's interesting food for thought, and I think it does make a pretty clear point of this might not, I'm not saying that there aren't worries about losing your job to AI, but this company layoff, that might not be the hill to die on here.
Amazon said the exact same thing. We hire too much during the pandemic, and we're right-sizing. So this seems to be like a theme that, CEOs use maybe as a cop-out to the fact that they don't want to deal with the PR headwind that's going to come to their desk because they're laying off people for machines. I don't think anybody wants to do that. And when he put that tweet out there, I was like, there's no way Amazon, Apple, Google could have said those words. They're way too big. It would have just been destructive. I don't know. I feel that's a bit of a cop-out. Good for him for putting it out there to kind of try to change their narrative. I'm not buying it, though. I got to tell you. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, again, I think he had to cover. You got to cover your bum in some way, in my opinion, Sharif. So maybe it is what it is. We don't see behind the closed doors or anything. To be a fly on the wall would be absolutely phenomenal, but that's not the case right now.
Let's go on to the next story. CoreWeave. Where are they at? Let's find out, because they were very negative, and they're getting more negative. They just got to the low of the day. CoreWeave just lost 20% of its value. Oh my goodness. All right, revenue. 1.57 billion, above the 1.55, beat on the top line. Revenue grew at 110% year over year. That's underscoring the explosive infrastructure AI demand, which they can't meet. Like, this is not a bad report. We're going to get to the bad part. Obviously, they lost more than the street was looking for, far more. They lost 89 pennies per share. Street was looking for 49 penny loss. That's almost double. Adjusted EBITDA also below expectations by a lot, 898 million. The street was looking for 929, so a miss there. Now, they also missed in Q1 guide. Full year guide's good. Q1 guide, no. Q1 revenue projected $1.9 to $2 billion. The street was looking for about 2.3, 2.29, so another miss there. But their full year 2026 revenue, if you believe the guide, they're guiding 12 to 13 billion in full year revenue. That's slightly above the 12.09 at the midpoint, obviously, that the consensus street estimate was. The market focused, of course, though, as things down at the low of the day, on the deceleration versus the multi-year trajectory, right? Let's talk about the CapEx, because this is another reason why they lost 20% of their value today. They guided $30 to $35 billion in capital expenditures in full year 2026. Guys, they spent $10.3 billion last year, so almost triple what they were going to spend in 2025. But when you look at the demand, they don't really have a choice. Backlog expanded substantially, $10 billion, $66.8 billion in what we could say backlog or RPO, if you want to call it that, up from 55.6. One of the good headlines that I like, though, was a diversification of revenue, right? We know most of their money was coming from hyperscalers, but they're saying, no, we're starting to deal with other non-hyperscaler enterprise customers as well as sovereigns. I like the sovereign one. It's sticky. Governments usually stay around a lot longer than, commercial contracts, 1 year, 2 years, 6 months, whatever. And they continue to say the H100 is still supply constrained. But you know what got my attention, Joey?
What's that?
The A100. Remember when Burry was like, yo, these chips have a 2-3 year life cycle, then they got to get changed?
Yeah.
The A100 is old AF, okay? And their A100 is fully booked, and they're increasing the price on the rental of the A100.
Yeah.
You can't get enough of these chips.
Yeah,
you can't get enough demand. I know you're in something, so I'll let you do it.
Yeah, I'm in big time something right now here. A little Tesla here, man. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay, man. Let's just let me double check something here, Joey. Quick double check. All right, let's go on to the next story. Unless anybody has any comment about this, let's talk about Flutter. Of course, Flutter owns FanDuel, and if you've looked at the charts, some of these gambling companies, these gaming companies, online gaming, they haven't looked good. DraftKings, Flutter included. Where is FLUT at? Check here, Joey. Okay, it's bouncing off the lows, still down 14.12%, so a bit of a drop there. Revenue, $4.74 billion, well below the $4.97 expected by the street, with adjusted EPS also missing, so a miss on the top and bottom line. $1.74 in profit. The street was looking for $1.95. Adjusted EBITDA, $832 million, again below the street's expectation of $893. Despite the miss, they grew that top line number 25% year over year, showing strong underlying scale. CEO Peter Jackson, listen to this, Joey. I know you're in something, but listen to this. Peter Jackson said bettors.
I can breathe now. That was crazy.
I was telling Brendo this today. This caught me off guard. They did worse because their clients did worse. So bettors lost more than usual.
Hold on, time out. Okay, bro, dude, I'm going to be honest with you. I have no idea what you're talking about right now.
We're talking about FanDuel.
I was locked in. All right, FanDuel. All right, talk to me.
So you think maybe if, the house won more, they'd make more money, right? You're playing against the house, right?
Right?
So they said, Peter Jackson said bettors lost more than usual in Q4, but that's actually not good because when customers lose more frequently, engagement drops. Okay, I guess that makes sense. I didn't think of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
Management acknowledged that not everything went our way. That's a quote in the quarter. And the revenue outlook, Joey, for the full year 2026, they're saying 17.75 to 19.05. That, again, for full year revenue is below the analyst expectations of 19.34. I'm going to put this question to you.
Yes, sir.
Is prediction markets eating the lunch of these online gaming companies?
Currently, right now it is, but we've seen what they're doing in New York. I believe it was New York, right? Where they're like, hey, no, we're not doing this prediction market thing.
They got them out.
So they're like, we're not doing this anymore. There goes Tesla. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, do your thing.
I mean, it's all depending on the state as well, too, Shreve, because we know it took so long for online gambling to really come into play in the states as well, too. So I think it depends where you're located geographically, right?
Oh, yeah. I agree.
So I think that's a really big factor that comes into play. I'm going to pull something up here on TSLA. Man, oh man, I was telling the chat, I'm like, oh man, Shri, I'll tell you later. I pushed so much size looking for a small move right here, and then fortunately we didn't get anything at 52s, but we'll hold on to it right
there,
now.
my boy.
Yeah, I had to be patient on that one.
So the CEO here, I put it to Joey, right? I want Joey's opinion on it. The CEO is like, that's all cap. No evidence, according to the CEO of Flutter, that prediction markets are cannibalizing sportsbook revenue. Okay. Let's go on to the next one. But I want to also mention Philip S1 and the tax charges don't help, yeah? Just ask Illinois. Didn't they just slap a 6 or 7% tax on DraftKings and everybody else who's operating online gaming? I'm pretty sure.
DraftKings can't even operate in all states.
No, they don't have
exactly
state by state.
Penn Gaming.
There you go.
And what was the other one that we're missing? We got DraftKings.
We got FanDuel.
So
that's this one.
Flutter.
Exactly.
I think So I mean, it really depends where you're located, right?
Yeah,
and then the predictions market's not allowed in New York anymore. So a name like this can dominate.
Which is jokes because they have the prediction markets, all the CEOs, that Lebanese guy and that other guy.
All their offices are there?
Yeah. No, they bring them on Squawk Box all the time. And it's in the heart of Times Square, and they can't even operate in the state. But anyway, let's go on to the next topic here. Zscaler. This was a good report, but they got clipped as well. Oh, they're back up a little bit. They need a little bit more. Down 13.5%. Look, let's not harp on Zscaler here. They've all been decimated. Crowd, Pan, Z, FTNT. They've all been clipped, and it's because of the Claude bot whole thing there with SAS Mageddon and whatever Mageddon. Adjusted EPS for the Scaler at 101, ahead of the 89 pennies, so a beat on profitability. Revenue, $816 million, growing at 26% year over year and well above the $798 million expected, so a beat on the top and bottom line for the current quarter. Full year EPS guidance, $3.99 to $4.02. That is ahead of the $3.92 expected by analysts, so a beat everywhere. Let's talk about this, though. Shares surged pre-market after earnings. Yeah, probably not, buddy. It did pop up, though, and then it dropped back down pretty aggressively. Earlier in the week, the stock did drop 10% on Monday on that AI-related sell-off that we just talked about, then rebounded 17% over the next 3 sessions. So to say it's been volatile is a bit of an understatement there. CEO Jay Chaudhry emphasized Zscaler is a cybersecurity platform for the AI age. Zero Trust, which is kind of their moat, platform positioned to secure AI and agentic workflows. Management also framed the company as an infrastructure layer for accelerating AI adoption. And he's trying to reinforce the narrative that cybersecurity remains mission critical even in the cost-cutting cycles. And I always looked over to Joey, I looked over to the Katina man, I even asked Brendo, I'm like, your company, you're the CFO, CEO comes to you, says, I need cuts. I need better margins. Is this where you're looking to cut?
No, oh no.
Is this
Heck no. It's probably one of the last places you look to cut.
Oh man, right?
Especially with the build out and everything along those lines. It's like you need to protect all of this stuff.
Right? Despite the beat, the stock is down 26% year to date. Investors are struggling with how to value high multiple software AI in the AI-driven environment. And that's what everybody's saying. These cybersecurity companies, they had very lofty valuations because nobody could afford not to use them. And that now narrative is being called into question. Can we bring cybersecurity in-house or part of it in-house? And that's kind of why I think this is the whole thing. And the broader question is, are AI efficiencies bullish for security spend or margin compression? We're going to have to find out. But the market has kind of given us its initial take here. So we'll see. David, Dr. Steve Brule, AI not only replacing jobs, AI for real, bring used to identity people to lay off. What? AI really bringing used to identify people to lay off.
I think you meant bringing used to identify.
I see that.
Yeah.
So AI is telling the company which employees to lay off.
Yeah, who's efficient.
That's, oh man. Vote for Leonardo. Thank you for the super chat, David. And Kyle, thank you very much for the $2 super chat. Vote for Leonardo. Leonardo's winning, man, 33. I voted Michelangelo. He's only down by 2%. Donatello, number 3 there with 21. And Raphael, again, no love, man. Raphael, 15%. Okay. So that is the case there. Let's go on to the next topic, though. Dell. Dell is a bit of a bucking the trend today, Joey, because Dell's looking very strong. Dell is a little bit off the high of the day. Dell, in case anybody's wondering, is up 21 2/3% on the day. Let's talk about this report, Joey. Adjusted EPS, $3.89. That is beating the $3.53 expected on revenue of $33.38. Again, almost $2 billion ahead of the 31 2/3 expected by Analyst. AI optimized server revenue up 342% year over year, just a smidge shy of $9 billion, with total servers and networking revenue also a smidge shy of $15 billion, up 14.8, but almost $1 billion higher than the 13.9 billion expected by Analysts, and the street is clearly rewarding them. Again, as I said, up 21 2/3. It really is AI infrastructure. That is the dominant growth engine here for Dell. COO Jeff Clark said, quote, "The AI opportunity is transforming our company." Good on you, brother. Strong enterprise demand for AI compute, AI infrastructure, of course, being credited here. Supply tightness, though, and the dynamic pricing environment persist. What dynamic pricing? Oh, yeah, that's right. The RAM that's doubled in cost, I think, from like 2 months ago or whatever. Dell is also positioning itself, Joey, as a core hardware backbone for the AI build-out cycle. We can go into the guide here. They did miss a little bit on that Q1 EPS guide, 290. The midpoint is 290. That's slightly below the 324 the street was looking for, but their Q1 revenue range substantially higher, 34 billion to 35.7 billion. The street was looking for 29. So that revenue, that top line number, absolutely ahead of Analyst expectations. We can go on. Joey, they're making about 20.5% gross margins, a little bit above that 20.3, but it shows you what kind of moat NVIDIA has, man. 70% gross margins. These guys are making 20.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely, man. If we look at the ISG, you were talking about this earlier, services, storage, and networking up 73% year over year. CSG, client solutions, up 14% year over year. I mean, we'll take that 73% growth. That's some good stuff. Sharif was talking about the guidance not too long ago. Balance sheet and cash flow, record $4.7 billion at the end of the quarter. Investments up 1.9 billion sequentially. I said that wrong. Investments and core leverage. Dividend up 20% as well to $2.52 a share. I mean, that's pretty good, right, from a dividend standpoint. If you look at the technicals on this name, a big, strong gap up, almost 13%. I mean, only off the highs, I should say. But this move was a pretty big one here from the close on yesterday. 17, now 18%. So Dell Technologies most definitely performing there, guys. Pretty good look. We're still sitting in this. Netflix is still grinding higher. I think it's going to break that 96 mark at some point today. It's at 95.52. we're sitting in this Tesla trade. I had to be really accurate on my entry. This was by far the largest position that I put on in some time, and I pieced it out relatively aggressively, but that's okay. We'll take this one here, 1440. Nice move up there. Let's see if we can get this move to continue. But I had to be really accurate on the entry, wait for that pullback. And I'm not expecting a full recovery here on the day in Tesla. It's just more or less, let's see if we can go and retest the top end of this channel. And you can see that we are currently rejecting that. If you do breach it and head on the backside of that trend, then sure enough, could be a good trade there, but we are starting to slowly pull back. Dell has no business being here. It's okay if I buy 145 puts. I wouldn't go against the grain like that, man. It's just easier to go with the flow, to be honest with you, at sometimes. But yeah, I mean, look at Netflix. What a recovery and what a grind. Another missed opportunity. This happened to me earlier in the week on NVDA. Curl over for 10-minute time frame. I'm like, oh man, this thing can get going. And it was literally the first thing that I said this morning was watch out for Netflix. It can really get to moving. Is this going to be an ad opportunity on Tesla? I don't think so, as the market is not really doing anything right now. We're getting pretty close to 2 o'clock, right? So I think at some point things will cool down. Is VWAP in play for Tesla? Sure, anything can happen, but I don't know if that's going to be the narrative on today's session. All right, so we'll just keep that in mind. If there's anything else that you're looking for, oh, someone said something interesting to me with Paramount as of this morning. Sharif Revenue, Chief Revenue Strategy Officer Bruce Campbell says in town hall. Thank you for that, Adair. I think it's not a signal or VPA day today. Yeah, I mean, especially with this downtrend, you have to be really, really cautious on how you take the trade and what kind of size you're looking for over there.
One?
No thanks. Actually,
Brought some.
I'll have
I
one.
know you're
Let me
gonna.
get a
That's all healthy
cucumber
right there, my boy.
I have some of that hummus up there.
There's some hummus right there.
I like cucumber.
Yeah, it's quite good. You want Neil? All right, I'm sorry, man.
So you know, oh, whoa.
We're displeasing Neil.
Yeah,
here
yeah.
because,
So you say no to the vegetables, but you would have took a cookie. What the hell, my guy? My God,
I like when they put the camera on Neil too. He's like,
that's
you know,
crazy,
yeah,
man.
leave me alone, man. I love it. Neil's like the least crazy out of all of us here. You know that.
Definitely the calmest out of all of us, that's for sure.
All right. Papacito, another $3,000 on the triple Q short, Katina, man. Sharif, I'm waiting for my voice effects. Best show in the whole world. I'm watching even when I trade different things. Clearly, brother, we thank you so much, Papacito, dropping 17.9 shekels in the chat, joining us from Israel. We love you, brother. We hope you print 3K every day. Thank you for the super chat.
3K every day. That's a good life, man.
Joey.
Yes, sir.
CDIO is breaking trend here, Bovin. Thank you for calling this out. CDIO is on the way to 7. Bovin, if this takes out 739 high of the day, this could be a squeeze. I'd like 8 as a profit taker. Take a look at the closing prints in the aftermarket yesterday on CDIO. Very limited amount of time that it spent above that. I realized it got to 9.99, but that was a squeeze. Look at the topping tail nature of that candle. The closing prints all below 8. Today, we have a 739 high that we put in the implied balance open, and now we're trying to break up above 7. So good call there, Bovin, above VWAP. I hope you're doing it live, brother. All right, let's go on to the next story. Intuit. This one sucks. Let's talk about Duolingo. Let's go on to this one.
Yeah, let's go to Duo.
I know, because you were all over that, so we can actually look at the chart on that bad boy. So Duolingo, what do we got here? DUO. No, that's not it. DUOL, yeah. I was like, this thing's not $1. There we go. We're down. It's not updating, sorry. DUOL. We are down 17%, a little bit below 17%, but since the market opened, we're up about 6%. So the majority of the selling was in the aftermarket yesterday and some pre-market as well. Q4 revenue, $282.7 million. Really? I paid $150 for this, more for that thing.
For the year.
For the year, yeah. Up 35% year over year. That does beat the estimate, though, of 279.5. Daily active users, that includes myself, 50.2 million, up 52% year over year. Paid subs, that includes myself, 12.2 million. That's only up 28% though. But they make plenty of money on ads. Trust me, I used to be a free user. There's plenty of ads on there. Total bookings, 336.8 million, up 24% year over year, and about 20% in constant currency, with adjusted EBITDA coming a little bit below $42 million, and the margin expanded to a little bit below 30%, 29.8%. I would expect, is that net margin or gross margins? Because if those are gross margins, those suck for a software.
Yeah.
So those have to be net margins. If I'm not sure, we'll have to look that up. Company expects about $1 billion in bookings for 2025. That surpasses the milestone. However, full year bookings guide, they're guiding 1.197 to 1.22. That is below the 1.26 billion expected. Management said they're prioritizing long-term durable growth over near-term optimization. What they should put is an AI chat agent in the program that people can interact with so that they can better understand what the hell they're learning and not have to go to chat. I think that would please a lot of people, myself included. Shift toward user growth as well, Joey, and retention rather than short-term monetization. CEO Louis Von Ann emphasized reinvestment into product and engagement. Yeah, put an LLM in there, brother. Continued expansion into math, music, other verticals. You've been playing chess on that bad boy.
Yeah.
AI-driven. Here's what I'm talking about. AI-driven personalization central to future platform growth. Thank you. There has to be that in there, man. If you have the technology, throw it in the dang app. Joey, what's your take?
Yeah, I mean, if you have the, I like what you said there, Sharif, but I think this is a name that can obviously have, I got all out of Tesla there, maybe a little bit too early, but that's fine. We'll lock in that, a nice move to the top side there in Tesla. I think with Duolingo, Sharif, there's just so many disruptive tools that are coming out. There's probably going to be something that will blow this, that you can get for free and you don't have to pay for on a yearly basis or monthly basis. I do like that they're getting, like, you can play against other individuals on chess, but we have chess.com for that. And they got other features within the app that you can obviously learn about, whether they got the math feature as well too, Sharif. Multiple languages, but I just think that this name, considering it's down 83.84%, I think it's in a tough space right now from a software standpoint because there's so many tools out there that you can just go and use for free.
Yeah, and like, can I say something?
Majority of it, and not have to watch so many ads as well too.
Okay, so for example, there's like 3 ways to say good in Mandarin.
Yeah.
There's Gaoxing, there's Kuai and there's Kaixin. I don't know which one to say in what context, and it doesn't tell you how to structure it. So I use chat. I literally screenshot, adjust the picture, crop it, throw it into chat. Chat, what do I do in this situation? So clearly there is a methodology to kind of move around them. They're totally disruptible, this company.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think it's tough, man. I mean, you're down 83%. This stock.
I meant happy. Sorry, Gert. Sorry, I didn't mean
this stock
good,
will never recover. That's just how it is.
That's your opinion, eh? I gotta agree with you on that, actually.
You think it's going back up to $545?
No, unless they become some sort of different company.
But what could they become that is going to, like, I mean, it's just a single app that's a little discretionary, you know what I mean? Some people
totally discretionary,
you know what I mean? So it's just like...
Yeah, that's a head and shoulders. Can I bring this down here?
Yeah.
This is a head and shoulders if I've ever seen one, man. Oh, crap. What did I do here? Sorry, guys. Look at this. That's a monster head and shoulders there. I see it as a head and shoulders. We can even see it on the weekly here. Does it look like, it looks like a bit of more of a head and shoulders there, but
that was, man, it's done now. Look at that.
All right, guys, let's go on. They also, I just wanted to mention, they plan to buy back about $400 million worth of shares, so there is a share buy program there. MP Materials, a name I'm involved in. Both sometimes good, sometimes, you know what. Adjusted EBITDA, 39.2, well above the 34 expected by the street, with revenue coming in slightly below 53 million. They miss. That's not slightly, that's miss. $60 million consensus. Investors focused on profitability rather than the top line miss. It is negative on the day, I believe, with the overall market. First full quarter reflecting the Department of Defense price protection agreement. If you don't know what they're talking about, the Chinese were dominating this space because they would just undercut everybody until the people they were undercutting went out of business. So the way the Department of Defense wants to prop up these mineral companies, these metals companies, is by saying, look, no matter what the price of whatever, let's just say lithium, I'm just giving you an example, goes to, we're going to pay you a price floor here. So that way you can kind of be better protected against kind of like vicious tactics by some of the Chinese, which is what they've been doing, from my understanding, for a long time. So that's what the price protection agreement with the DoD is. It guarantees, there it is, an effective $110 per kilogram floor for key rare earth products. Payments under the agreement count as reported revenue. And this signals, U.S. strategic commitment to domestic rare earth supply. We know how important that is for the military, for chips, for tech, for everything. They need to have their own supply chain. But the product mix is shifting. They're transitioning from an intermediate product to a high-value magnets materials company, and Q4 production came in at 562 metric tons of NdPr. And the strategic pivot towards a vertically integrated model is improving margin profile. That's why I got into MP as opposed to some of the others. They are vertically integrated, meaning they take the entire process from extraction to refinement, et cetera. My understanding is they're the only one in the Western world that is actually vertically integrated that can do this. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Capacity expansion. They've secured significant NdPr oxide offtake agreement tied to their new Texas plant. There's about $1.25 billion North Lake facility. That's the one that kind of I knew about, that North Lake facility. That's on track for 2028 commissioning. And the expected output there, about 10,000 metric tons of rare earth magnets annually. Federal support, of course, accelerating domestic rare earth ecosystem build-out. Joey, what do you think about this?
Yeah, it's interesting here. As for MP Materials, it's been consolidating for quite some time. I was looking at the 2026 outlook, 500 to 600 million for growth projects from a CapEx standpoint, 10 times facility, heavy REEs, variable expected strategy investment to expand U.S. supply chain and China dominance. So, I mean, let's take a look at this. We had a couple big sessions where this was just off to the races, $19 to a high of around 100. So that's a 5x right there. That's not too bad whatsoever. But as of late, guys, you can see from a daily perspective, November hasn't really been doing too much. Just trading within a $20 range, which may seem relatively wide. But at this point, at this pace, I don't know. I would look for a break below this 50 mark before anything on MP Materials.
All right. Yeah. All right. Pardon me. Let's go on to Monster Beverage, Joey. So net sales rose more than 17.5% year over year. Now they're now bringing in about $2.13 billion in revenue, and that beats the 2.04. So check on the top line with adjusted EPS coming in at 51 pennies, beating the 48. Another check there to beat on the top and bottom line. Energy drink segment, which is the largest of its businesses, climbed a little bit less than 19%, 18.9% year over year, now bringing in $1.99 billion. That shows you the bulwark of their revenue comes in from energy drinks. Not surprised there. Alcohol brands revenue fell. This is normal. Gen Z is not drinking as much.
No.
16.8%. Good. Alcohol sucks, except in very limited circumstances. $29 million from their alcohol brand. What? $29 million. Anyway, health-conscious consumers are favoring energy and sugar-free options over sodas. Demand holding up even amid inflation and pressured by household budgets. They're saying the core energy franchise does remain their earnings engine, and they're reinforcing the defensive growth narrative in the premium beverage space. But they did improve their margins a little bit. 55.5%, up from 55.3%, I guess better than nothing. Pricing actions and supply chain efficiencies are offsetting higher aluminum costs. That's a good point there with President Trump's tariffs on foreign aluminum. We know plenty about that because our aluminum industry here is getting clipped because of those tariffs. CEO noted tariffs unlikely to materially impact operating results. However, modest aluminum cost increases is expected through early 2026, and they're implementing, Joey, a hedging strategy across the business. What's your take?
Yeah, I like the fact that you mentioned Gen Z is just not drinking. That's down 16%, 16.8% year over year. I'm surprised that the energy business isn't shrinking as well too, because we all know that everybody's kind of swaying away from these heavily sugared and caffeinated drinks. But yeah, interesting on MS. What is it? MNTR, right? Let's take a look at some of the technicals on
MNTS. Yeah. MNST or whatever, yeah.
MN.
Monster. What you got?
All right, well, yeah, well, I mean, it's freezing on.
Embarrassing.
Wow. Okay.
Not
But
bad,
what
huh?
isn't embarrassing here?
Not bad at all.
Is a nice steady uptrend, man. This is a solid play right here from February of 25 all the way up there. You get 88%. So I mean, the energy drinks seem to be doing just fine. In this case, when I think they'd be doing the polar opposite. What? Oh, also as for alcohol companies losing billions because Gen Z is not drinking.
Yeah, I think it's definitely Gen Z that's leading the way, but I feel a lot of people are switching. Yeah. Look at Brendo, myself, you know what I mean? We're not Gen Z, right? And we're not drinking nearly as much.
Well, maybe it's like the boomers getting older as well too. They're not drinking as much. Yeah. So who knows?
Artadera, give us your take on Monster.
I mean, I think this one is pretty interesting. I was kind of shocked, truthfully, by the alcohol segment thing as well. I didn't even realize they had an alcohol segment. But yeah, that dropping, I guess, does make a lot of sense. I do have a quick little infographic here that I'll just pull up. And this hasn't even been posted on X yet. Expected to come out, I think, in the next 20 or 30 minutes. But Celsius versus Monster. I always love when you get companies in these little subsectors like this that post on the same, kind of around the same time. So it's worth noting for both Celsius and Monster, you have year-over-year growth. You've got beats here, and you also have generally these energy drink segments and brands also experiencing growth. Now, one thing with Celsius, though, they didn't have, to my knowledge, they don't have an alcohol segment. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but either way here, the biggest decline that I noticed in that report was their actual brand was down 8% year over year. So their other brands were doing well, but Celsius's own brand not doing so well. Monster, meanwhile, other than the alcohol decline, you do have a strong increase in their base energy drink segment sales and operating income to the upside. Always a good look as well. So yeah, I think it's always kind of interesting to see how, if you've got two companies that are in the same kind of sector, they report around the same time, what trends are you getting? Generally speaking, I think the trends here for our energy drink friends is they are pretty much to the upside.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah. Phillips, interesting comment by you, brother. Not one that I had thought of myself. I feel like that's why hemp is getting regulated. The THC drinks now are more popular. I see them all the time. I never tried one myself. I gotta just tell you the truth.
I had years and years ago, a friend of mine, an older individual, gave me. He made his own.
He made
weed wine, yeah, and I kept
weed wine.
Yeah, and I kept it for like 3 or 4 years.
Did it get better or worse?
It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad.
Right?
I was in my mid-20s when I had it, and I gave it to my girlfriend at the time, her and her mom.
Yeah, yeah.
They wouldn't even dream of doing it, and they're like, they couldn't move the next day. They were so tired. I'm like, you guys sure you want this? And then,
that's
I'll
hilarious. That's exactly what I'd assume, obviously.
Yeah. They're like, man, they just couldn't move the next day because they were so groggy. Their body was really groggy.
For sure. Hangry Wife makes you feel really slow. I don't think you'd like it as someone who works out. I gotta tell you, I see them all the time in the stores, but I've never really bought one. They've got the coolers right there, and they look great, and they're colorful and everything. I've just never pulled the trigger.
Yeah, you get like a root beer one and stuff like that.
Is there for real? They're different flavors?
Yeah, different flavors and stuff.
Can you taste the THC?
I'm sure you can. Yeah, but in the wine, I haven't had any of the modern ones that you get from.
All right, guys, there is about 30 seconds left, so we're not going to go to the next story, of course, but it has been a very, very volatile week in the market. That guy Neil's like, go to the next story. Let's have a look at the weekly candle on the Qs. We're going to look at the weekly candle on the Qs and the SPY in a sec. Let's flip to the weekly, see what we're looking like here. Embarrassing. There we go. So we're going to finish marginally red on the week. So we opened up somewhere around, I want to say 607 weeks in the week at the beginning, and then we're at 605 and change right now. So we'll marginally be red on the weekly candle. Last week was a green week, but it was preceded by 3 red weeks. What does the SPY look like on the weekly? Another, basically the same thing, but the SPY, as I've mentioned, is a skosh off all-time highs. We're about 2.5% off 2% off all-time highs. So very much nearer the all-time high. Look,
Someone said before we sent it off, they said that we missed their super chat on Palantir.
I'm so sorry.
I don't see anything
we go to
on
fan
Palantir.
funding?
Yeah, I'm in that right now. We apologize, but I don't see a super chat on Palantir.
What do you guys think?
Oh, there you go.
Up? Yeah.
You see it?
I see it, yeah. $2 Canadian, so we hit this.
Man, we definitely can't send it over there. These guys owe us at least 2.5 hours now.
Well, let's look at Palantir here. So I'm assuming, Palantir, what do you guys think? Back up past VWAP. Okay, so he's talking about intraday.
Intraday.
Let's have a look. Oh, sorry, guys. PLTR. There we go. Downtrend, unbroken. This looked like a bull flag. So I'm sorry you got caught on that, but that was a 930 breakout, and then you had that consolidative lick, and like quite frankly, it was higher lows on that consolidative lick, but once that broke, it was basically sailing down, and now you're unbroken lower highs. VWAP, you got to get back into 136. It's showing 134.80. Maybe there's a market on close or an order there that comes in the close that pushes this back up, but you're not breaking the downtrend. That's very clear. Since you lost VWAP, it's been a symphony of lower highs, and none of those lower highs have been broken. Lower lows, lower highs as well. So I would say, if it's a guess, it's all that it is. 136 might be tough to get to, 135.90. But I'm sure the boys can give you their look as well as the Katina Man and Neil trade Palantir far more than I do. So they'll give you their look as soon as we send them over. And now they owe us 2 in the bag, Joey. We're going to hope everybody has a great weekend. Don't leave me hanging.
Yes, sir.
And we'll see you guys, everybody, bright and early on Monday, 8 a.m. Peace.
Thank you there, Sharif, and welcome back. You're not going to do the last story because it's 2 o'clock. You're not going to go over time. But then we get that super chat in there that you missed, and you got to give us an extra.
That's what they get for missing super chats, you know.
What's up now? We don't miss super chats over on this side.
No, we don't miss anything over here.
Well, I miss super chats all the time. I know it's so cap. We do miss some super chats every now and then. Never intentionally. Like it's always our intent to make sure we answer as many questions as possible, including some on TikTok, which I'm just gonna make sure.
What's up, Thanos?
We're still rocking. I see Thanos in the chat. People talking about Ion Q up in here. Rivian Millionaires there. Mike Peter Ryder. I see you. What up?
No, not that guy.
You know what? You know what's
Mike
good?
P.
Is Mike P. on a Friday? I'd expect it by now you would just be belligerent in the chat and just sort of.
But it's like, how many people do you know go by like all three? Like it's Mike P. DeRider, you know?
Well, actually, it's Mike. Oh, when did this? Hold on a second.
Change?
There's multiple.
I always
did you change the name? I just saw Mike. Okay, so there's Mike P. Is Mike DeRider. But then there's Mike Philip. Mike Philip DeRider.
That would be Mike P. DeRider, yeah.
Okay, so is this? Hold on a second. So this is the problem. You make it confusing because I know we have some regulars in the chat. No, but now simultaneously they're both in the chat.
Oh yeah, he's funny like that. He has multiple accounts. This guy.
Oh, that's how you. This
guy's a trickster.
See, you can't do that because as you get up in age, you're just messing with me, and it's a Friday on top of that. So don't be messing with us on a Friday, Mike. But we'll have some fun this afternoon. The market is. Well, it's not really doing a heck of a lot, although it is slightly trend downside. There's a lot of bamboozlement all over the place. NVIDIA's down 3%, which you probably know by now. It hasn't been that good. CoreWeave has been an absolute dumpster fire. You guys were just talking about Palantir. Palantir's only down 0.5%. And someone mentioned the earnings name for Monday, which would be BBAI. That'll be something we talk about more on said Monday. I'm only in IBIT and then rack space. And for the record, I'm just going to say it now. I'm in RXT. When you hear me say RTX later on, my bad, I'm not actually trading Raytheons. I'm an IBIT, basically just, why do you have to hit that? I'm letting people know I'm going to make the mistake because I've been making it all the time. Over there. And I'm just keeping it real. It happens. So I'm in this, and I'm in RXT.
You make one mistake, man. Andre is just like, no wonder Chief called this guy the assassin. Yeah, exactly. No wonder why this guy's.
These guys were talking about the Bay of Pigs
crazy
during the midday, and we got tinfoil hats going on.
Crazy assassination.
Next, we'll be talking about the Gulf of Tonkin, and we'll get demonetized.
Guys, long. Okay, yeah, I think we could switch over to the long. We're just trying to go one more short here on Google, but we'll see. We were good here, and then now we're just averaging it up into 308, and looks like it's trying to break out now. We're not going to stay in this for a long time. I think yesterday we had seen the tides turn a little bit, to the downside, to the upside, because when they start to turn on the buy programs, you don't want to be caught. The Qs are now above VWAP, so I could definitely see something getting pretty spicy here as we continue to go long on the market, short here on Google against 308. So yeah, we're right here right now, getting close to being stopped out. That high is 308.30. So I think we can stop ourselves out if that winds up hitting. But yeah, that's what we're doing right now. All right, let's go over to Neil, and then we'll come back. We got Sharif. We're going to do some rundown of all the names you guys want us to do. And then we'll talk about some of our positions, some of the trades we made, some of the trades we're looking at, and a lot of fun yet to be had. What's up, Neil?
It is the final afternoon of the week, and we're wrapping things up for the first week of the Trader TV Academy. The feedback from those already in here has been awesome and incredible. It's great to see so many traders hitting the ground and running with all of the modules. And don't forget, we're going to be dropping fresh updates daily in the news feed, so make sure you're checking in there for the latest. We're all in there every single day. Myself, Sean, Sharif, Brendo, Joe as well. Join hundreds of active traders already in the mix, and get started today for an introductory rate of $480 US for the first 4 months. Don't get left behind.
Do not.
Scan the QR code on the screen and head to Trader TV Academy to start building your foundation right now. And you know what? I want to shout out to Derek, who basically just posted "Have a good day, everyone" this morning in the community. So want to appreciate you there, Sharif. Joseph was posting, I said myself and Sean, and Brennan a little bit earlier. We're there every single day. And, well, when Sharif's ready, we're going to do the rundown for sure. But did we just get a super chat, or was that already there? Okay, we did just get a super chat from David. Not big deal, but I knew the second I said we don't miss super chats, this is what happened.
No way.
But you've missed hundreds of my super chats.
That's cap.
Okay, why switch to new stream? It's advantageous, one uninterrupted.
Why switch to new stream? It's advantageous one. Why?
Oh, so why do we have separate streams?
Yeah, I mean, that was something that we were discussing. Remember, it was because we wanted to give the notifications.
I think that's what it was, the notification.
Going through.
I think we did try at one point continuous, and this worked out better.
We can probably fix that now. I don't know. We're trying to. Yeah,
I'm going to call cap on that. I don't think. Look, we're not perfect. We'll miss
I've already
questions.
called cap on that.
We'll miss super chats every night. We've not missed hundreds of super chats. Maybe at best one
maybe tens,
or two a week or something like that, but hundreds is a little bit crazy.
But yeah, thank you for sending it through now, and we will make sure to look for all the super chats. And we actually have Andre's actually great at this stuff, man. He lets us know immediately if there's a chat. Obviously, we're sitting here trading live and whatnot.
You're not going to believe what just happened.
Sometimes there's
You're not going to believe this.
Oh, ALBT. I don't. I just saw your screen.
I cannot believe this did it again. It stopped this morning at $1 exactly. Exactly $1 is the high. It just broke the dollar and went clean 20 pennies. This stock is in love with no stock that I've ever seen has done this with the dollar level so cleanly a couple of times. Like, it's basically broken out 2 days in a row off the $1. Like, resistance at $1 in the afternoon yesterday, and then break out $1. Resistance at $1, and then break out $1. So bye-bye to, what do we say this? Avalon. Avalon Global Care. That sounds like it should be like Globex.
Like a healthcare thing.
No, like what's the, what's the,
what are you trying to get
In the dodgeball movie, what's the name of the gym?
Yeah, Globe, yes. Oh, man.
That's what.
Here comes Google back in, but Globe, yeah.
Global, is it Global Gym? It's just
Globo. Maybe that is what it is. Did someone put
Gym?
that in there? Globo Gym.
Well, these guys are Global Care.
Yeah.
So what they should do is
we're starting to ring the registers over here on a little bit of these trades over here. Good job here for Google. Just fading right back out. Now this is going to be a money trade, but we got to get out if we're going to capture any profits. Yo, my guy over here, look, this just came in. All right, this is going to be funny because shout out 22 months.
Oh my God.
That'll play.
All right, are you the same in real life since you're famous? I know you're not talking to me. I ain't famous, man. But if you are talking to me, for me, this is real life. I'm literally, I mean, you see the way I'm dressing and the way I'm acting and the way I talk and all. This is literally what I do in said real life. Oh shit, here we go, okay. But this is basically how I am in real life. You can You can find me tomorrow night at the rink, and I'll be acting exactly like this. It's actually funny, when we were playing in Brampton, I get recognized in Brampton. I get not recognized at all in Toronto. Both times I travel to the United States, one time I was in a crumble cookie with my daughter, the dude recognized me. The other time I was in Shake Shack with my family, recognized.
It's always linear.
It's insane. One was in Miami, one was in Boston, and then here in Toronto, it doesn't matter. But like, I go to Tim Hortons, they just know me as a coffee guy.
But here's the weirdest thing is
I work 5 minutes.
But I've been recognized more times in Toronto.
Oh, okay, well, yeah, see, that's because you're famous. So there you go. This question's for you, Neil.
No, but whatever.
This ain't for your boy over here, man.
First of all, no, I'm actually
famous.
I'm actually
Kanye famous.
Just so you know, like I'm one of those. I'm one of the lizard people. Like I'm here to take over the world.
Okay.
You know, actually, no, I'm not a lizard person.
That's a bit aggressive.
If you remember Chappelle's show, I'm Bibble from Chappelle's show. Right, so all of the major technological advances that you've seen in the world in the last like 50 years, that's all from me, because I come from some planet outside. Anyway, utter nonsense.
You guys are funny. People saying we're going to need security here soon. We used to have a very, very good security system around here. And then all of a sudden my jacket got stolen one day, and it was like, now we've got lockers over here. And we had Tony watching the...
That was the second break.
Shout out to Tony, man.
He's good people.
If I ever see that guy again, he's coming immediately back on the show. That guy.
He was good people.
That guy is the...
That's a good question.
That guy's the best. Yeah, he's from Georgia, so... Chinese guy from Georgia. How many of those do you know?
One.
This is what I'm saying about me being real.
One.
Like, I don't...
I know...
Are we live now? Am I allowed to say that?
I know one. What are you allowed to say? Why can't you say that? It's factually true.
Yeah.
Legitimate question.
Well, I was asking
my
if there
answer was one.
Oh, one. Okay.
Well, I mean, it's Tony, and that's about it. Are we ready for the rundown? All right. So apparently we're ready for the rundown. We don't want to make Shreet wait on a Friday, but as you can see, I'm now dragging this out a little bit, so we're waiting just a little bit longer.
Well, apparently Joe says we owe them 2.5 hours.
How much time we owe Joe?
I'm not sure exactly how that happened over here.
How was the cookie, Joe?
He's not having the cookie, man. He's waiting for the pie. He wants the blueberry pie.
I can't even eat
I'm supposed to bring in a blueberry pie, actually. I can't believe I forgot about that.
Oh, yeah, we never got Joe a pie.
This weekend, a blueberry pie. I'm going to bring you one in from Farm Boy. That might be okay.
Yeah.
I thought you said blueberry. Oh, peach. Okay.
Peach.
We about Georgia over here.
Joe likes to eat that peach.
Okay. We'll get him that. We'll get him some peach pie. I think that's going to be a good one. Peach pie is very, very tasty. There's no doubt about that.
Oh yeah, it's very tasty.
Tony Pepperoni. Yeah, that was. He had the best nicknames. There's no beating Tony.
Tony Pepperoni.
Yeah, remember, it was Tony the Tiger. We had Toronto Tony.
No, Tony the Tiger.
Yeah, well, Tony the Tiger's not original.
Tony Pepperoni. All right, let's actually do this rundown before Shreet gets mad at us.
Okay. Good guys.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Neil, Sean, they're locked and they're loaded on this Friday, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers on the Afternoon Rundown, you got to join us in the chat and you got to vote. Super simple to vote. You throw in that $sign followed by whatever ticker your heart so desires. Let's look at all four major averages before we go into the first name. Triple Qs down the least of all four major averages, but all four major averages are red. The Qs down 0.65, the SPY down 0.78, the Dow Jones Industrial DIA ETF down 1 1/3, but the IWM Russell 2000 ETF absolutely getting clipped, 2.15% negative and barely off the lows. Let's look at another name that's getting clipped on the day, and that's been getting clipped for the last couple of days since earnings. NVIDIA losing 180 and literally at the day's low, 3.5% in the Ville of negative. However, there is no specific catalyst today for NVIDIA. It has been selling off since its earnings day. Today, we found out that they're going to throw another $30 billion, boys, OpenAI's way.
Throw that $30 billion towards Trader TV Live, and we'll tell you what to do with it instead of throwing it at OpenAI. No, the catalyst is a continuation on earnings, right? So it's more of the same. I don't want to look, NVIDIA had a good, strong quarter. The growth was fantastic. You can say whatever you want about the sentiment in the market. You can't really point to anything in the report fundamentally that was really bad. I mean, the concern, again, is going to be everyone's like, when the music stops, what does it look like in this AI trade? And so you're getting the punishment right now. I'd like to think that we hold on to, forget about the 200-period moving average. I think we could see that on Monday. It's the 170 level. You could break the 200-period. You got to hold on to the 170. This entire time we've been complaining about 194 not breaking. There's been support down at 170 bucks. And it's been a while since NVIDIA, like NVIDIA has been holding this level the same way that like the SPY and the NASDAQ have been kind of barcoding at the top. Actually losing that support would be bad for the market, but it hasn't happened yet. I'm going to come in with the attitude of next week, anticipating a dip buy in that 70 to 75 range. As for today, I mean, what can I tell you? It's trend down. It looked, you know what? It looked really good off of the open at one point. Right? Like you had this going on, and then you broke out. Look at the buy come in at about 10 o'clock, and it seemed like, okay, boom, and then you're bouncing off VWAP. This is going to be a long, and by the time we ended the morning show, it's just another, the bulls couldn't take control, unfortunately. So yeah, wait for next week. I think the 70 to 75 zone can be a nice little spot. I'd be surprised if that sells through the first time it gets challenged. That would actually be a shock to me. So I think we're going long next week. But today, NVIDIA remains a sell. And go look at any of the other chip names, you'll probably find the same thing. Like usually this is when we'd point to, by the way, AMD's down 2.7%. And by the way, ARM is down. And by the way, Broadcom is not having, wait a minute. It's actually not that bad. It's only down 1%. Hey, yay, Broadcom, look at that.
Maybe Intel.
See? Broadcom is only down 1%, and it's above the volume-weighted average price. So not everybody's getting smoked.
Oh, wow. Bitcoin's back to 65,000. I just want to say we're starting a new position here in Netflix against 95. Like, it feels like there's some kind of a, I don't know if there's, I mean, some kind of a buy program. I don't know, but it just keeps on representing this 50-period moving average right here on. We're probably going to get to Netflix, I would imagine, but, I'm going to buy a little bit more there, and then we're going to watch out for 95 break. Okay, we can, I don't really want to give it down to here, but that's not horrible. Down into the 80s, maybe we'll do that. I was going to give it back breaking through right here. If we can break this area, then let's get out, man. Breaking 95, give it a couple more pennies than that, and we'll work on a downside play there. Okay, that was, the question was regarding NVIDIA. So, yeah, NVIDIA was fine today until it broke, and, whatever. This was an automatic trade for me. I wasn't even here. I put a bid at O's. Once it broke, we gave it 11 cents, and we got out of it. Up. We basically bounced it off VWAP a couple times there. Good trading until basically it wasn't. And yeah, this is just like, look at it just represent and respect this 50-period moving average all the way down. And that's not necessarily what you want to see, obviously, as a shareholder or as a day trader looking to go long. If anything, it's a short. It's going to continue to be that until it's out of its own way. The low looks like 170 there. Not sure if that's going to come into play. But you know what? Like, look how easy trading is when you actually are playing the right names, right? I mean, here's Netflix right now. We just bought a little bit off that move. We'll offer some 62s, see if we get it. Then we'll offer some 70s. Then we get 62s. And it's not like it's a big trade. We're long at 48s. But here it is, man. That's 20 cents. Trying to add a little bit more to this. But it's trying to go upside right now is Netflix. So we'll just continue to watch that. But yeah, NVIDIA's a problem for a minute, right? I was hoping that AMD would have been a trade through 200 today, and I just didn't have enough patience to take that rate away off the open. That's right at 930, and then it was pretty choppy back and forth. It looks like 200 now VWAP. If we can get something up there, that would be okay. But today at 218, being a Friday, I'd like to see the NASDAQ try to start to rally a little bit here as we're getting lower highs. Higher lows right there, and maybe right here. So it looks like we're trying to get going there, back up. But if we don't break VWAP, going long seems to be a little bit of a death wish there. So, all right, that was NVIDIA. Let's go see stock number 2.
I think you just mentioned.
Well, we're talking about Netflix, Sean. I mean, we're seeing Katina Man in Netflix right now, but Netflix is up 13% because they are out of the Warner Brothers deal. In fact, at a town hall this morning, the CFO, I believe, Bruce Campbell of Warner Brothers, said Netflix had the legal right to match the PSKY offer. As you all know, they ultimately decided not to do that. That then resulted in a signed agreement with PSKY as of this morning. So that's where everything stands, guys. PSKY in for WBD, Netflix out.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Bruce Campbell there, as you mentioned, will be probably happy that the evil deal is dead. And if you don't see what I did there, then you really
I do not.
You've never seen The Evil Dead?
No, I don't think so.
It's hilarious. It was like a, I don't know, it was like a cheesy horror film that turned into like a cult classic. Bruce Campbell was the name of the actor.
Okay.
It's
I
kind
feel
of.
like I should definitely know that. But
Well, I'm trying to think. He's done some other stuff too.
I'm too famous to know that one.
What else? He's done some other stuff. Other people would know him. Yeah, he was in Hercules and Xena. I don't. Russell over here is like telling. Mention it. Yeah, Evil Dead's great.
Ross, you want a mic over there? Or?
Yeah, he's got a chainsaw. He's got a shotgun. This is my boomstick, and he says he tells. Anyways, pun out of here. Netflix is what we're supposed to be talking about.
Come on, Neil.
I know.
I feel like you're not focused over here, Neil.
Well, I've lost my train of thought now. It's a good movie. You probably would enjoy it. All right, so Netflix, we talked about this being a trend break. I actually said this morning that I thought next week we could get to $100. I wasn't really sure it would be that strong today. I was looking for a dip into, I think it was like $87 when I looked at a 30-minute chart. It turns out that look, they get 2.8 bill when this breaks up, and that'll be a quarter of their, relatively speaking, you're talking about a quarter of the 25 net income. So that's a significant chunk. It's a decent amount they're going to get. And on top of that, the market didn't seem to like this deal for Netflix anyways. So you throw those two things together. I think it's a long until it gets to at least $100. But I really thought we'd get, why is this, okay, Friday chart, right? It's probably that trend line that's bugging it out. Russell's phone is like hockey night in Canada music every time it rings. No, but I think this is a strong one. I think you're playing this into $100. The trend for me today.
Damn you, Google.
Is now done. It's got an all-day trend line going. So when there's an all-day trend line, I do look for a reversion play. But until it breaks the trend, I wouldn't touch it. And I thought we just saw a super chat, and I was running my mouth through it, so we missed it. But there's a headline: AI spending is on track to exceed levels seen during the dot-com bubble for Morgan Stanley. Thanks, Morgan Stanley.
Yeah, nice one.
That's why you're down 4% today, Morgan.
Okay,
No,
well,
it's not.
we're talking about Netflix here. The market's going for a nice little dive here a little bit over the last 10 or so minutes. Trying to find a base at the 50 period. We were just at view up. Nice move down. Starting to pull back a little bit here. So all that I'm going to do with Netflix is, what? How come I normally buy that? Oh, I'm at 35. Oh, yeah, because it's come up. Oh, I was sitting down here at 35. I should have been at 40. Whatever. Hopefully we'll get it. All right, long story short, yeah, I mean, look, it took a while, right? I mean, there's no doubt that if you waited for Netflix, you know, we were sitting here the last couple months and just saying, like, there's probably a better thing if Netflix doesn't get this deal, because we had seen the way the chart reacted to Netflix, right? And it didn't like, you know, maybe having to go and spend that cash. We know cash is king right now in this market, especially with what's been happening in the marketplace right now. And it was just a downside, basically, like, waiting until this happened, and there it is. So I didn't think it would spike up this much on, you know, the fact that they're not doing the deal anymore, but the market is very, very clear that Netflix doesn't need this Warner Brothers acquisition. I think that there's something to be said about all of the content that Warner Brothers and Paramount are going to be having. And I think that they do provide a good competition there for Netflix. The question now becomes, do they have to go through regulatory hurdles now to get that deal done or not? Because there was talk about how Netflix might have been too much of a superpower if they got it done. But if you see, I heard Sharif actually mention in the middle of the day there that PSKY was up like 20-something%. So the market definitely likes this for all things today. Warner Brothers, good, they're going to get 31. Paramount's getting a huge bid right now as well as they acquire, and Netflix getting a bid as well as they puff pass. So I feel like it's a good day for the media streamers today, and no matter where you are, you're doing well. So unless we can check out what Disney's doing, I don't think that's, well, Disney's never really been moving around on this at all, so probably nothing happening there. But okay, well, Disney a little bit of a bump there, considering what the market's down. The ES is also down today, so here it goes, man. It's a good day for content providers, it looks like today. So yeah, I think it's the one that we're always looking for. We found it. It's Disney today. Sorry, it's Netflix and Paramount, both up nicely. So congratulations if you're able to hold on for dear life, as most of us did on that Netflix trade.
SoFi is absolutely getting destroyed, guys. It's down about 9% and close to going SSR on the day. There's no headline on SoFi. There's some mixed option sentiment here that I was able to find. Feels like maybe the market is continuing to react, guys, to the sell-off in these financial names as some of these Claude agents now look to do their job, guys. SoFi down with a low of 1732, down 8.8% on the day.
Well, look, the thing that really sucks about SoFi today is you can't really. I don't know that you can blame this move on just the XLF and some of the financials, because most of the flush down was because of that issue in England, right? Like you basically had a big lender there kind of blow up, and a few names were struggling. Barclays was down 5% over that in a week last night. But SoFi shouldn't be that tangled up in that mess. So today it's kind of falling on its own, which is not a good sign. That just means there's nobody, since we lost the trend and since this lost the theme of green after earnings, there's nobody on the bid. There just hasn't been anybody on the bid supporting any of these lower highs. And it's not good, because it feels like we could be headed all the way back to the low teens. It just doesn't seem anything stopping this. And with the lack of a true catalyst today, again, I'm not blaming it on the XLF. I feel like there were certain names that were related to the contagion in Europe, and this shouldn't be one of them. I don't like it. It's a short till it's not. It should have been a short today. We've preferred short on this for the last couple of sessions, and for some reason today, I just did not see this one coming. Because when it lost 19, it was at 18 very quickly. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the low teens, but it's going to become, I don't know exactly where I want to buy this one yet. I know if we're down at 15, that's where I'm starting to think about jumping back into some shares. And I still hold shares. From what I've sold at the top, I'm looking to buy the dip, but it's not yet. We're still trend down, and this is a bit of a warning sign today, because I don't know that there was a specific reason why it should have been this bad. The market isn't really falling all over itself. So, yeah, not looking good for SoFi at all.
So I was just talking about that. Like, they got to figure out that regulation. So
well, it's trading at a pretty weird price for WBD. Like, the fact that it's at 28.2, I saw somewhere that it might still look for a close this year, third quarter, which would be nonsensical, because if it's 31 by the third quarter, there's no chance you should be trading the way down here if you think there's a good shot the deal closes. So there must be either they're going to give us a new close date, which might be sometime into next year, or there might be some actual regulatory hurdles for WBD, because that's seeming like a value. If I see this thing tank, every now and then you will get a buyout that does a move down for no reason. It happened to WonderFi. WonderFi is a 36-cent deal that you could have had at 25, 26 cents at the end of last year, and it's going to close sometime this year. And like basically to hold it for a year, you got a free 30%. And it's already back to where it should be. If Warner Brothers does that, I might take a swipe at it, but not yet. Give it a couple of days.
Yeah, look, here's a reason for SoFi. Bitcoin's getting hit, right? I mean, and we've seen Bitcoin down 3% today. So not only do you get the banks going to the downside, you also get crypto going down. And I mean, crypto has been a case for Robinhood as well, right? And, we clearly saw, for anybody that doesn't think they're connected, like we had a big run up, in crypto the last couple of days, right? Where we got to that 68 or 69,000 level, and then we fell off. And today we're falling off again. So what does Robinhood do? Down another 5%. I feel like, although I don't know if they should all be connected, definitely not as much as they are, but we saw on Robinhood's quarter and on SoFi's that there still is a percentage of business that's dealt with in crypto trading, and if the market's going to go to the downside, Bitcoin anyways, then yeah, no surprise there about SoFi. SoFi is another position of mine as well that we hold in the long term, and I very surprised. Like, I remember I bought some at $22 on the way down in. So now the fact that it's at 17 ain't great. Here's 22 right into here, into this level. So I thought this was going to be a good buy, because here's the quarter right here. Like, how do they put that quarter out right here? And it was a decent quarter. It actually bumped up. And then I remember that day it was up like 7 or 8%. And we're like, yeah, good. SoFi's getting right back up to the highs again. And then that day, this is the day, we can even look it up, man, the January 6th, it just fell off and then it could not recover, right? This is one of those ones where day 3 would have hurt, because you would have maybe bought some there thinking it was going to recover, and then it's just like basically no up days at all for SoFi. So yeah, it's a worry spot for me and for many others, I would think, SoFi. But if you're in it for the long term, then cares anyways.
David's got a super chat. Actually, we have 2 super chats, but David has one on topic.
What up, my guy?
SoFi sells their ABS to JPM, BlackRock, etc. So it's connected to the story from earlier on in the week. There was a different story overnight in Europe. That's the one that's not connected. But you're absolutely right about that, David. And there was a second super chat, which we said we don't miss super chats, and I don't know if we got this one. So I'm going to throw this one up. Patrick J. Del Valle.
Okay, so my gut is that if you're going to predict what NVIDIA's call was, right, and we said that we thought NVIDIA was going to be a banger, they were going to report better than expected, they were going to do everything, and then all of a sudden to see the reaction that NVIDIA stock has to the quarter, right? And it just depends on if they turn the systems on or not. You know, like we saw yesterday, Trade Desk really bump higher, and today we're obviously not seeing anything like that happening in Duolingo or anything like that. Here's BBAI, and I thought we did a little bit of this yesterday, and it was just like this is just, you know, negative EPS, expecting a negative EPS. I just think if they can turn it, they got some deals this past quarter, right? We saw with the U.S. government as well as the Kraft Group, which is nothing, but it was just in the Patriots where they played Gillette Stadium, the sensors and the security gates and everything in there were BigBear.ai. And so, you know, you'd be surprised. If you're working at an airport, you probably know a little bit about BigBear.ai. I think we've heard that travel's increased, you know, over this past year. We see the airlines going to the upside. And then you have some good talk about the World Cup coming. We just had Olympics, and you know, we have some other things where security is going to be obviously a very big issue. So, do I like the stock? Yes. Is it going to be hard for me to say, like, let's go in here and buy this? Of course. I mean, you take a shot if you're buying anything pre-earnings. So this is like its own option now. It's only $4. So if you want to drop like a couple $1,000 in this or whatever, like, I don't know where it's going to go, but there's also a 30% short float. So if that number does turn EPS positive, I really think this thing is going to sing. And you could get right back into this $5 range real quick. So that's kind of what I'm hoping for, but thank you for the super chat. And again, I'm just trying to like layer things out, right? The contracts they got, where this world is going. So yeah, BigBear.ai should be a win, I think, on earnings. But if that EPS is like worse than expected, then I don't know. I don't know what to think. But there's been many.
Well, you never know. Okay,
there's been many names that have had bad.
Here's an example.
Earnings and good guides.
SMR is not really moving that much today. But they missed their revenue, and I think the revenue miss was like something in the line of 80%.
Right.
Something insane. And that's not down 20% because it's at a support zone. Right? So it's at a long-term support zone, so it's not really falling apart. And that's what can happen with some of those names. I think we have a couple more to go to, one of which is the Weave of Core. Possibly? Am I right about that?
We're going to do OnMed, Neil. It's up 68.7%. One Med Net shares trading higher after the company announced the next phase of the commercial launch of its RWD platform with, you guessed it, powered by, I should say, Palantir Foundry. This one I was involved in, guys, during the midday. Kind of bull flagging here. What's your take on ONMD?
Palantir?
I didn't know that. I don't remember. See, I know we had talked about this morning. I don't remember hearing the Palantir factor. This wasn't as clean off the dollar level this morning. It was a bit of a chop fest. Like, it got to $1, fail. Kind of looked like it would be weak. A bit of a fail at the open, and managed to hold on to about 90 cents. But now it's got all that in the rear view. Unfortunately, there's a line we like to say, this is a habitual line stepper. I mean, look at all the times since it became a penny stock that you have been bamboozled and fooled into thinking this time is different. So first off, it's made some moves that have sustained over $1 before, but I think once you get to like 1.5 to 2, like that range, it's the kind of stock that you probably want to ring the register on. At least that's what it's been telling you. And even this afternoon, let's go back to a 3. It's holding on to VWAP, but look at the volume. This is the definition of not seemingly looking like it wants to make any kind of a bounce. So very light volume this afternoon. So good that it potentially has a little bit more room to go, but beneath VWAP, I don't necessarily love it. I'm in one of these things. RXT. See, I said it right.
Nice.
You always slow it down.
Yeah, I like that.
That's for myself, so I don't say Raytheon again. No, I'm in a small capper, but it's under VWAP, right? So when something loses VWAP, fails the breakout, then you look for the short trade. I do feel as if this could do that this afternoon, but it hasn't yet. If it does, you could look for maybe a break under 115, play that to $1. My guess is you don't have free locates on this, so you'd have to pay to be able to do that, which I'm not going to do. But yeah, not bad, but it's a habitual line stepper. I wouldn't hold on to it too long.
All right, let's just, it's 2:35. We'll go back to the desk. We'll do that. And I want to talk about Palantir as well, but we'll do that when we're gone. So next stock up, BMNR.
CoreWeave.
Katina, man. It starts with a B, so you're close there. BYND up 23%. Not a bad look here. Guys, BYND on the week, by the way, up 46.75%. If you believe what Benzinga has here, they're expanding their Beyond Immersed Protein drink line with 4 new flavors. The beverages contain 10 to 20 grams of plant protein and about 60 to 100 calories. Investors await the March 10 earnings, though, with analyst expectations at around negative 11 cents per share on a loss of $63 million. On $63 million in revenue, as traders now bet the new beverage could revive sentiment, guys. 105 high, trading at 101.
Revive sentiment, huh?
I mean, breaking that high is interesting. I mean, I thought that we had, and I'm not even on it, I was looking at my other chart.
You seen the monthly chart on this thing?
Yeah, though that's what I was going to say. Like, we had news. So I remember the story about protein and, like, you know, that they were kind of changing things up a little bit there. And then we got some big bounces. I thought this was the first time we heard that protein story was in and around $56, $57 or $57 cents. And then we ripped up to $7 and came right back in here. So I think if you're going to support something, it would be down and around here. 66, 67 cents. I would fade this all day, man. And maybe we're just getting going, right? And the last time this sort of happened, we got one bump up and then we absolutely mooned. So yeah, wouldn't be surprised if there's something else brewing here for Beyond Meat. I wouldn't short it yet, but I would not, you know, any kind of a move on Beyond Meat, I'm very, very skeptical. This was, and we'll have to, I say was, because I don't think anymore. This had like a 60 or something % short float.
Yeah, it was huge.
Beyond Meat. So we can just have a quick little look here to see what it's currently at. Yeah, 32 right now. So that was part of that move higher, right? And the 30% is still huge on that. So, you know, done 120 million shares today. Good name, good level, lots of volume there. But I'm not super excited about it.
I actually turned around and just confirmed with Sharif there. Did you say the beverage? Beyond Meat is making a beverage. So the poll is, would you drink a Beyond beverage? Now, obviously, if you know me, then you know I'm about to vote no. So there it is. 22% of you, first of all.
I'm voting yes.
You're just doing that to troll.
No, I'm not. Because what does it matter? Like, honestly, like, okay, so I'm going to drink like a Tim Hortons protein coffee. Like, what do I care about? As long as it's been tested. I mean,
so you'd have, but that's
it's not the first thing that comes to my mind.
So you'd do it probably just to try to see if it's good, but you wouldn't have a second one.
Depends on what it tastes like.
You know, well, we had the burger ones. Actually, we did the Beyond Burger, the A&W one live on the show.
Well, what is it? Is it
when
pea protein?
And then after that, I never ate another one.
Yeah, they sold out of the beverages, says Danker. So there you go, Neil.
They sold out of the beverages? Yes.
Bang! Yes, Adara. It's the minute Adara chimes in, and I know it's legit.
Seriously?
No, but it's just one of those
things.
things.
That's what they said anyway.
Protein.
They said they were really successful. I mean, to be fair, they were also always going to be limited time. So take that how you will. Like, these were never going to be like a forever category. So I think in some way they almost like set themselves up to like look really good with that. But I'm always also very skeptical of companies' motives, as you guys know. So take that how you will as well.
Didn't the Beyond Meat guy get into a fight and like punch somebody or
Oh, yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Not the CEO, but I think somebody in the management team.
I think it might have been.
I learned that from Mateo. I didn't even know that till recently. So shout out to Mateo.
Yeah. Shout out to Mateo. Yeah, don't shout out to me, of course. That's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Mateo's my guy too. Mateo's my guy. This guy's Italian. Maybe Mateo. Yeah. So no, I don't trust. Like, honestly,
it was felony battery and making.
And it was at a college football game, right? I remember this story.
Yeah,
I believe there was
he bit a dude.
I was going to say, I think there was a Mike Tyson moment.
He thought the guy's nose was protein. That's probably why.
No, but the irony of like you basically try to eat the dude's nose when you're all about not eating meat. No, so it was like
we should have foresaw this. We should have foresaw this protein thing.
Here's the guy. Doug Ramsey, the chief. It was the chief operations officer Beyond Meat. This was back in 2022. He was accused of biting a man's nose. What game was it?
He did. It was a college football.
Yeah, Arkansas.
Yeah.
See, now
he took the Razorback thing a little too personally there.
Well,
I mean,
Big Ten fans wouldn't do that. The SEC fans,
oh boy,
SEC fans, y'all crazy. That's the problem. Big Ten,
else.
we're nice, we're refined. Winners.
I love her saying we.
We're gonna do better in the tournament. I know. I'm a Michigan State fan.
As if you went there.
That's such a crazy story.
Yeah, I remember that story. That's why.
Yeah, but he's probably. That's the thing. You have a few too many drinks at the game.
Yeah.
Crazy things happen. But usually it's throwing a beer, not biting someone's nose.
Biting someone's nose is pretty hard.
Syllabic Freedom, my first ever super chat, missed. Oh, wait, we missed.
Oh, come on.
Oh, come on. Now you guys are going to be all over us.
This is trolling.
NFGC.
Too much trolling, brah.
NFGC. And by the way, if we don't answer it right away, it's not our...
It's a tilapia protein,
I love your show. Change my trading. Appreciate you, Neil. Can you look at NFGC? Okay, so first problem is you never want the... Okay, let me quickly show you. You never want the biggest volume day of the week on a stock to be a red day. So that's bad. Like, it just had its biggest volume day of the week, trying to break through a resistance spot, and it failed it. So it's not a bad-looking chart. Like, what was it we were just talking about? Beyond Meat is a habitual line stepper. It was the other small capper, ONMD or whatever. That was habitual line stepper. This isn't really. Like, it got to $1 and bounced, never turned into the penny stock, and has been trending up ever since. But see the rejection now twice of the 50-period moving average? Broke away from the 50. Now it's rejecting the 50. Like, this is an on volume when it fails there. So until it can break back above, maybe wait for some, like, it looks like waiting for some lower highs, or wait for it to break out above the 50-period moving average. It's kind of in a dead zone, where either you're buying support or you're waiting for the break. No volume today, this afternoon anyways. David, another super chat. I'll super chat 100 if you drink that with Adara on camera, Sean, but you have to sip it.
I don't know where do I get it? Where do we get it? I mean, for $100. Well, it's just going to the company anyways, but yeah, for sure. Can we? Is it in Canada? I might not be in Canada.
Most things are not in Canada right now.
You guys can find one and send it over here.
There. Oh, we have another super chat? Danny's Boy Disco Pants Emporium. Beyond Meat drinks are as groundbreaking as pizza in a cup. What do we even? What's going on? I know it's a Friday when. This is that's peak Friday talk right there.
This is not. These drinks are not like ground up Beyond Meat burgers or anything like that. Like, I mean, as far as I know, there's supposed to be some tasty treats.
Well, I don't know much of anything about it.
I don't know anything about it at all.
No, I don't know anything. I'd eat anything once, but I've already had the burger. I thought they were.
Oh, the burger is. I don't think they taste anything like the burgers. Does anybody in the chat even
my take was just the burger was just nothing special. I would never eat it. I would just never eat it over a regular burger. If you get it to the point where it tastes just as good and you throw it on the grill and it cooks the same way, so I'm not messing it up, like, because that's a big thing too, right? Like, if I'm sitting there and I can't cook it right on the grill, you'd rather overcooking it too easily. This is true of celiac. Like, anyone who has celiac, if you've ever tried like gluten-free like pancakes, like, they're impossible to make. Like an idiot can make normal pancakes, but like gluten-free pancakes, it's really hard to get them just right. So like little things like that actually matter when you're making that kind of a product. Get the cost right, get the health right, so it's not all super sodium, and make sure it cooks the same way, and then you get that job done. But I don't know, man. Like, I would try the drink. Maybe the stock will get a second wave. Oh, you know what? This wasn't on the rundown, but can we actually discuss CoreWeave, please? I was really surprised not to see CoreWeave down 22%. 22% after their earnings.
Go shorting the NASDAQ.
No, like, this is nasty. And this is one of those, if NVIDIA's got it bad, then CoreWeave, I don't know. What way am I going to say it's worse? This might not slow down until it gets back to 60. Like, the big significant level, $65. I think we could see that this week. It's been straight trend down. There's been not a single green candle on the 15-minute all day long. That said, it's SSR. If it puts one in, that could be a bit of a story. But my eyeballs are still, I'm trying to get back into IBIT, or reload IBIT, I should say, because I want to short Bitcoin into the close.
All right, here we go. This is the break that I'm going to take. So right here, futures breaking lower, finally breaking this afternoon, sort of malaise area of 48.80. We'll see if we can get down. I mean, obviously looking back at this, I mean, look, ever since we've been talking about this stupid Beyond Shake or whatever it is, VWAP's come and gone a couple times. We should have been paying much more attention to this. You're underneath the 200. We're underneath. So I think this break is going to be something. We just did not get it, did we? No. So it almost broke 80s right there. And when it does, then that should trigger me in. So that's what we have right there. And I'm going to take 2 units. It'll be like half of like, the most I'd like to take is like 5 units or so. And if if you're going to go with like 100 shares a unit, it's 500 shares or whatever. But we don't really talk about share size. So I'm going to, like, if there's a trade that I'm super excited about, I'll tell you the kind of units that I'm trying to trade here. But two is pretty good. So we'll trade that through back and forth there. And I do want to use kind of VWAP as our out. So that's part of how I assess the kind of risk, right? Is how far away, like what kind of a hit are we willing to take here on the idea? Because if it's just like, okay, we're going to break and, not have too much action. The problem is it's 245 now. I do think the market could slip here into the close. Underneath VWAP, we get NVIDIA still going down. Crypto's not, I shouldn't say it's not bouncing, but it's 65.3 right now. We could have a quick look at, I know it's lazy to look at IBIT. It's just we don't really have a great Bitcoin chart here. So here it is. Here's actual Bitcoin by itself. So we can have a quick little look. Go over maybe like a 3-minute chart. So this is what this looks like right now, obviously, as that's still coming back in. Oh, here, let's address this Netflix trade. So we only have about 1 unit here on Netflix, not quite yet. But it's dripping down, and this stop on Netflix might come through soon. A break of 95, I was thinking. That came right into there. So I'm still going to use that as a break, 95. Let's take this as an average spot, get a little bit more if we are able to down there on Netflix at that price. Right where we just wicked down the low there. Worth the shot here. We want to trade strong names long, and today Netflix is that 95.17. Okay, I'm going to go to 95.20. We'll go a few shares. There it goes right back up. That's okay. We're long and we're in the money now. So let's take out 15 cents or so right now. There it is. We'll take a 51. Thank you very much for that one. And then there it goes. So all we were doing is buying against this and buying a strong name. So obviously we don't get into the futures. They didn't break. They almost did. But yeah, good out there a little bit. And we don't want to look this gift horse potentially in the mouth because it's just going to give us 15 cents again. We'll take it one more time, and then we can let the rest of this kind of run. But now you're underneath. Like, I liked it a little bit better here, so I don't want to average in too much. Let's get out just in case that happens. I will take that little wick one more time in case the buyers do step in and defend 95 again there. But that's it for me. If that comes through, great. If not, then we'll just continue to see if this rides to the high side. And honestly, man, my trigger's already in. If this breaks 95, we're going to get out. So that's my trade plan there for Netflix, as the Warner Brothers deal is looking like it's going to be complete pending any sort of FTC decision or.
But at this point, even if Skydance deal is done, there is no more Netflix. If they pulled out.
Yeah, they're saying they're done.
This would be, if for some reason,
but what if they came
Skydance doesn't close?
Yeah.
This could turn out disastrously for Warner Brothers shareholders if they don't close the deal, because then Netflix will have moved on, and who knows what happens to the stock. I'm not saying that they're not going to close the deal, but it's not trading today as if there's supreme confidence. That's all I'm getting.
Netflix is just not going to match that. If there's some reason this deal doesn't go down, maybe Netflix says, okay, we'll do 28.
But they could come back. But what if the deal doesn't go down? All of a sudden it's at like 25, and then by the end of the year, the market goes down. Netflix could come back and say, oh, well, they didn't close. Instead of 27.75, we'll give you 25 for it. Like, that's not impossible.
I just don't think the board would agree.
But then they'd be stuck. They could find themselves stuck. They need to close this. The Paramount needs to close this, I think. But anyways. We were talking about Bitcoin. We do actually, if you're trading a real trade, like we do have it. We do have it. Here, I can show it. We just trade IBIT. And the primary reason, at least I'm 99.9% sure this is the reason everybody trades the ETFs here, is when you're trading on a prop desk, you get capital and you trade company risk, right? So you're getting capitalized, and your account here is based on the market that you trade. So we have like an equity risk and like an equity buying power. but you'd have a separate risk and buying power if you were trading, say, the CME. And you'd have a separate risk in buying power if you were trading Europe. And you'd have a separate risk in buying power if you were trading currencies, right? So Forex would be separate as well. And that's also true of Bitcoin. So if you've been trading for a long time and have equity risk and equity buying power built up, you're not going to go to a new market where you'd have to start at a lower level. You would just trade normally on the ETF as opposed to coming in and trying to trade BTC USD, which we do have up here. It's the same reason why you will see Sean or anybody else trade the Qs instead of the actual futures, because you've built up your account on equities. So it's just easier to trade the ETF at real trading. Hopefully that answers that. We get that question a lot. So this is the trend line from the high on Bitcoin. I am trying to reload it on the trend line. As that moves down, I will probably move the reloads as once again, Bitcoin languishes. Oh, and just a reminder, you will see today, well, you're 99.9% likely, there they are, already to see some bigger numbers at the end of this month for the imbalances. It's the MSCI rebalancing.
Boom.
At the end of the month. So you're going to see some big ones here. Oracle's already 2 million to sell, and it's not even 3 o'clock. XOM, 3 million to buy. There's some big expected movers into the close.
So exactly what we did. This is what we're talking about. Traders are going to trade. I don't know if we're going to have diamond hands or not. But there's, comes right down into that wick right there. We made another wick down to 95. That was scary. But there's that bottom wick there. Oh, I must have hit a wrong key there because we didn't mean to buy up there. But it doesn't matter. We don't have any different kind of shares. But there it is right there, 95.20. Nice move right into where we said we'd go. Remember, there was here, maybe we can zoom in a little bit. There, oh yeah, buy and sell in. Yeah, that was the wrong, I was on the wrong stock there. I was looking at the TQs and hit the wrong button. So immediately bought it back. Okay, so the price should be better than it is, but that's okay. Anyways, there's the move down. We flushed down into that bottom and we said, let's put it again in case the buyers come back. So they didn't necessarily come back, man. They tried to get that bid right away and then it flushed one more time. So I'm wondering if right now, that's why I'm like, okay, we got to get some more out. We'll get another out here at 29s. But, little nervous about it because these bottom wicks, although that was a good volume spike, feel like Netflix is trying to work its way back in. So let's see if they can let this ask go and get back there to the upside. I'm offering 48s right now, just ahead of 50, and then into the 80s if that wants to go. All right, that puts us back to you guys. So here we go, man. Put your questions and everything into the chat. This is what you guys vote on all the time, and we already did this rundown with Sharif. Adair's gonna be back there if anything does break. I just heard something in my ear about Trump talking about Iran again and things like that. I don't think it's anything serious right here, but because, yeah, so if Adair doesn't come with it, then we're not gonna worry too much. CDIO, that's cardio. We looked at that yesterday. Okay, speak of the devil. BATL was a name that a lot of traders were looking at earlier. Oh, look, if I double, like fancy action going on there. All right, Adair, what you got for us then?
Like 5 minutes ago, there was a report from CNN suggesting there isn't any intel that shows Iran is actually trying to work on anything to hit the U.S. So it looks like Iran's not really interested in these strikes, again, according to that intel reported by CNN. But I want to talk about FNMA, which is pushing higher here. Michael Burry is saying he bought more Fannie Mae today. Back to you.
I can
Michael
look at
Burry's in Fannie Mae? I thought that was...
Yeah, these guys are all him and Bill Ackman.
I know, well, Ackman I know.
So I don't know if that story just happened now. I mean, it's not doing any more volume here. I like to look at these when there's volume, and it looks like it's just picking up now. So there it goes. So that's a good little schedule for Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. But yeah, this is what it looks like. So they're getting crushed as well right now, as I don't know if Donald's bringing this thing back or not, but there was talk. I mean, this is the election right here. Oh no, right here. So right before the election, this is November, the date, November 6th, right here. It was $1 and change. And that right after that, it moved up to $4. And since then, it's just been bumping and grinding all the way up here, 14, 15 bucks. And now it's on its way down. So no surprise, Michael Burry comes out with this right as we're at like an inflection point for Fannie Mae. He doesn't want this thing to fall down through $7, that's for sure, because then after that, you're probably talking about a 550 area. So I think this is all, it's Bill Pulte, I think. You're going to have to just keep your ear to the ground on any stories and do your own work on Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. I'm actually not, I like to trade these. I mean, I guess it's going up. We could try to punch 29s right here. and see if it wants to go higher. But I'm not certain what Fannie Mae is going to do now on that kind of a report. So just be careful with it. You can also go for FMCC. And a big shout out to Jeff from OTC Markets. Good volume on this today, 2 million here. You can see the spreads 1 or 2 pennies. There's a lot of traders nervous to trade this, and for good reason. When they start to move, there are different rules about order entry and things like that. But if you educate yourself up on them, you can see that there is some possibilities there. But Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, good story there, Adair. Thanks for bringing it up. But at the end of the day, a ball don't lie, as we say a couple times. And right now the volume's just kicked up, so we can see if it breaks long. It's just it doesn't seem to be too exciting right now. I'm going to take advantage of this recent move up there one more time. Oh, Netflix just went into the 30s, and I was talking about Fannie. So I don't know. We just got a bid there at 95 again, and then it just shot right back up. Like we just had basically a okay, we'll take some outs here in 24s. We just had that 30-cent winner all of a sudden, and we didn't get any out. So here we go. Okay, there we go. Now we get the 30s out. Now let's see if we can get back up to the upside. Here goes Netflix, guys. I mean, we're just sitting here trading, man, and having some fun, talking about Beyond Meat, talking about some Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, and there it goes right now. Now we're 30 cents in the money on Netflix. So not too bad there for a bid. We'll see if it can get going. But I told you, I think it wants to go lower. I'll support this long, but I'm going to keep getting out as it keeps bumping higher here.
Yeah, I might get out.
I'm not sure about the futures anymore.
Rack space. I'm going to tighten up the stop. There was just a kind of a volume candle on this. It did one of those weird rinse jobs where it flushed, like the bid dropped for 10 cents. It's about a 20-cent move from the $2 breakdown, but then immediately snapped back up. So when I see that kind of a candle, if it breaks the top of that candle, I would just jump out. So instead of, I had moved my stop down to 195, but I don't think I'll take another trade in this when it just did a bottoming tail candle. IBIT just came back in. Ooh, CDIO might be moving, Bovin. IBIT just came back into the trend line, got to fill, but I give it a very, very tight stop though, because it has a chance to break the trend. And if it does, then I would wait for the volume weighted average price in here. If we break the trend line, I wait for 37.3 to reload, looking for the low of the day. And if there's other small cappers going, oh no, well, okay, this would be not by definition of holding VWAP. Like I would prefer something holding VWAP like this is holding VWAP on the way up, as opposed to it just had a bit of a death candle and is trying to bounce off VWAP. So that's not my cup of tea for an entry in the afternoon in the power hour, because I feel like that just broke the uptrend on CDIO.
So here you go, David. Look, I don't know how much a 12-pack of Beyond Meat drink costs, but if you can somehow send it here like
12?
I don't know what they sell it in. If you can send it COD, we'll pay for it. So don't worry about the shipping over there. But if you can get your if you can get your hands on it, I mean, I can check Amazon, but apparently they were kind of sold out over there. So I don't really know.
This is what
I don't even really know Wagwan.
Now we're going to be drinking.
No, well, apparently it costs too much to ship over here. Let me know, David, what that price is. I think that could be fun.
Can't be that crazy.
It could be fun for some content. All right, and then if anybody's working at Beyond Meat,
double the stock price.
Yeah. If anybody's working at Beyond Meat, I mean, always mentioned you guys about 500 times in the last hour. So that sounds like free advertising to me. And then you get the legend himself, Neil's going to drink it live on air. I mean, come on. You can't even pay for that.
You're the one that said that you would. I voted no in the poll.
Now, Beyond Meat would choose you, my guy. Don't worry. Or Joe, maybe.
See, there it is.
Here's okay, I'll super chat $100. Yeah, I know. We know that.
You didn't ask me to.
That's what I'm saying. So if Adara will drink it, that's fine.
Oh, yeah.
I'm down. I will do it. I will.
What is the problem with this drink?
I don't know why people are so upset. I think it's the idea, like guys, just because they're called Beyond Meat doesn't mean their drinks are made of meat. They do protein. It'll be a protein drink. I don't want all the hubbub.
Like, once Sharif sees these things, he might just take them from us. You know, I mean, 15 eggs or half of Beyond Meat.
Sharif will have a bunch. It's a weird thing to get into because.
No, Fabian, it's not called liquid meat.
There's so much competition in the protein shake.
It's just getting to be too much. I better roll up something and win something over here.
Oh, you rolling up?
I'm going to at some point. Right. Bedroom makeover.
You're due by now. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I lost both of my electronic rolls as well.
Well, eventually.
How much money did you make today? Enough to pay for the shipping. All right, so let's get that in, and we'll see if we can do that, and enough to pay for $1.83 of a coffee right here. I put in oat
It's
milk.
made of people.
Well, if that Beyond Meat guy bit that guy's nose off, hold on a second.
Soylent Green is actually a good movie.
There's still a little bit left here. All right,
Shout
so
out to
you
Ari
roll up the rim right here.
This is the one. You've lost all weight.
I've lost. Yeah, but
this
I
one
haven't
will
actually
be.
got that much because I wasn't feeling the greatest.
You're gonna win a
so
donut. This can be.
I don't. That'd be the least of that thing I want to.
Yeah, but the donut's the best thing.
Yeah, no, it's please play again.
Again?
Can't really see it, but it's please play again.
That ain't right.
Darn it, I did not win a $2 donut.
That ain't right.
Shame on me.
Talk to me when McDonald's comes back.
I do like Monopoly.
Giomi
That's tough, man.
is going
What
to
am I
answer your
do?
question in the
What am
chat.
I doing?
Every time we talk about bets, someone brings up the Packy Chip Challenge. And so just so you know, we're not doing that again. Actually, I'll tell you this right now. The only chance I would ever try the Hot Chip Challenge again, there'd have to be a lot of money going to a charity, okay?
Yeah.
Because it's not healthy. People have gone to the hospital over it.
Fahad messaged me today.
It's not a fun experience. Yeah, when is that dude going to race?
He messaged me out of nowhere.
Just respond to him saying when and where. Just go, Neil says when and where.
No, I'm
Straight
not.
up.
We're not talking about that.
Now, Fod's good people.
Yeah.
For sure.
All right. I'm going to say just he can email me if he wants to come through.
That's right. I love Darwin remembers that Fahad, the joke was that he was a CEO of Veru.
Yep.
So for those that don't know, Fahad used to work on the show. That stock has done 23,000 shares today. That's it? Hey, it's over $1, man. Oh, but it reverse split. Never mind. I was about to give Veru props, but it reverse split from like 40 cents. You can turn anything into a lesson. The standard practice, if a stock reverse splits, is generally speaking, when the trend breaks, just short it forever. And that's basically what Veru has proven, in addition to other of those types of names.
All right, let's. People want to talk about.
Nvidia's bouncing a bit.
Yeah. All right. So Netflix. I mean, we're just getting some out. I'm only holding right now about 40% or so. I mean, we came right up into the levels that we like. I mean, this is why we have these numbers here, right? We have these. Okay, go. Okay, well there it goes. I don't actually have anything ready to go here as I just say this. But this is what we're doing, man. Like the 50 period, the 25 period. These are key levels for me. So if we can get stock out, I'll offer some 43s because we missed that eventual top. We're also sitting there around 50. It's a tight range right now, right? Like I would love for it. There we go. We'll get it. 47, I guess. We'll get it, and then we'll see if we can get a little bit higher here. I'm still waiting at 87. That was my initial. Okay. See, and then you see that, and that's a big middle finger to the short. So we go, yes, sir. And we money. Send those Beyond Meat drinks, my guy. There it goes, man. Nice move up there for Netflix as we just bought 95s. We're long 95.07. There it goes. Nice move to the upside here on NFLX as that continues to go. Those of you wondering, like, what the hell? These guys aren't even talking about silver. Yet he's in it. We have. I put a break. I thought it was VWAP right here. Let me just double check. 80. Yeah, it was. So 83.80. If we break 83.80, I'm going to get out of this. Small piece, we talked about it. I wish it was bigger and I'd be trading it, but it's not. So I'm focusing on my newest position, which is the flakes of net flakes, and we'll see if it gets going through this level, and then we go boom on that. And again, fell right into our lap, right into these prices one more time. All right.
That's a good question.
Okay, go ahead. I didn't even read it yet.
So Ron, just first, we broke that trend. So we'll be break even on the last entry on IBIT, but it broke the trend. I'm going to wait for a chance to reshort it. Not going to rush in. Oh, man, by the time I go back to it, it's already gone. Let me just put that. Oh, thank you, Assassino. What type of account do you need to get paid for providing liquidity? Which broker? How much net liquidity value? So you just need direct market access is what it's called. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head what brokers have it and what don't. I can simply tell you we trade at Real Trading, and we do. And the actual amount that you get per gateway, it really depends on which one you use. I'll use an example. I was just looking at IBIT so I can show you. It might move too much, but like ARCA pays like $1.60 per 1,000 shares. I think NSB is like $1. EdgeX. They're all different. They range usually between the ones that pay about $1 per 1,000 and $2 per 1,000. That's down from what it used to be. And then there's gateways that'll be on the other end where adding liquidity you pay, but then you get paid a small amount to remove liquidity. So they might fill faster if a stock doesn't move much. But direct market access is what you need. Again, I don't know specifically which brokers have it and which don't. And Axel Cart, no, Real Trading is not in the US. The Academy is in the US, but Real Trading is not in the US.
Not available. But in the world of gold and silver, we just talked about it, volatility isn't necessarily a hurdle, it's an opportunity. But harnessing it requires the right tools. And Beta Pro by Global X delivers that edge. As Canada's first and longest running suite of levered, inverse, and inverse levered ETFs, Beta Pro provides a decisive way to engage with metal markets. Through 2 times daily bull and 2 times daily bear exposure, these funds are built for the precision and momentum that modern markets demand. Designed for sophisticated Canadian day traders who understand the risks of leverage and the power of tactical response, Beta Pro provides the agility to navigate market moves in either direction. Don't just follow the gold and silver markets, position yourself for what's next. Discover the suite at betapro.ca. Okay, Netflix is starting to go. We're still waiting for our 87. I'll take a piece out here, mid-70s, see if we get that. But there it is, Netflix, right back to the high of the day. This time we can hit the diamond hands because, hey, man, kind of got them right now as they're starting to go right there back up to the upside. So far, so good here as that continues to go. Is it the same thing happening for PSKY? No, it's going the other way. Oh, did Netflix come back into the building? No, I'm just joking. But there goes PSKY the other way. A lot of talk about NVIDIA, man, on day 2. Like, NVIDIA 179. Like, wow, did not think we'd get there after that report. We sat here and we were like, oh, man, if we get, like, the data center number bigger, if we get this bigger. Well, we got everything that you would want in the Netflix quarter, and it still does not go. And I just don't know where we are with Netflix, with NVIDIA right now. You know, looking at the chart, let's not cry wolf. I mean, we were just down here 2 weeks ago, or maybe a week and a half ago, but you got excited heading into the earnings. Now I just think about it like, what is there to look forward to now to Netflix? Or Netflix for NVIDIA. Like, the stories are done. There's no more there's no more big CapEx spenders there. What do they call it? Hyperscalers.
What catalyst do they have
to come out? Yeah, like, what is the next catalyst for NVIDIA, right? Is it going to be an announcement into China or something? Like, I just...
Well, that could be it. It could be actually...
A little nervous about it.
It could be actually selling something in China, I suppose. There's nothing on the horizon outside of that you can think of off the top of your head. It would be that. Because
maybe, you know, you don't need to know everything. It's just a matter of, like, you try to think about why do you want to hold a stock, you know, and it needs to have that get up to it.
It's also not all that bad. I think a lot of times we overreact and we don't look at the long-term chart, just not the Beyond Meat, because I still have that one up. No, like, if you go out far enough, remind yourself that on a monthly chart, like, it doesn't even look all that bad. Okay, fine, it's a bit of a pullback, but we've done 150 to 90 bucks on NVIDIA during this uptrend. So if you were to lose 40% again from the highs, like, you'd be talking all the way down into 130. And we're sitting at 180 complaining about how bad it is. Maybe we're not even complaining about how bad it is, let's be real. So it's ALBT.
Yeah, it broke $1 again, and I heard something in my ear.
No, it broke $1.50.
$1.50, okay.
Yeah, so this is really going. ALBT is absolutely running. This one at $1 just seems like it's already done it twice. I don't know if you get a third shot at it. Just going to the daily chart, 180, some resistance at $1.80. It does have this literally on the 15-minute is all green today, with one exception at 11:30. Just one little exception. It's an absolute rocket ship. But it picked up when it broke that $1. It is slowing down on volume. So I'd watch out for this because it could easily break trend down. A bit late. I don't think we probably don't have locates on a name like this. That makes sense. It was a penny stock 2 days ago or even yesterday. So I don't think we're going to get any locates there. Still waiting for VWAP on IBIT.
I'm asking this question.
What is Congress's position?
Yes, S.A. Walker is like, you know, just have to follow Congress on their position for NVIDIA. So
Get them. I just want Nancy.
Well, that's what I was going to say. We know that, you know, Pelosi and so on and so forth are in there as well. I'm just asking for seriousness, like, has there been recent buys of NVIDIA? And I mean, I know that the thing about NVIDIA is they are such like a huge part now of these indexes. You know, just they're the most expensive or most valued stock company in the whole world. Sorry, and you know they're positioning in the Nasdaq, in the S&P 500, in many different ETFs across the world. I mean, it's something like Apple's in like 300 and something ETFs. Like, so NVIDIA kind of same way. So I was just wondering if there's been any recently. You could probably figure it out on, yeah. No,
well, I just asked Gemini.
Yeah.
Pelosi exercised Call options, 5,000 shares at 80, and that was January 16th. At the end of last year, December 30th.
So she exercised options at $80.
She purchased call options, 100 strike, expiring 2027. There's a few others in there, but they were all everything else I'm seeing was like last year.
Right.
Although it looks like a very small purchase by some Democrat at the end of January. Only small purchases. The only things notable were Pelosi a couple of times that I just read to you. So nothing too crazy.
Yeah, I know, and I'm not saying that to be anything. I was just like, yeah, if there was recent, I mean, because we were just looking for reasons to buy.
Yes.
So if there is reasons to buy, please let us know.
Give us reasons to buy SoFi. That's what I need to figure out. A reason
Nancy
to buy
Pelosi.
that.
This is a funny one. Is this true? Is this how much she's worth?
Yeah.
Right
let me
there?
guess. Nancy Pelosi is worth, I'm just going to say $174 million.
I don't know if those numbers are true right there, but if so,
I'd
like to announce my running for Congress right now. That's why I'm wearing this hat. You guys were always wondering why I'm wearing the hat. So I'm going to be representing South Carolina. So if you guys live in South Carolina, yes. Right there, I will be running for some sort of position there in South Carolina and then posting up all of my trades and hoping that they work out.
$413 million.
I don't know if that's right, Nancy. Oh, by the way.
I'll gas you.
Netflix, we get our bid. We get our offer, man. Boom. Right there. This is the thing. And again, I sit here and talk about changing the way I'm trading and everything, right? And it's just like, I'm going to continue to try to trade strong names when the trend is there. And Netflix, we were considering pretty lucky, man. Like our stop out was 10 cents below 95. So it was 89s. And we came pretty close. I don't think we broke 95, but we did come pretty close. So this is the thing about trading and why it's such a fickle game, because like we were basically 20 cents away from getting stopped out, or now, we're feeling pretty good about ourselves holding on to this dollar winner. So it's kind of like you got to put your stops in because that's the right thing to do. And sometimes they get run. It's happened many times. You get long at the wrong prices, or your stop out just triggers and wicks you out or something. Look at that. So now there's size here. So I'm going to offer 99s. We'll sit there. There we go. Did we get it? Yes, we did. And then so now we got to watch out to see if that breaks. There's big size there at 96, sorry. So we'll take it out at 99 and then watch to see if it breaks. When it does break, I'm going to put an offer right now at 10s. All right, I'm going to put it at 09. See if we get out, because it's going to break and it's going to go whoosh like that, and it should create at least a 20 or 30 cent bid out of that. So we'll offer 10s and see if we can get it. But so far, so good here into that stock. And then, yeah, man, see what I'm saying? Like that was almost me getting into the short. So we'll pat ourselves on the back and everything, great Netflix trade, but I was almost short the NASDAQ right there, and it didn't break. So thankfully, it didn't break. So that's the other thing, right? So there you go. So like, good luck there not getting it, and then also another good luck spot on Netflix not getting stopped out on 95 break. So this is like, this market and this kind of trading is not for the weak at heart, man. It's been kind of a crazy move trying to scalp out some of these positions. So that is that. All right, let's talk about this. Here's another trade, Sam Michael Roberts. Look right here, perfect example, wow. There it is, man. There's my stop. So, and again, SMR is going to be still my number one stock today, actually, depending on what happens with this Netflix. That's because we took a bunch of shares right here, right off open. Something caught my eye. I got more shares, brought it up, and then eventually we put the stop at a break of 70, which is what we had. We had this stop order from right here. That's 70 right there. That's the stop order that I put in. If we came down, we bought that, breaking the 200 period, and I said prior bar low. That's not a bar, it's a wick, but prior wick low. And that was gonna be my out, and there you see a trigger right there. So if we zoom back in, or out, then that's the out. And then look what happens, we get stopped out, then the thing just jumps 30 cents. So that's why, I don't like to hold too many shares when we're near these kind of points. So we got stopped out, probably 10% left, and that sucks, because we should still be in it. And look what happened again, right back to that same price. So I think we're getting real good at nailing these prices and our executions. You just got to have luck on your side sometimes as we all do. So, oh no, Ricardo, you joined the BBAI Army. Well, congratulations
Good luck.
to you
Monday-
on that one. A Monday night, yeah. You have lots of time to join the Army. Man, I think I did get something in my eye here. You have lots of time to join the Army. So Monday night is the report, but down 6%. Can't hate on that one, man. I mean, if the NASDAQ does bounce, I think we got something good on that. All right, over to Neil, because I've obviously been talking too much. There it is, man. There's the break. I was waiting at 09, okay? It went to 08, and now it's going to 09. No, it's not, but I'm at 09. So there's the break there. There's $1. We're officially now a dollar club, so Netflix upside. I'm at 09. That's it. There you go, Ozan. Nice trading there as hopefully we're showing, you know, some decent ones. Oh, you're an RXT, okay.
Well,
there you go. A couple
I think I'm
runners
about
on
to
board.
break out, so I'm getting out of this. There was a reversal candle. I've moved my stop in. This was basically just a flat bottom break at $2, and when it tried to run the prior bar, so there's your breakdown. Shorted it on the way back in. That break actually didn't give a fill at 99, so I shorted on the way back in. The prior bar was my stop. When it rejected that, and this is the prior bar at 20, it's like 204. And when that got rejected, I shorted on the way back again, and we're holding on. But if it breaks 191, I think it's time to get out. I was able to get an 80 print at best. This is, however, going to be a potential like follow-through trade on Monday. Like either we're looking for the same area for a short, or if it's all the way down at 130 to 140, I think you could look for a long trade on RXT. But it's that ABT, now it's ALBT, is that right? Yeah, Avalon. It's Avalon that's actually blowing to the upside. It tried to break the trend and did not. So it actually held on to the trend line, continuing higher as ALBT. It's decent volume, pretty good volume. I mean, for Friday afternoon, this is probably the best one in terms of vol. I'd only be looking for a trend break at this point. I think we're going to a Dara at the desk, however.
No news, guys, but, you know, congrats to Sean on that Netflix trade. And if you want a little bit more about this Netflix and Paramount deal, guess what, guys? New infographic. This hasn't even been posted yet. You guys are getting a sneak preview. It is scheduled to go out tomorrow afternoon. So if you happen to be looking at X tomorrow around, say, 4 p.m., for example, this will be going live. So what I kind of wanted to do here was a look at how much each of these stocks that were involved moved during the time of the bidding war. So how I did this was I started with the closing price the day before the Netflix deal was announced, and then I ended with the opening price of today. You guys can argue whether or not this was like a valid way to do it. I thought it was, because you kind of get like basically every time the status quo was shifted. Anyways, this infographic not available yet, but giving you guys a nice sneak preview, because that's right, we post on TTV Research over the weekend too. So please check it out and make sure you give us a follow, and lots of stuff coming out throughout the rest of the day, including our daily calendar for Monday. Back to you.
Thanks. And it will make sense. Obviously, Warner Brothers is going to, during a bidding war, they're the one that's going to be up over all of this. But it's actually, I still think they're disappointing. I'm very disappointed in Warner Brothers, because this was actually considering that the deal is done, this was the worst day that it's had. It's down 2 points. I tried the long off the bottom here. It couldn't get through VWAP. Almost every single day, there's been a pretty decent like dip buy. This is the first day it didn't really give you like a clean run. But I'm going to come in over the weekend. If nothing changes here, I'd be surprised if this headed lower. All of that said, kind of is what it is. So ALBT is going to be on the mind. Remember, there's going to be some big imbalances. This WTRG, this is supposed to be a big sell, and it is showing up as a big sell already. UiPath is a 2 million buy early. MSCI rebalancing tonight. Said it once, we'll let you guys know again. Okay. XOM, 1.9 million to the buy side. Uber is an early look, 1.5 million sell. And this is with 30 minutes to go. Merck in there, probably not a big deal. Merck. SCX, ooh, sell. I don't want that. You don't want it to sell. AbbVie. Yeah, so the big ones, I would say Uber, whatever WTRG is like essential utilities, but it's supposed to be a big sell. So that's actually out the right way, which I do like. And I have eyeballs on that one for sure. And that and ALBT, which I paid for locates on. But it's going to be it's got to be pretty particular here. I need to see it cleanly break this trend line and also provide some kind of an entry to the prior bar that isn't chasing at 20%. So a couple of things have to happen for ALBT. It did reach resistance on the daily chart, so that kind of puts that out there for me. And it was pretty cheap, half a cent a share for the locates here at Real Trading. Not everybody would be able to short this for free, I would assume, but every broker is going to be different.
All right, here, let me just go over some of the market here for you all so we can see like what's been moving around today in the broader markets. And if I can find it, I think I might have closed. Oh, here it is right here. All right, so, this is the kind of stuff we're talking about. I'm just going to refresh this just to make sure because it was a stale window for me. Okay, so obviously retail today, I mean, look what's going on here. And Costco nicely cooking the upside, up 1.4%. Home Depot and TJX both up 1%. I really like TJX there as sort of a discount retailer, right? Amazon, but Carvana, downside on Carvana, downside on Target Day, Ulta Beauty as well, Dollar Tree. So there's some sort of, differential trading in the retail side, but generally speaking, a good long day for the retail names. Health technology, nice bounce back day from, Eli Lilly has been down a little bit, just back and forth through 1,000. Like it can't really break above that 1120. It doesn't seem to want to go through 1,000 either. Merck, J&J, Amgen, I mean, Vertex, I actually asked Joe about, no, it wasn't Vertex, it was the Viking there for some ideas on options. I think Viking's going to be a good one moving forward there as they come through. I think it's phase 2 or 3 they're looking at on their, I think it's their weight loss drug.
Yeah, their only story with Viking is it's their oral. Like,
right.
Yeah, it's their oral, is that they don't have the capital to, like if they get full approvals, they probably need a lot of debt financing or a partner or a buyout to be able to fulfill the market because there's so much demand. That said, that puts them, they've been one of the most rumored names to get bought out by somebody, has been Viking because of that oral.
That's kind of why I like
Pfizer, right? Like,
kind of why
Pfizer needs to buy them. Oh, I shouldn't say Pfizer needs to buy
a lot.
It would make sense, is the best way to put it.
And then, unfortunately, there's been a couple, like this is red blood. Morgan Stanley is down 7%, okay? Goldman Sachs down.
So bad.
Citigroup, Wells Fargo, American Express, Bank of America. I mean, thankfully, the one I have is JP Morgan, but we also have SoFi. So those are down, and then there's Robinhood down 5% as well. ICE, the exchanges up today, CME up, ICE up. NASDAQ group, if it was in here, is up as well, I would imagine. Other than that, man, the banks, and there's Capital One. So a lot of worry hitting some of the bank spaces there as we worry about loan generation and whatnot on some of these software names as well. And we had that story about Barclays over there in the UK. Wow, Netflix is Moon City right now. Look at the utilities, the energy names. Occidental up, XOM, wow, XOM. It was just 147. And I actually said that yesterday. I was like, instead of trying to buy some of these dips on some of these crappy names, just pick names that are winning, right? I mean, look at what XOM is doing. You want to talk about winning, you want to talk about winning, Netflix is winning right now, but I'm going to get another piece out on Netflix. Netflix is at 33s. Netflix right now, man, I'm sitting in this trade. It's $1.30 in the money, and we could have all had this. Like, we talked about that Netflix trade over and over again, but there it is, like a strong name, obviously, here in XOM, gave you that great base at 146, 145, and now today, boom, up another 3% right there. But yeah, Netflix, I mean, we talked about this level, literally sitting here, right there, strong stocks. I just tagged out my good friend Michael Noss right here. And you know what, if you guys are following me, and thank you for all of the love on the followers, man, 56,000, really liking that one. But here you go, I said, new plan, buy strong trending stocks, Netflix, at Michael Noss, right there. I don't know if he has responded or not to this. Oh, here's Nick. Hey, what's up, Nick? Oh, and here's a fake guy. So what I do to that is blocky these fake guys there. Oh, I love that stock, says Nick. So same as I right now. But there goes Netflix straight up there to the upside as we tag our CMT friend right there. Because, regardless of CMT or not, man, you got to know what you're doing as far as reading stock and tape and all that kind of stuff, right? So there it goes, man. Trend is your friend, higher. Didn't really use any technical analysis as far as these lines are concerned. Just used a look, which is technical, where these bars are. And I was just looking for support and resistance. That's all this play is as we empty out the clip here on Netflix above 96.
Yes, sir. Noon Loon. We see you in the chat. Oh, it's Zen Zombie. We had a couple super chats, and we've been called out here for sure for not getting all the super chats. There was one from David as well I was going to get to. SMH. Okay. You had ALBT earlier, but sold even, and now it goes. You know what, though? I can't hate. This wasn't doing much earlier. There's nothing. That's got to suck. if you were in this early when it was going like 90 cents to like $1, and that's about it. Like it would be the example. Here's the example I would use. Like this RXT. Like I just trailed out. It ends up at best giving 20 cents, but most of it's out for a 10-cent move on $2 stock. Imagine it flushes now 50 points. Well, you can't know it's going to start moving more than it was before. You can't. You just take the trade that's out there in front of you, and you can't know it was going to go parabolic, right? So you just got to do what's a positive expectancy over and over again to the best of your abilities. David, we're going to Adara, and then we'll come back for your super chat.
I'll be brief. Sorry, David, there. I want to talk about NFLX, WBD, PSKY. Netflix announcing, hey, Warner Brothers terminated our merger agreement. Paramount's guidance is going to pay us $2.8 billion, and debt commitments have already been terminated. So it looks like NFLX is officially broken free of WBD and PSKY I was seeing earlier. They've signed that contract, apparently. So good luck. And I'm also just now seeing a CNBC article coming out as well. Apparently, Warner Brothers employees are fearing job losses with Paramount. So we're going to have to wait and find out how that goes. Back to you, though.
Well, I think they were fearing job losses with either way that went down. And anytime you have a merger, you're going to have efficiencies. And that's what happens. David, big Goldman Sachs holder. Last dates, it went down 7%. March 9th, 2020. And obviously, yeah, we all remember 2008. The banks, and typically it's been pretty safe to buy the banks. I've been in Morgan Stanley for a while. I was looking at I own some Canadian banks too, but Canadian banks haven't been hit today. If you pull a monthly chart on Goldman Sachs, there's only 2 times it's actually recently had a month like this. You go back to, it'd be like March of last year, I believe, and then this current month for Goldman. And buying those dips has been gold. And just remember, if you like a quality company, usually when it's falling, it just gives you reasons to get back in. This is a bit parabolic. Like I could feel like as someone who owns Morgan Stanley, like when I look at Morgan Stanley up here, I don't know that I'm racing to buy this dip. I could like it a little bit lower if that's what's going to happen. And I don't love what's going on in the XLF in general as well. We're going to go back to Adara. We have some breaking news apparently.
Keep an eye on any of these space names, but here's SATS EchoStar gapping up in a major way. Report suggesting that SpaceX is weighing a confidential IPO filing as soon as March. So that, again, could like literally be on Monday. SpaceX reportedly seeking a valuation of over $1.75 trillion. So once again, keep an eye on space names, including SATS. SpaceX reportedly considering a confidential IPO filing next month. Back to you.
Oh, finally, we're going to get it. Look, this is the one that everyone's been waiting for. There was IPO today. That was actually a dumpster fire, the IPO today with some biosciences company. It was pretty nasty. But I looked over to see if Rocket Labs was doing anything. Not much. Small bounce there. As Adair mentioned, ASTS Astis not even making much of a move here. Yeah, so it's not really that big of a reaction. There's one thing to consider, too. Every now and then, I'm not saying this is going to happen with SpaceX, but every now and then when you get to a point where the biggest name or one of the biggest names in a group does the IPO, that can end up signaling a bit of a top in the market. So I don't know if that's going to end up being true, but yeah, you're right, Bovin. I have nothing against the Destiny Tech 100 ETF, but I think close to half of this is holding in SpaceX, and it trades at a pretty hefty premium. Meaning, if you look at their holdings and then look at the private market valuations, like you're basically needing SpaceX to be the biggest moonshot ever to hold up here, because only half of what they got is SpaceX, and the whole thing is trading at 2x of what its actual value is most times. But it's going to get a pretty big spike here because this is how most people are involved in this stock currently. So
what?
As soon as March, that was the news story. Like all the rockets.
Just hearing it right now.
Destiny's up Destiny's up a couple of points. It was down.
SpaceX considering
March.
That is Monday.
We thought this would be in a couple of months. Like I think it was summer.
I remember there was that rumor about his birthday. That was in June or something.
Yeah, people were thinking it would be in the middle.
And I was like, oh my God, I'm traveling that day, so I hope it's not his birthday. Well, March would be perfect. That would be awesome.
Not if it's during, I'm gone for an entire week in March.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I feel like that's not.
No,
I feel like it's too early.
I'm going to spring training in 2 weeks. If the biggest IPO of the year is the week that I'm gone.
Well, Anthropic, I think, there's potential for 2. So, Mr. Fahad is in the building. right now. He's talking with Brendan. That's why I got up. That's why he didn't see me for a minute.
Get up.
So he's going to come. Go say hi to him. I'll take the show over here, and we'll go say hi. I'm going to get Fahad on the mic very, very soon. Here comes Neil right here. And I have bad news for everybody. Fahad is leaving the country, so he will not be able to race Neil there. And we were hoping that he would be able to. So Fahad is here right now. And Fahad used to work in the technical department here, kind of doing like what Fabian and Ramin are doing right now. But he's moving to Dubai. So he's going to come on the show in just a second, man. We used to have wicked graphics of Fahad playing basketball and everything. So we'll have him on in just a couple seconds. But when Moon says Netflix, now here up 14%. There goes Netflix. Great trend, man. Trend is your friend. Now to the upside. It's only 3:30 now. So there's lots of stuff happening right now in the market, including this Netflix trade. Also, NVIDIA. Look, excited about that. Google owns a certain percent, if I am not mistaken, of, these are my shorts, this is downside, of SpaceX. So maybe a little bit of a bump there. Doesn't seem like that's it. What's the Destiny DXYZ? Right, so there it is, Destiny Tech ETF. So we might, yeah. So there we go. We see like almost an instant move there. 27 up to 29 there on DXYZ as well. Straight there to the upside on Destiny. So there that one goes. As we get ready for Tesla, we get ready for When Moon here. I don't know, like I said, will SpaceX actually affect Tesla stock? For me, I don't know. I was gonna say like, I remember when Elon was thinking about XAI, or at that time it was Twitter, and there was a lot of talk about how, has he lost his way a little bit with Tesla because his focus was so much on X. And at that time, Twitter and that sort of buyout that they did, I think it was $56 or $54 billion there for Twitter. And people were saying maybe he's lost his way a little bit. But obviously, Tesla was just at all-time highs a couple months ago and doing quite well. Now Tesla does fall back in. So we do give a little worry to potentially what would happen to Tesla stock if SpaceX IPOs. I'm not worried about it. It's just...
Well, did Tesla move?
No, nothing did anything. The only thing that moved anywhere was this. Maybe space.
Destiny, yeah.
We could check out Virgin Galactic here. I think they've already reverse split or something, because I think this stock was down to like pennies, but maybe not. SPCE, let me see here. I thought this was like under $1 for a while. Maybe it hasn't even ever been under $1. No, I could be right. So there's SpaceX, and I know it's completely different. Virgin Galactic. I know that's completely different than SpaceX, but still, nice little bottom area here of 230, 235 coming into play there as well. So that is SpaceX. We do have another one. What's up, Danny boys? I'm going to get that super chat in right now as I see it. And, oh, it's on. Okay. Hey, guys, there's a senior note offering. Okay, I mean, that's a problem. We actually had a senior note offering in something else today. I forget what it was. A bigger company. What is BKLN? BKLN. I don't really. Do I know this stock?
Invesco. It's a senior loan ETF. That's what it is.
These loan ETFs do offerings like that? Okay. Yeah. So clearly, I don't know anything about this. An investor I follow talked about a huge bet against it in the options market on the thesis private credit problems. Okay. So yeah. So what is
canary
this?
in the coal mine, I guess.
What is the?
Well, you're saying somebody is
what
bet
is the stock, though?
short this. Okay.
Exchange traded U.S. senior loans.
Why is this not loading?
Okay, so here it is right here for me. Whoever talked to you about this seems to be a little right on this one right now. We do have, the microphone is back there. So
right.
Here we go. A man that has never been shy. We can, something worth watching, so I think that's true. So there it is. If you're looking, you think there's going to be some defaults coming through at any time, there it is. It's BKLN. Okay, here we go. It's my boy. It's Fahad. Yo, Fahad, remember when we used to do stalking the streets? Yeah. We used to walk around with the microphone?
Yes.
So there it is right now. So what do you think of the studio?
This is incredible. I really like it. I'm going to try my hard not to cuss, because when I get excited, I cuss by accident. But this is really, really cool.
We're okay.
I'm enjoying the set a lot.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. So you're planning on moving?
I'm moving. I'm getting out of here.
That's exciting.
Yeah, the weather has done too much harm to me and my body, so I'm just like, I'm finished.
Where are you headed to?
Dubai.
Can I come with you?
You'd have to be my dependent, so as long as we can make you
Yeah,
look
Neil can pay
somewhat
for
like me.
everything.
Yeah.
It's too cold here.
It's way too cold, man. It's way too cold.
Yeah. So that's good. And what are you doing now for employment?
It's the same thing, like broadcast field, just like AV engineering. So just building studio server rooms and stuff like that.
Are you still with my guy Lucas?
I am now.
Yeah.
So fun story. I was just talking to Neil, and it kind of has a part two. So I don't know if you guys remember the rivalry we had with bowling.
Yeah, I remember
of course.
Jackass,
dealt
you
with
beat
all
me.
you guys
Yeah,
out
you did.
So for those of you that don't know, Fahad challenged another member of our crew to a bowling match. You'd never bowled before.
Never
in your
bowled.
life.
I was confident I was going to win,
Yeah.
though, for some odd reason.
You're always confident
You're always
going to win.
confident.
Competitive for no reason. But we went bowling. I got smacked. Not to get smacked. Did I get smacked? I can't really remember.
You lost.
I lost.
Yeah, you didn't get smacked.
I get
You-
smacked.
Could you please tell everybody who won?
I think it was Sean, and he was drunk.
Keep going.
Yeah,
Keep
anyways.
going.
I think you'd only. Now I'd beat you.
No, you
No,
wouldn't.
I swear to God. No, listen.
wouldn't.
No. Wait.
Fahad,
This is why I'm
come
here.
on,
Hold on. This is literally why I came here. Yesterday, we went bowling for the rematch, me and Lucas.
How many times have you bowled in your life?
So with Lucas, it was the first time. But,
So 3 times in your
and then
life?
since then, since that loss, I couldn't sleep.
Okay.
So I would go like once every month to try to
yeah, you
practice
could
and whatnot.
probably beat me then. Yeah,
So
yeah.
yesterday, I bowled, we went again, and I beat him really bad.
Did you break 100?
161 was the top score for the day by me.
That's actually pretty good.
So I'm really good at bowling now. I'm thinking about going professional in Dubai.
Oh yeah, the
if I
Dubai
can change
Bowling League. I heard the
careers.
Dubai Bowling League is really hot.
Very big.
it's
very
big,
big
like-
on
Might be
bowling.
more than one.
I don't blame you for that. Or you could try to climb the birds. Did you see that guy that
I
climbed
did see it.
Taipei 101?
I don't know what's wrong with people
was
these days.
insane.
Man. Playing
People
with their
crazy.
lives. Yeah,
He didn't even
people
get
live
paid that much, man.
It's crazy. You
Okay,
couldn't even
but-
pay me enough to do that.
But there was supposed to be a race that was supposed to happen between you and Neil.
Yeah, that's. I'm
I
gonna
guess
go
that's
ahead.
not gonna happen.
No, so I'm
I see you
gonna.
focus more on bowling now.
I'm gonna be humble and I'm gonna give it the win to Neil regardless because about 6 months ago I raced Lucas and he beat me.
Then that- yeah,
so
that
there's
sucks.
just
Yeah.
and then that guy runs like crooked. His feet are like pointing outwards and stuff. So there's no point in even trying
He runs
against
like
Neil.
he's on crutches or something.
Literally. So I know I'm gonna lose against Neil. So I'll just take that L for now. But if I ever play basketball against you, I think
No,
it's
you
a
whoop my
different
you
story.
whoop my
I
ass
think
in
it'll be a different
basketball.
story.
Like Fahad's the basketball player. Sprinter's gonna be the basketball player in a
Yeah.
race. But he could ball.
Running is hard, man.
You got his technique to
Yeah,
running,
it is
man. People
technique.
don't realize it's actually
Yeah,
technique
I
to
almost
running.
fell 15 times in a small span of 30-second race. It was bad.
Well, it's really too bad that we can't have a bowling challenge because you're out of here very, very soon.
I would love to
Very
see
soon.
that. If he can do a 160, I'd like to see you try to take Sean on the 160.
I mean, we could.
But you haven't bowled
Weekend might
since
be
we-
open, guy.
When was
I'm
the
here.
last time you bowled,
I'm
Sean?
not here. Last time I bowled, probably.
The last time we went.
I don't need practice.
Okay.
I'm like Allen Iverson. Practice?
Practice. We're talking about practice.
I'm showing up, I'm showing up. But anyways, man, when I saw your text come in today, I was like, man, this has to happen.
Yeah.
So I'm
no,
really glad
100%.
that you came
No,
by. It
I'm
was
glad
very
I came. It
comfortable.
was
awesome
yeah.
to see
I
you,
mean, I
man.
miss you guys, seriously. It was a really good.
Yeah, thanks for swinging
Good
by.
time,
This
absolutely.
Fahad, ladies and gentlemen. This guy
Chat,
provided us
I miss
endless
you guys.
hours of entertainment.
Do they remember me? Are there still regulars
Yes,
from back
man.
then?
People remember
Yeah?
you.
People are saying, "Where's Prad now?"
Oh, shoot, there you go.
Everyone's knowing everything, man. Everyone is absolutely loving you.
He'll dunk on you.
There you go.
Wait, now, they remember, we used to have this guy dunking on Fed Powell and all that.
The bell rings, yeah, it's very
We just
fun.
had a movie at the Y and all that kind of stuff. Of you guys
Exactly.
playing basketball.
All right,
But
man.
I did want to ask you because I know a lot of your riches come from you being the CEO of.
I'm still in it. Swear to God, I'm still in it. I checked on it today. I swear to God.
Please, Fahad, tell me you don't still own this
As
thing.
CEO,
No,
he's
so
got to support the stock.
Look,
Reverse split.
I know. Reverse.
In the
I don't know
dumps.
why they did the reverse split. First of all,
Because it was a 40-cent stock. Is
I
why
understand, and I was in on it for 92 cents, so I don't know why it went that bad. But I opened up my wall simple and I seen that it was at 266. And I'm like, I'm rich. I did it. That's it. Like, I made all my
then you
stock money.
realize you have half
And then I
a
looked
tenth
at
of
my
the shares.
average buy and it said $10. I was like, when the hell did I buy it for $10? And then I realized I did the reverse.
CEO life is a tough life, but we do appreciate you
I don't know. I'm
coming
coming up
through.
with a new medication for it. So hopefully once that's out, Vera will
Vera will
pump
pop
it
up.
the news for it.
And by the way, this man has like the cutest kids ever. So that's awesome, man. We really appreciate you coming by.
Absolutely.
Fahad, ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Take care of yourself,
Thank you so
please.
much. Yeah, travel well and
Absolutely.
good luck with everything over there. So there it is, man. Yeah,
was
we're
good.
really happy. Everybody in the chat, take care, Fahad. Everything like that.
good luck.
This man raised a shit ton of money, by the way.
Absolutely.
He cut his hair. He used to have hair down to his ass and cut it off for charity. And we raised over, I think it was 15 grand or
Yeah,
something
easily.
like that. that day. Trader TV Live.
Easy 5 figures.
Yeah, we sponsored. We had some other sponsors come through. So shout out to Fahad, and thanks for coming by. And like I said, made my day. That is for sure. So it's always great to see.
We have 10 minutes to the imbalances. There's a few names that are still pretty big. WTRG is supposed to be a sell. It is a sell. UiPath still $2 million to buy. Uber is still $1.6 million to sell. So the same three, for those that were asking before, those are the ones there. And yeah, it's really good. That was great. Like, I see a lot of people in the chat. They're like, okay, well, where's the room? Where's Bears versus Bulls? And at the end of the day, we wish everybody the best. It's just good to be able to reconnect. I don't know what just happened to Apple here, because the market pulled back off 25,000. Apple back to the low of the day, yuck, and more yuck. 3% for the downside on Apple. The whole point was that Apple was supposed to not lose when the AI names flush. So I don't like to see this. That's not a good sentiment. Apparently we missed a couple of super chats while we're talking to Fahad. So just throw them up there right now. Your best tip to, well, I guess you can do this one. Aren't you supposed to put them in the dishwasher?
Man, whenever my caps are dirty, I just throw them out, man. I mean, I know, it's like a new pair of shoes. How many times are you gonna wear a pair of shoes? 3 or 4 times? But no, I don't know. I think the dishwasher.
I've heard that. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know.
To be honest with you, I don't really wash the hats, man. I mean, washing machine? I don't know. The thing is, you got to watch out for the brim. But I think there's lots of things you can do.
I've heard the dishwasher.
Yeah.
Joe says light wash in the washing machine.
I don't know, but I think that's a good one.
What do we have? Thoughts on Okamoto this year joining the Jays? I'm thinking he hits about 275, maybe like a 780 OPS.
25 bombs?
25 home runs. I don't know how good he is defensively, but he can hit. Kid can rake. He's got serious power too. So all he has to do is be remotely like close to what Bo was. Not even what Bo was, but just close to it. And that should be good.
Yeah, that'd be good enough.
Blue Jays. The Jays have a great staff this year. I hope to see them in the World Series. Looking forward to spring training.
It's funny about that hat question. Yesterday at the Y, there's called the YMCA Academy. It's for like, I guess, underprivileged kids. They go to camp and all that kind of stuff, and they pay for Y memberships and all this kind of stuff. And they had an auction yesterday, and I actually bid on a Maple Leafs Daryl Sittler hat, and I won. So I'll be bringing that in on Monday, and we'll be wearing a new hat. So that was really nice. That was $50, so that was good. I want to say thank you. Yeah, Daryl Sittler. It's a special. It was like an OVO special hat because it was his 10-point. I think it was an anniversary of his 10 points this year. Thank you so much, David. You've been having some great super chats today as well. And there's 5 memberships. This is what we really like to see. So thank you so much for all of that. And I think we've gotten all these. Yeah, Okamoto. Yeah, we got all that. So thank you so much to all of that. And I saw Max Scherzer's kid.
That was so cool.
Penned a real cool letter saying to the Blue Jays, please sign my dad again. Toronto's awesome. This is Max Scherzer's kid. She said she really likes the C and Tower, which of course it is the CN Tower, but I thought that was really cool that she wrote that in there. And then of course the Blue Jays give Max a $3 million deal. We'll see if he can get
some incentives.
Get some, yeah.
I think he gets up to 10 depending.
Yeah, that is max 10, but he won't. I don't even think he'll pitch that much. But great, I guess a great character guy and a great for the dugout and awesome.
You know what?
To have his daughter write that.
The reality is, the narrative if you win and versus when you lose. If he wins, if we win the World Series, all anyone would talk about is how he gave up 1 inning. He gave it 1 run in 4 innings when we beat Shohei in the World Series. But the bullpen blew the lead. He left the game with the lead in Game 7 of the World Series at 41 years old.
And she signed herself as Max Scherzer's daughter. Yeah, no, it was. I saw it yesterday. It was awesome.
It was cute.
It was really, really awesome. Cute. So, yeah, shout out to everybody with kids and everything out there. They're the best, and she probably got Max a new deal. All right, so
Ichiro just asked in the chat, did they ever change the PDT rules? You know what? That's a good question. I remember
we don't have PDT here.
We don't have it here in Canada, but I do remember that in lieu of the fact that at some point in the next year they were talking about this year to go to 23/5 trading or 24-hour trading, the PDT rules were going to be changed before that. But I don't recall actually hearing whether it happened. Because we don't have to deal with them here in Canada, I'm not aware. So I would probably, someone saying it could be mid-2026. I know there was announcements that it was going to happen, but I'm unaware of the rule actually changing. I think that obviously would be good for active traders. It's kind of a weird rule to begin with. I don't know. I've never really made sense of it, and thankfully we don't have to deal with it.
I mean, we are prop trading anyways. So.
Yeah, it wouldn't affect us because we're trading firm capital. Like, we're not trading our own personal accounts here. But Canadians that do, like, we don't have to deal with it, fortunately for us. But yeah, it should happen this year. And yes, there are rules. Wet in the chat asking. So 6 minutes to the imbalances, not much has changed. I have eyeballs only on WTRG, which is sort of a rando. I don't even remember the name of the company, but it's a big buy, sorry, a big sell. And Uber is a big sell as well. UiPath is a little bit of a buy. 6 minutes to go. MSCI rebalancing tonight.
Yep.
Here we go. We just keep getting super chats, so I guess we're doing this.
Yeah, we can still do it. I mean, I'm just in Netflix. I'm not doing anything else.
Yeah.
I'm in.
GME, thank you for the super chat. Okay, good tunes. Hopefully there'll be a good tune on GME. Been a while since it closed over 24, and there's a ton of options that will finish in the money if it does. Something to watch.
We shall watch.
Is it? I don't know. It's been closed at 24 a couple times. I mean, it's been basing out at this level. It's had some closes over here. The $24 level. Like, it's been back and forth. I know it's been failing it this week, but last week it was over the 24 level. So yeah, worth watching, I suppose. They've been getting, I don't know, they've been getting some talk and some chatter recently, but that really died down the last couple. I think it was about a month ago when it was looking like it could go for a secondary squeeze. But this is not exciting until it breaks out at $25, in my opinion. And the last time it broke 25, it was a fail at 26. And that was the last time I think it got traded on this show. Was around that $25 level last month. So yeah, worth watching into the close, I suppose.
It's funny, like, I didn't realize, I mean, I know we had Fahad on, which kind of screwed up our timing here, but yeah, it's very close.
There's only 4 minutes to go here.
Yeah, it's very close to the imbalances. So we have 5% left of Netflix. That's it, man. We just stopped out. Didn't stop out, but I was just like, I'm not going to hold that much more into this imbalance. 96.80, 96.70. We'll see if it can wind up holding that 96.75 and change rate there for Netflix. Hopefully, it will be that trade for us. Well, it already has been. This immediately goes to P&L number 2 for me. Number 1, still actually, believe it or not, is going to be SMR right off the open. We wind up just taking a decent amount of shares there, like the stock. We knew it was one of those earnings plays. They didn't have great earnings. They had, made a move down. They were down, I don't know what it was, 10% or maybe not even. No, it's not SSR, so it wasn't down 10%. And then it just started to pop, and I said, maybe we got something there, broke through the 200 period, came back in, filled us again, then popped up. That was SMR. And then we talked about sometimes having bad luck. Well, we didn't have that much left, but there it is, and then there it is again, and pop right through. And then the Netflix trade we've done right with you guys, just like we do all of them. And there's the pullback. I said we had 5% left, so don't at me, but we said it. And then there's the pullback right in. And easy out for me, man. I mean, easy. It's just like we touched out here again. Now you're starting to drop through. I mean, if these imbalances, what are these imbalances even going to be? I'll just sacrifice there, get out of half of what we have left, hold this last 2.5%, and see where we go from here. So it looks like Netflix wants to make a lower move here. And remember, we don't see any NASDAQ names on here right now. These are all New York and Amex. So as of 350, NASDAQ names will come out. So maybe Netflix is a sell, and we just don't know about it yet. So we'll see if that comes out and where it goes from here, if and when when 350 comes, not if 350 comes, when that comes. There will be NASDAQ imbalances to talk about, okay? And I think it's probably overdone a little bit to the upside here on Netflix, but 13%, good day for them, obviously here on NFLX, and we'll just wait to see if they can wind up.
Bottom's in at this point.
Yeah, I think the bottom's in, correct. I mean, there's no doubt about that. It's just a matter of, how far can we go from here back upside? I mean, this whole thing started, but that's what I was saying, but 105 or so, I think is a good little level there for Netflix.
Hey, SoFi is not in the dumps anymore, thankfully. Well, it's not a bad rebound. It's still in the dumps, but it's not going to close at the low of the day. The worst part of the market today had to be the financials by a long shot. It was pretty nasty across the board. It's not often you see Goldman do what they did today. Morgan was down 7 points. So SoFi down 8%, in context doesn't seem as bad, but this is another nasty one. If we don't hold somewhere in the mid to low teens on SoFi, I think it can get pretty nasty. But look, that's the area that I'm looking for the dip buy. Again, 2 minutes to go to the imbalances. We have another super chat. It's Danny's boy, Disco Pants Emporium. I'll say it every single time you put it up there. We should create a bowling strike visual to use whenever someone has the legend to trade in honor of Fahad. That seems like an easy one to build. Fabian's got earphones on right now, so he's probably not hearing me say this, so we'll message him. We're always looking to add new things if we can. A bowling strike one makes a lot of sense. We have like football. We have an old football one that I really don't like. Like I should be in a Bills jersey.
I just went long on Palantir here. I heard something about Anthropic in my ear here. There's news about Anthropic. Here, listen. He's directing every federal agency to stop using Anthropic immediately. So
yeah, it's just what. But it's interesting here too, Sean, because Anthropic has until 5:01 p.m. to kind of meet their demands. So he's actually front running this a bit, which is interesting, by about an hour. But yeah, I'm not seeing anything else other than what Sean just said there. I'm going to see if I can pull up the Whole Truth Social post if it does exist.
So I just immediately, and this is what you gotta have some ideas sometimes. I mean, I hear that news and I just immediately go over to Palantir because this was one of the threats to Palantir was that Anthropic was going to be used. And if it's not, then this is what you do, man. This is how you make that big money. Like, you just got to get in there. Sometimes you take a risk. We had a great stop there at 135 if it was going to break lower. So we take the shot. Now we start getting out. And like I said, man, you have no idea where the bread is being buttered. And there goes Palantir right now, upside. We'll see if it does fade back out now. We would expect a Palantir, sorry, we would expect an Anthropic rebuttal to this or something. So I don't know. I'm going to try to get out here before the imbalances come out. What's up, Adara?
I'll be brief because of inbounds, but basically he's saying that Anthropic is run by, quote, left-wing nut jobs. So he has mostly just political issues here with Anthropic. I'll let you guys go, though, for these imbalances. It's an incredibly long Truth Social post here, and it's mostly just he has issues with their politics.
Left-wing nut jobs, he actually said.
This guy's a lot.
That is a little bit intense. So imbalances.
Wait a minute, President Trump said that? Never. Okay, so now come the imbalances.
NVIDIA is 5.7 million to the sell side. That WTRG, which is supposed to be a sell in the MSCI rebalance, is 6 million to sell. BX Oracle. What is Oracle D? Okay.
A derivative or something, like a warrant or something, or
I don't know what that is. It's 5 million to the buy side. IREN is a 3.5 million buy. HBAN 2.9 million buy. Intel 2.8 million to the buy side. Amazon 2.5 million to the sell side. You've got Microsoft 2.2 million sell. Walmart 2 million to the buy side. Netflix 2 million to the buy side. What else we got? DocuSign, 1.9 million to sell. Butterflies in there. Again, you're seeing larger than normal imbalances because it is the MSCI rebalancing tonight. That's why you see a bunch of big names here. Apple, 1.8 million to sell. The market overall is 2.8 million to buy, with the NASDAQ at only 400 million and the Mag 7 500 million. That's because it's mixed. There's a few buys and sells. I thought I saw Beyond Meat on there somewhere, but it's whatever. Beyond Meat would need to be millions, and it's not. But the big one, obviously, NVIDIA, 4.9 million to sell on NVIDIA. That Warthog, I'm going to call it Warthog.
Palantir on there? I don't know.
It's not over 2 million.
Okay, so
if it was over 2 million, I would have said it. Palantir. You have to sort alphabetically to find individual names, which is kind of a pain. Actually, a faster way. I have a window open for a list.
All right, it's all good. Yeah, I mean, I just was wondering because, I mean, there's so many shares on here, so many different names on here right now, and you can set up a list, and this is the thing about our software. It's very, very customizable, so you can just search for certain things. We want to show you everything that's happening right now. We did get some IREN stuff today. A lot of traders looking at IREN. That's
it is a buy of 375,000.
Okay, so it's not much going on there. The reason why I ask about PLTR is because, of course, we did pretty good on that. I have less than a third left of this trade as it broke through, and holding it into the imbalances is very, very difficult. That story is now out. I'm gonna stop out, honestly. What about just breaking here? Let's not turn this one. Let's go one. I had initially at 135, so we'll put it down a little lower now. I mean, if we get stopped out, we get stopped out, honestly, at this point. There you go, breaking back down through 20. There's not much time left, so we got to make our decisions here quickly, and we're gonna do that right now. So far, so good here. As we watch out for Palantir, put our stop in, see if it goes. Maybe we get a little bit of a flip over or something at 355, but so far so good there on that.
And I just grew.
NVIDIA grew bigger. Okay, we did take. Oh, that's NVIDIA. Sorry, I'll show that in a minute. Just want to say we got it at Netflix right there as soon as it came out. Look how choppy this is off the imbalances. So yeah, good look there. We can talk about Netflix. It grew. Or no, you said NVIDIA.
NVIDIA just grew to 6 point.
It's a sell.
It's a sell.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, and look at it flush. Someone just said what's going on with Microsoft. That was 2.5 million to sell. I think a bunch of it paired off. That's why it just came right back. So this is what can happen. Warthog, which is essential utilities, some nonsense. It was actually in the note. And if you look at MSCI, some of the rebalances are in smaller names, but I'm getting out of this in front of 355 because I expect things are going to pair off and flip at that time. So if you're in NVIDIA, you're watching it, the paired volume is 27 million. Right, so the entire imbalance, or sorry, the entire close we're auctioning right now is 33 million shares, of which 5 is the imbalance. So there's a heavy pair here, as opposed to this name, which like half of the volume is unpaired right now, which is why it's moving a bit more. And I still don't know what Oracle D is.
What if you just click it, put it on your screen?
No, it just says Oracle Corp. Whatever, it's some other class of shares. That's not what you'd actually trade. Like this is what we would be trading. Oracle is low now, just waiting for it. Yeah, just moving to the upside slightly. So not much happening in Oracle. So that's 3.5 billion on this Oracle D, but Oracle itself is not moving all that much. Intel still a bit of a buy. Microsoft is still 2.7 to sell, so it didn't really pair that much off. But 8 million paired volume. It's a huge paired volume on Microsoft as well. Ooh, IREN just popped up. 5 million to buy on IREN.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, that's why SMCI gets interesting, because you see all these massive imbalances. Is that one even in the note? Quickly searching. IREN's supposed to be a buy.
Oh.
Yeah, IREN's supposed to be a decent sized buy here. Actually one of the biggest ones. So hopefully it does something. It's not doing anything here though with IREN. It's not breaking VWAP. Yeah, kind of not moving. And we're right at 355, so those could pair off pretty quickly.
Money, 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 money,
I mean,
money, money.
what an afternoon. Google, Netflix, Palantir. This Palantir is monstrous right now. What's up, Adara? Look at Palantir.
Here, guys, NVO and Watch FDA approving their Sogroya treatment as the first once-weekly long-acting growth hormone for 3 additional pediatric indications. So additional indications being approved for one of NVO's treatments by FDA. Back to you.
Hey guys, I hope you guys saw me, heard me. We talked about hitting the keys on Palantir. I said, let's go. Look what Palantir is doing right now. Palantir is absolutely crushing. This is now $1.37 in the money for this Palantir trade as it continues to go upside. So yeah, just, you know, as we say, this is what it is. And it's everybody, you know, you have the opportunity to sort of punch in there. We heard that Anthropic news. I have no idea what it's doing to Amazon or anything like that. I knew that there it goes upside on Amazon, probably a buy imbalance. We knew there was a threat to Palantir with Anthropic, and all of a sudden that news comes out. We take the shot, and that's what it's about. There it goes, man. We can write a freaking book on trading that news right there, because there it is, nice upside play, easy outs for us, easy day, hold on to this thing, let it run high side, and there it goes. All of a sudden, just like that, man, turns out to be P&L number 1 for me. So there goes Palantir. Huge move to the upside, PLTR. I don't know, like excited for this, and we'll see what it can do on Monday for Palantir.
Yeah, we'll see what that news does on Monday for Palantir. Whether it follows through, we'll see. 55 just hit, so we talk about the major pairing events. WTRG does not pair off, but I still trailed it anyways. AMH, that's probably a nothing burger, and BAX did not see that on the note. IREN did break VWAP, but is now 3.6 million if you happen to be buying. And this is why we show you guys the imbalances. Like sometimes these things don't move at all. Every now and then the imbalances hit at 350. This one was a sell, it came out a sell, and it actually tanked. So again, you just look for the ones that have a significant imbalance that are, usually I like it to be in the direction of the actual note. Apparently we got some more super chats to get to, so if we can throw them up, go right ahead. We only have 2 minutes to go here. Netflix calls from, Easy Peasy. Thank you, Easy Peasy. The 0.2% again with the $2. Calls from Grave to plus. Sell? I don't know. My most recent buy, I'm not getting out of Netflix. I'm holding. I figure if you were buying on the way down, today we just got the news that we wanted, right? So I don't know if I'd be in a rush. I like to hold the Netflix. I think we can get to $100.
Yeah, 105. Okay, Palantir right now, 170. Put up more super chats, man. Swinging T setups like CL. Okay.
Are you talking AT&T?
I guess so.
I'm assuming, Nick, you mean if you put a T, you're just saying AT&T here. Buy the dip in a bit of an up move. It's not usually like the sexiest stock in the world, but you can see the world where it's got the bull flag over the 200 period moving average. It's not always my cup of tea. What does this look like on a higher time frame? I got to look at this on the weekly. It looks okay on the daily. Oh, you're buying right into the high on the weekly? Ooh, I usually like either the breakout or be long into it. I don't know, like what's getting this over the hump? I don't know about that one. I wouldn't be sold on AT&T, but again, it is what it is.
I was going to see here if there's anything going on these imbalances. Just to see if there's anything left over as we got to get out. Oh, we still have silver, by the way, that is high-hoeing right now, up to the high of the day. So let's just take a piece out on silver. We're over the moon right now about offer 96s. There it goes. We're over the moon on this Palantir trade. I did not expecting this. This is like just a big wow right there at the end of the day. So again, congratulations to anybody that was trading this one. And like we just say, this is what I'm sitting here to hopefully make trades and have a good time and have some fun. And we did that today. I feel like a hundy P with Netflix running to the high side, Palantir running to the upside, silver and everything. So, so far so good here into the afternoon. Thanks to everybody for watching. It's Friday. We're back on Monday at 8 a.m. Only 30 seconds to go right now. As the Nasdaq's close to green. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah,
we were nowhere near
considering where we started, the fact that the Nasdaq is going to close, hopefully at these close enough to the highs. We're probably not going to break 25,000, but there's actually a chance we actually could break 25,000 with 20 seconds to go. So, yeah, not that bad a day. Realistically, I always look at it like this way. Late money, you can end down percentage-wise, but late money is better than anything else, especially going into the weekend. The fact that they're buying it, you got to love it. So let's ring this closing bell for the final time in February, because it's also the end of the month. It's not just the end of the day. It's not just the end of the week. It is the end of the month of February. I say it's been a better trading month than January was. I think I've seen that sentiment by a few people as well, and I would tend to agree with it. Although, I forgot to mention that IPO sucked today. Were you here when it opened?
I didn't know there was one.
No, it was the one from last week.
Yeah, I know you mentioned it, but I don't know the symbol.
It was anyways, only because I'm mentioning it now. I actually had it in front of 15. It opened at 15, it lost 15, it went to 12 at 11.5. So not a very good IPO, but the big news this afternoon is we could be seeing SpaceX. That's the big news. If SpaceX comes out in March, that's not, we thought we'd get SpaceX this year. Destiny's up, well, actually only up 1%. It kind of gave some of the move back. Yep. But that's huge. It's a huge story. There won't be, you could make an argument that it'll be the biggest IPO this year. Of course, Anthropic could come out this year, but that's not a guarantee. Looks like we are going to get SpaceX this year. So at this point, that seems like it'll be the biggest IPO of the year. And it could be as soon as next month. We'll see how that goes. Some earnings to matriculate to on Monday. One of them will be BBAI, but that's after the bell, I believe.
Yeah, way after the bell. Well, not way after the bell, but yeah, after the bell. Way after trading. So hopefully Big Bear AI can rally back. Let me see if there's any, by the way, Palantir out right there at the close, 137.30s, right where it is right now. So we got a piece out, or the rest of it out right there at the close. I want to see if Big Bear AI went up, because that's good for them too. Yeah, there goes Big Bear AI. Obviously not the same as Palantir, but that was really awesome, man. I hope that was a really good example of trading when news hits, things like that. I think we did a good job of trading when news hits right there and understanding what to do, and then trading with the trend with Netflix near the end of the day. So, all right, what a great week. Thanks, everybody. I hope you have a great weekend. It's Make Your Own Pizza Night in the Katina household, so we'll see how that goes right there. Marissa said she's getting mushrooms. I said, what kind? That joke didn't really go over that well. And then it was just normal shrooms. So enjoy whatever shrooms you guys are having. We'll be putting them on pizza tonight. I like olives on there, pizza. Maybe she got some sopressata. I don't know what she got over there, but black olives.
Huh? Sun-dried tomato?
So I love sun-dried tomatoes. All of that, man. All of that.
My daughter doesn't like sun-dried tomato.
Does not?
She likes olives. But
oh wow, she likes olives. That's a big one.
Oh, she loves olives.
Olives are such a unique taste.
Are you kidding me? We got a charcuterie in Rome. Yeah. And she just sits there eating the olives.
Great.
I mean, she eats some of the cheese and the meat too, but she eats all the olives.
Yeah. Good. Oh.
Charcuterie is dope. I will go anywhere if they have a charcuterie board. I don't care the restaurant. I'm getting charcuterie, and it's fine.
Right. Exactly.
Boom.
Go charcuterie. Go here.
Yeah, you got to go. I cannot wait till you've. How long have you been here so far, Dara? How many years?
We're going on. It'll actually be 2.5 as of this weekend.
Okay.
On the dot.
What is it, 4 or 5 years?
5?
5 years. Yeah.
5 years, I was told.
Yeah, we're going to send you to Italy, and you can go there. And
I've been to Italy, actually.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, okay, yeah, but
But maybe
which
I'll take
part?
it. Pardon?
Which part?
Okay, so I went to Naples, Florence. We went for like a while because my mom had like an event thing, so we just went. Naples, Florence,
Any shopping?
Venice, Venetia, and Rome.
Any shopping there in Florence in those markets there?
Like we did a lot of market shopping. Yeah, Naples was someone tried to mug my mom, so Naples was a bit different. But she fought. She was like,
Damn
"No, you're not
Italians.
getting my purse." But yes, it was a fun time though. Florence probably the most fun, like the shopping
Yeah.
and everything. Yeah.
Okay, well, the apartment's in Rome, so
Yes.
yeah, so that should be fun there. Okay, thank you so much to everybody. I hope everyone has a great weekend. That's Neil. I'm Sean. That's Joe. That's Joe.
Yeah, Joe's over there.
There he is. Joe. There he goes. You been to Italy, Joe, or? No. Oh, never been across the pond? Oh my God, this
Gotta
guy's
get
never
on
left
that,
North
man.
America. This
Gotta
guy.
get on
Okay, yeah, we'll have to get on that for sure as well. All right, thanks everybody. Get ready for the Stone Cold music. We'll see you on Monday.
Peace. It's a true West Indian.